offense by the Mariners right-hander. He was absolutely vicious today against the Giants, hanging zeros and marching the Mariners to a 6-0 win.
That is one hell of a call on Root Sports. Aaron Goldsmith is his name? Wow. Damn. Dave Sims, watch your job, man. Watch it back. Mariners come in and win the first 2 games. As we say, oh, baby, we are back. It's not a Monday, but it is Wednesday, which means it's a 3-day work week, which I can get down with every single week. Welcome back to the Morning Roast, boy. The boys are back. Spadoni behind the glass. Lutman's back in the building. We got Shasky back from Carmel Valley. I'm back from Monterey. Shout out to Killer Cam. Shout out to Big John. Everybody who filled in over the past week, filling in for the Morning Roast. Man, the Giants are struggling right now. We're going to get into Draymond Green. Our first thoughts on Draymond Green re-signing. What should the Warriors do from here? It's going to be some takes flying off. We're going to hear from the calls. 888-957-9570. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you worked last night, I know the fireworks were going off. I slept through them, which is all good in my world. I think fireworks are now overrated. As I get older, I've turned into that old guy.
Yeah, it's fine.
If you want to say old white guy, go ahead. I just turned into an old guy. Get off my lawn. Stop popping fireworks. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you have work today, I know some people had 2 days off. Some people had 1 day off. Hell, some people had no days off because the Starbucks is open. So, anyway, what's up, Shasky? What's going on?
Oh, man, there's so much to get into. You haven't seen it either yet. Have you seen the American Gladiator doc on Netflix?
I have not.
Were you into American Gladiators?
Oh, American Gladiators, to 30 for 30.
There's like a doc on Netflix right now that I'm like halfway through. Can you? And I'm not going to break it I'm not going to ruin it for anyone.
Don't
I'm not
do it because I was a huge American Gladiator
I was
fan.
too. Like huge. The joust is one of the greatest things of all time.
Is amazing.
The tennis ball shooting thing.
What about the obstacle course at the end?
Oh, it's incredible all time. So promise me this week at some point you will find a way to work in some American Gladiator Netflix doc.
I will. What I got into last night was they finally released season 6 of Better Call Saul on Netflix. So I was powering through that a little bit last night, but you know what? American Gladiators was Larry Zonka. Who's the other guy calling the action?
I forget.
It was Larry Zonka and somebody else.
Well, this goes behind the scenes and it gives you all the Gladiator stories.
Who's Turbo?
Oh, Gemini is just all time.
Turbo.
And Malibu only lasting basically like 7 episodes and getting blasted. There's so much you got to get into. The other doc that I got into, we're going to get into sports, the Natalie Grace doc on the ID network. I'm late to this. Oh, my God. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, my God. Natalie Grace, it's...
Who is she? What does she do?
It was a girl that was adopted, who the adopted parents thought was an adult because of different things, and legally they changed her age from 6 to 18, and it's kind of like a Making of the Murderer. I don't know if you remember that doc on Netflix, but it's got all of these other different angles, and I don't know what's what. I watched all 6 episodes, and I'm more confused now than ever. We'll get into it later, but you got to watch that as well.
All right. American Gladiators, Natalie will do all that. It's a lot going on because it's a slow period. Let's be real. We got Summer League basketball. We got the Giants scuffling here.
Did you see
27
Pods?
their last 9. Bonds where?
Pods.
Oh, Pods. Oh, Pajimski. You're Philip Pajimski?
Well,
2 feet in the paint, 12.6 rebounds, 6 assists.
2 feet in the paint.
He's got to get more aggressive. I do like his ability in passing. He was passing a little too much.
Yeah.
A little too much, but the guy who I was impressed with was Lester Quinones.
Well, I thought Lester should have maybe played a little more last year, and maybe that feels a little foolish, especially considering Ty Jerome is gone. You know, Steve Kerr was obsessed with Ty Jerome, and he got, 2-year, $5 million, which is an insane amount of money for Ty Jerome. But, that's kind of my biggest issue with last year and the way it played out. We'll get over it, but you play these guys all year, and then you can't even unlock or use any of them in the playoffs, and yet you were hell-bent on playing them during the regular season. It just didn't make sense to me.
Well, what's funny is when the Warriors signed Corey Joseph over the weekend, I thought Jason Dumas-Crawford did a great job with a sit-down with Corey Joseph, 13-year veteran. Look, he's not coming in here to win you playoff games. He's your third point guard. When guys are in foul trouble, he's going to come in and stabilize the game. And what does Steve Kerr say after the season? We need to fix our ball handling. We cannot turn the ball over the way we did this past season. So he gets 2 guys, Chris Paul, who doesn't turn the ball over, and Corey Joseph, who doesn't turn the ball over. And Alice Dallas Cole tweeted, I want Ty Jerome. And I don't want to disrespect Ty Jerome because he's a good kid. He joined us at the Gatehouse a lot last season. Nobody wants Ty Jerome. I mean, come on, man. Ty Jerome, you really want Ty Jerome?
Well, and if you
He's
want
not
to
going to play.
if you want to say Corey Joseph doesn't play defense, Ty Jerome played no defense.
No defense. I vividly remember Reggie
No
Miller
defense.
on that game against they were playing Memphis late in the season in the grindhouse. And he got crossed over by Desmond
Yes.
Bain. And Reggie Miller reamed Ty Jerome. He goes, come on, man. You want to see the court? This is unacceptable. I mean, he was like, Olay. So at least Corey Joseph is going to try.
No, I'm with you on that. And the Corey Joseph thing, I did have an eyebrow up, and here's the only reason why, B, is that, again, it's another small guard who doesn't defend. And I think that at some point we're going to have to see them either play some of these other guys on the perimeter and hope that their defensive IQ goes up. Or they're just not going to have, elite perimeter defense. I don't know. There's just Lester Quinones is someone that I think can help alleviate some of their defense. Again, he's not going to play a lot, but
not going to play a lot.
He can at least be a body you could throw on someone out on the perimeter. Like if I'm looking at all the things that the Warriors have done, and the Draymond thing is the headliner. We'll get to him in a second. The one thing that they are lacking big time for me, I still think they could use more shooting. I still think you can use more perimeter defense. And I'm sure every team in the league is saying the same thing. And a big man.
Of course, they need size. A lot of guys want Dario Saric. We want Dario Saric.
I want Dario Saric.
I love Dario Saric.
I like him.
I think one thing that's underrated about him, his IQ. He was a big difference maker in those NBA finals in terms of tearing his ACL and missing the rest of that series. It depleted the Suns' depth. Another guy who could finish at the rim. Remember flying back from Philadelphia. Or maybe it was the second OKC game when they went to OKC. But one of the games, Dario Saric was just going in the lane, and he was eating JaMychal Green's lunch. So he's a physical body. He fits what the Warriors want to do in terms of screen setting, the IQ there with the passing. He can step out and hit the three. He's 6'9". He's a big body. You know what? I like Dario Saric, but he's waiting. For the James Harden and Damian Lillard stuff to pass through because he may want to go down to Miami because they may have a little more money left. And that's where you see Malik Beasley. You see some of these guys taking other deals because they're saying, look, the Warriors aren't offering 2 years. I want 2 years. And the Warriors are saying, we want 1 year because this may not work out through the first year. So we'll see what happens with Dario Saric, but they definitely need some size. Bobo got waived yesterday by Orlando. I'm not mad at Bobo.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
Bobo.
Not that he's the greatest defender by any stretch, but they need bodies. Like they need they need some length. He'd be someone I actually think Bobo alongside Chris Paul is not the worst thing in the world.
It's not the worst thing in the world. I thought he came up last year.
I've talked myself into the Chris Paul. It took about a week and it's settled in. But I've talked myself into it.
But Chris Paul's going to work. I've talked to myself. It took me a day.
It took me a day. Yeah, it took me an extra 6.
And we'll play some sound. We'll play some sound from Draymond Green. Because he also believes that Chris Paul's going to unlock a certain individual with that second unit. And that's the thing. If they need wing help and everybody's saying they need, because I agree, they need some perimeter defense. Well, maybe you got the guys on your roster. Spadoni and I were talking about this when you were out last Friday. Maybe those signings, those wing defenders, those perimeter players are sitting right there on your basketball team. You just didn't play him last season.
Who?
Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody.
Okay.
Maybe those are your guys that you say, you know what? Bump them up into the top 8, and maybe they take that leap from year 2 to year 3. That's what we're waiting on.
Are we sure that the Warriors aren't going to make any more moves? I mean, do we think that the moves are kind of like everything's kind of getting set in stone? Just seeing the reaction over the weekend, it feels like to me, and again, I don't know what Clay's going to do moving forward, but the sense I get is Steph, Trey, and Clay are going to be here for the next 3 years.
Yep.
At minimum.
Well, Clay's got the 1 year deal, but it does feel like he's going to be back around. I'm just saying
it feels like that. And stuff can happen. I'm just saying it feels like that. So if that's what they're going to go with and that's their setting, are they just going to, keep the roster around them? Are they going to work with these young guys and try to make the most out of it? Are those pieces that you can get something back that's desirable? I don't know. I think time will tell. I think they're taking it one step at a time. But like Andrew Wiggins to me has been so quiet throughout this entire thing. We haven't really discussed him. And to me, he's the big piece that I don't have an answer for because he was their second best player when they won a championship.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
And they need that guy to come back. I think part of the big narrative of this last year, everyone's afraid to talk about it, is, dog, you missed 50 games. And then when you came back, you were working yourself into shape. Look, and I'm not saying that I'm mad, but that is baked into why you were so underwhelming as a team this year is you were missing one of the most important players. If I wrote a template last year, Bonte, and I said to you, B, if they want to repeat or at least get back to, the finals or the Western Conference Finals, Andrew Wiggins would be what? The second? Third most important part of if you're writing things down on paper?
Well, I think in that championship run, he was the second most important piece because you get a guy who's guarding Luka Doncic in the Western Conference Finals and dominating Luka Doncic. You get a guy who stays in front of Ja Morant at times. And then, I'm telling you, Game 6, Andrew Wiggins had all my respect Game 6 against Memphis. He went down on the block, and he was battling with guys like Jaren Jackson Jr. and Brandon Clark in the paint. Like, we all remember Game 6 against Memphis for Kevon Looney. And, of course, Klay Thompson hit some big threes in that game. Steph woke up late. But Andrew Wiggins played like a grown-ass man in that game. And I said, oh, boy, he can get down and rebound on the glass. He could go out there and get tough and get physical with guys. Andrew Wiggins' ascension during that postseason run, I think, woke everybody up and said, whoa, there's the untapped potential that we saw coming out of Kansas when he was the number 1 overall pick. And so when you think about what he did last year, only playing in those 37 regular season games, and yet they win 44, and everything going on around the Golden State Warriors, I think people, when the Warriors release a documentary, when they go back in time to talk about last season, or if Draymond Green chirps about last season, or Jordan Poole opens up about last season, I don't think the casual fan or even fans that are not in that locker room realize how much of a mess the Warriors were last year internally. So when you miss Andrew Wiggins for 2 months and you still win 44 games, that's a 50-win team if Andrew Wiggins plays, say, 73 games, because he's played in at least 71 games with the exception of last season.
Well, and I'm glad you're bringing that up because, B, there's all this, weird, anybody, you talk about Andrew Wiggins, and I feel like there's just, this cloud around it where it's like, hey, you're not allowed to talk about Andrew Wiggins. It's like, all right, well, that's the privacy issue of why he was gone.
Right.
But he was gone for 50 games, and they needed him. And again, if I was writing the script for how the Warriors would repeat or get back to where they were the year prior, Andrew Wiggins would be the second or third name that I would write down on a piece of paper. So while you're worried about privacy and worrying about you can't talk about it. No, dude, we need Andrew Wiggins. So yes, they need him desperately.
Well,
and
listen,
more and more I'm thinking about this year and Chris Paul and Draymond coming back. It's
Andrew Wiggins is a huge key. Huge key. And I think people forget. When Andrew Wiggins started the season off, he picked up where he left off in the NBA Finals. Before he got hurt with the right adductor strain. Remember that? He got the right adductor strain back on December 3rd. He was coming off a huge performance against the Houston Rockets. He had scored 36 points, hit 8 threes, and up until that point, the first 22 games of the season for Andrew Wiggins, 19 points, 5 rebounds. He was shooting 45% from 3 and 51 from the floor. And I was sitting here on these airways saying he's going back to Salt Lake City for the All-Star game for a second straight All-Star game appearance. Then he suffered the right adductor strain. He got sick, and he was never the same since. He was never the same since. So Andrew Wiggins is huge. Huge. So you get Andrew Wiggins there. So you get your starting 5 back with Looney, Draymond, Wiggins, Klay, and Steph. We'll see if Chris Paul starts, whatever. I personally, the whole start-sit thing.
It's so overrated.
I'm over it. I'm over it now. I don't care. You got your 5. You got Chris Paul who's going to run that second unit. All right? You got your second unit. And here's the thing about Jordan Poole. As much as I love Jordan Poole, and I was looking at old photos, and I was like, damn, look at the Jordan Poole from Media Day. We're joking around, and I'll show you during the break. Or I'll tweet it out for all the fans out there, all the roasters out there. But Jordan Poole turned the ball over the 4th most times in the NBA. I can't unsee that. Settling down the second unit, playing fast, playing slow. Jordan Poole's erratic. And look, again, we know why he was erratic. We understand why he was erratic.
He shares culpability independent of the Draymond situation. But he deserves culpability for his play.
He was unplayable.
I agree with that.
In the Lakers series and the Kings series, Jordan Poole was unplayable.
Agreed.
Chris Paul, if he makes stared, if he's healthy, and he's playing 25 to 30 minutes a game, the assist-to-turnover ratio is huge, and that's what Steve Kerr's looking for. And then unlocking Jonathan Kuminga, like Draymond Green mentioned on Podcast P's, Paul George's podcast.
Oh.
It's not bad. Not bad. It's not a bad podcast at all. Spadoni, if you got the sound, here's Draymond Green, Podcast P. Here's what Draymond Green said about Chris Paul unlocking Jonathan Kuminga. And it's right.
I actually look forward to learning this from him. I think Chris Paul will completely unlock Jonathan Kuminga and his growth. CP is great with young guys. DeAndre Ayton looked like a bust before CP came to Phoenix.
Fact.
No disrespect to Ayton, but more so a nod to CP.
Yeah.
Like,
More of a threat.
people didn't know what they were like, what DeAndre Ayton was going to turn out to be, and then CP went there, and all of a sudden
Turned him
DeAndre
up.
Ayton became an all-star level player.
Right.
And so I think what he will do for Jonathan Kuminga and unlocking Kuminga is huge.
Amazing.
Absolutely huge. And I look forward to learning that from him. He's always been incredible at mentoring young guys. And that is an area that I've wanted to grow in because it's one that I kind of got thrusted into.
And so you bring in Chris Paul, who's desperate for a championship. He's desperate to live up to this $30 million contract and see if the team will like to pay him $15, $20 million next year because it doesn't seem like he's retiring anytime soon. And there's some truth to that. I remember his OKC season in the bubble. He helped those guys and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Lou Dort become professionals. I'm warming up to Chris Paul, and if he could unlock Jonathan Kuminga, there's another wing defender. There's another guy who could potentially finish a game for you next to Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green defensively. Look, Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are playing for the next contract. We see Anthony Edwards, we see LaMelo Ball, we see Tyrese Halliburton sign these supermax extensions for $240, $250, $260 million. Well, Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are playing for some big-time cash this season. And I think Chris Paul being there with them, learning how to be a professional, cutting, going to the rack, playing smart basketball and picking up the slack for CP3 on defense, I'm kind of with Draymond Green in that sense in terms of Chris Paul unlocking JK. And I'm gonna add Moses Moody to that equation as well.
Yeah, I think Moses Moody can fit really well in this. I was really high on Moses Moody heading into last year, and I don't know what happened. I really don't. The CP3 Kuminga thing is obvious, and when Draymond is alluding to how much he can help him grow, we're all nodding our head like, yeah, I could see, because I could visualize the alley-oops. I could visualize the backdoor cuts. Think of these two players, and I'm going way back in the Warrior machine. To me, when Biedrins had Baron Davis, he was a different player.
Oh, he's a double-double machine.
The second they lost the facilitator in the half court, Andres Biedrins became almost unplayable.
Done.
Okay, now this is going way back 15 years ago, right? And I do believe there are certain players, especially the bigs and young players, that absolutely need someone to set them up. I mean, we see this across the league. Not a lot of guys are be able to get their own shot, especially in this offense.
Right.
This offense is very unique. The part that I think everyone missed was at the very end of Draymond, which to me was like, wow, about time. He took a little bit of accountability, basically saying that he's done a poor job developing the youngsters. And I don't think I mean developing them physically. I'm talking about nurturing them mentally and emotionally. And that, to me, was an encouraging sign. I think with him so worried about his contract and his extension and his sustainability on this organization, giving him that 3-year deal with the player option for the 4th year, it at least calms things down and allows him to get back to what we wanted him to be, which was someone who could help mentor and nurture these young players.
And I think he's going to learn a lot from last season. Draymond Green.
I mean, he has
to learn a lot from last season. He also mentioned in that podcast, too, I think that got swept under the rug, especially on Twitter, because we're all salivating over the CP3 soundbite, was him talking about, having Kevin Durant here and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry where he didn't shoot it and he kind of lost his confidence in shooting. I think he's going to be more aggressive next season. I think offensively, I think Draymond, well, now what does that look like? I'm not saying he's going to score 20 points a game, but I'm saying if he could get into that 12 to 14 range and at least be a threat, because now I can envision with Chris Paul's on the floor and Draymond Green's making those backdoor cuts because everybody is selling out to go guard Steph or selling out to go chase lock and trail Klay Thompson on the perimeter, that Draymond Green could slip back door and get some easy layup opportunities. Now, he's got to finish at the rim, and we know that's been an issue for him, but I expect him to be a lot better. This is a huge, huge year for Draymond Green to say, and you know what? Part of it too, Shasky, we don't see this in sports. Guys basically trying to retire together after winning multiple championships. In a way, this is kind of cool to see. What is the last chapter going to look like with these three? The most decorated trio in NBA history. What does the last chapter look like? And now you got a chapter that involves Chris Paul?
It's kind of wild.
It's kind of wild here.
Well, and I think we'll get into the Draymond contract and the kind of the domino effect of everything of him coming back, but taking less than what everyone thought he was going to get.
Right, 25.
Right, I think that matters. I really do. I think that him taking less is a big thing for the organization.
Yep.
It clearly saves them money when it comes to the luxury tax.
Yep.
It shows that he's willing to play ball.
Yep.
Do I still think it's probably an overpay? Yeah, probably overpaid compared to market value and all those things. But, if you're going to overpay someone, it better be one of the legends.
Right.
And if even the biggest Draymond hater can admit Dre's one of the legends.
Yep, no
right?
doubt.
So overpaying for one of your own who is a legend, who gets to retire a Warrior, hopefully.
Right.
Like all those things to me override whatever million here, million there that you think he's overpaid.
No doubt about that. Hey, this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by S.E. Johnson STEM. Anthony Slater will join us at 8 o'clock. He's been up there in the California Classic. He'll break down the cap for us. How much room do the Warriors have? What can they afford? Lester Quinones, man, is a popular name. Now, I'm not going to get this. We're all guilty of it. We get gassed up off of Summer League, one game. We see a guy light it up for like, oh, my Lord.
Yurtseven.
Like even Brandon Miller from Charlotte, we're like, ooh, I don't know about him.
Stinks, Sponte. I was there.
He didn't look good on television. Didn't look good at all. Keegan Murray, why is he playing in Summer League? Why?
I'm going to give you 2 names, Marco Bellinelli and Yuri Welsh.
Yeah, I know.
2 guys I got fooled on.
Marco Bellinelli, the 37-point game in Vegas. Remember that? We were jacked.
You
Hey,
remember
he's
Yuri
good with the
Welsh?
Spurs.
I do remember Yuri Welsh from the Czech Republic.
And I believe when he was a Phoenix Sun, Zarko Chabarkova
Chabarkova,
also looked
yeah,
really
no
good in
doubt.
Summer League,
Chabarkova.
who the Warriors ended up acquiring later.
No
There's
doubt.
been lots and lots and lots of guys. Look, the Warriors are far from finished, but my big takeaway on the NBA as a whole, every team's got flaws.
Dude.
Denver feels the most.
You know what?
The most stable. No, I'm just saying the most stable. But even they've got some flaws.
they lost
Every
Bruce
single
Brown.
team around the league's got flaws.
Losing Bruce Brown
Is a big loss.
is a huge loss. And I got to say, if I had to rank the Western Conference teams right now, I'd probably put the Lakers number 1.
Well, time will tell. But
Continuity matters. I'll put them number 1.
Well, here's the other thing that we're not accounting for. The disease of me, the disease of more. As in, what does it look like with Denver when they have a little success
Right. Well,
and they've got the X mark on
as
their
they're
back?
hunted. And Mike Malone
Exactly.
talked that talk. Mike Malone talked a
Well,
lot.
and everybody is fine on the first championship
Right.
run. What do you like in year 2 when you want a bigger role? When
Right.
you don't think you're getting enough credit for winning?
Well, I
All
think-
those things are real.
I think those things will be swept under the rug, but more so, Mike Malone talked a lot. Mike Malone
told
talked a
you,
lot.
I'm out
and
on
he
that.
can't cash those checks. Jokic has to cash those checks. Jamal Murray has to cash those checks. So I think the Warriors are in a great spot. I think they're a top 4 team in the Western Conference right now. We'll break down the Draymond Green contract.
They're in the mix.
We'll play to some of the sound. I'm not a believer of the Clippers. James Harden wants out again. Who knows? And the San Francisco Giants. Boy, I rattled some cages yesterday
Why?
by a tweet I sent out yesterday. Because some things I saw with the Giants, I don't know if I like it. I don't know if they're going to get it to August. We'll talk about that coming up on the roast.
Coconut got stuck in my damn throat.
If the weather calls for rain,
with 62 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes for his 16th win. I give you the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Only 62 hot dogs for Joey Chestnut? Is it usually around like 75, 78? Who's second place this year?
I don't know.
We don't even care about second place.
No.
Huh?
38.
38 hot dogs? Second place is 38 hot dogs? So Joey Chestnut's never losing this thing ever again.
No, he's like the Barry Bonds, I guess, of hot dog eating.
And they won't allow Kobayashi back, huh? He's been kicked out.
I don't know what's going on.
You ever see that 30 for 30 or ESPN special on that? That was wild.
The whole circuit is weird.
Very weird.
Very weird.
I wish they get paid for that.
I have no idea.
Joey Chestnut's made it, though, huh? San Jose's finest.
I mean, 16-time champion. He's getting Ric Flair territory.
Damn. Wow. Oh, man.
Are you a sausage guy? Did you do some queuing?
I didn't do any queuing this year. We made deli sandwiches, man. I had cleaned the grill.
Yeah.
And after a weekend in Monterey and had the family over the last 2 days, I said, man, I'm chilling, dude.
Yeah.
I saw you had the grill working, but I was just like, you know what? I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm straight.
I was hitting the Italian sausages and the merguez and some prime rib, a.k.a. some ribeye. Had some fillets, did some wrapped up corn.
Saw that.
Did some chicken later on.
What'd you have up there?
Oh, JP Money came up. Yeah. I didn't get back. We had basically a marathon day. We got to the ballpark on Sunday in Carmel Valley. We got to the ballpark at 9:30. What time do you think I left the ballpark? This is a Little League Diamond. Sunday.
Well, what time was the game?
The game was at 10:30. That was the first game of the championship. Okay, we had to be beaten twice, and we lost the first one, and then came back and lost the second one.
Oh wow!
We didn't leave the field until 6:15.
Jesus Christ! And you drove straight up to the cabin.
Well, Jimbo and me, we went to Salinas In-N-Out Burger on the way home, and
Jimbo came down to the Little League stuff, huh?
Well, Jimbo's the coach.
Wait.
Moylan.
Jimbo. I got JP Money confused with Jimbo.
Yes, and then I got home probably around 8:30, 8:45, 9, somewhere in that range. Threw all my stuff, packed a bag, and then met Michelle up at the cabin.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
It was a very long day.
It's a long day.
It was a long day.
Very long.
Yeah, and then queued it up all day Monday and Tuesday.
Good.
Yeah, it was great.
That's good. I'm glad you had a great weekend. By the way, a lot of roasters, a lot of 95.7 game listeners will have a great week because next week we bring you the All-Star Week blowout. That's right. Blowout, blowout, blowout. I feel like doing one of those promos late night on television where you're doing like Paul from the credit. I'm the credit man. One of those. Hey, we got the All-Star blowout. But we have an All-Star blowout. That's right. Your chance to win incredible prizes from 95.7 The Game starts next week. We're giving you Steph autographed jersey, Klay Thompson autographed jersey, Warriors tickets, gift cards, a round of golf with the host here at 95.7 The Game at the Berkeley Country Club, and much, much more. It all starts on Monday. It goes through the entire week, every single show. Every day you'll have a chance at great prizes as we bring you the All-Star Week blowout. It's the All-Star Week blowout. Blowout. We're giving you everything. Golf, gift cards, jerseys, tickets, all next week because who loves you? 95.7 The Game loves you. We love you. All-Star Week blowout starts next Monday.
All right, so I want to eliminate a term, and this is something that a lot of people use the wrong way, okay? The wrong way. I put something out on the internet yesterday, and I'm saying, hey, the Giants won 10 in a row a couple weeks ago, and they looked unbeatable. They did. They looked unbeatable. And then they've obviously lost 7 out of their last 9, and they don't look the same at all. And there's a variety of reasons why. And when you put something out there like that, inevitably someone misuses a phrase. And one of the phrases that they'll misuse is, well, that's baseball. And I go, no, that's not baseball. You know what baseball is? You jam a guy on the fists and he pops one up and it just gets beyond your second baseman. That's baseball, okay? Yeah, a guy goes to field a routine ground ball. It hits a pebble, takes a big bounce to the left or to the right. Guy gets a C&I single. That's baseball. When you lose the way the Giants have lost, you cannot file that under that's baseball. You know what I file that under? You have no starting pitching. You aren't hitting really well right now. You're not playing great defense, and the injuries have mounted up. That's not that's baseball excuse. That's this is what your reality is. And what it does to me when people say things like that, well, that's baseball. You're misusing the phrase. Do you get where I'm going with this?
That's baseball? So losing games like that. By the way, this is baseball. Our poll question on YouTube. Are the Giants fading, or is this just a rough stretch? Or is it just baseball? They are fading 48%. This is a rough stretch, 52%. Maybe that's just baseball. Maybe it's just baseball that they're playing poorly, that they can't pitch, they can't hit, they can't do anything right. And so you want to talk about...
But it takes away, to me, it takes away analysis, and it takes away just do either praise or criticism. Well, that's baseball. Well, like when they win 10 in a row, that's baseball. No, you're misusing the entire phrase.
Well, no, one phrase or one word that was getting thrown around yesterday.
What's that?
Was tired. I watched the entire pre- and post-game show. I watched the game. You know, this is just a tired baseball team. And I thought Major League Baseball didn't do the Giants any favors. You play a night game in New York City against the New York Mets. You lose a tough one. You got to fly back cross-country. That's not an easy flight, although they're flying charter, whatever. Still not an easy flight. You got to play a night game against the Mariners the next day at home. That's a tough turnaround. It is. But I don't want to hear the word tired. What they are injured. They're injured, and we shouldn't be surprised. But one thing that a lot of people talked about before the season was the depth of the starting rotation. Oh, they have a lot of depth. They have a lot of depth. Well, really, me and you both question that. We question it. We're like, let's see it. Well, the depth right now is being tested. Logan Webb, you don't win on Logan Webb Day 2 times in a row. In Toronto, he gives up 5 in the first inning. Then he gets the loss on Monday. Or he keeps in the game, but you lose the game in extras on Monday to the Mariners. And then you get Alex Cobb, who's got a 1.36 whip. All right? Walks, hits, innings pitch per batter, batters and innings
it's a
per
good
inning.
Of the metrics, it's a good metric to give you a feel for how good a pitcher is,
right,
in my opinion.
I love the whip category. Walks, hits, innings pitch per inning, I should say. Walks and hits per inning. And he's giving out 1.36. All right, so that's not good. That's getting higher and higher and higher.
Yep.
Alex Wood, we know what he is. We know what Alex Wood is. He gets around the lineup twice, and that's that.
No, he's a 5th starter.
If that.
You know what I mean? Like
Sean Manaea can't even start. Ross Stripling stinks. So this bullpen that I think is really good for the Giants, you can't even get to the bullpen.
Well, it's being overused and it's depleted. Right. Now, at one time, they were like, hey, we're doing a good job rationing the bullpen, and they were. But now it feels like it's being overextended, and I'm seeing a regression back to the means across the board for the team. Whether we're talking about Casey Schmidt, whether we're talking about Patrick Bailey, the youngsters, or whether we're talking about some of their really good players that are high end. Like, for example, Mike Yastrzemski. Mike Yastrzemski, who's hot right now, but he's missed a lot of games. Well, look at the last couple of years. He's missed a lot of games.
Right.
Mitch Haniger, he's missed a lot of games.
We knew that.
I'm listening to J.D. Davis in the postgame, Bonte, talk about, we really missed Mitch Haniger. Mitch has played for 3 weeks.
No, he hasn't played much at all. And what did he play last year?
I'm not ripping him. It's just, that's who he is.
You signed him to a deal. He played 57 games last year.
Exactly.
And you expected him to play 162 or 150? No, it didn't happen. It's not happening at all. So then you get those injuries. You get Anthony DeSclafani, who can't get anybody out.
No.
He's back on the injury list.
Well,
and
he admitted he was tired, which is ridiculous.
Well, we're tired of watching you get rocked on the mound. We're tired of watching you give up 3-run bombs. We're tired of watching you walk the freaking lineup. We're tired of watching you slump your shoulders when you can't get through 3 innings. Exactly. That's what I'm tired of.
I'm with you.
The hell, you tired? Yeah. We're tired too.
I know.
You can't pitch through 5.
I know.
We're tired of watching you get blown up every other 5 days. Tired.
If I hear about his start versus the USA team in exhibition one more time, that didn't count. Okay? The guy's pitched 12 times in 2 years for the Giants. Come on.
Tired. I'm tired of watching you pitch in the Giants uniform. That's what I'm tired of. So I sent out a tweet yesterday, Shasky.
Yeah.
The Giants should sell at the deadline. They're a year away from being a year away. It's not a bad thing. Before the season,
a year away from being a year away.
Before the season, let's just pick this up on the other side for love and blows.
I want to chew on this.
I want to chew on this for a second too. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from 100 million years ago.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, big time. Giants 27 in their last 9.
Did you miss me?
It's like, man, I got accustomed to Spinotti, man. I was like, Spinotti, you want to be a roast? No, I'm kidding. I missed the station. I missed the roasters. I missed everybody. I missed all you guys. I was actually excited last night to come into the station and you know what? And talk some sports. I was just looking at this tweet here. Comcast puts his text line 650. Bonte Shasky, are y'all going to sign up for Threads tomorrow when it launches with Twitter bugging? What's Threads? Is that so? They're coming out with all these other Blue Sky or something or
sounds like something out of
Spill. Well, because Twitter is just Elon Musk has destroyed Twitter. Like what was it, Friday or Saturday, where it had their rate limit exceeded or something like that.
On the day of free agency?
On the day 2 of free agency.
Yeah. Get off of Twitter. Did you guys hit your rate limit at all during that day? Because I never had that problem.
Oh, I did. I hit it at like 7 in the morning. I was like, I can't see anything.
Scrolling through Twitter all day long trying to get it. I never got it.
Yeah, I got it like very early. Very early. And I couldn't reply to people commenting on Twitter. It was just really strange.
No, it's weird because, again, like I saw popping up on Twitter, it's like, oh, you can only see so many tweets. So I'm just like scrolling through my Twitter feed just to see if I can hit my limit and see what the deal is there. And I never got that.
Those are rookie numbers, Sammy. You got to bring those up, buddy.
Yeah, you got to bring those up. If you don't hit the limit, then what are you really doing? Are you really tweeting?
How long do you have to look at a tweet for it to be considered a tweet that you saw? Like, if I'm scrolling like rapid fire through my phone, does that not count? So I don't know. It was very weird.
So, that happens. And then you get TweetDeck where it's like an all-new TweetDeck. And I use TweetDeck.
I've never used it.
Yeah, TweetDeck, I like it because you get the NFL, you put the NFL writers in one column, you put the NBA writers in one column. Then I got my Warriors, I got my Niners, and I got my Giants. And it's very easy to follow instead of just refreshing Twitter on the basic Twitter page.
Okay.
You get all that stuff right there. So I'm like, okay, I can see what all the beat writers are doing, breaking news or whatnot. And so now Elon Musk is going to start charging people to use TweetDeck. $8. And I was just like, geez, Elon, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know. It's not a user-friendly experience anymore. So that's my little rant about Twitter.
Well, maybe about 4-5 years ago, Spadoni, we were doing the night show, and I remember that Cybertruck came out, and I swear to God, it reminded me of a Simpsons bit when Homer, created that car, and I was just dude, this guy's such a fraud, Elon Musk. I find him to be ridiculous and over the top. He is a character out of a satire.
He is. You see him as Zuckerberg. They want to fight at the Rome Coliseum.
Both of them deserve each other.
Oh, my gosh.
But these people that worship, whether it's Zuckerberg or Elon Musk,
are there worshipers?
Pick your politician. Do you know just get a life.
Do you know a Mark Zuckerberg?
He's like buying
loyalist?
a bowl of Hawaii.
Do you know anybody who's like any one of your buddies who are like ride or die? I'm with Zuck.
No, but they are for Elon. That's a thing. Like you just say anything like, "Oh, Twitter's bad. Get over it. Delete your account." It's like,
he's
dude,
a genius.
He's a genius. You don't make billions like he does. Like, let's relax.
Well, wasn't he born into money?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. His father owned a emerald mine in South Africa.
An emerald mine.
Yes.
Oh wow. So he was born into money, kind of like John Fisher, huh? Or married into money, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm married to the game.
Married to the game.
95.7 The Game.
Oh, are you?
That was a joke. All right, you asked me about the Giants, right, for this year, right before we went to the break. Why don't you reheat that?
So sent out a tweet about selling, right?
About selling?
Well,
the Giants selling?
Giants selling.
Okay.
They've lost.
What are they going to sell?
The last 9. Well,
who the hell wants some of these broken parts?
I don't know, but I don't think they're in a position to buy right now. And I don't know if buying on this roster is a smart decision because you got basically 2 starting pitchers in Alex Cobb and Logan Webb. All right? 2 starters.
Okay.
And Logan Webb, he's 7-7, 3.38 ERA. Whip's not bad, 1.14. Alex Cobb, I think a regression is coming for him. He's got a 1.36 whip. And he's been banged up as well. And that's your number 2 starter right now. Anthony DeSclafani's back on the injury list because he's quote-unquote tired. He's been tired.
Shoulder inflammation.
Well, we're tired of watching you get lit up.
Yeah.
So, you know what? He's on the IL.
I have remote finger inflammation from changing the channel every time you're up. I mean, come on.
Sean Manaea, 5.49 ERA. You want him back in the rotation? What about Ross Stripling? Ross Stripling. Oh,
Remember
boy.
when they signed Ross Stripling and certain people threw like a parade, like a ticker taper parade?
It was like, what? And what did I say? I said, why are the Toronto Blue Jays, who are desperate for starting pitching, give it up on Ross Stripling? They need pitching, and they let Ross Stripling walk. Well, he's got a 6.51 ERA. Yeah, he's done. 37 innings pitched this year. He's given up 45 hits in those 37 innings. He's given up, 10 home runs already. 10 home runs. I lost count. So I'm tired of watching that. I'm tired of watching him pitch. So the Giants really, let's be real. Are they legit? Are they contenders or pretenders? And so I sent out a tweet yesterday saying basically they're a year away from being a year away. Like, seriously. We talked about it all season, all season. Everybody told me that was around the Giants, including Nork Willard. It's about 2024. It's about getting ready for 2024. Well, what's the best way of getting ready for 2024? Bringing up these dudes and seeing what they can do. And so for the next 3 months, I'm watching Casey Schmidt. I'm watching Luis Montas. I'm looking at Patrick Bailey. Casey Schmidt has 8 hits in his last 71 at-bats. The dude's batting under 130 the last month of the season. 130, and I'm not trying to crush Casey Schmidt. I want the guy to do well. I know you were excited about Casey Schmidt. You got me excited about Casey Schmidt. But if he doesn't bat over 200 for the next 3 months, or if Luis Matos doesn't hit for power or doesn't show some of those 5-tool skills that he possesses over the next 3 months, Giants fans are going to walk into the offseason saying, boy, do we have the next Gary Brown? Do we have the next Steven Ducker? Do we have the next failed prospect that we try to bring up through the Giants? Christian Arroyo. There you go. I'm not saying that they are those guys. But for the next 3 months, it is imperative for these youngsters to show some flashes and give us some hope into 2024 to cling on to these prospects saying, you know what, we can build around these guys. We got something here. Now you get Harrison. Now you get Luciano. But right now, it looks dire, Shasky. I'm dead serious. This does not look like a good baseball team. And these rookies right now outside of Patrick Bailey are not performing well.
Well, and if you look, Patrick Bailey looks awesome. All right, I want to preface this. He looks awesome. But if you wanted to play the critic, then you would say, man, his major league batting average, slugging, OPS is all infinitely higher than his career minor league numbers. So that would worry me. Like, hey, he could regress, right? Like that would worry me. But he feels sustainable. And I think the defense is sustainable. I think that absolutely is sustainable. Here's what I would say about Casey Schmidt. And this is, I go back to the beginning of this whole start. He's red hot. And what is everyone obsessed about? Chase rate. I'm looking at a guy right now, and you said he looked lost over the weekend, and I'm with you on it. You know why? Because I feel like they've taken away some of his aggression. And now the guy's thinking about, is that outside the zone? Am I reaching too far? Does it look like a guy at the plate? No, defensively, I'll get to him in a second. But at the plate, does it look like a guy who feels comfortable?
No, he doesn't at all.
I think he's in his own dome about what the strike zone is, about how aggressive he should be, and I think that is what I worried about, over-analyzing a young player, and now you're seeing it. When you're at the plate and you're thinking about all of the mechanics and all of the swing thoughts, like, you're just, it's too much. The best players, like, yes, they're analytical and they're thinking about it, but they're going up there and they're reacting and they're just playing and they're not thinking much, right? And I'm looking at Casey Schmidt, I'm seeing a guy, I could see him over-processing at the plate, and he's worried about not chasing and staying within the zone. And instead, I'm missing barrel rate, which is what he did when he first came up. Even on the outs, he was barreling things up. And now I'm not getting the barrels.
No.
And I'm saying to myself, I think we got to take a deep breath with him. All right. Now with Estrada out, he's going to get a little runway and just say, hey, look, here's the deal, kid. You're going to play 5 out of every 6 days. You're going to play second. I'm going to sprinkle you in at third. Take a deep breath,
just go
flash leather, and just try to barrel things up and get back to where you were a couple of weeks ago. Now, he made 2 really nice plays defensively yesterday. One up the middle to get a force play in the first inning. Could have been a disastrous first inning yesterday, even though they lost 6-0. And I'm saying that glove is elite. That glove is major league. That bat is not. And I'm worried about what they've tried to work with him. And you're seeing in real time a guy tinkering, and I don't love it.
And last 30 days, 7 hits, 54 at-bats, to your point, 18 strikeouts, thinking too much at the plate. Maybe that's the case. What about lineup change? What about the lineup? The lineup order, I should say. You know, I'm looking at the Braves. I'm looking at the Marlins. I'm looking at the Rangers. I'm looking at the Astros. I'm looking at the Orioles. I'm looking at some of these teams, even the Diamondbacks, Dodgers.
Yeah.
They go out there every single day, and here's your lineup. I know Mookie Betts is batting leadoff. I know Will Smith is batting third. I know Freddie Freeman's batting second. You know, with the Braves, you know Olsen's going to be slotted anywhere from 2 to 4. You know Acuna Jr. is going to be at the top of the lineup. Ozzie Albies is going to be somewhere, maybe 6th, maybe 2nd. The Giants, every single day, I'm just thinking, okay, Matos is 9th, 7th, 2nd, 6th, he's 8th. Schmidt, same thing, batting 9th, batting 7th. How about you just get a lineup out there and just say, let's be consistent with the lineup order. Seriously.
Well, I think
how much do you think that affects a player? Because every day you walk in, you're saying, boy, I don't even know where I'm batting at today. Am I batting behind Bailey? Am I batting ahead of Bailey? I think that messes with the players. And I know nothing off of nothing when it comes to baseball orders or lineup orders. I find it just strange that every single day, and it's been happening under Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler all the time. How about we just get a lineup out there and let's see what it does?
Well, let's just peel this back a little. Everyone says, the analytics, if you bat first or you bat 7th, your approach should be exactly the same. Completely disagree. If you're a leadoff guy, all right, do I want you swinging early in the game, or do I want you working the count, letting the rest of the lineup see the pitcher, trying to get that guy to that magic number of 100 pitches?
Right.
Let me ask you, is your approach different when you bat 7th and when you bat leadoff?
Absolutely. It's different because leadoff, you're trying to get on base. You're a table setter. You're going to take pitches. You're going to work that at bat. You're a tone setter.
Exactly. Now, when you bat 5, 6, 7, usually it's like, hey, I want to drive in runs.
Right.
Guys are going to try to get on base in front of me, and I'm going to expand the zone, put the ball in play, and either work a runner over, drive a guy in with a sac fly. Absolutely, the approach is different. So you're asking me, does it matter where you bat? Hell yeah, it's different. And that's the part to me that I think the analytics people, the robots, they don't get it. There's a human element.
But look at the good teams. Look at the good teams, though. Even the Philadelphia Phillies, who are red hot right now, we knew they were coming.
10 in a row on the road.
We knew they were coming. They go out there with the same lineup every single day.
Yes. Well, they also have better, more established everyday players.
No doubt.
But keep going.
No doubt. Padres. I wouldn't piss on her grave quite yet.
Oh, you know what I'm worried about with the Padres, and this is just a brief aside. Watch them be the team that trades for Ohtani.
Right. Oh, they'll try to buy. They'll try to buy.
Apparently, they don't love Fernando Tatis Jr. in that he's very polarizing. Some love him, some hate him. If you had a trade chip and you can go, hey, you get the early jump on Ohtani, and you gave up Fernando Tatis Jr. to the Angels, I'm just thinking out loud. I think they're a team that's a dark horse for Ohtani.
So, but to that point, they come out with the same lineup every single day,
and they're starting to turn it around.
I just don't get all the flip flopping. One day Conforto's batting third, one day he's batting 6th, one day he's batting 5th. How about we just get start there? Start there so guys know when they get to the yard. Okay, these are my guys. I'm batting this guy 3rd. I'm batting this guy 4th. I'm batting this guy 2nd. I think that messes with it, especially a young player like Matos. One day you're batting 2nd, then you're batting 9th.
Undeniable.
I just don't get it.
But here's the other part, and I will give them this leeway. When you have a ton of injuries, it forces a lot of lineup changes. And this is a team that already wants to play the numbers game in the game. Like, once the game's set, you get your lineup, you're still going to do your pinch hitting, right? Like, hey, Slater's going to hit lefties, right? We all know that.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen. But like Mike Yastrzemski has played right field and center field, back and forth, back and forth. He's been hurt in and out of the lineup. Conforto, right field, left field. And he's been hurt. And he was DHing yesterday. Jock Peterson yesterday was out in the field. Did you see the play defensively from Jock Peterson in the first inning? And people can say, Joe, that's a tough play. Right. Yeah, when it's Jock Peterson out there. Right. He's not a great outfielder. Like, what are we doing? We know he's not a great outfielder.
So then I look at Farhan Zaidi, which is why I've been skeptical on him. And I give credit to Kapler. I give a lot more credit to Kapler, even though it feels like Farhan is running the team anyway. When you throw out $20 million to Jock, and you throw out 25 to Stripling, you throw out 25 to Manaea, and you throw out, how much was it for Mitch Haniger? Was it a 3-year?
I think it was 60? Was it
60? Well, Mitch Haniger's contract. 43, 45, I don't remember. But you throw out a lot of money for these guys. Even Michael Conforto, you gave him $18 million per. That's a lot of money for guys who have a track record.
3-year, $44 million.
That doesn't look like a good deal right now. Not at all.
He's barely played.
He played 57 games last season.
He's barely
played. And you threw him $44 million, so it's like, Who are you competing against? It's one thing for people to rip on the Warriors and say, well, they were competing against nobody for Draymond Green. At least I know Draymond Green is a proven champion.
Yes.
He's going to play at least 60 games in a season.
Yes.
He's going to tough it out and give you some. Look, he's not going to make all the smart basketball plays. He's going to drive us crazy at times. At least I know Draymond Green's going to be there at the end of the day. He's going to be there.
He's played less than half the games. Mitch Haniger.
Mitch Haniger's not going to be there. And then you think about arms. Okay, yeah, they need a couple starters. Well, who are you willing to sell?
Yeah.
Do you really want to deplete this farm system right now when I don't even know if you have a team good enough to win a wild card game?
Yeah, I do. I don't.
So that's why
you're in the mix because of the extra wild card spots.
If the extra wild card spots weren't there, you'd be an afterthought.
Yes.
And so this is, to me, that 10-game winning streak was fool's gold. To me, it might be fool's gold.
Fool's gold. They were firing on all cylinders, but I would say it was unsustainable given that they didn't have extra starting pitching coming back. That, to me, is the number one thing. Like, injuries are good. That's the other thing. Well, they're really injured. Injuries happen. That's part of playing sports, okay? Injuries happen. The second part, though, is I didn't believe in your starting rotation heading into the season.
No doubt.
And so now I deemed it a weakness.
Right.
It's even more weak than I thought.
Well, all these teams deal with injuries. Texas has had injuries. They just lost their prize free agent signing.
Yeah.
And Jacob DeGrom.
I don't think he's throwing a bullet for them this year.
He threw like maybe 30 innings. And they're still in first place winning 51 games. The Astros have dealt with the injuries. They lost a pitcher to Tommy John. They're beat up. Altuve's been beat up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Abreu's done nothing.
It really hasn't done anything. I think he's like 4 homers.
I mean, they're still in the mix.
Yeah.
The Dodgers have dealt with injuries. The Dodgers still somehow 47-38.
Did you see Outman yesterday?
Outman, 2 home runs.
The kid from Sarah. He's
2
a
home
baller,
runs.
dude.
He's been up and down, but you know what?
He's a
They're
baller.
letting the kid play.
Yeah.
They're letting him play every single day, and they're not, hey, kid, don't swing at everything. He's going up there to play.
Exactly.
He's figuring it out, right? So, if I'm the Giants right here, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock to talk about the Dubs. I think the Giants are in a position to where we got to be realistic here. They're 46-40, all right? They're 3-7 in their last 10, 2-7 in the last 9, however you want to spin it. They've lost 3 straight series. And you got guys dropping like flies. And now you got this 11-game road trip because, look, the Giants are going to beat up on the Rockies over the weekend. They should. I expect them to beat up on the Rockies.
Are one of the worst teams in baseball.
They're terrible.
Yeah.
No direction.
Yeah.
Then you go on this 11-game road trip.
That's monster.
Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Washington.
You're going to be
tired.
Game
in Detroit.
You're going to be tired after that trip?
You're tired now. Wait till you go to those. And Cincinnati's hitting the crap out the baseball.
Well, Cincinnati, it feels like one of the more fun stories in baseball. So, yeah, you're up against it. Here's my biggest thing, too, when you're talking about, we're tired. How? You got a bunch of 20-year-olds that are anchoring your lineup right now. How are you tired? They should be juiced. They're their first 2 months in the bigs. I don't get it. To me, they're not 2-7, right? They're certainly not a 10-game win streak team. They're somewhere in between, right? That's the appropriate answer. They're somewhere in between. But to me, the bigger thing is you're talking about buying, selling. They need starting pitching, and they need it under control. So whatever you acquire, if you're looking to acquire, needs to be something that has team control moving forward. If you're going to sell, you have to sell from a position of strength. The only strength on this team right now is the bullpen.
Right.
All of the true contending teams, they will overpay for a bullpen arm. So the Rogers brothers, as much as I don't want to see them go, relief pitching.
Is that a premium?
Relief pitching is one of the few things that can net you something back. So, am I reluctant to move those guys? Of course I am, because that's a strength, and that would probably really make your team weaker. But if you really are about building, which is what this is, it's about winning a World Series. They're not going to do that this year.
So, what is Miles, my next question. What is the goal for the 2023 Giants?
Development.
Have we moved the goalposts? Because now a lot of people on Twitter told me yesterday, Bonte, if the playoffs started today, they'd be in.
Okay.
Why do you want to sell right now?
Okay.
They're in the mix.
Well,
I'm projecting. I'm projecting what the next 3 months will look like for the Giants. And right now, it doesn't look pretty. Honestly.
No.
Their
but they're
arms
better
are flying.
than what they've been in the last 9 games.
They're
We
better
agree
than
there,
that.
right?
They're better than that.
Yes.
But realistically, are they a better team than the Phillies?
No. When the Phillies won 80-something games, were the hottest team in baseball the final month, it feels like they're picking that back up where they were before they went on their run.
Are they a better team than Cincinnati right now? Are they a better team than Milwaukee
right now? It pains me to say
now?
Cincinnati feels, they feel like the little darling right now.
Right,
they
are.
really do.
Their lineup is legit.
Oh, no doubt.
And so when I look at the Giants'
No
arms,
doubt.
I'm saying, how are they going to get through that lineup in that ballpark?
It's a great question.
So my thing is, what is it about? Because before the season, it was about development. Now they got hot and they're in a playoff mix. It almost feels like if they don't make the playoffs in this league this season, with a lot of teams trying to develop the same way they are, it would be a massive disappointment. And not only that, if you don't develop and you don't get these guys going like Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, and Patrick Bailey's been fine. He looks great. But please, let's, for the love of God, stop with the Buster Posey comparisons.
Why are we doing no?
So stop.
Yeah,
He's played in the big leagues for a month. Let's just let the kid play.
He looks great.
Stop comparing him to a borderline Hall of Famer. Please. Laura Britt checked Carlos Ramirez. We love you, Carlos. But she had to check him last night saying, dude, let's stop comparing Patrick Bailey to Buster Posey.
Yes.
And Richard Rio was like, yeah, let's not do that. Like, let's just stop. But if Casey Schmidt and Matos don't get going here, because the luster that we have for them over this, it feels like it's lost now.
Well, it's been a very and when you go on the road and you lose a bunch of games and then you come back home on a big holiday weekend, it does feel like they've got gut punched here. It really does feel that way. And I just think that the youngsters in general were a great shot in the arm. Now it's the veterans also leaving me down. Like Conforto getting hurt was a big,
Huge.
That stunk.
Yaz. Tyro Estrada's out for what, 4 to 6 now?
Yaz has been hotter these last 10 games that he's played, but he's missed a lot of time. He just got back off the IL.
Tyro Estrada being out?
See, this is the other thing. Estrada's out. He's been scuffling for a month. No one wanted to admit it. His numbers are way down.
He's another guy
month.
who's been really banged up though over the last month.
The
I think that's well, not just the wrist, just a lot. I mean, all the guys are banged up. And I'm not using this as the tired excuse or anything like that, but like that's the thing with Estrada you're seeing is he's banged up and it's really been impacting his performance at the plate. So that's been part of the slog too.
Sam, as the number one guy who loves this dude, JD Davis cannot be your best everyday player and making the playoffs and be a team that someone else fears. Like it's just, and I like JD Davis, but come on.
No, if he's like your second or third best guy in the lineup, like if he's your third or fourth best guy in the lineup, that's like ideal. But no, it's come to the point where like, yeah, I mean, until Conforto can really get back going at the plate, it's JD Davis, and who's going to be hot tonight? And that's not ideal.
I mean, you gave up a complete game shutout to a dude that no one's ever heard of yesterday.
No, it was wild.
And you look lifeless.
You look lifeless right now. So that's why I'm thinking, maybe not now, but next couple of weeks, you may have to think about selling on this team. You really do. Because if it is about the future and development, then you know what? At some point this season, I want to see Kyle Harrison play. I want to see him pitch. I don't care what his numbers in AAA is. Give him a shot. Give him a cup of coffee in the big leagues. Marco Luciano. Let's see what it looks like in August and September. Because I don't think this team has the arms to compete as we get deeper and deeper into the season. The weather's getting hotter. It's getting warmer and warmer and warmer, especially on the East Coast. This East Coast trip they're going to go on. It's going to be hot out there in Cincinnati, Washington, Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
All right, then you got the one game stop in Detroit. I don't know, man.
That Detroit game
I'm
is
concerned.
Really going to screw them because it got canceled, and now they got to go fly into Detroit just to play a game. I mean, God.
I'm concerned about this baseball team.
That's not good.
I'm concerned right now. So
isn't it kind of absurd that we were out here like, and you and I weren't, but like Sam was making a case for like 4 All-Stars, and I'm sitting here.
No, that was
now.
insane.
Do I believe that the Braves deserve 8? That might be a little aggressive.
Probably not.
But they are 8 games above everybody else in the NL.
I mean, who are you going to argue against on that team?
Acuna is on pace for 40 and 80.
Yeah.
40 and 80.
Yeah.
Say that out loud.
Yeah. History.
40 homers, 80 stolen bases.
History. And by the way, 510 Comcast Business Text Line, we didn't say Duvall was already the greatest closer. We say he had the potential to be the greatest closer. He has the stuff to be the greatest closer in Giants history. Words matter. We didn't say he was already the greatest closer. That's asinine. Come on, don't put words in our mouth.
Today's a big game.
Huge game.
They need to stop.
Must win.
Today is a must win, I think. I actually think it's appropriate for tonight. Next week, we bring you the All-Star Week Blowout, your chance to win incredible prizes, including Steph and Clay autographed jerseys, Warriors tickets, gift cards, and a round of golf with all the hosts here at 95.7 The Game at the Berkeley Country Club. That's going to be a lot of fun. It all starts on Monday. That's right, Monday, and goes through the entire week. Every show, every day, you'll have a chance at great prizes as we bring you the All-Star Week Blowout. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by S.E. Johnson STEM. Let's get into the Dubs. Let's get back into them. Giants talk is depressing me right now because it doesn't look good for them. But does it look good for the Golden State Warriors next season? We'll discuss on the other side.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can. For 60.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not.
Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson. We're not roasting you. 1 year left, $43 million. He'll be back. Did lead the league in three-point makes last year, but for some reason we scoff at that. I don't get that one. Don't get it. What up, Carlos Ramirez? Tweeting at us. Don't be afraid to jump on the Bailey-verse hype train. That's what they're calling them, Bailey-verse? Bailey-verse? Said he sees the next Pudge in Bailey. That's what Buck Showwatcher said. He sees the next Pudge in Patrick Bailey. I'm saying I see Buster Posey traits. I even believe he's a better catcher than Posey was at this stage of their careers. Look, we like Patrick Bailey. I'm just not going to do that to the young man. We do this in sports where you want to compare a guy 3 weeks into his career, 4 weeks into his career, 5 weeks into his career. Let's compare to the greatest of all time. Let's just be cool, man. Let's just let Patrick Bailey be Patrick Bailey.
I think there are 19 catchers in the Hall of Fame. Maybe it's 18. Pudge is one of them. I mean, we're talking about one of the all-time greatest athletes to play catcher, let alone, just actually playing physically the position. His arm was elite, power hitter for his size, could run the bases as a catcher, which is very rare. I mean, come on. We're a little too soon. Bonte, do you see this? Did you see this thing about the White House before we get back into the Draymond Green thing?
No, White House.
Cocaine was found at the White House.
Recently?
Yep.
Okay.
In the last 20 hours.
Okay, and?
In the West Wing.
When does that crack come into play?
I just wanted to hear that drop again. I just wanted to hear it.
You don't think cocaine has been flowing through the White House for the last 30 years since Ronald Reagan was president?
That's why they call it the White House.
I mean, seriously. Wow! You don't think cocaine was flowing through when George Bush was president? Both senior and junior? You don't think cocaine was flowing in when Donald Trump was president for 4 years?
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, cocaine in the Miami Dolphins locker room with Chris Forser. He's now the offensive line coach with the 49ers.
Well, we haven't heard anything on that.
I'm saying.
When I saw him at practice, I was like, that's the guy. He's aged quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean.
Shocking.
Cocaine. I mean, crack. When does crack come into play in the White House? Because we know the cocaine's happening.
When does that crack come into play for you?
I need the entire drop, Spinoni. I need the entire drop. Because the cocaine's happening. It's already happening. So it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. You probably find cocaine somewhere here in the Odyssey building. I'm sure.
What was the old dollar bill thing? Like they said, like you could, find cocaine on every dollar bill in America.
I don't know. I never heard that one.
I want to look it up.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not nothing wrong with nose candy. I'm not messing with no nose candy. But why is it a shock? It should be a headline. Oh, my God, cocaine was found in the White House. Man, you don't think Ronald Reagan had cocaine flying in left and right?
Really quick, so just on this quick Google search here, it says that results demonstrated that 92% of bills were positive for trace amounts of cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Who even has cash anymore these days?
Dude.
I carry cash.
A lot more now.
I had cash all weekend for the first time because I went up to Tahoe a couple weeks ago, played roulette, turned $25 into $275.
Wow.
So so I've been trying to spend the cash to get it out of my wallet because I don't like carrying cash any.
Went to Golden One. I don't think they take any cash there. It's all like Apple Pay, everything.
Now, I did see somewhere in Canary Row, they were like, no Apple Pay. No Apple Pay.
Speaking of which, Sam, I bought burritos last Thursday and you had my credit card. Before I forget, do you have my credit card?
He does.
All right.
Wow, so you didn't have your credit card all weekend?
Well, I had Apple Pay. But I didn't have my credit card.
That's clutch, though.
Yeah, here's the problem. In-N-Out did not take Apple Pay.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
there it is. All
There it
right, I
is.
got it back.
Thanks, Lovey.
Don't put the digital numbers. I don't want anyone stealing my stuff.
Mark Graves, President Reagan did just say no. So what is that cocaine?
When does that crack come into play for you?
Now the cocaine's happening.
What'd you make of the Draymond Green extension?
I thought you were going to ask me about the White House headline again. Like, We found cocaine in the White House.
I'm just telling you that.
You don't think all those politicians are playing? You don't look at, what's his name, Ted Cruz, whatever the hell his name is? You don't think he's playing with a little nose candy? A little book of sugar?
You know what my theory is, right?
I mean, come
I have
on,
a working
man.
theory. I trust not one lifetime politician.
I don't think
they're all crooks.
I thought you were going to go to the white.
Both sides.
I thought you were going to talk about the all-white party with Michael Rubin, owner of the Sixers. Did you see that?
No.
So he throws this all-white party.
This is the guy who also owns Fanatics?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And
all white party, huh?
All white. You would dress it all white.
Okay. Sounds a little.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like the sound
And you
of
had
that.
Kim Kardashian, you had Jay-Z, Beyonce, the entire Philadelphia 76ers team, including James Harden, taking pictures with all of them.
Was Embiid
which makes
there?
me think Embiid was taking pictures with Harden.
Was Kate Scott there?
Kate Scott was not there. I don't know if she got the invite.
Okay.
Taylor Rooks was there.
Okay.
Jack Harlow.
Taylor Rooks. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
Jack
I'll send you the
Harlow's
video.
Jack Harlow's albums, by the way, the catalog, not that impressive.
No, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah, I did not know any of his songs. I went through them.
Although I do like the First Class.
Okay, he's got a couple.
Up in the spine.
Yeah.
First Class. That's a nice.
Okay, so there was a white party, and there was a
all white
who's who.
party. So I'm just saying. I thought
So were
that's
you
where
there?
you're. No, I was obviously not there.
Oh.
I was not invited. But I was just saying. You brought up white, and I was like, oh, you must be talking about the all white party that Michael Rubin just threw.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's telling me tread lightly. Well, Taylor Rooks is funny. I sent Anna the video. She goes, "Oh, your boo's in here, Taylor Rooks." So what are you talking about?
Boo.
Your boo? Because you always talk about Taylor Rooks. It's like, no, I don't. No, I do not.
She's a great interviewer. She's very good at what she does.
Very good.
Shout out Bleacher Report.
Very good. Shout out Bleacher Report. Shout out Turner. Shout out Yahoo Sports. But yeah, that's what I thought you were going. Not like, oh my God, they found cocaine in the White House. Like, shocker. Ooh, cocaine. Ooh.
Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you? When does crack? Now, so the cocaine's happening.
Oh man, I
need that white girl. You know that E40 song with Bun B?
White girl.
Was Jules?
White
Is it
girl.
Jules Santana?
I don't know. Oh man. I also saw a tweet around the NFL. This is why TweetDeck's important. Around the NFL, quarterback Sam Darnold, learning Niners offense a work in progress.
I can't wait for a couple weeks from now.
Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock to talk about the Warriors. Go to say Warriors, 888-957-9570. Want to hear from the roasters here, including Ahmad Z, who says, Bonte's a Warriors PR shill. He's PR for the Warriors. They'd be 4 better teams in the West right now than the Golden State Warriors. Denver, Lakers, Phoenix. And I don't even believe in the Phoenix Suns. You know, everybody made such a big deal about the Phoenix Suns signing Eric Gordon. Eric Gordon. A ball pounder. A guy who only looks for his.
He'll chuck
him up with the best of them.
Yeah.
Watanabe. What is his name? Watanabe from the Brooklyn Nets who plays 15 minutes a game. I mean, Drew Eubanks. Oh, my God, we're going crazy over Drew Eubanks.
Torrey Craig
going to Chicago. Oh, my God, the Phoenix Suns. Stop.
So Draymond comes back, and you get notified what was around like 12:15?
Yeah, right away. He was basically like the first shoot. No, it was like 3 o'clock.
Was
when
it 3
free
o'clock?
agency started? Because
Okay.
free agency started 3 o'clock West Coast time.
I forget. I was down in Carmel, so I remember getting the notification. And like Sam Lubman, I had hit my tweet deck or whatever, my tweet limit, and I was like, "Oh, this is good." It felt like when I saw it, it was 3 years. I guess 3 years with a fourth. That's a player option.
Right.
Don't love that part of it, but 3 years for about what, $100 million?
Mm-hmm.
Which is what, 6 or so less than what we expected him to get.
Right.
In what he was demanding, or at least that's what we heard he was demanding. We never really heard that from him.
Right.
So I was like, this is good. This is a good deal. They get to keep their guy that's a little less.
It's a win-win for both sides.
Exactly. Well, it feels like that.
And
As
you
of right
save
now.
$43 million off the luxury tax,
Which is
important.
big. Absolutely big. And it keeps you under the second apron as of now. As of now, if you keep the max slot of Klay, whether that's him staying with that and everything, you're like at, I think it's 181 or 182 is the second apron. And this gets you like $1 million below it. Given what you have on contract deck right now. So that means you retain the right to be able to trade away draft picks moving forward if things stay the way they're at financially, because everything needs to be set for 2024.
Exactly.
So it's kind of the best of all worlds. You roll back the core, at least if you're someone that wanted to keep the core together. You save a little in the luxury tax. You stay under that second apron as of right now, and you still have the financial flexibility to re-sign Klay at a lower number, and you maintain the slot with Chris Paul. So you still have flexibility, you still have your core, and you keep your draft picks. And I don't know why anyone would be mad.
888-957-9570. Any displeasure in Draymond Green signing that 4-year, $100 million deal. Of course, last year the deal is a player option, so good for Draymond Green.
Do you like
that? But it's a win-win. I don't mind it because 4 years from now, who knows where the team's going to be?
Who knows where
the franchise is? Who knows where he is? Who knows where the organization will be? I got no problem with that.
Okay.
You keep the core, and I'm open to that. And look, it would have shocked me if Draymond Green would have walked on. Would I like to see something new here? But I just wasn't in the camp of just letting him walk just to walk.
Doesn't it feel like the fact that they signed almost immediately, they had it all worked out it was a formality? And anything that we heard in terms of the smoke leading up to was him trying to, gain leverage?
Well, it was leverage. And also, when you think about the deal,
it was reasonable.
And you bring him back, it was very reasonable. And you just think about, okay, maybe there were some talks about Draymond Green improving his offensive game. Because Joe Lacob talked about it next to Mike Dunleavy Jr. when he introduced Mike Dunleavy Jr. He said, look, our priority is to re-sign Draymond Green. However, he needs to improve. We need to improve. Yeah. We all need to improve. Where does Draymond Green need to improve? Being more aggressive offensively. We'll play some sound from the podcast from Paul George, where he joined Paul George for like 2 hours. It was a good pod. I listened to most of it. But Draymond Green coming back, he understands what he did last season was not acceptable. Now you get Andrew Wiggins back, who hopefully plays at least 70 games. I think Draymond Green will be re-energized. The core, obviously, Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson didn't want Draymond Green to walk away. Obviously, Steph Curry wanted Draymond Green back, which is a good thing. You got to make the franchise player happy. Steph Curry's happy now. You get Chris Paul, who I've warmed up to, who can unlock possibly Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. Do I need more size? Absolutely. I would like to get Dario Saric. I like to get Bobo. Whatever. I need some 7-footers. I need some big dudes.
Matters.
It does matter. But you know what? It already feels like today, as opposed to, say, 2 months ago when the season ended in L.A., the locker room's in a better spot now. And I'm not blaming Jordan Poole for that. I do not want to blame Jordan Poole for being that. But you start to hear the tea leaves. Corey Joseph, who joined Jason Dumas. This is very interesting. Corey Joseph talked about the newest addition to the Golden State Warriors, who signed a vet minimum deal. Played for Detroit the last couple of years, shot 38.5% from three the last 3 seasons, Corey Joseph. And he doesn't turn the ball over. 2 things Steve Kerr said incessantly after the season. 1, we need to take better care of the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
You've done that by adding in Chris Paul and Corey Joseph.
Okay.
2, Corey Joseph mentioned that when he did talk to Steve Kerr, he said that he wanted Corey there because he's a selfless player. He's a guy who's not about his. It almost felt like a shot at Jordan Poole, saying that he did become selfish at certain points last season. And I don't want to blame Jordan Poole for doing that. But it felt like there was a lot of individual action happening out there, whether it was Klay chucking, whether it's Jordan Poole chucking, whether it's Kuminga pouting to the media.
Yeah, I think a variety of people
things, right?
could be viewed as selfish last year. I agree with.
So now it feels like the locker room is in a better place, surprisingly, than it was, say, 2 months ago. And that's important. I think chemistry and cohesion is very important. Sean Livingston talked about it on the All the Smoke podcast. When you got dysfunction in the locker room, how the hell are you going to go out there and win a championship? How? You're not. And that's what happened to the Golden State Warriors. They got smoked at 6 by the Lakers.
Chemistry is absolutely is a factor.
I didn't see it.
Very few teams we can point to in modern sports that all hated each other or didn't get along that ended up winning a championship. Right. Does it happen? I'm sure we could point to like the Lakers, for example, toward the end. They weren't best of friends. I'm sure people would even point to the 2018 Warriors and say maybe they weren't the best of friends. Who knows? But it does feel like the common thread amongst every sport is you got to get along on some level with everybody on that team. This whole thing about he's going to improve his offensive game, they'll be like, come on, I got to see it before I believe that.
Yeah, I mean,
part with Draymond.
listen. When it comes down to it, He's going to be the guy left wide open. He's going to be the guy left wide open on the three-point line. He's got to be aggressive. At least be aggressive.
Well, and I think the big thing is when you look at CP3 and Draymond, there's going to be overlapping minutes. I don't think it's impossible to just say, CP3 and Draymond will never going to overlap. If they're both playing, hypothetically, 25 to 30 minutes, right? Somewhere in that range, or even CP3's down to like 20 minutes, they're going to overlap. What does that look like offensively?
Don't know.
How does Draymond respond to being left open? And can the two of them work with maybe Chris Paul off ball and Draymond on ball or vice versa? That's the thing that I have to see. I really want to see what that looks like. Not saying it's not going to work. I'm saying in those overlapping minutes, I'm very interested to see what the offense looks like.
No doubt. Here's what Draymond Green said about CP3 bringing a variety on offense for the Golden State Warriors.
After the Lakers series, Steph said in his press conference, which was, we ran out of variety. And what I mean by variety is like in a team, you need to have a variety. Like if they're taking this away, then you can go to this. If they're taking that away, then you can move to this. Our team last year didn't have a variety of ways that we could score. And I think CP adds another thing to the menu to address the topic of a variety of things, of ways to score. Because CP plays totally different than Steph.
Right. Yeah.
Totally different than Clay.
Right.
Totally different than myself. And even Jordan Poole for that matter.
Right.
And so I think what he brings is, number one, the variety in which we can play, I think is huge.
So you can slow it down, play better in the half court.
Yeah, he's more deliberate.
No doubt.
But I also think he is talking about unlocking some of these other players on the team, right? If you want to unlock Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, I do believe you need a more traditional facilitator.
I do. I agree with that.
Right? And I think Kevon Looney can do slightly more offensively in terms of, taking the mid-range. Andrew Wiggins, I believe, can do more offensively. How come Andrew Wiggins can't be over 20 per game with this Warrior team?
He can. I mean,
we're talking about slight uptick. We're not asking a lot. He's right there. What was he with the Warriors? What's he about 17, 18?
17, 18 a game.
Yeah, 21. Is that really unreasonable? If you're looking at him playing overlapping minutes with someone like Chris Paul, couldn't Andrew Wiggins really benefit from someone like that, like getting easy buckets around the rim?
Well, his entire Warriors career, he's never averaged 20. He had in 12 games in 2019, 2020 when he got traded here, 19.4. The next season, 18.6 a night. So he's going to be anywhere from that 18 to 20 point range. You'll get Clay anywhere from 19 to 22. And efficiency matters. Andrew Wiggins was very efficient from the three-point line. And he has been efficient from the three-point line in his Warriors tenure. 2020, 2021, 38% from three. 39% for three the championship season. And last year, he was nearly at 40%. Now, you get Klay Thompson be more efficient from the floor because he was efficient from the three-point line.
Yes.
He's got to be more efficient inside the three-point line, and that means finishing at the basket. Klay Thompson had one of his worst seasons in his career when it came to finishing at the rim.
I didn't know
making layups and smoking layups. So he's got to get better in that sense. But from the three-point line, he was also efficient. So whether it's 18 to 20 to 21, I think we could live with that consistency from Andrew Wiggins.
Wouldn't you agree that when they're at their best, they're scoring at all three levels? And it felt like they got away from the mid-range game.
They did.
In the second half of last season and into the playoffs. And I think that they would either, and I'm using Jordan Poole as an example, bomb threes or take a reckless layup attempt with two or three guys draped all over them, waiting for it.
Saw a lot of that with Jordan Poole.
Well, he wasn't the only one, but he's a great example.
But
he's a great example.
It felt like whenever he went in for a layup, especially in the playoffs, it was like, yeah, that's not going in.
Well, and that's why I thought it was refreshing that Kuminga, a couple of dribbles, and then he hit the fadeaway. He had the little, the leaner. He had a couple different moves. Boy, they just need another guy who can hit some mid-range shots.
Chris Paul?
Well, that's what I'm going. It's like
Chris Paul.
Well, he eats in that mid-range. And I also think that he also loves a high pick and roll.
No doubt.
Which can open up the floor and allow him to attack bigs and get these mismatches for these younger players that they need.
Here's what Draymond said about Chris Paul leading that second unit.
Last year, Steph and I got split up a lot. And me and Steph together are dangerous. Our minutes got split up a bunch because our second unit couldn't figure it out. We couldn't figure the second unit out. So in turn, I got put into the second unit to help stabilize that unit.
Y'all.
And that's like 15 less minutes a game that we're together.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think due to our roster, it took some of that away. Well, now CP can anchor that unit. Whether he starts or come off I don't know. I haven't had the chance to talk to Steve. I don't know. But I know he will see some time with that unit. And he can anchor that unit. Right. And I think that is a big thing into unlocking our team again.
It's like Kirk Cousins saying, me and Justin Jefferson we're dangerous together. It's like, man, Justin Jefferson's dangerous no matter who's out there. And I'm not trying to, like, he's right?
That two-man game is dangerous.
He's right.
Whether you like it or not.
Steph's dangerous with everyone, though.
No doubt. But is he at his most dangerous when it's with Draymond Green?
Come on, isn't that funny?
It's pretty funny.
It's like, could you imagine Eli Whiteside, Buster couldn't catch Tim Lincecum. Lincecum was dangerous with me behind the plate.
It was a dangerous tandem right there.
Pedro was so much more dangerous with me than Jason Varitek behind the plate.
Oh, man.
It's just funny. Come on. You can laugh a little.
It is funny.
He's not wrong.
But he's not wrong at all. I know people are going to laugh at it.
It always has to come back to how great he is. The guy, he has learned so much from LeBron over these years.
Well, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. What happened to the blue-collar guy out of Michigan State? Nah, Draymond Green's living his best life, man.
It's just funny.
He's not telling any lies,
We're just laughing.
He's not telling any lies, though, when you look at the numbers. Here's what he had to say about how he failed Kuminga as a leader.
It's something that I've actually tried to be more aware of. And what I've tried to understand, AV, who's one of our assistant coaches, helped me understand last year is, like, I felt like I was struggling with Kuminga a bit. More so struggling like what am I doing wrong? Not necessarily what he's doing wrong, but what am I doing wrong? And AV, who has a great relationship with him, told me, he said, do you know him?
That's a deep question.
And I was like, huh.
And do you know him?
Like, that's interesting. Because now that you say that, I start thinking about what it means to know someone. I don't know him. Yet I'm trying to lead him. And that's something that Coach Izzo taught me as a freshman. Draymond, how can you lead somebody if you don't know them? You don't spend any time with them off the court. You don't know what makes them tick or this. How are you going to lead them? And I was like, I got to get to know this kid.
Yeah.
More on this. More on this.
Wait,
More.
wait.
Hold on. We got more. Hold on.
Realizes that he has to be nice to other coworker and maybe listen to what they're interested in to get the best out of them.
It's not nice.
That's a revelation.
Nice. Here you go.
Now I understand, okay, I need to continue to do that. Like, you can't get so lost in life.
Right.
To where you stop doing those things that I know create success, especially in leading, mentoring, and, being that vet for someone. Those are the things you have to do. So it really opened my eyes, and I've been trying to do a much better job with that, checking in on him, hoping to get, together with him this summer. But I can say, like, that caused some of our issues, trying to lead guys and not knowing them. I lost some of that and had to get it back.
You know what? Laugh all you want to at Draymond Green. Laugh all you want to.
The ego is just hilarious.
Laugh all you want to. I respect the accountability. He's being accountable. He's holding himself accountable, saying, I did not lead well.
Okay.
I did not get to know the kid. That's on me. I need to do a better job. I've been checking in with him. I hope to get with him during the summer. I respect the accountability from Draymond Green. We can laugh all we want to. Some people are going to scoff at it all season long. We're going to laugh at it. You're laughing at it. I get it. Trust me, I get it. After what Draymond Green put us all through last season.
But don't talk about it, be about it. It's kind of where I'm at.
Well, he got asked a question. He answered it.
I get that.
And he didn't have to be that open. How many players would be that open about saying, you know what, I didn't do a great job at leading?
Yeah, we all knew that.
Yeah, but he's at least open to it, though. Don't we like an athlete to be open to saying, you know what? I failed in this department. I got to do better.
Yeah, he punched a teammate and he screamed at James Wiseman and had zero tolerance for anyone else's mistakes. Yet he made mistakes himself and never was, taking any accountability. So
and now he is.
Well,
it's never too late, right?
No, he's saying that he is. Like, there's a big leap. Like, this. I mean, in like relationships, like, oh, I'm at fault, honey, I'm sorry. It's like, well, at some point, you got to change your behavior. So we could talk about it, and it's great.
Right.
I'm glad he's acknowledging it. But behavior needs to be changed, and we need to see it before we can believe it. And the other part is this, is that just because you want to be buds with Kuminga, or whatever,
he wants to get to know him.
Kuminga may not want to be led.
Well,
that's another thing.
Then you need to trade his ass if he doesn't need to be led.
Well, no.
If he doesn't want to be led, then trade his ass.
But Bonte,
because that's what part of being a youngster, and even Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson. when Iguodala was here, Livingston was here, Bogut was here, David West was here. Those guys helped lead them.
But what if
they didn't know how to lead at that point? They were winning championships, and they were really, really good. But it takes a lot to be a veteran leader. For the first time in their careers, they've been thrust into being veteran leaders, which is something they haven't had to do without Iguodala, John Livingston, and David West. We got to acknowledge that.
I acknowledge.
And so Draymond Green is sitting here. I respect you for
your own career.
What?
Haven't there been people that, hey, let me tell you how things are done, and you're like, well, wait a minute. You've been a jerk to me for a couple of years. I don't really want to hear your stuff. That's all I'm saying, right? Like, it's going to take two to tango.
When I got into the career, honestly, my radio career, I identified who were the leaders and who were not the leaders. I knew who to listen to and who not to listen to. And those people that I listen to are still people that are part of my everyday life now.
Okay.
And so I knew who was hating. I knew who was praising. I knew who was like, hey, this is how you do things, son.
Well, I'm just saying that if I was one of the youngsters, I'd be like, dude, everything Draymond's saying out and about, it sounds great. Let's see it implemented during the preseason and during the season, and then I will warm up to it over time. This thing that is on Kuminga.
I know. Listen.
Yes,
I know
of course it is to a degree.
We've crushed Draymond so much on this show. We've crushed him so much. At least I'm saying, you know what? I'm hearing a different side of him, and I'm eager to give a 4-time champ in this uniform the benefit of the doubt to say, you know what? I was not a good leader last year. I was not. I didn't get to know him. I was terrible. Accountability. Oh, my God, he took it. Haven't we been begging for Draymond Green to be accountable? Haven't we been begging? Hold on, I'll answer the question. Haven't we been begging for him to be accountable?
Yes, but you don't get credit for doing what you're supposed to do as an older player. This is the Chris Rock.
But at least
you don't get credit for paying child support.
But at
you
least
should be in your child's life, and you should be paying child support. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
No, child support.
I'm just using that as that's the Chris Rock, whole argument.
Don't use that
you don't get credit for doing the laundry at home. You should be doing the laundry.
Well, not
you
all
don't
the
get
time.
credit for washing the dishes. You should be washing the dishes.
Not all the time.
You know,
somebody needs to pick up the slack of dishes. I shouldn't have to do the dishes 100% of the time or do the laundry 100% of the time. Come on. But this guy's being accountable.
Well, also, I think the other thing with Draymond, starting to cut you off here, but it's like, I'm glad that he's saying this. I'm glad he's saying I need to be accountable. Like, that's great. But, like, we've heard him say stuff like this before. Like, he said, I decide when I get tacticals. Like, I need to be better on the court because I need to show a better example for my son. He said stuff like this where he's like, I understand I need to be better. And like, oh, good, he gets it. And then he goes back out and he's like, here we are again. So it's like, I like what he's saying. That's awesome. But, like, dude, Draymond, you got to do this. Like, you actually have to do it. You can't just say you got to do it.
So he said he's going to do it. The season hasn't started yet. No, and I agree. And I will grant him opportunities. The fact that he's saying I'm willing to go meet him in the summertime and go get with him to get to know him better, to try to get the chemistry right. Because that's where it starts. Got to get to know these dudes.
No, of course. But Bonte, like, my setting on life is actions speak louder than words. How many times have I said diet starts Monday, right? And then Monday comes around and I got an excuse on why the diet doesn't start. So, like,
SOTAweightloss.com.
Exactly. So there's a difference between I'm accountable and then I'm proving through my actions that I have learned my mistakes and I am making amends by actively trying to change my behavior. These are different. It's like me and anger management. I've talked about it ad nauseum. I've got anger management issues, right? And if I keep having the same mistakes down the line, but the behavior needs to change. And that's all. That's all I'm saying.
Well, he's saying that he just told you in that clip that I failed. Do we need to play the clip again to hear what he said?
But I'm not going to throw a party for him yet.
Nobody's throwing a party for him, but I'm saying, wow, the guy's being accountable.
Okay.
He's being accountable, and I can respect that. You know what? That's the first step.
It is a good
That's
first
the first step.
You're right.
That's the first step for him. That's all we want. That's all we want. We want him to be accountable for his actions, and he's being accountable. Now, whether or not you want an apology about JP's gone. Jordan Poole's not coming back. That ship has sailed. He's in Washington, D.C. He's not coming back.
When do they play the Wizards?
Oh, they'd be on national TV. No doubt about that. Probably.
You think the Wizards will be on national TV?
Why not? That's a big, juicy storyline. Former teammate, champion, playing his former team, got punched out of the organization. Yeah, I mean.
That's true.
So the talk is
one of them
easier.
early TNT games.
So I'm going to give Draymond Green the benefit of the doubt here. I'm going to give him a little credit for showing some accountability, saying, you know what?
Okay.
I need to be a better leader. And here's what he also had to say about how he was thrust into the leadership role. And CP3 can teach him how to do it. Listen to this one.
in 2019, obviously we lost in the finals, and then KD left, and Clay got hurt, and then Steph got hurt 2 games. Sean got traded away. Sean retired. Andre got traded away. All our vets left. So all of a sudden, I went from like the young guy on the team to like year 8 of throwing into the fire of like being this mentor. And like I've always been a mentor. That's what it is. But being a vet is a totally different thing than being a mentor.
Right.
And so then I just start trying to learn how to be a vet on the fly. And to have someone there that I can continue to watch and learn from, I'm actually looking forward to, because I know that that's something that I need to continue to, an area
I want to see it. I can't wait. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
I just can't. I mean, I've been in radio for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, okay? 4 or 5 years. And I consider myself, because of, we're now doing the morning show, whatever, I consider myself a veteran. Am I the most seasoned veteran on the roster? Not by any stretch, okay? But I do also understand that even though my time is relatively short, that I've been thrust into a position that I accept and I want, where there are people that are influential. And I take great pride in being good to the people behind the scenes or the people that are on the come up. This guy really came out and said, I have to learn from it. He's 34 years old, been in the league for a decade, and he has to learn some more from Chris Paul. It's just,
you know
what? Podcasts are out of control.
No, well, you know what?
It's out of control.
You know what, man?
The narrative building is unreal.
You know what? I'm not going to discredit him, man. He's admitting that he didn't know how to be a vet, because he had the Livingstons, he had the Iguodalas, he had the David West to do all the dirty work, to be a veteran leader.
He didn't know how to treat people, is what he's saying. He didn't know how to be nice in the workplace. Come on, dog.
Being nice in the
what
workplace.
Are we talking
He's
about?
being nice in the workplace.
What are we talking about?
Does that make you a little nervous as a Warriors fan?
What are we talking about?
Draymond's going to be the biggest leader and voice, and now does that make you a little nervous?
No. He said he's going to learn from CP.
Well, but he's going to learn to be that dude.
Let's not get it twisted. Stephen Curry's the leader of the Golden State Warriors.
All right.
But Draymond Green is basically saying, I need to do a better job in bringing in the youngsters. I need to do a better job of extending my hand to the youngsters, because, you know what? I didn't do a great job the last 3 years of doing that.
4 months ago, he said he doesn't get out of bed in March.
Well,
I mean,
that's the talk of a champion.
4 months ago.
Well, you know what? A lot of us bit it. We ate it up, right? Come on, Shasky.
I know.
Shasky, how many times have you said with the Golden State?
His own
how many times the last 3 years with the Warriors regular season, have you say, you know what? It's all about the playoffs.
Yeah, but you're okay. Again,
whoa.
I don't walk into the studio and go, "Hey guys, I can't get up in February." I mean, come on.
Oh boy,
I can't get up for a show.
June
in February.
and July comes out, and be like, boy, I'm just trying to get through June. I'm just trying to
all
make it through training camp. You know how many
it's
times I've heard that in the radio circles?
It's a little much. But I don't say it on air.
Yeah, well, you guys act like it sometimes. You guys mail it in. June and July, just give me the training camp. No. This separates the chumps from the chumps when you do radio in July and June. We don't take vacations. Come on, baby.
I'm convinced. There are. Look at Dre's great. He's an all-time Warrior. I also find him to be absurdly narcissistic on these podcasts.
Some people mature a lot later in life.
Oh, that is facts. I admit to that.
You know what? We're going to go to Anthony and Bay Rob. Bay Rob and Anthony, real quick before the break.
Both things can be true on Dre. I love the dude. He's been an all-time Warrior. He's a statue guy. He's great. And these podcasts are almost insufferable.
You know what, though? It just carried our entire 7 o'clock segment.
Oh, no, it's great.
So it is great. Let's go to Bay Rob in the city. Bay Rob, I've been thinking about you, Bay Rob. What's happening, my man?
What's up, Bay Rob?
What's up, guys? Hey, Butcher Boy, I respect everything you said, but this what you got to give him credit for. Us every day as men, we grow up.
That's true.
And there's new things that we learn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's things that we don't know. We try to act like we know, but we don't know. So he admitted to these things, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like a good thing, because even as we get older, we don't know everything. We grow up every day as a man, and some things we got to come to a conclusion with our own self that we have done wrong. You know what I'm saying? And despite what somebody else, we looking on the outside looking in, we could see it, but he can't see it. So he got to come to that to fruition with himself that he needs to grow up and become a better person. So he's admitted to that stuff. I'm giving him credit to that. But now we gonna hold him accountable.
There you go.
No doubt.
That's
since he acknowledged
it. That's a great point.
Yep. That's all I'm saying. It's a great first step for Draymond Green. It's a great first step. I'm willing to turn the page on what was a mess last season.
Okay.
Last season was a joke. In and outside that locker room, it was a mess. It was tough to talk about, honestly. And some of the things that may come out in the future, man.
But I don't think it's unfair to be skeptical when this guy has said, I control my emotions. I'm not going to get texts when it matters. Trust me, I can walk right up to that line and I know. And then in the playoffs, he gets thrown out of a game that we desperately needed him. So I'm just being honest with me. It's great that you said it out loud. Now comes, will your behavior change?
No doubt.
That's all.
No doubt. And I'm giving him credit for taking the first step. Injury report. We got the Anthony. Hey, Anthony, hang on tight. We got to hit the injury report because I do want to get to your call. Anthony, I know you got some great texts on Draymond Green. 888-957-9570. Anybody buying Draymond Green and his accountability? I am. You know what? I'm willing to ride with Day-Day.
Are we going to play his MVP thing that he said in this podcast?
I don't know because things will get off the road. Because it's so easy to hate on Draymond at this point in his career.
I'm just saying, like, he did have one of the greatest games ever, but that whole entire conversation about him winning Finals MVP was
again,
just
he got asked a question.
It was hilarious.
He got asked a question. What do you want to do? Answer it?
Well, the way he answered is what I found to be
funny. If you ask me, hey, Bonte, do you think you're the MVP at 95-70K? What do you think I'm going to say? I'm like, yeah, I'm like the 3-time MVP. I'm going on my 4th straight. What do you think I'm going to say?
You're going to say it's time for the injury report.
Are you a sausage guy? Wait, so
you know what?
So you ran someone out of town like KD?
Yeah, he's in Vegas. His name's Joe Fortenbaugh. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm seriously kidding. He laughed on his own. Look, they say it's in the stock market. What do they say? Buy the dip, right? Draymond Green's stock is at an all-time low. I'm buying the dip.
Are you?
I'm buying the stock low.
I gotta admit, sour cream, green onion dip is the greatest
It's
dip.
unbelievable.
That's power rank number one.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
It goes with everything.
I've been eating it because I've been on a soda weight loss program.
You know what I'm talking about.
SOTAweightloss.com.
The packet that you mix in with the sour cream.
I can't wait to eat the dip. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Artichoke dip is power rank number 2.
We made some of that in Tahoe. Trust me.
Green onion sour cream dip, all-time power rank number 1 for me.
Let's go, baby. It's good to be back on the roast. Injury report. Oh, the Gigantes. Every single day a new injury. Tyro Estrada could be out 4 to 6 weeks with a fracture in his left hand. It's unclear if the injury will require surgery. Gabe Kapler said after Monday night's loss that the team is still in the information gathering stage. To determine the next steps for Estrada, he suffered the fracture in Sunday night's game against the Mets. He was wearing a protective batter glove when his hand was struck and said the injury would have been much worse had he not been wearing it. Well, heck, he's still out 4 to 6 weeks. Damn. The Giants are struggling right now, and I think they should sell. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Shout out to the YouTube poll again. Shout out YouTube. 209 votes. Are the Giants fading, or is it just a rough stretch? 61% believe it's just a rough stretch. I'm in the 39%. I think they're fading. What's coming up in the game sponsored by Fremont Bank.
Estrada's number, 39.
Yeah, there's a good point. Who's number 39 in football?
Well, my favorite white running back of all time, Hugh McElhenny.
I just wanted to hear you say that. Full service banking, no compromises. Anthony Slater coming up on the roast.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and I wanted to let you know that our friends at Buon Vino.
good to be back on the roast.
Damn.
After a long weekend. I missed you guys. I did miss you. Spinoni. Well, I got to see Spinoni Friday. I don't know if I really miss Lubman because I felt like I'd text with him every day, and it's going to be all these Giants takes. And
he missed me.
He was all in his feelings about J.D. Davis. J.D. Davis is better than Austin Riley this year. He should be an all-star. Pump your brakes. Austin Riley is a better player, and is an all-star.
The Braves are like 59-30 or something.
You know.
Something crazy.
So, Shasky, did I miss him? See him all over Twitter. I missed the roasters, though. I missed YouTube. I missed the chat on YouTube.
I took a couple days off of Twitter.
Yeah, that's good.
I was coaching on a field.
That's
getting
good.
banished to the dugout by an umpire.
Boy, you did?
Yeah, you didn't hear about that?
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
We were down in the Monterey area, and basically the umpires were all Monterey-based, all of them. And look, I don't want to be that guy.
Home cooking.
I don't want to be that guy complaining about strike zones and plays out on the field.
But you're going to complain about the strike zone.
No, I'm not trying to joke. No joke. We were the only team that was really out of town because we were from San Francisco. Everybody else was Mountain View and below. So it was Seaside, Marina, Pacific Grove, Carmel. They were all from that area. These umpires were horrific. And all I said to the guy as I was walking, it was on the Game Changer video app for anyone that's out there doing the. I said to the guy, hey, I get it. We're down here. We're the away team. We're from San Francisco. Everybody hates us. I get that. Believe me, I understand it. These are 12-year-olds. All I'm asking is for equal officiating. You call it one way, call it the same way when we're on the field. That's it. Next thing you know, your boy got banished from coaching first base and got stuffed into the dugout.
So you started that rant by saying you weren't going to complain about the strike zone, and you ended up complaining about the strike zone.
It wasn't the strike zone. The strike zone was horrible. It was horrible. But to me, there were 5 or 6 plays out on the field in one game.
All right.
In one game. And then we picked the kid off. It was just, dude, it was
You can't
so
be
bad.
complaining about 12-year-olds, dude. You got to stop. By the way, Chris M.
I want our kids to get a fair shake.
Chris M. Bonte would have bet on the whole team. You damn right I would have bet on Monterey. Shout out to Charlie and Prince.
we beat Carmel.
All
we
right.
beat Marina.
All
We beat, what was the third team? Mountain View.
All right, we're wasting Anthony Slater's time. I'm sure
We're
he
on to
doesn't
the
want to hear about this.
we're on to quarterfinals.
All right,
San Francisco 12U is on
All
to
right.
quarterfinals.
All right, well, stop
Sirius,
complaining about the
California,
strike
here we
zone.
come.
Stop complaining about the strike zone. Damn.
And I gave you a hat this morning.
Man, you did give me a hat. I'm not going to wear it because I got a fresh cut, even though I didn't brush my hair this morning. Anthony Slater, as we say good morning to everybody getting out the graveyard shift and everybody getting ready for work, let's say good morning to Anthony Slater, who's been up at the California Classic up in Sacramento, which is basically like a home gym for him nowadays.
Oh, nice.
Our 95.7 The Game Insiders. Good to have Slates back on the roast. I want him on every week, but, you know, apparently we're hurting for cash here at Odyssey. Anthony, good morning. What's happening?
Shasky was in a scene from Remember the Titans or something right there.
That was Bad News Bears. That was the original. Can you believe a guy that complained about a strike zone? What's worse, Anthony? Complaining about a strike zone in Little League?
No, it was not
or
strike zone.
Betting on a Little League baseball game.
No.
What's worse?
I think betting probably. That's bad.
Slate.
Seriously, you think that's bad?
When we've been practicing
Taiwan's
with these boys
pretty
for weeks on end. We take this big trip down to Monterey. You know, a lot of families don't have a lot of money. They're putting all their resources into this, and these kids really, truly care about it. All right, really care. All I'm asking is that you call the game down the middle a little and don't be so slanted. When the opposing Carmel team is like, hey, Mario, great call. It's second, wink, wink. Beers at the tavern later. It's like, whoa, what are we doing here? Come on, just call it fair. I was fighting for my kids.
I just hope these umpires weren't 14 years old and you're just berating a 14-year-old.
No, he's berating volunteer umpires who spent their 4th of
They were
July
not volunteer.
weekend.
They were paid.
4th of July
They're paid.
weekend in Carmel.
Pony is paying them.
All day long out there in the hot, sweltering heat. And Shasky's out here ripping them on the airways. Boy, how dare you.
First baseline betting on the game. I mean, what a scene. But, again, a movie.
Well, yeah, I mean, people who bet on Little League World Series need to get their lives checked out. Let me tell you, hey, Anthony, before we get into Draymond Green, I hit a low in life. Early in my radio career, I wasn't making a lot of money, and I bet on a game, and the poor kid was trying to run down the first baseline. He didn't beat it out, and I slammed my remote and said, come on, you fat ass, get down the line. And that's when I knew I hit a new low.
12.
I hit a new low. I admit it. Like Draymond Green, he's admitting things. He's holding himself accountable. I held myself accountable for betting on Little League baseball. I never done it again, although it is coming up. And I'm seeing some of the lines here. Anthony, Draymond Green back 4 years, $100 million. Saves the Warriors, I believe, $43 million off the luxury tax. And we kind of knew that Draymond Green was going to resign with the way that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. prioritized Draymond Green. How else would you assess the Warriors offseason so far?
It's not over. They're at 12 on the roster at this point. They're going to get to 14. They're going to have 3 two-ways, by the way, next season. So all those people who love Steve Kerr, playing his two-ways, he's going to get another one next year. So as you can see, the market is completely stalled right now. I think there's been one signing in the last 2 days. So it's wait and see. I mean, on one, I guess, surface, like the Warriors, off season, like I said, is not over because they have 2 more guys to sign. But on the other, I think we all know, their rotation pretty much set. I mean, anyone they get in the next few days or next week is player 8, 9 in the rotation, maybe, and then player 12, 13 in the rotation.
Would Dario Saric be okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, Dario Saric would step into the Otto Porter, supposedly Jermichael Green type role. I mean, Dario Saric is interested clearly in the Warriors. He's also interested clearly in some other opportunities, and he's exploring those right now. But yeah, I think Saric is the one guy out there you could definitely guarantee a rotation spot to, and probably should.
Were you surprised that nobody else was out here really truly bidding for Draymond? Because that's what it feels like to me.
No, there was plenty of noise behind the scenes in the week leading up to it. I think the biggest signal that things were trending this direction was when the Jordan Poole Chris Paul trade was made. I mean, which happens a lot. There's always at least like 7 or 8 transactions or like player option pickups in the 2 weeks leading up to free agency that tells you where something is going. To me, that told everyone that I would say 2 things. Draymond declining his player option as early as he did, like 2 weeks before he had to, he put that out there. That signal to the Warriors and the rest of the league there was some level of market out there. Some teams were out there willing to try to create enough space to get him towards that 27, 30 type million. But then when they traded Jordan Poole, it was like, okay, the Warriors, they're coming together on some type of contract that they're okay with.
What did you think of the contract in terms of the value, the years, and what it gives the Warriors moving forward?
I think it was smartly structured on both sides. I mean, Draymond obviously gets the win when he's 37 years old. He's going to be making $27 million on a player option for a season that the Warriors weren't trying to give him. They were trying to give him a 3-year deal. So that is that's a huge win on the back end. But I think it's smart from the Warriors side to mortgage that down the line when Steph Curry will be aged out of his prime for the front side, which is like they slash the tax bill. And I know fans don't necessarily care about that, but that's very important within the front office and how they maneuver and their flexibility. They really slash the tax bill back to like a more appetizing level. And, add that into the Chris Paul for Jordan Poole, switch they made this summer. I think this all makes it very likely that everyone's saying last dance. I think it's very likely Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry now are here for the next 3 years. Yeah. So I think we're talking about kind of an extended farewell tour that's going to last beyond the season.
Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider here on the Morning Roast, covers the Warriors, covers the Kings, covers the entire league, man. Does a hell of a job. One of the best beat writers out there, if not the best. When it comes to Draymond Green, obviously, you talked about the Chris Paul trade. Obviously, Jordan Poole's in Washington now, Chris Paul. Are we sold that Chris Paul is going to come off the bench? Because I'm starting to hear some rumblings that he does want to start. How does that look like for the Golden State Warriors if Chris Paul does want to start?
I think it's why you pay Steve Kerr a lot of money. I mean, I think these are difficult conversations, and maybe there's test runs here and there, or maybe it's like depending on the matchup, you go different lineups. But these are conversations that probably don't even really have to happen until you get towards September.
Right.
But I mean, I think my expectation is it's all going to come to a point where it's pretty obvious that, especially in the regular season, the Warriors should stick with their traditional starting 5, which last season when they were together, which wasn't that much because of Wiggins, but when they were together was still the best per minute lineup in the league. You go back to the playoffs previously, they won the title with that starting lineup. Stay with that. Chris Paul can be, on certain nights, a high-usage bench player. On other nights, a low usage, right? I mean, you do not want to overburden Chris Paul in the regular season. He can close in certain matchups and not in others. But no, I think it's pretty obvious he should be a bench player. But yeah, I mean, obviously, delicate conversations maybe need to happen.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Will they be able to coerce him into that? Is that something he's willing to do? You think at this point? Because I just think we're underrating each of these guys' egos, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean like it's part of what made them Hall of Famers and great and legends is they think they can do unprecedented things. Is he ready to accept a bench role at this point, you think?
Well, I mean, I don't know necessarily what his he doesn't necessarily he doesn't have like the Klay Thompson equity with the Warriors or the Draymond Green equity. And also, hey, Draymond Green came off the bench in the playoffs. Steph Curry, we all know has done it. Klay Thompson's the one guy that has not done it. But think about him just like walking into the locker room that includes Kevon Looney, who gets benched every other week, essentially. And think about what Kevon Looney's done for the Warriors. And then Chris Paul's like first, state of, his first thing he does as a member of the Warriors is like, no, not coming off the bench, start me. I don't expect that relationship to go that way. I remember like Carmelo Anthony was so staunchly against coming off the bench, but then as it got really late in his career, he came to accept it, and then he came it ended up being a good thing.
Yeah, it was valuable.
Right. Yeah, Russell Westbrook, when he finally last season accepted coming off the bench, I think charged his career up again, and now he's getting, he's got a nice spot, I assume, coming off the bench for the Clippers next season. So my expectation is he will, even though maybe it needs to be framed well to the public and some he comes out in like a nice press conference and says he'll allow it, but I think it'll probably happen.
Dante DiVincenzo got the 4-year, $50 million contract. Ty Jerome gets signed with the Cleveland Cavaliers. A lot of people kind of banging the table. We kind of knew Dante would opt out. Are the Warriors still that franchise to where veterans will see, I can go there and revitalize my career. I can go there, get right, and then get paid after the season? Or have they lost that allure after what happened last season?
I remember when Dante did sign last year, he mentioned, like, watching Gary Payton the second in the playoffs and watching Otto Porter in the playoffs, two guys that got paid off, being a role player for the Warriors. And, like, that really appealed to him. That's why he took a discount to come to the Warriors. And obviously it worked. And, maybe if you are in the market now, you can look at what DiVincenzo just did. But I think them just not appearing to be quite the contender that they were, number one. And number two, like, there's just not really a ton of minutes to offer a lot of these guys. Like, maybe Dario Saric takes it and does his press conference and says that, he wants to use this as a bounce back into the market next year. But I just think the fact that Moody's on the rise, Kuminga's on the rise, like, at this point, besides Saric, who are you going to give rotation spot in the top 9 to that's left in the market right now?
Bol, I don't know. I'm just throwing out names that people are obsessed with. I'm just throwing out.
Anthony, you remember at the draft.
I'm throwing out names people keep throwing out to us. I'm just throwing it out there.
Anthony, you remember at the draft party when they drafted Jordan Poole, Pascal, and Smailagic? Media members like ourselves were banging, Bol. So is there any interest in Bobo, who got waived yesterday by the Orlando Magic?
I don't sense any early on, but Bol. I think one thing Mike Dunleavy Jr. has signaled this summer is they are adding Steve Kerr players, right? Every single player, the draft picks, the Corey Joseph signing, the Saric, chase that they're on right now. That's all like plug and play in Steve Kerr's system. It's all ability to read, react, move with the ball, quick decision making, 0.5. Every time I talk to anyone behind the scenes, they mention 0.5, like this like organizational mantra. Bol is intriguing. Bol is, huge and sometimes can hit threes and make dribble moves that, look like, even Wembanyama for, a brief second. He's not a Steve Kerr player, right? I mean, like, can you see him in a flow offense with a back cut and, and then he's setting a pin down?
Well, Anthony, you say that, but Steve's only got the 1 year left. So do you anticipate some sort of an extension being worked out this offseason for Steve Kerr?
Potentially. I mean, obviously that'll be a conversation. That'll be a conversation later in the summer. But, anybody you're signing right now is on a 1 year deal. I mean, all these additions that we're talking about you're trying to maximize next season. So I guess we can get into the Kerr conversation, but I'm more to the point of who they might add.
Right.
All that they're signaling right now is they are adding Steve Kerr players.
Steve Kerr
that's why I don't think a Bol guy.
Yep, high IQ, no turnover. Steve Kerr made it. He was incessant when he was talking about, hey, man, we need guys who don't turn the ball over. Obviously, Jordan Poole was number 4 in the league when it came to overall turnovers. Not blaming it all on JP, but he was a turnover machine. So you mentioned that the Warriors may not be that contender that maybe wins a championship. So as of right now, and I know the offseason, we got a few weeks left, and we'll see what happens here. The Lakers seem like they've had a really good offseason, retaining their guys, bringing in Gabe Vincent from Miami. Denver loses Bruce Brown. That may knock them down a peg. Phoenix has signed a bunch of guys. Where are the Warriors at right now as of today? I know we still got the offseason left here, Anthony. As of today, where do you have them stacked up in the West?
Oh, God, just kind of in that muddled middle. I mean, you guys remember the West standings, like all of last season, like through the course of the season? Like everyone was separated by 4 games, except for Denver. Denver's clearly the one, right? We know that's going in next season. But, I don't know, like, there's so many random teams down there, like the Dallases, the Pelicans of the world. Remember, the Pelicans were like a top 3 seed for like 2 months before they fell off last year. Name your random flawed West contender. I think the Warriors are in that mix. I do expect an extra motivation level from the Warriors entering next season, extra desperation. I don't presume anything's going to happen in preseason quite like it did last year. So I think the first month will be huge to just kind of, if they're healthy going into the season and they just can kind of they don't need to have the 18-2 start that they had, but just a much better start than last year. Then I think you'll feel like they're right in the mix, below what you consider Denver. That next year probably has the Lakers, like you mentioned at the top of it, but sure they're in the mix because I just don't like the West. I didn't like the West last year. I don't like it next year.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I'm totally on board with that one. Real quick before we get you out of here, Podziemski. Not a bad debut for him. I'm not going to put too much stock in the Summer League. However, Lester Quinones, a lot of fans are saying, hey, That's our Jordan Poole right there. What's the deal with Quinones and his contract? Can you explain to the masses what can happen here? Can another team come and pluck him off the Warriors roster?
Yeah, so he has a two-way qualifying offer extended out to him right now. At any point, he could accept it, and he'd be on one of their two-ways next season. I think that's generally the organizational hope. There's a lot of control there. But, if another team came in and offered him the minimum to come on a roster, the Warriors could match. But then they're using up one of their, remaining two 15-man roster spots. So that's just kind of where it's at. My expectation is he'll be on a two-way. But, things can change. Maybe, he keeps lighting it up like that. Maybe some, Spurs or something comes out there and says, hey, look, let's get that guy on the roster.
Summer League can make dreams come true. Will you be up there to go to One Center tonight?
I will. 3 p.m. Brandon Miller they're going against today.
Oh, it did not look good the other day, Monday.
He didn't. Their whole team did. James Bouknight, remember when Warriors?
Yeah. Nobody talks about Bouknight anymore around these parts. Nobody. All right, Anthony, get some rest,
Thanks,
man.
buddy.
We'll cover your work up there at the Athletic today at the Golden One Center. California Classic. Anthony, take care.
All right, fellas.
All right, buddy.
He referenced something in passing, Anthony Slater, right there. That was a really good conversation. Dante DiVincenzo to the Knicks. It's a lot of money.
4 years, $50 million. And he's joining forces with his Villanova buddies, Hart and Jalen Brunson. They're all with the New York Knicks. And Mikal Bridges is down the road with the Brooklyn Nets. So they'll all have dinner together, talking about their national championships with Jay Wright at Villanova.
There is something to be said, and I don't know where, we asked this question, like, do free agents even want to come here? There is something to be said. It feels like, at least in recent years, Otto Porter Jr. came here, got a deal, right? A more significant deal than what he got when he got here. GP2 came here as a kind of a two-way player to start with.
JaVale McGee.
Well, that's, years. I'm talking about just recent.
This is what the organization.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. And then I look at someone like Dante DiVincenzo. If you are someone like a Saric who wants to come for a year, try to not rehabilitate yourself, but just remarket yourself and tell these teams, I'm a winning player, it is a nice destination.
It is.
And I'm looking at the kid Pods over the weekend,
Podziemski,
who the Warriors drafted, and I'm not his
you like him
play style is very different because he's more of a shooter. But I do see some of the DiVincenzo qualities in Pods. He likes to mix it up. I don't think he's as athletic as DiVincenzo. I think DiVincenzo's a much better athlete. Yeah. But in terms of getting into the paint, setting up for others, there are similar qualities that he possesses. So I can see a fit for the Warriors. I just don't know how far along he is in terms of physically. Can he hang on the court, Pods? Defensively, where does he?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to
stand up.
I don't think he's going to play much.
I don't either.
He's a project. Lester Quinones is a guy who may be able to crack some minutes there. He may be able to battle with Moody and Kuminga. He's 6'5". Maybe he backs up. Maybe he's the fifth guard on your roster. He battles with Corey Joseph and Moses Moody. I don't know. Quinones is very, very interesting. Let's get to Anthony and Benicia on the morning roast. What's up, Anthony? Top of the top.
Top of the top, fellas. Welcome back. Hope you guys had a great Fourth. So I wanted to jump into this Draymond thing because Draymond is so full of crap, and I'm not a Draymond hater, not at all. I know what he brings to the table, but for me as a fan, I do get tired of hearing him because he's a great talker and he says all the right things, but he's always said all the right things. The problem is, does he always do the right things? I remember 2 or 3 seasons ago, he specifically said, I didn't want to be acting silly on the court and getting technical fouls and doing all the antics because my children can see that now. They're old enough to know who I am and what I do, so I'm not who I am, but they're old enough to see me on TV and see Dad, and I didn't want to do that. Well, he didn't do that at all. He completely backtracked on what he said with that. And then he brings up on the podcast about Stephen Curry saying we didn't have enough variety in scoring. Well, you're the one that lacks variety in scoring. We all know Loon is not a scorer, and Joe said something maybe about 35 minutes ago, Looney can possibly step out and shoot that mid-range. Draymond should be able to step out and hit that mid-range. All fingers should be pointing at Draymond. I don't like that people are so fast to drink the Kool-Aid because he says things well. The other caller before me said that he's accountable, and that's the process of being a man and growing. And me at 36, be 37 in September. I understand that process, but you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again, or you don't have any equity and nobody believes what you says. And Draymond, he says one thing, but his actions are another. So me as a fan, I don't want to hear that crap. I want him to show and prove. Nobody has to agree with me, but I believe I just needed to kind of point that out because he talks a good game, but we got to show and prove, Draymond. He always says the right things after he does something wrong, but he does something wrong again right after he says the right things.
Hey, it's a hell of a call, Anthony. It's hard to disagree with you. It is hard to disagree with you. Can Looney hit the mid-range jumper? Mully and I used to joke with him during pregame warm and say, Looney, why don't you shoot that, man? It looks like you got a nice little touch on that. Draymond Green. I want Draymond Green to shoot more threes. Now, it sounds crazy, but I want him to shoot those threes. I've seen him make those threes. It's been a while, but I've seen him do it. That's the improvement I want to see with Draymond Green. By the way, 888-957-9570. Are you happy Draymond Green is back? Simple question. Are you happy he's back? It's a yes or no question. Basically this or that. Are you happy he's back? 888-957-9570. We'll get to the rest of your calls coming up here, and that'll be sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole. How's it going to do in Washington? Kyle Kuzma, DeLon Wright. It'd be very interesting to see what happens with him. He was traded for Chris Paul. Draymond Green resigns 4 years, $100 million. Player option for that fourth season. They also signed Corey Joseph. They're trying to get Dario Saric in the building. Dario Saric wants to see how the market plays out. Dario Saric would be a nice little addition. A nice addition for the Golden State Warriors if they could get him. I've warmed up to Chris Paul. I believe Chris Paul is going to work. It's going to happen. 1 year deal, desperate for a championship. Not mad at it. Not mad at it. 888-957-9570. Are you mad at Draymond Green re-signing with the Golden State Warriors? Are you happy that he's back? Simple question. 888-957-9570. Are you happy Day-Day is back?
Draymond is so full of crap.
Oh, boy. Man, he's so polarizing. Next week, we bring you the All-Star Week blowout. That's right. Blowout. Your chance to win incredible prizes. Steph and Clay autographed jerseys, Warriors tickets, gift cards, around the golf with hosts at Berkeley Country Club, and much, much more. It all starts next Monday and goes through the entire week. Every show, every day, you'll have a chance at great prizes as we bring you the All-Star Week blowout. That's right, gift cards, tickets, jerseys. We got it all. Who loves you? 95.7 does. Couldn't get that out. 95.7. Anyway, it felt great to have 4 days off.
Oh, it felt awesome. You know, it's interesting. In the break, Evan Giddings, who was working with Joe Spadoni on Monday, was like talking about the young players on the Warriors the last couple of years and how they were unplayable and they're trying to do something that's unprecedented. Who won the World Series this year in baseball?
Last year?
Yeah.
Houston Astros.
Okay. How old was their shortstop?
Altuve? Or Pena?
Yeah, he was a rookie,
Good
right?
stuff, yeah.
He was a rookie? Was he a rookie?
Yep.
Yeah, he was a rookie.
Yep.
Was he the ALCS MVP?
Yep.
Oh. And he won the World Series.
Yeah.
Got it.
Why?
Well, I thought young players can't help you. That's the narrative. Because, winning championships with a championship roster, young players can't contribute at all. At least that's the argument that, and Evan's making a point that a lot of people are making, that the young guys can't help you at all. What they're doing is unprecedented. No young players have ever helped you. I said, well, what about Magic Johnson? He's like, well, he was the number 1 overall pick. And I go, I know.
Well, what about Jordan Poole?
That's another one. It's a great example. How about this guy, Mario Chalmers? He was a young player that helped out the Big Three. I don't know. Leon Poe was a young player that helped out the original Big Three for the Boston Celtics.
When the Celtics won a championship with Kevin Garnett, one of the best power forwards in NBA history, Spadoni. Rajon Rondo, was he not a young player?
Very young player.
Andrew Bynum.
Andrew Bynum is another young player. So, are there tons of examples of guys being big, small, and medium contributors to championships? Yes. There's no doubt about it.
So where are you getting at?
Well, what I'm getting at is that I just think that we spent way too much time saying that these guys weren't ready, and the team just wasn't good last year. They weren't good enough for a variety of reasons. And one of the many reasons is, the youngsters were a little, inconsistent. That's baked in there. The veterans were inconsistent. The chemistry was clearly off. My top dogs didn't play like top dogs. My second best player didn't play.
No.
But I feel like we filed everything under the youngsters didn't help them enough. And I think they took too much blame.
No, they did. And to be honest with you, the youngsters actually did help you. I could say that Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, without those two guys last year, you don't even make the playoffs. You don't avoid the play-in tournament. Jordan Poole played 82 games. Jonathan Kuminga, we cited the numbers since February 1st. He had to play because Andrew Wiggins was out. And he got better and better and better.
Yes.
Better and better and better. So he did help you get to the playoffs.
And I'll give you other examples. Matt Duffy was not the Rookie of the Year. Helped you get to the playoffs in 2016.
Did.
He had a great year. Jason Hayward helped the Atlanta Braves get to the playoffs. The year Buster Posey was the Rookie of the Year.
And did Buster Posey win a World Series when he was a rookie?
Yes.
Was Tim Lincecum...
To be fair,
Lincecum, Kane, and Bumgarner were pretty damn young during that first championship run.
Well, Kane was 5 years in, Lincecum
Right.
was 3 years in, or
But
whatever. But they were very young. Absolutely.
Still green.
And Bum started Game 5
Right.
and was Game 4,
21 years old.
Excuse me, Game 4, and was 20 or 21 years old.
21.
And I would say that
21,
Bumgarner,
21,
similar to Kuminga, was not the centerpiece of the Giants in 2010.
Exactly.
Now, he would evolve into something much greater, and I don't know if Kuminga can evolve into something much greater.
Juan Soto.
Juan Soto
Very
was the
important
linchpin.
figure for the Washington Nationals.
So I just, this thing that like young players can't help you at all, I don't subscribe to. Now, I'm not saying they have to be Magic Johnson. That's outlier.
So who's
Buster
saying-
and Magic and even Juan Soto to a degree, batting third at 20 years old on a championship team, that's an outlier. Most guys aren't ready to do that.
Let me ask you.
But you're
'cause
telling me Christian Braun was the centerpiece of the Nuggets? No, but he helped them this year.
So I'm trying to figure out what triggered you with this conversation.
I just think that we've taken so much time to crush a bunch of young guys at the end of the bench. And it's like, guys, we need these young guys to contribute.
Well, you know what's great about this offseason for the
Gals.
Golden State Warriors?
We need them.
Is they're going to have to play Jonathan Kuminga. They're going to have to play Moses Moody. And I think, seriously, this is where first-round picks, knowing that they have that, the Warriors are going to have to make a decision on these guys next offseason. Do we extend them? Do we give them a little max? Do we give them the Jordan Poole contract? What happens? It's a huge year for Kuminga and Moody.
Agreed.
They know that.
Agreed.
Both the organization and the players. Taking that leap this year, I think, is imperative for them, not only to compete in the Western Conference and try to win another championship, which would be number 5 for Steph, Clay, and Dre, but also for the youngsters.
Well, and I just think I'm a little
Steve Kerr.
frustrated too, B, and I don't mean to interrupt you here, but I'm a little frustrated because, the guy that he played all year in Ty Jerome goes to another team. You didn't use him at all in the playoffs because
Right.
you couldn't use him in the playoffs because of the rules, because they had already signed him. The other guy that you did sign in Jeremy Lamb to a two-way feels like he's
Anthony Lamb.
or Anthony Lamb, excuse me. Is he even on the team?
No, he's. I don't know what's going on with him.
So
He
you
won't
used
be
him
back.
all during the regular season.
You didn't play him
You
on
didn't
playoffs.
really win a lot of games, even though you told me he was more, game ready. And then you didn't use him in the playoffs. So I am a little frustrated with just some of the excuse making that the team, the fans, people have done on trying to dump on the youngsters. I just think it's a little disproportionate.
Well, I think it's unfair the way Jordan Poole has been kicked around. That is number one to me.
Yes.
He didn't have his best year, so nor did Clay, nor did Draymond. Steph missed a ton of games. Andrew Wiggins missed a ton of games. Really the guy who, if you had to give a Lynn Ashmont Award away on the Golden State Warriors, of course, the Lynn Ashmont Award is like the guy on the 49ers who provides leadership, the MVP, leadership, inspirational. That would be Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney is probably one of your most consistent players last season. So to your point about blaming all the youngsters, we've gone through this exercise. They should not have been blamed, but they also pouted. Kuminga pouted at the wrong time.
No doubt.
He doesn't get credit.
I'm not ignoring that at all. That is absolutely baked
going to
into
CJ
it.
Holmes.
Yes.
In the SF Chronicle, and we love CJ on the show. CJ's doing a great job for the San Francisco Chronicle. He did his job. He goes up to a player, he asks him some questions on the record. He gave him the juice, and he writes an article. That's his job. CJ Holmes should not get any hate for that. Jonathan Kuminga should not have been speaking to CJ Holmes. Should not have been pouting about playing time in the middle of a playoff series. Got to grow up. And that's who's Kerr, Draymond, Steph Curry said it before Game 7. If you're not about the team, don't get on that charter bus.
Well, and I think that, if I ask most fans, Dante DiVincenzo, is he one of the youngins? People would say, no, he's more of a veteran. And if you're going to use this term unplayable for when it comes to the rookies, DiVincenzo was damn near unplayable for both series. And he was so important to what they did during the regular season. And for a variety of reasons, his play diminishing, the fit with GP2, Wiggins coming back into the fold, him not shooting well from three-point land for months on end, he didn't play well, and he felt unplayable. So I think to just look at the youngsters is unfair.
And Travis Irby.
It's all these things.
Travis Irby, did I kick Jonathan Kuminga? I kicked the veterans more so than anybody on that roster last season.
Oh, you were very frustrated with Clay and Draymond.
Well, the veterans.
Yes.
Because they were on the floor in the last 5 minutes of that first 0-5 road trip.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? They won 11 road games, and I was on the veterans. I was on Steve Kerr. Jonathan Kuminga, I thought should have played a lot more. I'm a huge Kuminga fan. I am so thankful they're not going to trade Jonathan Kuminga. I was so worried about them moving off of Originally, when they traded for CP3, I said, oh, boy, they're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga. I thought he was going to be gone within the next 2 weeks. Now, I calmed down a little bit and said, oh, they're going to keep Kuminga. They're going to keep Kuminga.
Yeah.
I think he's a prospect. I think he could be a two-way star in this league. The way he defends, the way he gets up, he's athletic, he gets to the free throw line. I'm so high on Jonathan Kuminga. So I kicked everybody down Travis Irby. It wasn't just Kuminga. Now, Tyler Miller brings up Jordan Poole, the slander, and, he kind of came at me on TV. A lot of people blame, Jordan Poole was talking to Bonte Hill about the slander. We clarified that. Festus went down to talk to him. We went down to talk to him. It wasn't directed at us. I know who it was directed at, and I'm not going to say. But it wasn't directed at me. Just Willie and I looked at each other like, damn, JP. And that shows you how rattled JP was last season, though. He was coming off a 19-point fourth quarter against the Philadelphia 76ers. He outplayed Tyrese Maxey.
That's right.
And the fact that he was worried about the slander just shows you that everything that everybody was saying and everybody was writing about had gotten to him.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear what Daryl Morey said about Tyrese Maxey?
What'd he say?
Something to the effect of, I wouldn't trade him for any player in the league.
Man.
When does that crack come into play for you?
I'm so over Daryl Morey.
He's so overrated.
He's so bad. So bad. You know who's not overrated, though? Clark the Shark out in Myrtle Beach, baby. He's back. Clark the Shark, what's happening?
Hey, brothers, how you guys doing?
What's going on, Clark the Shark? How was your holiday weekend?
Good. I was on the beach at Myrtle Beach, and people are fireworks are going nonstop. I can't believe it. It was a good sight to behold.
Are you wearing a visor on the beach? Because you sound like a visor guy.
No, come on! Don't give me that. That's wrong.
That is. You always coming at Clark the Shark like that.
I wear visors on the golf course.
Clark the Shark, don't listen to this guy. You do what you do. If you want to go out there with your chest out,
it's not fair.
You want to go out there with just some swim shorts, you do you, Clark the Shark.
I wear a high crown visor when I'm golfing.
Yeah, they
in hot conditions.
I look at guys who wear visors a certain type of way. Go ahead, Clark the Shark.
Yeah, well, I don't roll with a visor, and I don't wear those funny little league hats either. But anyway, I got a couple things to say, I guess. I missed you guys. I wanted to say I hope you had a happy 4th, and God bless you guys. God bless America. Got to say that. And Draymond. Okay, we got him back. I didn't really. I was thinking like a proponent of Last Dance, or even moving off those guys. But anyway, here's the deal: is that Steve Kerr has been he's been an enabler for Draymond, and they got to hold him accountable now. He said he's got this thing. He's turning over a new leaf. Well, he better, or else he should get suspended if he gets out there. He's like the Rasheed Wallace of the 21st century. And he's got to grow up. If anybody's got to grow up, Draymond's got to grow up. And I'll tell you, is these young kids, Steve Kerr has never really developed a young players. I mean, that was all Mark Jackson. And so I really think Steve Kerr has got to be held accountable also.
There you go.
The way he handled the players, it was unexcusable. It was one of the worst coaching seasons I've ever seen a Warrior coach has ever done.
Hey, you know what, Clark the Shark? I am down on Steve Kerr. You hung up on. I wanted to ask him if he was married or something, or I want to get to know Clark the Shark. He was coming at you, boy. Boy, he's coming at you. Better leave Clark the Shark alone, Shasky. He came with the chopper today. Visor guy.
I wasn't even slandering visors. I said I was a visor guy.
Well, they still sell visors, huh? I feel like visors kind
of high crown, and it's to let the lettuce flow on hot days. Yeah. I call it the SEC defensive coordinator visor because they've always got the high crown visor, not the Lane
Kiffin. Doesn't Kirby Smart wear a visor?
Yes, and that's a high crown one.
See, I don't think a visor will look good on my head.
You gotta have a big fat head.
No, you gotta have a big fat head.
Yeah, I think it looks better on a big fat head.
Really? Not a small head? So a visor will look good on me then?
I think it good.
Yeah, do you have your fit yet, Bontes? Because every golfer has like their own like sort of fit. I don't.
Swag.
I'm very rare. I'm
Whoa.
team no hat, no visor. I don't wear anything on my
No
head.
hat?
Nope, nothing. I like the sun to get in my face. I like it gets involved in my swing. I don't like. I'll
So
wear
you're
a beanie.
like a Seve Ballesteros.
Yeah, I'll wear a beanie in the morning if it's very cold. But other than that, I'll take it off. Yeah, team no hat and no shorts. I'm big no shorts when I golf guy too.
What?
Yeah.
See, I'm liking a khaki look. The khaki look on me looks very, very good.
I love how you're complimenting yourself. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm just some people call me Draymond Green in 95.7 game.
Oh.
Listen, I like the khaki look on myself. I like the blue polo. I like the red polo. I'm trying to work the hats in, but I may have to try a visor here and there. I may have to. I need something on my head, though, to look very professional.
I'm with that. You got to wear a hat. Got to keep the sun out.
Got to have the khakis, so.
You know,
even
and-
on hot days, get the khakis.
And when you get your sponsorship, Bonte, you got to be able to put that sponsorship somewhere so you slap it on the hat.
Yeah, and there you go. Who wants to sponsor me on my golf game? By the way, shout out to the golf shop. I was texting a lot with Christian over the weekend. Big Warriors fan. He wants Dario Saric bad.
Oh, does he?
Wants him bad. I think all Warrior fans want Dario Saric bad. But 888-957-9570. It's our first show back since Draymond Green re-signed with the Golden State Warriors. 4 years, $100 million. Got the player option for year number 4. And we just want to know, is anybody happy? Anybody sad that Draymond's back? Did anybody mentally check out of Draymond Green?
It feels like I know Slater said this and we kind of said it in a different way, but it feels like they got the best of all worlds. They're rolling back Draymond Green. They've got certain financial flexibility. They keep and retain all their draft picks moving forward because he signed below, moving forward, it'll be below that second apron. At least it projects them to be so. It keeps the core intact. You get some clarity. You line him up with Steph Curry. I don't know. I feel like there's really not a negative thing here. I mean, unless Draymond's play dramatically drops off or if the team chemistry continues to be an issue moving forward.
San Jose Jazz fan, did Shasky go hard with his visor in the face of that Little League umpire? Did you take the hat off when you were talking to him?
No. It was very under my breath, and that's what made me very embarrassed because he threw me into the dugout.
Was Michelle there?
No, thank God. She had left. She came down for a couple of days. Oh, she was not happy with the way we were being treated on Saturday's game.
Was she
not
yelling
happy
too?
with the umpires. Let me tell you the dirty little secret about our relationship. Michelle's more competitive than me.
I could see that.
Like wildly more competitive
I could
than
see
me.
that.
And she does not like when people aren't officiating equal. It's very obvious.
888-957-9570. Are you happy that Day-Day's back? Are you happy he's back? Let's talk about being a leader and how he felt Kuminga last year. And he held accountability, which sparked our 7 o'clock conversation. Here's what Draymond Green said about failing as a leader towards Jonathan Kuminga.
It's something that I've actually tried to be more aware of. And what I've tried to understand, AV, who's one of our assistant coaches, helped me understand last year is, like, I felt like I was struggling with Kuminga a bit. More so struggling like what am I doing wrong? Not necessarily what he's doing wrong, but what am I doing wrong? And AV, who has a great relationship with him, told me, he said, do you know him?
That's a deep question.
And I was like, huh.
And do you know him?
Like, that's interesting. Because now that you say that, I start thinking about what it means to know someone. I don't know him. Yet I'm trying to lead him. And that's something that Coach Izzo taught me as a freshman. Draymond, how can you lead somebody if you don't know them? You don't spend any time with them off the court. You don't know what makes them tick or this. How are you going to lead them? And I was like, I got to get to know this kid.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting when you hear about Tom Brady, and I know he's Tom Brady, and everybody thinks that, he's a fraud and this and that. His teammates swear by him. And the one thing that I was the most impressed with when it comes to Tom Brady, he's 40-something years old, relating to the 23, 24, 25-year-olds on his roster. He did a great job of evolving over time to acquiesce his personality into the locker rooms and still stay relatively young and connecting with young people who are the age of what his children should be. You know what I mean? I do think it's very difficult as you get older and you become the old man in the locker room to see the young guys. In The Last Dance, Jordan talked about it with Scotty Burrell, and he was alluding to how now he's the old guy, and all these young guys are coming in, and they're coming for his glory and his minutes and his this and his that. I will acknowledge that I do believe that is difficult to relate to these things. I mean, I've said this over and over. Kuminga's closer in age to Steph's oldest daughter than he is to Steph Curry.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point.
It's really hard.
So that's why I don't get mad at Draymond Green saying, I need to get to know this guy. I need to check in with him. I need to get to know him. Because that chemistry off the floor, which will help their chemistry on the floor. And the chemistry on the floor last season for the Golden State Warriors was just not there. They had 2 5-game winning streaks. One at the end of the season when a couple teams laid down in Sacramento and Portland. And, of course, on that 8-game homestand when they won the first 5 games. And then they lost the last 3 games on that homestand. It was a very uneven 8-game homestand. And the chemistry last season, outside of the locker room, inside of the locker room, just wasn't there. And so automatically, whether or not you're mad about Jordan Poole being sent away to Washington, or you're mad about Draymond Green re-signing with the Golden State Warriors for 4 years, $100 million. One thing I think we can all agree on, the chemistry right now is a lot better in that locker room. They haven't even gotten together yet. And it already feels like the chemistry is better with this team. So that's a start.
So you think this team moving forward, like this year, if everything stays the same, this is a better team than last year?
Right now, today, I believe they're a better team than last year.
Not results. I mean, the roster's better.
The roster. I do believe the roster is a little bit better. I mean, JaMychal Green did nothing for you.
Yeah, okay.
DiVincenzo was really, really good. But now I get one thing we haven't brought up is now you got a healthy Gary Payton II. Let's see how that looks.
That's go ahead into last year. You didn't have that. That's a good point.
Now you get Gary Payton II back.
Yeah.
Corey Joseph, we'll wait and see on that. I'm not going to go crazy over Corey Joseph.
It could be Brad Wanamaker. It could be DiVincenzo or anything in between.
Who knows? As long as he doesn't turn the ball over, makes good basketball plays, I'm good with it. Stay in front of somebody. The rotations, it feels like with Andrew Wiggins now back. Klay Thompson playing his first full year. I feel good about this roster. I think Moses Moody's a better player right now than he was a year ago. I think Kuminga will be a much better player right now than he is a year ago.
Are your opinions for those 2 young players, do you think their role, your thought for what their role was heading into last year, heading into this year now, is it bigger or less than?
Doesn't it feel like it has to be bigger?
But I thought their role last year heading in was going to be huge.
I did too.
And I miscalculated that.
I did too. I think their roles have to be bigger. Now, what does bigger mean? Does it mean 30 minutes a game? Does it mean 20 minutes a game? Let's start with 15 to 20 a game.
Well, I thought that JP's role would be a lot higher in terms of not passing the torch isn't the right way of phrasing it, because then that means he's coming for Steph Curry stuff. But I thought his play would continue to ascend.
Well,
I thought there was a more efficient version of Jordan Poole that we were going to see, and it never really came to fruition.
No, it didn't. It didn't because of the constant role changes. One day you're starting, one day you're not. One day you're a facilitator, one day you're not. And then, of course, what happened in training camp bothered him all season. There's no doubt it did. And then all the constant slander. That's a problem. Jordan Poole started reading everything, listening to everything. And boy, it was not pretty. It's still not pretty. People still dunking on Jordan Poole. Let him be. He's gone. He helped you win the championship last season. Jordan Poole was very good. When you talk about young players not being able to help you, Jordan Poole helped you win the championship in his 3rd season in the league. At 22 years old, Jordan Poole helped you win a championship. So this thing, to your point, when you started the segment, talk about young players not helping, Jordan Poole helped you. He was a very young player.
I mean, he was the same age in his 3rd season in terms of years in the league that Kuminga and Moody will be in this year.
There you go.
And he took a massive jump forward.
Massive jump. By the way, Clark the Shark has been married for 10 years. His wife is disgusted with how much sports talk he listens to. That's Clark the Shark.
We have that in common.
Yeah, we do. We all have it in common. Doug Berkeley, what's happening, Doug?
Hi, Doug.
Hey, guys. Morning. Thanks for taking my call. I love the conversation this morning. I got a few things to say, and I'll try to be quick. Draymond was right on with Bonte. You're right on about Draymond. You're right on about JP. JP, 20 points a game, in and out. 90% of the players would kill for the statistics he had last year. He's getting a bad rap. But what I want to say about Draymond is, John Madden said, years ago, winning is a great deodorant. We're all guilty with Draymond. We all give him a pass. You, me, Kerr, the whole organization. Nobody holds him accountable. because he's a great player. He is an integral cog in what the championships have been. It's not going to change. He's a longer running version. This is a little bit of a bad analogy, but you'll understand. He's a longer running version of Ja. I didn't mean it. That's not who I am. It's not going to happen again. It keeps happening over and over again. We might as well just accept it. We're going to keep talking about it because he helps us win. But it's really a bad example in the big picture. It just goes to show how winning dominates everything else when you get to the bottom line in sports. It's. I wish it wasn't that way, but we all have a little bit of guilt in that when it comes to Draymond. The final thing I want to say is I heard, because I started on Jordan Poole, I heard, and I don't know if it's true, that Clay said that one of the problems was that Jordan Poole shot too much. Clay wins the lack of self-awareness award of the year. Okay. I hope JP has a good career in the league because he was really important for us winning last year. And if he had a playoffs this year that was just average, or heaven forbid, like it was last year, the narrative would be totally different, and I don't know what the Warriors would have done about trading him or keeping him, because it would have made it so hard.
That is a good
Thanks
point,
for
Doug.
taking my call.
Good call, Doug. Good call. One of your best calls. That is a good point. If you got the JP from the year before, how far do the Warriors go? Because he looked like that G League player we saw the first 2 years of his career. I mean, he was just Shasky. Game 4 was like rock bottom for him. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. It was like the what do they called him? Space Jam. The Monstars came down, just sapped all his powers away. He couldn't dribble, couldn't shoot, couldn't finish a layup, couldn't play D, couldn't do anything.
The famous John Starks game, what did he, 13
2
shots?
for 18.
2 for 18. Okay, I was trying to think what it was. He missed 13.
Against the Houston Rockets.
16 shots, huh? I mean, JP didn't even get shots up.
No, he couldn't.
I mean,
he was just dribbling into trouble.
I mean, I think a lot of people were feeling this way, like, get off my team. I think a lot of people were saying that. I don't know if that's fair or whatever, but they were frustrated when he would go out there and he'd fall and not get back on defense and complain. There was a lot going on. I think this is the other part that I do believe has been under talked about. I think he needed to change the scenery when it comes to a fan base.
Thank you. Hey, midway through the year when we were talking about the Warriors and their struggles, there's a classic clip on our page. 95. I actually ran into it.
What's that?
A couple weeks ago. We were having a dialogue about Jordan Poole. It was like, you know what? Maybe
Did I
you just
say
need. No, I think I said it.
So you took our green room material that I brought to the table and used it on air?
No, I actually brought that up many
They're not
times.
paying attention at all back there.
Yeah, I know. They're not. I always bring up things. Shasky. Likes
So
to
you
steal it.
said that
Shasky
Jordan
likes to
Poole
steal
needed
it.
to change the scenery?
Back in January.
Back in January.
The video was back in January.
You think
January,
or
February.
you know?
I know it. It was January, February. But it was a clip of me saying it. So
Can't tell you. I didn't see it.
Pat myself on the back again. Going for my 4th MVP here at 95.7 The Game. Get my Draymond Green on. Speaking of MVPs.
Oh, hey there.
Speaking of MVPs, you got the cut on him winning the Finals MVP.
This,
Let me know.
I mean, chef's kiss.
Let me know as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco. Always off on the free Odyssey app. But honestly, JP getting to change the scenery, I think is going to do wonders for him. He needed to get out of here.
I love sports. I love being a fan. I love sports fandom. It has so many beautiful things that are attached to it.
Really?
But when the fan base turns on someone in the social media era, it's really ugly. It's really, really, really ugly. And it's not everyone. It's not even close to the majority of Warrior fans. We're talking about a small percentage that ruin it for everyone else. It's too much.
Well, think about our callers last year. It was a lot of JP slander. A lot of JP slander. I felt bad for the young man. But we were talking about MVPs. Podcast P. Paul George. His podcast doing numbers. It's actually not a bad podcast at all. Well, I got to stay out on the topic of Game 7, the NBA Finals. I think Paul George is asking him what his biggest regret was, Draymond Green that is, in his NBA career. And he started talking about Game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals. Here's what Draymond said about that.
You had an incredible Game 7, but you guys lost that game. Does that one haunt you?
It's like the greatest teaser of my life. I had 32, 15 boards, and 9 assists. And if we win that game, I'm the finals MVP. But did I really deserve it? Because we never should have been in Game 7. And if we never get that far, do I then win a finals MVP if we finish it in 5? So I look back on that and I'm like, okay, what changes if that does happen? Does my mindset change? Like now that I'm a finals MVP, does it not allow me to be what I've been to this team? Does it not allow me to be as humble as I've been in my situation? Me being what I've been to this team is the reason I'll make the Hall of Fame. It's like the greatest what if in my life, yet it's one of the biggest teachers in my life. And I don't regret it one bit. If I have one regret, is that those guys who never got another chance that didn't get to win,
right?
That burns me.
So you got a kick out of that. I just kind of kept it moving. I was like, hey, he probably would have been a finals MVP. He was phenomenal in that Game 7. Kept you in the game.
Yeah. Okay. As he alluded to, he's also the reason why there was a Game 7. Like there's a variety of reasons why they lost. There's a variety of reasons why it went 7 games.
Can we be real? The NBA did a solid to LeBron James. Draymond Green should not have been suspended.
Well, he got baited. I mean but he also tackled Michael Beasley in the Rockets series. That game was over.
But that was in the first round.
Again, we're taking away the accountability. If you're going to praise for, he had a great Game 7. He also had one of the dumbest tackles at half court in the Rocket game when they won the game.
Well, it was 1 second left on the clock.
The game was over, and he tackled Michael Beasley.
Draymond's right. It should have been.
Was it also Steven Adams in the series prior?
Yeah, Draymond Green in that series.
That's a name I've not heard.
Oh, yeah, in the Western Conference Finals.
And that was the Ian Clark series where he balled out of control because Curry slipped on the floor.
16.5 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists for Draymond Green during those NBA Finals in 6 games.
Well, how about in that Game 6 where he had only 8 points on 3 of 7 shooting? That kind of helped force that Game 7. So it's not I balled out in that Game 7, but where were you in that Game 6?
Wrong. This is where you need to stick the baseball. How about Harrison Barnes scoring 0 in Game 6?
Well, they both were bad.
Well, I thought we were talking about Draymond Green right now.
All right.
Yeah, we're talking about Draymond Green's MVP status.
Get your facts straight. Harrison Barnes was the worst player in that game.
Yeah, but Harrison Barnes doesn't talk about being a Finals MVP.
He was amazing in Game 7.
He could be Finals MVP.
He was amazing in Game 7.
Harrison Barnes averaged 9 points a game in those Finals.
Well, no,
4.5 rebounds.
Draymond.
Harrison Barnes should be thanking his lucky stars that he stole $200 million in this league. Got a 3-year, $54 million deal with the Sacramento Kings. I'm telling Casey and D'Lo, what the hell are you guys doing?
Signing guys from overseas. That's what they're doing.
Harrison Barnes averaged 9 points a game.
Changing their uniforms again. Has any team changed their uniforms more than the Kings over the last 25 years?
Atlanta Hawks.
Good call. Good call.
They always change their uniforms. Why? I have no idea.
No, but like the
Jazz. Jet T-Wolves. Go back to the old Wolf, by the way. Yeah. Timberwolves come to the Howling now.
The Kevin Garnett days. Huh?
Yeah,
those ones are sick. Benny loves that one. Yeah. Whenever we go to Chase Center, he actually thinks we're going to a Timberwolves game for some reason because he saw the Timberwolves play there last year.
Right.
Hey, Dad, are we going to a T-Wolves game? No, we are not going to see Anthony Edwards anytime soon, son.
$200 million Anthony Edwards.
So Draymond Green scoring 8 points in those finals. He made up for it by having a monster Game 7.
Oh, he was amazing.
Where Harrison Barnes, what did he do in that Game 7?
But like, I mean, again, part of the reason, if it's a lasagna of losing, okay, part of it baked in there, I don't know if it's the cheese or the pasta. Trey, you got suspended, bud.
He did.
And
Kiki Vandeweghe, come on, in real time. You know the NBA did him a solid because LeBron James went on the podium down 3-1, crying, saying, you just don't call a grown man that. You don't call a grown man that. I got a family. I got kids.
But it's also controlling your emotions, right? Emotional control.
LeBron baited him because LeBron had lost his cool. LeBron lost his cool because he knew it was over. And he baited Draymond Green.
I mean, the rat on the table is Steph was awful in that Game 7. He was not very good in that entire series, if we're going to keep it a buck.
Well, he was also hurt, but that doesn't take away. He was legitimately hurt, but he did not play well at all. And the behind-the-back turnover is one of those turnovers that will play on a loop forever.
Yeah, that was bad. That was just a nightmare.
Iggy not dunking it.
Guys, Harrison Barnes, 2 for 14 in Game 5. By the way, Game 5 at Oracle, where Draymond was in the suite of the Coliseum with Marshawn Lynch and Bob Myers. Kyrie and LeBron was so damn good that night.
Well, how would they have, 35 each?
No, they have 40 each.
40 each.
40 plus each. I mean, they wore their black slate uniforms. They were sick in that game. I was like, damn.
The worst part about watching that Game 7 highlights, and whenever they pop up, is the Cavs were wearing those god-awful the black.
Yeah, the black slates. Yeah, they wore those for Game 5.
Sleeves.
I love those. Oh, they look sick.
With the sleeves?
Oh, they were sick.
I think they were really ugly.
The all black. Oh, they were sick. I liked them.
Really?
In person, they
with
looked.
The champagne
dude,
and
they popped.
burgundy?
They popped. They were really sick.
Ugh.
I liked
of all
those.
the color combinations in sports, to your point, Shasky, yeah, the maroon or burgundy with the gold. Yeah, I don't like that. I never really liked Washington's either.
No, those were sick. Nah, I like those. But Harrison Barnes, Game 5, 2 for 14, 5 points. Game 6, 0 for 8, 0 points. Game 7. Oh, boy, Game 7, 10 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist.
You talking about Harrison Barnes?
Harrison Barnes. We won't look at Steph. Steph's slander proof on this show.
I love how he inserted himself as the MVP and then went down the rabbit hole of how his life would be different. Your life's been great. You've had a great career. You've had a great life. Everyone does the woulda, coulda, shoulda. I do
MVP,
it. You do it. We all do
Finals MVP, baby. Draymond's like, you know what? Maybe I am a 20-point per game scorer. So to his point, you missed the message. To his point, maybe he would have thought differently of himself. Maybe he would have said, you know what? I'm going to jack up 10 threes a game. I'm going to go out there and score 25 a game. Maybe he is a different player.
See, he missed the entire point. You got suspended, and 10 years later, we're still talking about you controlling your emotions.
Hey, but honestly, you know why that loss doesn't hurt me?
Because you got Kevin Durant.
2 weeks later, you got the world's greatest consolation prize. The greatest consolation prize in history.
6 years ago yesterday.
6 years ago yesterday.
6. Yeah.
KD Day. Happy KD Day. By the way, KD's going at it with tweeters. Did you see that? Brett, Bay Bridge. Brett, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
You know, I wanted to weigh in on it. I know we live in a league where, you know, what have you done for me lately? And I mean, you can say that to all sports. But to me, I feel like Jordan really did catch a raw deal. You know, Steph Curry was turning the ball over left and right. I mean, he was making some bad, boneheaded, turnovers where you're just like, Steph, what are you doing? But, I mean, he's not going to catch the slack because it's Steph Curry, and I get that. And Clay was shooting threes from Fresno and Bakersfield that just looked horrible. And he caught some slack, but nothing like JP.
No.
And it's like, guys, you know, the guy's still a young man developing into his role, and he's trying to figure out his role. And my question I pose you this is, you know, if JP had still been on his rookie deal and not signed that $30 million a year, whatever it was, extension every year for the next 3-4 years, would they have still been as hard on him? Thanks for taking my call, guys.
It's a great question. We'll answer on the other side. Top 10 wing stoppers last season per perimeter isolation defense metric. This is Basketball Index. Top 10 wing stoppers last year. Isolation defensive metric. Jonathan Kuminga, number 3 overall. Ahead of Mikal Bridges, ahead of OG Anunoby, ahead of Dorian Finney-Smith, ahead of Andrew Wiggins, who was number 7 on that list. So maybe you got your wing defender right there.
Well, I mean, it obviously tells you that he's in a really nice category, but you always question, like, well, did he really get tested throughout 6 months, or was that like a 2-month sample? I'm not saying that it's not a correlation.
No, I hear what you're saying.
You get what I mean?
I
Like, some of those other guys are full-time players, so they're seeing top dogs every single night over a 5-6 month stretch. That's all.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Chilton Auto Body. Think of the presidents here. So what do they do? What do they find in the White House, Shasky?
Find white stuff.
White stuff?
That they think is cocaine. Insert your own Hunter Biden joke here.
Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you?
What's coming on the game? Sponsored by
American politics, dude. We are lost as a country.
Oh, we've never been.
We have never had worse candidates.
Affirmative action. Do you see that? You see what they're doing to college kids, minorities, and everything? We're going back in time. What a joke. That's why it's hard to celebrate Independence Day. Anyway, we're going to talk more Draymond Green. We'll talk about the Giants. 888-957-9570. We're back, baby. Everything's on the table. Thoughts on free agency overall. All that coming up on the roast.
Have you been in a car accident?
Oh, we're back. We're back. Bonte just lost a morning show listener. What'd I do? 925 Comcast Business Text Line. What did I do?
Can I defend myself?
How did I lose you?
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Before you do, if you're looking for the best, that's right, the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast because, boy, they have a lot to talk about. Sam Lubman posted an IG video basically responding to me. He didn't say my name, but I know it was towards me. Oh, you Giants fans freaking out. Blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, we are concerned about the Giants, but you can listen to them talk me off the ledge. Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman bring you all you need to know about the Giants season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. How did I lose a listener?
I don't know.
What do you want to defend yourself about?
Well, I go into the break room, and like Steiny's giving me grief. He's making it act like over the weekend down in Monterey that I was like berating officials. And I know he's always going to stand up for the officials because his dad was a referee.
It's
I get
actually
that.
a sickening thing.
B, you've seen me coach in action. I don't yell at officials. I don't yell at umpires. I don't do that. I'm not that crazy parent.
I haven't seen you end game yet.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Well, anyway.
Can I tell you a true story about me? Go ahead, finish.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, anybody that's ever actually watched me coach and put in the time and the effort knows that, like, the last thing that anyone should be doing is berating officials on any level. Most of the time, even if they are getting compensated, it's not a lot. They don't give two rips about who wins, who doesn't, whatever. But when I see things over the top that are unequal, and it feels like a trend, and you're holding something against us, yeah, I am going to stand up for our guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something, and it's not like I'm screaming or yelling. Right. I walked over quietly and had a conversation like an adult in a very calm fashion, just like this, when we were talking about equal. And the next thing you know, the guy got completely insecure and did an authoritarian trip off and banished me to the dugout. That's what happened. So, Steiny, I know that you're mad or whatever at me talking about officials. Your interpretation of the situation is off. I'm not some crazy coach.
Well, let me tell you.
I'm very quiet.
Can I give you basically spit about a true story here?
Yes!
2 weeks after 9/11, or maybe the week 9/11, what was that, Monday?
So the blueprint just got dropped.
Yeah, blueprint just got dropped. 9/11 happened, and I was helping coaching the outside linebackers and wide receivers at Washington High School, the varsity team.
Okay.
And we're, 24-0 coming out back-to-back championships in the city.
Wow.
Smoked Galileo 50-14 my senior year. The next year, Big Dog City and them win the championship. They won a thriller, but 24-0. It was a Tuesday. Yep. So we played Tamalpais High School in Mill Valley that Saturday.
Okay.
We're down 19-7 in the fourth quarter. One of the referees, sideline official, whoever, throws a flag of pass interference on us. And I yelled because I was next to the offensive coordinator, Ryan Miller, helping them call players or, relaying the plays down to the field. And I go, that's a terrible freaking call. What the hell are you looking at? I screamed at him. And an umpire looks at me. Coach Miller's like, go, get to the sideline. Get the hell away from here. You're losing your cool. We come back and win the football game, whatever. We get a letter in the mail later that week. The next week, get a letter from a parent at Tamalpais High School saying one of your assistant coaches were so rude to the officials. We're just trying to get out the house after 9/11. He was awful. So we started the Hill Files where everything went back.
Files.
Yeah, all that stuff. So, you know what? I would scream at officials. I think it's fair game. It's fair game to yell at umps and refs because they make terrible calls over and over and over. So Steiny can go shove it with that take until he goes watch the Tim Donaghy doc. He won't even watch the Donaghy doc because he knows referees are awful.
Well, and here's the thing.
Not that they're dictating games, but they're just terrible.
Here's the thing, and I'm going to do this. We're going to do this because I have a GoPro now. I'm going to make all of our kids go behind the dish with the umpire gear and umpire an inning of scrimmage. That way they get a feel for what it's like to be an umpire. Now, I have umpired and refereed many games. And there's a way to have conversations with coaches. I call it dialogue, right? In between innings. Like it's small talk. Somebody's got a problem with a call. Hey, this is what I saw. I know what you guys think. This is what I saw. This was my interpretation of it. And we move on. And what I always say when I'm officiating, hey, if I miss that one in your eyes, I'm sorry. I do my best to try to get it right on each individual call. But I will allow a coach to have some sort of conversation, dialogue, so that they can teach their kids. For example, you see this a lot, coming set with a balk. Some officials, some umpires, their interpretation of coming set is different than others. I want to be able to teach my team what coming set is so that when they get to the next level, high school or whatever, they're not balking left and right. So I don't know. It's just funny that, there's certain umpires and officials, you can't even talk to them. And those are the most insecure ones. And typically they're the ones who suck the most.
Well, yeah. I would say 70% of officials or refs are thin-skinned, sensitive. From what I've come across, I have no problem.
I would say 70% of people are thin-skinned.
Well, then officials.
I know I am.
Bump it up. I'm not thin-skinned. No, you can talk about me all you want to. I don't care. I like trash talk, but do you like trash talk? Because when you clap back, people really start to quiver. And, oh my God, you said some bad things about me. The school I come from, talk trash. If I can't talk trash to you, then we can't be friends. That's just what it is.
Is Dame Lillard going to get traded today?
He's going to get traded at some point.
I mean, this whole saga with Dame, I kind of want to go, but I don't want everyone to think that I'm a malcontent because I want to pretend like I'm loyal to Portland. Like, Dame, just put your foot down and get the hell out of there. It's getting a little old.
Well, he's going to get out of there. The more intriguing thing is James Harden.
Why?
Because he opted in hopes of getting traded with the $36 million.
Yeah.
$36 million in change with the player option there. He took less money last year. He opted in this year with the hopes of being traded, and he listed the Clippers as a team he would love to go to. But I have a hard time seeing James Harden traded now. I think he's going to have a come-to-Jesus moment. The all-white party at Michael Rubin's house. Boy, I don't know what it was about. He posted a picture with Embiid. He was hanging out with Tobias Harris, Tyrese Maxey. Michael Rubin's having a one-on-one with them. James Harden's best chance to win a championship is in Philadelphia. It's not with the Clippers.
But is that his motivation?
I would hope so. I would hope so at this point of his career. I don't know.
Well, at what point in his career has James Harden ever given you this indication that the number one thing he cares about?
2018-19. When they were number one seed with Chris Paul. Yeah, I felt like James Harden was motivated.
So then maybe I'm being unfair.
No, I think James Harden's motivated to win that championship. And I think its best shot to win the championship is in Philadelphia. With Embiid in the Eastern Conference. Out in the East right now, you got Boston. Giannis Antetokounmpo just had to clean up on his knee. Middleton had to clean up on his knee. They're getting a lot older. I don't think they really fear Milwaukee like that. Miami was a playing team, let's be honest.
Well, and they're a team that wants Dame, and they're ready to flip a lot of pieces to get him.
Philadelphia gives Harden his best chance. So I don't, if he goes to the Clippers, all right, great. They have Paul George, Kawhi Leonard. They all need to.
What are they giving up to Portland to get him?
Or to Philadelphia to get James Harden?
Yeah. Or excuse me, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Dame as well.
Yeah. But Dame, I don't know what Miami, maybe the one team that really wants Dame Lillard. Portland may just hold on to Dame, say, you know what, we're going to use him as leverage. You cannot cave in to Dame's demands. You have to do what's best for your organization.
Why did Dame take? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know why Dame didn't ask for a trade before the draft.
That's
why
what I'm
did
saying.
He take the extension? Why did I guess you got to get that generational wealth, but boy,
would you rather have? What's more easy to accept, Harden on your team or CP3 on your team as a Warrior fan? Probably CP3.
Easily?
No. I'm just saying.
Easier to accept?
Yes, than Harden?
I think Harden would be easier to accept than CP3.
Really?
You may be underestimating how hated Chris Paul is around these
But
parts.
I think that CP3 strikes me more as a, fair or not, I view him as more hardworking, more team-oriented. Harden, I file under selfish. Whether people want to accept that, it feels like I can only win my way.
Yeah,
that's the feeling that I get. I don't know if that is fair or not, but that's just how I view it.
Yeah,
Harden is less professional.
Yeah, he has been less professional.
That's the way I would file it.
No doubt, coming in
less
out of shape.
professional.
Yeah, the way
whether
he ended
fair
his
or
Houston,
not, that's the way I interpret
no doubt.
him.
I could see that. And Harden does. He just kind of gives up. So I don't know if it kind of fits the Clippers franchise history to get a guy like James Harden in the twilight of his career. James Harden at this point, who are you to demand a trade? Honestly, who are you to demand?
I thought he took a pay reduction so that he could be a team player.
Right. Not this past season, because I give him credit for the Celtics series. He did help win 2 of those games, played really well, although he disappeared in Game 7. But the year before, when they lost to Miami, and his Game 6 performance in Philadelphia, I'm surprised they didn't boo him out of town. Tim Legler had a breakdown of his effort.
Yeah, it was really bad.
It was some of the worst playoff history. So James Harden, I'm out on him. I'm so out on him. Give me Chris Paul all day long over James Harden.
Isn't that a crazy statement?
That is a crazy statement. But
no, but you're right.
I actually give Steiny some credit on this. I was listening to him. I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday. It's like I don't want to hear James Harden's name anymore. I'm out on him, and I'm kind of the same way. James Harden just play. I'm not telling you
for
to shut
his
up
Philadelphia 76ers. Steiny's Philadelphia 76ers.
That's like silly. He's a Celtics guy, or used to be a Celtics guy.
Dr. J refused to sign one of his things as a kid, and he's hated them ever since.
That's.
Respect that at least. Actually, I respect the grudge.
Straight to the bandwagon, Steiny. I'm a Yankee Celtic fan. Aren't those things at odds?
From Philadelphia too.
Yeah,
how about that?
Very odd.
Wow, this segment sure is about Steiny. I'm missing him a lot.
Thank you for providing us with content.
I don't have a strong opinion.
So Dame Lillard, where's he going to end up? Does anybody even care about Dame Lillard at this point? And if he does go to Miami, does that make him a championship contender? I don't see that.
I don't know. And then Jimmy Butler and him, do they give up Bam? Are they keeping Bam? There's a lot of questions I have on that one. I just looked at all the movement over the weekend, and I think that leading up to free agency, I was very worried about where the Warriors stack up. Now that things have settled, I've had time to reflect on everything.
You feel good about the Warriors?
I feel much better than I thought I would. I feel much better. I still think that they have flaws. They don't have size. They don't have enough perimeter defense. They don't have enough two-way players that I'm looking for. But when you contrast that with what everyone else in the West has, throwing Denver obviously to the side, knowing that they're the elite of the elite, I'm saying like, yeah, they're right. They're right there. They're in the mix. The Warriors are in the mix.
What about Phoenix?
See, Phoenix is an interesting team. I really want to see what it looks like, right?
They signed a lot of guys.
I mean, are they going to be able to play 40 games combined together?
Boy, great question.
I mean, I know, like,
I have no idea.
They'll squeeze 60 games out of each three, but will they be able to play the three of them for 40-plus games?
I don't know.
And then what does it look like offensively with Beal, with Booker, with Durant, when I filed them all into more ball pounder than playmaker.
And then they added Eric Gordon.
Yeah, I like Eric Gordon crazy over 3 or 4 years ago.
And I guess it came down to the Warriors and the Suns, but Eric Gordon took that 2-year deal with the Phoenix Suns, the 2-year vet minimum, instead of the 1 year that the Warriors could offer. I'm not mad about Eric Gordon. It would have been nice to have another scorer off the bench, and that's what Eric Gordon can do. But
he's another guy whose shot selection frustrates me.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Eric Gordon guy. Eric Gordon, I should say, not Aaron Gordon. I'm not the biggest Eric Gordon guy at all. So where do the Warriors stack up right now? 888-957-9570. And are you happy that Draymond Green is back? Are you happy that he's back? Here's what he had to say about CP3 coming to the roster.
After the Lakers series, Steph said in his press conference, which was, we ran out of variety. And what I mean by variety is like in a team, you need to have a variety. Like if they're taking this away, then you can go to this. If they're taking that away, then you can move to this. Our team last year didn't have a variety of ways that we could score. And I think CP adds another thing to the menu to address the topic of a variety of things, of ways to score. Because CP plays totally different than Steph.
Right. Yeah.
Totally different than Clay.
Right.
Totally different than myself. And even Jordan Poole for that matter.
Right.
And so I think what he brings is, number one, the variety in which we can play, I think is huge.
When was the last time they had a traditional point guard the way we view Chris Paul? Just anyone on the right. It doesn't have to be an elite player. I'm just saying in general.
Jarrett Jack.
So you don't put Sean Livingston was very combo guardish?
Yeah, very combo guardish. I want to say Sean Livingston, but the question you asked,
like
I started thinking about size, straight traditional.
You think Jarrett Jack?
Maybe?
Yeah, I think I lean in that direction. And that's not to diminish Sean Livingston. I just think
Cook.
Sean did more things for them. I think we were underrating how versatile he was.
Quinn Cook? I mean,
I didn't view him as like a traditional point guard. He was just a small player.
Yeah.
Chucking threes. He was more of like a off-ball guy.
Well, he got a lot of run in that 2019 NBA Finals. Boy, was Toronto leaving him open.
Would you consider D'Lo a traditional?
I guess, but he played at such a different style.
Yeah, I know. I agree. And I don't see him as a passer per se.
I forgot all about Chris Chiozza. I forgot all about Chris Chiozza. Wow.
Chiozza.
Chris Chiozza, NBA champion Chris Chiozza. Where the hell did he play last year? Talk about falling off the map.
Because I mean,
he wasn't on the roster last year.
Dare I say, Baron Davis was the last time, and he was obviously in his prime. Was he the last guy that played the way CP3 plays? Like, just very traditionally?
Well, Baron Davis could light you up.
Yeah, but he could also facilitate like crazy in the half court.
Jared Jack could do that too.
Okay.
I guess.
Are we sleeping on anybody?
No, I think this is a good move. Chris Chiozza, man, didn't even play in the league last year. Nate Robinson, no way.
But Derek Fisher was after. So Derek Fisher came in before
Baron
Davis because he was with the Warriors, and then the year of We Believe, he was on Utah. He had to leave the Warriors for health of his child to go to Utah because of the facilities and whatnot. And I will never forget him running out onto the court and me hating his guts.
He would fit that traditional point
yes,
guard.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Chris Chiozza played in Spain last year. Spain.
What was the guy, DeMarcus Nelson?
Oh, from Duke. Bree, Detroit. Bree, what's happening?
Brad Wanamaker.
Hi. Chris Chiozza. First, he was with the Nets, and then he went to Spain.
Yep.
But I live in Detroit. I date a player that plays. So I'm familiar. I'm kind of like in the loop. I said things in the comments before about Draymond, and you guys have seen me comment before. But this is what I want to say. You guys don't ever talk about how maybe the young guys had a chip on their shoulder. Maybe they had attitude. It's hard to work with people when they have attitudes, when they come in, they don't want to listen, or they're angry about not getting playtime. Yep. So you want Draymond to be a dog on the court, bring this toughness, but also maybe someone who's not willing to listen. Steph probably was more willing to listen when he came into the league. Clay probably was more willing to listen. We don't know what happened behind the scenes. But sometimes I feel like they're being...
Bree, real quick, I agree that in 5 to 10 years, whenever they speak about last season, I think a lot is going to come out that's going to blow people away. Personally, I don't think that locker room was a good locker room. And the tea leaves are there to read through. There was a lot of moping and a lot of complaining. And again, Jonathan Kuminga, who I love, Bree, going to the papers in the playoffs, kind of told you how he felt all season long. So I'm kind of with you there, Bree. I'll meet you halfway.
But I feel like the veterans get crushed so hard. They don't get enough accountability for what the hell they done for the Bay Area. Like, do you realize that they have been on the top of the mountaintop as far as what a franchise should be in the NBA for like the last 7 or 8 years now? They have brought so much to you guys. And I hear people calling in, complaining and whining about Clay. Clay had a bad series. Oh my God. So what? But look at all the great series he's had. He had the most threes this season. No one talks about the good enough. Everyone.
Well, Bree, you can agree, and a hell of a call. Please call us back because I'm with you on a lot of points. Man, that was a hell of a call. Negativity sells. Kevin Durant was tweeting at somebody this past weekend. How come you don't talk about the happy, yo? Well, because everybody likes negative. Negativity sells, apparently.
Did she say she's currently dating an NBA player?
Something like that. She's got some insight.
Yeah, no, it's interesting.
She's got some insight.
It's interesting.
I
mean, name me a young person in life who listens. I mean, they're very rare. They're very rare.
She's right.
I know, but B, think about all the young people you know. The kids between the ages of 16 and 22. Okay, and I call it even 22-year-olds kids. Ones that are actually mature and listen, they are rare. They are. I don't care what walk of life. Now, Joe, you're going to say to me, hey, people that are drafted in the NBA, these people are the more mature of those people in those age brackets. They tend to be even more mature emotionally for a variety of reasons, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but they're still kids. And kids don't listen to older people. And that's just facts.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, I'm 40 years old. I don't even want to listen to my dad.
Right.
All right? Even though I'm slowly evolving into him, or devolving, depending on how you look at it.
Sounds like a personal problem. She's right about Clay. We forgot the good with Clay Thompson last year because of 1 series and 2 series.
2. Yeah, but okay. If we're gonna have the Clay conversation, there's also the first month and a half of the season.
First month and a half, everybody was
so
bad.
It wasn't just the end, but
no, it wasn't.
Her point is well taken. He's had much better series overall, but that's how sports works, right? We're always waiting for the shoe to drop, and we're waiting for the end of someone's career. We never want to appreciate it in the middle.
It's amazing how quickly that flipped. Guy comes back, 2 gruesome leg injuries, and the shots were not good. They were not good. But having the best offensive months of your career last year, and Klay Thompson led the league in 3-point makes.
I mean, Kevin,
and people wanted to trade that in the league that values shooting like no other era before. And we wanted to get rid of Klay Thompson.
This is Klay Thompson.
That's one thing I just can't wrap my head around. I can't wrap my head around it. I just can't for the life of me. I tried to meet people halfway, try to say, all right, play all out the business, blah, 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 blah. The dude made over 300 threes. He's only the third player in NBA history to do that. And carried you at a time when Steph was out, when Wiggins was out, when you had to lead Jordan Poole, who was in and out.
Well, I think in a normal setting, people would like to have these guys all play forever.
Right.
But when you're in a salary cap league and there's only so many moves you can make and contracts have to line up and this, that, and the other, I think most reasonable people are like, hey, to get something, you got to give something. And so they do the process of elimination game, and boom, you land on Klay Thompson sometimes when it comes to, exercising what trades you could and would make.
Played in 69 games last season, which is very, very nice. Let's go to Kurt in Oakland.
So they can turn.
Kurt, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Two underrated traditional point guards that the Warriors had once upon a time was Mookie Blaylock and Bimbo Coles. They were both traditional point guards that kind of played the Chris Paul role. The problem was the Warrior teams were so bad.
Right.
You never really got to see them play that style.
Mm-hmm.
But they were too traditional. And then Bobby Sura, to an extent,
you're going way
his
back.
Style.
You're going way back.
Combo guard.
Kurt, you got to go way back. Would
you consider Jared Jack a traditional point guard?
He occasionally would run the offense,
right.
But I feel like he was more of a scoring point guard than a traditional point guard, though he could adapt and kind of play both.
Yeah.
But I always considered him more of a scoring point guard than a traditional point guard.
He would drive me crazy. He would
dribble.
He would dribble.
He
He
had that mid-range. He had a decent mid-range shot, but he would dribble a lot, and the offense didn't really flow with him that much. Unless he knew the ball was coming back to him, then he would make sure the offense flew.
Big game 4. Good call, Kurt. Good call. Big game 4. Big game 4 against San Antonio that year. They made the playoffs and lost in the second round in 6. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
What's going on with you fellas?
Nothing much, man.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the traditional point guard we had was Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway was one of the best traditional point guards, playing with Mitch Richmond and Chris Mullins. You know what I'm saying? But besides that, with the draft picks that we got, I'm telling you guys right now, Trace Davis, I'm telling you right now, this kid can play. He can play, and the young other kid, Pajinski, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, from Santa Clara. I'm telling you guys, coming out of high school, this young kid is one of the best kids, talents around. He went to Illinois and didn't get a chance, and then he went to Santa Clara. Right now, the Warriors are in good position. We're gonna win the West this year, guarantee you that.
Win the West. Okay. I'm calling him Paz. I don't know. Pajinski, I guess the D is pronounced with a J. Is that correct?
Pajinski, and you got Trace Jackson Davis, who we didn't get to see Monday night due to a hamstring injury he suffered. Warriors winning the West. I think they're a top 4 team in the West. I mean, they made that's the thing what Bree and Detroit was talking about. The chemistry, the complaining, the moping, and the West wasn't as strong. They win 44 games, win a 6 seed. Yeah, they survived against Sacramento. Listen, by the way, Sacramento Kings fans, I can't wait to see them next year.
Why?
It's a lot of talking going up there in Sacramento.
Why? Because the arrow's pointed up?
You lost the first round series with home court advantage. You let somebody drop 50 on you in Game 7. All of a sudden, you beat your chest saying, oh, we're back. No, you made a mistake in giving Harrison Barnes the money, and you made another mistake in extending Sabonis for that money. Trust me. Contract's not going to age well for Sacramento. A little too much chatter from the 916.
I like the Kings moving forward.
Yeah, you're scared of the Kings.
Well,
Nobody's scared of the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Can we be reasonable?
They make the playoffs for the first time in 30 years, and all of a sudden they got new uniforms. Yeah. They're filling themselves on ESPN during the California Classic, playing Keegan Murray in the color. Oh, it's Sacramento. Just slow down. Oh, chill. You got to crawl before you walk. All right? You know what the second round feels like? You know what that tastes like? You ain't tasted that in 20 years. The second round of the playoffs.
Can't tell you.
Pump the brakes a little bit,
Well,
Sacramento.
I have no idea.
If you were betting on a team's future in the West, not named the Denver Nuggets,
I'm betting on the Pelicans with a healthy
over
Zion.
the Kings.
With a healthy Zion and Brandon Ingram.
Your lower extremities.
So for
Herb
next
Jones,
year,
Trey Murphy III.
for next year, you think that the Pelicans will be better than the Kings next year?
If they're healthy, they will be better than the Kings.
We got the King.
Kings will not be sneaking up on anybody no more. You know, Kings
don't
come
know.
to town.
I really
people
like
give their
the
tickets
Kings.
away.
I don't know.
Guys are benching their players. Now everybody's going, okay, Sacramento, seriously? Okay, Sac, we got you now. We're going to wake up for that game. I guarantee you Draymond Green wakes up on a Wednesday morning during March against Sacramento next year.
Well, doesn't that tell you that they're a team to be feared?
No, it's just, hey, we need to humble you.
Oh.
We put you in your place.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, man. De'Aaron Fox is really good.
Don't be scared of Sacramento.
He's
Shaq.
really
Come on,
good.
man.
He broke his finger in that
Why
series.
are you scared of
I'm not
Sacramento?
scared. I'm just giving him. I'm giving the other team a little bit of credit. That's all I'm
finally.
doing.
When'd you start doing that? It's not to put your boy on, though.
Well, I mean, I watched them take the Warriors to the brink. I think it's healthy to appreciate what teams do well on the other side. They get paid too.
Sacramento Kings. Nobody's scared of them. KC up there talking about, man, it's a Christmas Day game. Please. Y'all would be
we got the
lucky.
King.
Y'all would be lucky to be playing on Christmas Day.
And
Ain't there yet.
I like the old school retro font that they're putting in with the black and purple. I like the uniform.
I mean, they'll be playing Christmas Day. It'll be like the last game in the slate at like 8 o'clock when
You
we're all
been
asleep.
The game you go to sleep on? The old Salt Lake City game when Utah would play like Denver back in the
You're
day?
having like second or thirds at that point of the
Right.
prime rib, and just like, all right, whatever.
It'd be the Portland game, 7:30 at night.
Clippers.
10:30 at night.
Clippers
East
Kings.
Coast time.
No, I
They
think the
getting-
Kings will be I think that game will start before 8 o'clock.
They ain't getting no
They'll
damn.
play the Knicks in the morning, the first game.
Yeah, you ain't getting no matinee, 12 o'clock slot Christmas Day game, Sacramento.
Whose contract ages
Please.
better? Draymond's 3-year with a player option at, what is he, 5 years older, 6 years older than Sabonis?
Yeah.
Or Sabonis?
Great question. Sabonis is going to get numbers in a regular season. It's whether or not he's a 16-game player, 16 playoff game player. And he got exposed last year in the playoffs. Looney and Draymond had Sabonis in their hip pocket. Does Sabonis get better and hit the mid-range jumper?
He was much better in 6 and 7. At least the first half of 7.
Watching that game with Willie and Festus and the entire newsroom at NBC, there's literally like 7 straight possessions where you look at Sabonis like, damn, he screwed it up. Damn, look at Sabonis, he's screwing it up. Damn, look at Sabonis. Oh, he doesn't make a play.
Well, it's just
oh my God, look
using
at
your
Sabonis.
some of your own ammunition here against you. It was his first time in the playoffs with that team.
But he had been in the playoffs before.
I know. I'm just saying. Like
He'd been
that
in
was
the
their
playoffs with
first
Indiana.
run. So
Been
there's
in
a
the playoffs
lot of
with
new.
OKC. He'd been into the playoffs before. It wasn't his first ever playoff run. He'd been to the playoffs before. He knows what the playoffs lights are like. He's been there before. What's his record in the playoffs? The Sacramento Kings.
Can't tell you.
Christmas Day game.
Keegan's going to be a lot better this
He
year.
will be better. I'll give that. Keegan will be better.
Malik
They
Monk
resigned
wearing
him.
the jersey sideline over the
They
weekend.
signed Harrison Barnes. Why? Why? That doesn't make sense to me.
I like that they signed this European shooter guy. Like I've never even seen a video of him, and I was like, I like it.
Of course you like it.
Of course.
Wow. You're giving Sacramento. Were you scared of Casey and D'Lo?
No.
You know they're listening right now. You know they're listening.
I love both guys. I don't care what they think of my
Talk about
opinion
a
of their
European
team.
player nobody even knows about.
I'm just saying, watching the Kings, I was like, man, that's a really fun team. I like the way they play basketball.
The European guy. I wouldn't even know his name. What do you win? Euro MVP or something?
That's what they said.
Good Lord. I should have went up to Sacramento on Monday. I should have gone up there. Damn it, I'm mad that I didn't go. Now I'm a little ticked off because they need to be humbled up there. I should have took my talents up to the 916 and let them know, hey, pump the brakes up here, buddy. Pump the brakes. I don't even know if they're going to have home court advantage in the first round next year. I really
this
don't.
anti-Sacramento bit that you've been doing, it's pretty funny. They took the Warriors to 7, and Steph needed 50 to drag the Warriors through.
They took a Warriors team to 7 that was fighting amongst each other in the locker room.
But that doesn't mean that you can't give them a little bit of love.
They blew a 2-0 lead. You want me to give them love for blowing a 2-0 lead? The Sacramento Kings?
I'm just saying they had
Can
a
we make
great
a
year.
bet? Me and you make a bet?
What's the bet?
Let's make a bet. And I'll make it with Casey and D'Lo.
Okay, what's the bet?
I know they're listening. Hey, Kitty Caraway.
This is
Damian
making
Barling.
me sound like a king, like I'm
ESPN
a king fan.
1320.
I think highly of them.
Well, no, remember during the playoff run, they would have. I don't think the Warriors could win for out. You was.
Well, I almost
like,
took the Lakers in our stupid pick'em thing, and I was afraid of the stupid social media backlash. I said to Guru, I like the Lakers in 6 or 7. He said, I do too. And yet the both of us took the Warriors in 7 on the graphic.
That's because you don't believe. I would have said if you would have believed. I believe the Warriors are going to beat the Lakers. If I would have believed the Lakers would have beat the Warriors, I would have picked the Lakers. I would have picked them. Sacramento. Those 2 weeks against Sacramento, I didn't know. I didn't want to do the show with you. I remember those 2 weeks. I was like, what happened to my guy?
What happened to my guys? I watched a team shove it down the Warriors' throat.
I'm going to make a bet with Kitty Caraway and Damian Barling, ESPN 1320. I'm going to bet them right now because I know they're listening. They could clip this. All the Chatty House people, everybody. The Sacramento Kings next season will not have home court advantage in the first round. They will not be a top 4 team in the Western Conference. Sacramento. Please.
Well, I don't know if that's the end-all, be-all.
It's not.
They're going to make it to the second round next year.
Sacramento?
That's a team that I do worry about taking another step forward. I do.
They're not making the second round next year. I'll tell you your second round teams right now. Denver, Phoenix, Lakers, Warriors. Those are second round teams.
So the same as last season then.
I don't know about Phoenix. We'll see.
Or Phoenix, or I could see New Orleans.
So you like New Orleans over Sac?
Slater did make a great point. It was kind of jogging my memory a little bit. They were rolling at one point. A lot of things happening down there in the Big Easy. Sacramento will not be in the second round.
Your lower extremity.
I just think they're I think they're a very dangerous team for a lot of other teams in the league, and I think that De'Aaron Fox is a rising star. And my big takeaway from that series was that's the kind of guy that over the next 10 years, forget John Morant, I'm betting on De'Aaron Fox.
I bet on
that
De'Aaron
was my
Fox.
big takeaway from that series, and I'm going to stay with it because that kid's special. He is special.
The beam. The beam. Casey and I'm begging for Christmas Day games after losing in the first round for the first time in 20 years, man. Get out of here.
Oh, and young Guido's coming in with traditional point guards that the Warriors had. What about Mark Price? It's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
You said the last traditional point guard, not point guards from 25 years ago.
He might even have been 30.
The Sacramento Kings. I can't get over that, man. That was a cute story. Told you it was a cute story. And then Curry chopped 50 on their ass. Had them apologizing and shaking hands.
I like De'Aaron Fox. He's excellent.
Let's get to the Xfinity
really won
Fast
me over.
5. Xfinity Fast 5.
Mm-hmm.
Xfinity Fast 5. Man, what a show. We got 2 more days to work this week. 3-day work week for everybody. Sask, what's your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are this. The San Francisco Giants, they need a win in the worst way. I mean, they've got to stop the bleeding. I don't want to hear any more excuses about them being tired. Everyone's tired. You're all limping to the All-Star break. Giants need a win in the worst way, and they need some of these youngsters. I'm talking about Matos and Schmidt in particular to have a couple of multi-hit games here this week.
Joey the Jaws Chestnut, legendary performance, battling out against the elements, if you will. Lightning delay wasn't going to stop Joey. San Jose zone, the pride of San Jose State. Dare I say, the greatest athlete in the history of Bay Area sports. I'm going to say it. Michael Jordan flu game? Psh, please. Terrell Owens' broken leg in the Super Bowl? Please. This guy battled it out in lightning. Lightning. Those guys would never do that. Joey Chestnut, all the competitors, hey guys, we're not going out like this. We're not canceling the greatest event in the history of 4th of July. Good on you, Joey.
I can think of one cooler moment that happened on the 4th of July, but I'll say this, though. My final thought, our YouTube poll today, are the Giants fading, or is this just a rough stretch? 58% are calling this a rough stretch. I'm agreeing with them. That said, if the Giants struggle this weekend against the Rockies, it's going to get ugly fast.
Oh, boy. My final thought today, It's got to be on the Warriors, man. Draymond's back. He said a lot. Chris Paul's here. I'm warming up to it. Where do the Warriors stack up in the West? I'm really intrigued with the next season. The West is wide open. Denver loses Bruce Brown and Uncle Jeff Green. A lot of people reminded me of that. He goes on to Houston. Where are the Warriors going to be at? How's it going to look? Very intriguing. Very excited to see what this trio does next year for their final chapter in a Warriors uniform. Final thoughts from the Comcast Business text line. 917 agrees with Spadoni. Joey Chestnut is the GOAT of all goats.
Mm-hmm. How many goats could he eat in 3 minutes?
Oh, great question.
A lot.
Great question.
So good. We got Loveman laughing.
See, and Spadoni always thinks I forget, but I don't forget. I just stagger and I milk it.
Don't forget about Dre.
Get out. No, don't forget about the Fast Five. Read, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Who would you have a harder time paying? Desmond Bain $200 million or Dylan Brooks $80?
Oh, Dylan Brooks $80 easily.
$200 for Dylan?
I know.
For what's his name? Desmond Bain?
Dude, Dylan Brooks is getting $20 million a year. Dylan Brooks. Dylan. Oh man, woo. Love being back. Steiny Guru next.
Did you smile? All righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you.
I missed you, baby.
Yeah, long, nice 4-day weekend.
Let's put the rat on the table
already.
Yeah, could you have used another day?
Yes.
I couldn't wait to get back.
What do you mean?
There's nothing worse than sport news breaking and you're on the couch or I'm on the treadmill. I'm back. We back.
Yeah, we
Brought
are.
to you by ATCO. And we got the pest of the month, plural. I'll give it to you here at the next break.
What do you mean?
You remember you were like, hey, tell them to get the pest of the month.
So we got a new pest?
Yeah, we got 2 new ones. Yeah.
Well, then it's pests of the month.
Yeah, that's what I said. What ass? Pest.
No. It's pests.
That's what pest.
Well, you said there's 2.
Yeah.
So then it's pests.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you.
You said pest.
No, I said it sounded like it, but I said.
Can you say pest?
Yeah,
it sounds
pest.
All right, good. It's an interesting part to the show.
Yeah,
hey, Warrior fans, Draymond Green's back. 4 years, $100 million. We last left you, and Chris Paul was a Warrior. Now Draymond Green's a Warrior, and also Corey Joseph.
12-year veteran, Stoney.
Yeah, 32 years old. Going to be the 4th guard on this team. So the Warriors are essentially done. They may pick up a Dario Saric.
What's going on?
What do you mean?
Monty Poole, Friday, I believe it was Friday or Saturday. You know, he reported it looked like they were, about to put a ring on it. And it's been a few days, so I'm getting worried about him. But Stoney, also, Bol-Bol's been released. I know you can.
No.
We need size. Size matters.
We're not doing this.
We need somebody taller than 6'9".
First of all, Bol is not Steve Kerr's kind of player. And
are you being serious right now?
I'm being dead serious.
I got a contingency of friends that are like, Bol is a must at this point.
Why?
The size matters.
Why did Orlando just kick him to the curb?
Well,
why did they say deuces?
Hey,
size.
Shout out Chris Brown. Same reason Phoenix don't Chris Paul deuces. So if you want to say that was deuces, but a different deuces, okay. But Bol team needs size. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they'll get Saric. He has a higher basketball
IQ.
No
doubt about it.
Than Bol. But the Warriors, give me. I was thinking about what's happened the last week, and I know there's still some free agency left, but the Warriors right now have 12 players on their roster, so not a lot's probably going to change. But they get Chris Paul, and then Draymond re-signs for 4 years, $25 million a year, essentially for $100 million, and I'm like, what's the word you would use to describe the Warriors' offseason so far? Because I have my word. Let me do what you always do. I'll ask a question, then I'll answer.
Oh, boy. My wife says the same thing.
I was underwhelmed. Draymond Green, when he re-signed, I was just like, oh, okay. I guess that's what we're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess that's what we're doing. I guess we kind of have to do this. And I'm saying we as a,
I like
put
that.
myself in a Warrior, as a Warrior fan, but I'm just kind of underwhelmed by... I'm just kind of underwhelmed by the process. Draymond Green's going to be here 4 more years. How do you feel about that? Draymond Green's going to be here 4 more years.
Okay. I'm going to tell you what. Before I answer that question, I'm going to tell you how I feel. I want to give a shout out to 2 young fellas, Spadoni and Evan, because I listened to them Monday while I was at the gym before I went to the California Classic Monday. They knocked it out the park. I know how they feel, and they were on point, and I'm about to answer your question because I feel like you were the white version of me. You sound skeptical. I'm not skeptical. I know why Jordan Poole had to be up out of here. I don't like it. I'm missing him, and no games have been played. But the word I would use is continuity because there was no way now that Poole made his departure, you had to bring Draymond back to continue to be a team that is deemed worthy of championship aspirations. I told you I got nervous and you checked me. You tried to buff me. Goo, you didn't want Dre around. Yeah, that was before I knew Poole was going. And now he's got a 3-year option. I get it. Steiny, I don't know what this Warrior team is going to be with CP3, but they become more mature. Not just the birth certificate. I am starting to open up to Chris Paul not falling down, the dress shoes, turning the ball over, trying to do too much. So from that standpoint, they got more mature, but they also got smaller. And, you know, a lot of fans are wondering, how are we going to stop Jokic? How are we going to stop Anthony Davis? How are we going to stop Phoenix? Why didn't Eric Gordon come here? What's going on? So in Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob and company and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry most of all, I trust. Oof. And that's it, Steiny. I'm not going to second guess until we start seeing them lose games, but continuity is my word for this off season.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's been a week's worth of news. Chris Paul's a Golden State Warrior. Draymond Green's re-signed. How you feeling about Draymond Green? He's going to be back for 4 more years, not 3. He's got a player option for the last year of his deal, which is 1 year after Steph Curry's contract were to expire. If he doesn't re-sign, if he decides to retire, which I don't think there's any sign.
What's he going to look like year 3?
Who?
Draymond. Day.
I don't know. I think he's noticeably slipped the last year or two. So I find it hard to believe that they're going to get a better version of Draymond Green than they've gotten the last year or two. I guess you had to do it. I guess you had to do it. But I don't see it with this team. I can't put all my eggs in the basket of if they run it back with Chris Paul, things are going to be drastically different. I guess I got to get open to the idea, but I'm not. I wouldn't bet on it. And then the second thing that I think we've got to deal with is Draymond Green just got 4 years. Okay, he's going to the Hall of Fame. He's an all-star, and now he's got 4 more years. What are we doing with Jonathan Kuminga? Is there enough room for him even to be on this team right now? And get the kind of playing time he's going to want and the kind of playing time he's going to need to get to start to contribute to this team? That's the part. Where are we with Kuminga if Draymond Green's going to be here for 4 more years?
Then I would tell you Jonathan Kuminga can't be the best version of himself with Dre in front, Steiny. And, you know, that's no hate. That's just how I see it. There were nights I was thinking I was going to come in the next morning talking to you about a trade that involved Jonathan Kuminga, and to hear Draymond, who went on the PG-13 podcast, I don't know what the name of that damn podcast is, Donnie, but he was opening up. It was like you were reading his diary, and he was just talking about some stuff that shocked me. We'll get into it later, and we also got Rick Bucher. We got him at 12 o'clock, Donnie, so we'll talk to him about free agency. But, man, I don't see how Kuminga can reach his potential not getting the throne or having it given to him, but with Dre in his way. Maybe I'm wrong. And I got to throw this at you because it's clear as day to me about CP3. I'm hearing a lot, and I told you I was warming up to him. Mm-hmm. I'm hearing a lot about how he can unlock guys. Okay, but what about the days, because they are going to come, and the games that you need a bucket because the other guys aren't going well. That's what scares me about CP3. And I know he wasn't, you can't do the compare and contrast with him and Poole, but that's what scares me, because if you watch CP3 play just last year, it was labor, Steiny. He labored. And that's what you do when you're 38 years old on the hoop court. And sometimes it's going to be, we need you to take us to the promised land for the next 5 to 6 minutes. Can you do it? So I'm a bit skeptical on that. But your Jonathan Kuminga thing is my number one question about how can he reach his full potential with Dre in his way.
888-957-9570 is the number, and I'm looking for words to describe how the Warriors' offseason's gone so far. And the 408 says 2 words that come to mind are timid and safe.
Wow.
I like those. I do like those.
I don't like timid, Steiny.
Predictable from the 510. I'm at underwhelming right now, and maybe I shouldn't be because I knew this was probably the avenue they were going down.
Like, what were their options?
Well, their options were to
make a big trade,
let Draymond walk. That's what it really came down to. The first domino we all talked about was Draymond Green. Is he coming or is he going? So he's back. So once you get Draymond Green back, I mean, there's only one direction you can go, and that is to continue to run it back. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Tom, Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing?
All right.
Doing well.
How was your fourth?
Oh, dynamite.
My ears hurt. Other than that, I'm like Steiny, dynamite.
Hey, guys, I want to say I'm frustrated and irritated. Those are my words.
How come?
We go after big man. Big man would be number one pick that we get, man. We have done it over and over each year, and we never get one. And then with the leftovers, it's Howard or Cousins. Oh, my God. This Dario guy hasn't signed. We should have put a note in there saying, if you don't sign by this date, we're moving on. We can't wait for you all day. You know, and the other thing I want to say, guys, we are so guard-heavy every year. We got 5 guards on the roster, but we don't have a big man. I want to hear what you guys got to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they'll sign a big guy. They'll sign a big guy, I think. I don't know who it's gonna
Bol is
be.
not the guy. You're like, nah, he ain't Steve Kerr's type.
No, he's not.
Wow.
He's raw.
Then where are you going to find that guy, Steiny? And I'm not being funny, or Dwight Howard or Cousins. Do you go that route?
No. You go sign Saric.
But that would be your price range, a guy like Howard or Cousins. You'd
They'd
give
have
him
to come
much
for
and
the
nothing,
minimum.
and what would the risk be? Well, that's all you can offer right now.
I know.
This is wow, man.
They'll go get Saric.
Yeah,
That's fine.
From the 209, I feel this way. Looney needs help. I told you that as soon as they lost to the Lakers. The Warriors Draymond needs help. And they haven't got that guy yet, man.
No, not yet. Not yet. By the way, you going to give me some scouting reports on you? So you were at the California Classic?
Yeah,
huh?
myself, Benny, my nephew Benny Spadoni.
Who's Benny?
It's supposed to be your nephew too.
Who?
Spadoni's son, Benny.
Oh.
God.
Spadoni drove up there?
Yeah, he
Benny?
drove up there. We took a picture. You didn't see it. I posted it.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, I'll get to the scouting report, but I'm going to say this. I got a new favorite. I don't know if he's going to make the big club. You know where I'm going, LQ. Lester Quinones, Steiny. Your boy looked like a Jordan Poole clone.
Okay.
He looked strong.
Okay.
You want to let
I can't.
Steiny, I was mesmerized. I just like seeing. I didn't know we had that. I don't know where it's going to end up, but I'm telling you this. Give me him over Joseph. That's where I'm at. No shade in Corey Joseph. But man, we need some youth. We need some athleticism. And you shipped it out of here to Washington with Jordan Poole. Hey, Corey Joseph, if you guys are going to tell me it's about what's upstairs, the IQ, I give it. I give that to you. But Lester put on a show, Steiny, and I know he's had some NBA experience. But man, Pajinski, it was his first taste of, NBA basketball. So I'm not ready to say what he's going to be able to do. But if he was in the G League to start off his career, I wouldn't be shocked. Jackson Davis had a hammy, didn't even play. But But all reports, hopefully he'll play tonight or Vegas Friday.
Gotcha.
I didn't see Andre courtside. People are asking me about Andre Iguodala. I didn't see him courtside.
Why would you?
Well, you know I like to make my rounds and see
So he was
who's
there?
in the building. Apparently. Now, I did see De'Aaron Fox and Monk. They were there.
Oh, okay. 510 is saying we're stale, we're old, and repetitive.
Damn.
The 717 saying old, slow. 2 words, older and smaller. Those aren't positive.
No, I don't. Hey, but what about Mike Dunleavy Jr. and their vision of this whole thing? And Steph. We heard Steph at the match, Clay and Dre talking about CP3 and how, he's going to be able to run the second unit and open up Kuminga. What about that stuff that is not the actual physical being that Dub Nation wants? Or is that just hogwash?
I think Chris Paul can help Jonathan Kuminga for sure. I think he can help the second unit. He can run it. I don't know if he's going to start or not at this point. We're going to listen to some Draymond Green sound.
Oh my gosh,
Draymond,
he's letting it all out.
Said he doesn't know whether he's going to start or not. He's talking about Chris Paul, but it doesn't seem like he's overly concerned with it. By the way, let me tell you what was a contract that
give it to me.
One of the most ridiculous ones. You ready?
Yeah.
Dante DiVincenzo?
Yeah, he got his
$50 million over 4 years.
That's not worse than Van Vliet, who I'm not hating on.
That's too much money for Dante DiVincenzo. I'm sorry, it just is.
I thought you were a fan.
He's not a $12 million player.
And Van Vliet is not a $40 million player.
Well, they had to spend money.
Steiny, this would fall under don't hate the player, hate the game. If somebody's going to give you that money, you ain't turning it down.
I mean,
he was at the game too, Dante courtside. DiVincenzo, yeah.
Gotcha.
He got his money, Steiny. I'm with you. He probably will tell you, I didn't know I was going to get that.
I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot for him. He's not going to start either, probably. Filmo, Mike. What's going on, Filmo?
Jeez. My boy.
What just happened to all the phone lines? Yeah, we got all kinds of issues happening now.
And another voice in the room.
Yeah. Everything's discombobulated today. By the way, why did you send me your fantasy baseball standings?
Because I'm in first.
In a text.
Oh, dude, I had to. Because you were in the league, too? Dude, you shot. We had a good Friday after the show. I'm feeling like you root for me.
I don't.
And that's
I don't root for you in our fantasy baseball.
Dude, no, just leave it at root. You heard him. Hey, you know what? And I'm going to shout out the guys that held it down for us too Monday, Steiny.
You didn't listen to him.
Devone is you and Devone are like twins. Sterling was in my chair, did a great job. And who else we got? Divs worked and Allen. Yeah. Dude, I'm a team player. Checking on my guys. You didn't listen. But Devoted, he said something about he's a basketball pickup legend, though, Steiny.
Who's that?
Devone. He started naming the little spots around here. I was like, that sounds like my boy Steiny.
I played against Devone.
Yeah, you told me.
Back in the day.
What's the skinny on his game?
Good little player.
That's what he said. He was a legend.
Good little player.
Well, now I know.
What's up, Filmo? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
My word is
Wow.
This offseason has been
Yeah.
That's I don't know if it's a word or if it's a what you want to call it. But also I want to point out it's OG as well. Very OG.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how old y'all was, but sometimes you can get a group of OGs to play together and they start balling on the youngsters. So I kind of wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors, I don't know what they're going to do, but I wouldn't be surprised if you look up and they got a good record, a pretty solid team, and they kind of just outwitting and outsmarting players, teams. My last point is I love Draymond. I love his money. I know for a fact He probably looked at his career, looked at himself and said, man, I'm not going to be able to make 300, 400. Who knew? You know what I'm saying? You don't play basketball for money, but it's like, damn, I made $400 million off the game of basketball. But I don't think Looney is making $7-8 million. I don't think he's 3 times as bad of a player as Draymond Green making $21, $25, $28 million. So I don't know if Draymond is being oversold. I think Looney more so is being undersold. You got to love a guy like Looney, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looney's easy to like. He's easy to like, Philmo. What?
We just had a conversation about Looney in the green room. I don't know if you remember because I told you I ran into our good friend R.C. Davis at the Classic, and Looney was the topic of conversation.
Why?
Because all we're starting to hear now is CP3 is going to start. Well, if he starts, Looney's going to the bench. And we were just talking about Looney. Like, how effed is that? You know, the guy came in, CP3 was going to run the second team, and he still may. But if Looney is the guy that you just, reliable, Stein, he causes no ruckus. But damn, why should he lose? And this is a bit premature. Why should he go to the bench for a 38-year-old point guard? So we'll see how this plays out. But if he does, Looney's the guy that could take it and won't cause any stink.
He'll go to the bench because they can't have 2 non-scorers on the floor at the same time. Something you pointed out. You can't have 2 non-scorers on the floor anymore. That's why that 5-man unit that's supposed to be the best in basketball.
Plus minus.
Joke. It's a joke. I mean, what good is that lineup if you can't finish with it and if you don't play together?
Well, Steiny, they won 4 chips with it, and only Sack really made them break it up when Dre got suspended and they had success. So, you know, a lot of people are saying, Steiny, you might finally be right, and we won't know next year about this team not being able to win it.
Well, I was right this year about him. Like I said to many people so far, I'm having a hell of a year.
Oh, stop.
A hell of a year. I mean, I'm start with Chris Paul.
Look at the smile.
The Golden State Warrior. That was called.
That's the one you can get some tennis shoes.
Guru was wrong about something. Guru was wrong about something we were talking about. Evan, what were we talking about? Something happened.
Damn,
There's another one Guru was wrong about.
Evan, my boy, not Evan.
Oh, Steiny. Oh, Kyrie's going to the Lakers. Really? Okay. No, he's going back to Dallas.
Yeah.
Another thing. Like I said, I'm having a hell of a year.
But we're not.
No, I had him back to Dallas.
On the max, though.
No, I didn't. I don't get into the numbers.
I think I'm going to pull the tape.
And I don't get into the prediction business unless you put your money behind it. So until you start showing me winning gambling tickets, you don't run laps.
No, I do.
Predictions for nothing for free.
Hell of a year. I'm having a hell of a year.
That is funny. Hell of a year.
I'm having a hell of a year. Hell of a year.
No, you're not.
Until the Giants.
What are you talking about? Boy. I've been right on them, too.
4-game losing streak?
You guys, do you even know how to watch baseball? Baseball's not like every other sport. Do you guys realize that? 4-game losing streak? Who cares?
10-game winning streak?
We're 6 games over. We're 6 games over. We are.
Look at him. Schmidt coming down to earth, and so is Matos.
No,
but they gave you the infusion and the jump that you needed. It's about the others.
Well,
and they need some arms. What's Farhan going to do? It'll be interesting to see. The closer the deadline gets, Steiny, that you should be a buyer.
I'll tell you right now, they're going to get a pitcher or two, and the names will be like, but they'll probably be pretty good.
So you predicting Stroman won't?
Stroman.
What about Bieber from Cleveland?
No, they're not getting him either.
There's one more you guys were floating around. Well, I'm in first place in my fantasy, Jack. Hell with you.
I think my guy Carlos Rodon is pitching Friday.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Making his debut.
Let me tell you who won't be pitching Friday. Ohtani.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Means he might be on the market.
God, that guy's incredible.
Steiny Bowl is coming. Oh, my God.
Dude, now, if he does come, that'll ruin we'll take one away from your Chris Paul.
Yeah, if they...
You really think there's no chance? Like, Steiny, they got to do something. Nobody said play him 38 minutes, but damn.
Who would you rather have, Saric or Bol?
Oh, that's not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Dario.
Oh, well, there's an upset.
Now, ask me about Dario or Cousins or Howard.
No.
You're already 2-1 there.
He's got no, I can't do it. Hey, listen, 888-957-9570. I see calls. They're stacking up. So we're going to talk about Draymond Green, and I want to know how you're feeling about the Warriors offseason so far. Hey, check this out. Next week, we're going to bring you the All-Star Week Blowout. Your chances to win incredible prizes, including Steph and Clay autographed jerseys, Warrior tickets, gift cards, a round of golf with the hosts at the Berkeley Country Club, and much more. It all starts Monday and goes through the entire week. Every show, every day, you'll have a chance at great prizes as we bring you the All-Star Week Blowout. Also, that segment you just heard was sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body.
Steiny, you know what? You're nosy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know what?
I forgot
That's a
I
bunch
said
of crap is what that is. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact,
that's the two dudes in the back.
In fact, you get all mad when I don't communicate with you guys on the thread over a weekend. So I'm the opposite of nosy. Hey, Goo, what'd you do this weekend? What'd you do this weekend, Goo? What'd you do?
Well, that's different.
What'd you do? What'd you do? I don't care.
Yeah, that's different.
I don't care that you went to the California Classic and probably mis-scouted every player on the floor.
Not Quinones, though. Oh my boy. Lester. Steiny was balling.
By the way, what happened? You usually ask me a question after a weekend.
Did you golf?
Yeah, I did. I golfed this weekend.
All right. How did
golfed
you do?
A couple times.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, golfed Sunday and then yesterday.
Look at you. Got to give us the scores because in my world, I just base it off score.
You ready?
Yeah.
Sunday, 80.
No, that might be your best since we've been doing the show.
That's correct.
I've got strongly disagree.
Dude. Okay. And where was that? Karika?
Came up with a 83.
So you're ready for the tournament, Dibs' tournament.
Although my friend said, okay, that's great. You're playing well on the JV courses.
Oh,
that's
okay.
what he called them. I played a course called Redwood Canyon out in Castro Valley. I haven't played there in about 5 years.
It's 18?
It is 18.
That's all they count.
Yeah, Goo. See, you get it.
Oh, my goodness.
And then
80.
Peacock Gap up in Marin.
Dude, wow.
Yeah. So your boy.
So you ain't been following me on the IG videos?
Oh, no.
I've been in the gym hooping.
Yeah. I haven't seen your videos. You know what I'm doing, Goo?
You might get blocked.
I'm changing. No, I'm talking about my golf swing.
Yeah, go ahead. In the lab.
One of the things that I've been doing I've just been coming up on the ball a little bit, lifting up, and you know, Ryan Crawford, he came out with me one day and he said, try to keep those hands a little out in front of the ball, a little out in front. And sure enough, I've been doing that. I've been making better contact.
80 and 83. You ought to be. And you going today? It's Wednesday.
No, not going to golf today.
Okay, you got to let it breathe.
So, yeah, we got the big tournament coming up next week, so I'm golfing 5 days in a row.
Okay.
Next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'm only going to golf once
Bring
between
back
now.
a jacket. Quit choking.
Hey.
I'm fired up. 80 and 83. Bring it home.
Yeah. Back to Wiggins.
Yeah.
Do you have anything?
No, people just on the Comcast business text line. Great shooting, Steiny.
Thank you.
Staying down. Some people put steroids. I had to read that.
What?
Yeah, it was all natural.
Let's go to Khaled and Clayton.
Oh my God, he came at me on Twitter, Steiny.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, but it's my guy. It's love.
Oh, were you wrong? Did you miss-scout somebody?
What's up, Khaled?
4th of July. Hey, Steiny, how long have I been inviting you to go out and play Oakers?
Uh-oh.
And I've been inviting you to get out here, but, it's fine. I won't take too much offense to the fact that it hasn't happened yet.
Wow.
Is that the one in Clayton?
It is.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
You know what, Khaled? Let's hook up on Twitter. I'll hit you with a DM on Twitter.
We will. Sounds good.
All right.
I'll hit you up. But, so let's talk Warriors off season. I'm going to say it's incomplete. I can't comment in regards to it because, I like the high IQ moves that they've made. I think the team's a lot smarter than it was last year. I agree that I think the energy and the locker room is going to be better and is already better at this point. But everyone's panicking and trying to look what the Lakers have done. Look at this. One, we don't have enough time for me to explain why I think it's underwhelming what the Lakers have done. I think they're the same, if not a little worse, than they were last year. But we don't have the ability to be able to do what the Lakers did because we're locked into contract.
Right.
So we have to stay on the fringes and we have to be smart about what we're doing. And everything is frozen. There's no transactions going on right now for one reason and one reason alone. Damian Lillard dropped the bombshell, and I think everyone is kind of trying to figure out how can I become a part of maybe a 3, 4, 5 team trade that can make the team better and give us other avenues and options to be able to, rather than doing a veteran minimum, be able to pick up a couple of guys that might make us better by either giving up draft picks or giving up some players that they're either not completely sold on or are willing to give up for what they're going to get back in return. So I think everyone kind of has to understand the fact that we can't do what everyone else is doing because of the second apron.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to look at where they're going, and they're going for a higher IQ team that hopefully isn't turning the ball over as much. And there is one vet free agent center out there that never really gets mentioned or connected to us that Chris Paul has a connection to, and I thought did really well for the Suns last year, and that's Bismack Biyombo.
Right.
And I think he'd be perfect for the Warriors.
Hey, Khaled, let me ask you this. I got a guy on the YouTube chat, a guy named Lev, and he says, Khaled's my guy. We graduated high school together. He was our school president? Is that correct?
I wasn't quite the president, but I was on student council, and I do know that.
All right. What high school
Politics.
I went to Reardon High School.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's Shasky's school.
Did you want to ask him something?
Yeah, Khaled, you said that you feel like the Warriors' offseason is incomplete, and I feel like they're shopping. They're shopping with the credit card that doesn't have much on it. So, one, what do you expect? And two, are you going to be like Steiny? If you bring up Biyombo, what about Cousins or Dwight Howard? Do you scoff at that, or would you be like, you know what? It's not a big risk.
Here's the thing: is with the roster the way that it's comprised, with a couple of youth pieces that don't, that haven't moved the needle yet. You're excited about their potential and everything else. They've got 3 spots open right now. We know they're only going to fill 2 of them. And right. I think putting DeMarcus Cousins or Dwight Howard in, you say it's a low risk, but it takes 1 roster spot and position away from them, and it's going to cost them. What's the vet minimum? 3?
Yeah,
that's going to be a $21 million position that they're throwing into there. So I want someone that I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that person's going to fit in and be able to do and take the role that they're going to get. I think Bismack Biyombo would come in and be ready to be behind Kevon Looney. I don't think Dwight Howard or DeMarcus Cousins' attitude would allow them to come in there, because I still think that they think that they're still starters in this league, and they're not.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Colette. Appreciate it, as always.
I'm not going to ask you something.
Why do we keep talking about guys who haven't been in the league? I don't get it.
Well, we saw Carmelo Anthony do the same thing, and Colette didn't go here, but they've been humbled. Both Howard and DeMarcus Cousins have been humbled, so they can't kick up dust. This ain't 10 years ago, so I think they would be happy and try to maximize getting another opportunity. That's neither here nor there. But, Steiny, I'm being so real with what I'm about to ask you right now.
Is it about Cousins again?
No, it's the Warriors.
They're done,
So when does this cycle end?
What cycle?
Like when like next season, I'm not saying they can't get it done. I'm watching. I'm skeptical this season, but next off season, what do the numbers look like to where can the Warriors go get a free agent? Can they be a player then?
No.
If Chris Paul drops, if you say bye-bye to him, that's $30 million that you could go use to.
No, that's not how it works.
Oh my God. So when does this cycle end?
Not for a few more years. Okay, so Steph Curry, right? He makes 50 plus.
Oh my gosh.
Draymond's now at 25, right? Wiggins is at 25, right? Chris Paul, we'll put him at 0.
What's Clay going to be at?
Exactly. You're going to have to pay Clay 30. So, no, they're not going to be able to go. They're not going to be able to spend money next offseason. They'll hopefully get their mid-level exception back, which they used on DiVincenzo this past year. But that's I don't see how this roster changes dramatically over the next year or two. I really don't. And the only thing now I'm asking Warrior fans is you get Draymond Green back. You got him for 4 years. What about Kuminga? What about Kuminga? Or are you? And usually I'm like this. I'm usually the guy who says, "What about Kuminga? What about him? Go make your own playing time." But the reality of the situation is, if Draymond Green's back here and Kevon Looney's back here, Jonathan Kuminga and Wiggins is back here.
Yeah,
Jonathan Kuminga may just not get enough playing time. And now he'll be in his third year. He's supposed to take a jump.
And he's been in the labs, Donnie. I don't know if you've been following on IG, but the videos are out there. And I know it's just a workout, but he's working.
1, 2, 2.
But, man, I'm just telling you this.
God.
And this just spoke to me from the 707 on the Comcast Business text line. High IQ is the new phrase for over the hill. So we'll see how that plays out. But the Warriors are who they are. I'm going to trust it. Khaled talking about he doesn't feel like they're done. Technically, they're not. And what about me? I got to apologize to Dame Lillard. Last time we hooked up, Steiny, on Friday, I went in on a mini rant, a gripe about Dame, and he finally did it. He finally said he wants out. Klay Thompson and Dame, the boss sent us this, they make about roughly the same, but Portland would laugh. And this no shade at our guy Klay Thompson.
Why would they laugh?
I mean,
just say it.
No,
You're afraid to say it.
No, they're rebuilding as Klay Thompson, Portland. Yeah, so I don't see him fitting in.
I know what you're afraid to say.
I just said what I was going to. I'm not afraid.
No, you are.
No, Sonny, I ain't afraid of nothing.
Well, you're indicating that Klay's washed.
Rats, I'm afraid of rats.
You're indicating Klay's washed.
No, he's the type of player that Portland is not looking for right now. A younger player.
No, they could get off Dame's money.
And they're going to have to give Klay some too.
No, they wouldn't. They would trade for Klay and then let him walk. So we have free agent money.
Now that would be let's keep it real now. That would be stabbing Klay in the back.
For who?
The Golden State Warriors, especially after what we saw in Vegas for the match. The camaraderie, it's as high as it's ever been with Klay, Steph, and Dre. They ain't doing that to Klay.
Probably not, but I'm just saying.
Guru, this is why Myers left. The team is handcuffed.
Definitely.
Oh, my goodness.
Anthony Slater was on the Morning Roast today. Take a listen to what he said.
It's not over. They're at 12 on the roster at this point. They're going to get to 14. They're going to have 3 two-ways, by the way, next season. So all those people who love Steve Kerr, playing his two-ways, he's going to get another one next year. So as you can see, the market is completely stalled right now. I think there's been one signing in the last 2 days. So it's wait and see. I mean, on one, surface, like the Warriors offseason, like I said, is not over because they have 2 more guys to sign. But on the other, I think we all know, their rotation's pretty much set. I mean, anyone they get in the next few days or next week is player 8, 9 in the rotation, maybe, and then player 12, 13 in the rotation.
Yeah, so I don't think we're seeing any difference makers from this point on.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, 8, 9 just spoke to me. Steiny, tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm miscalculating. That was Porter Jr. and Bielitsa.
Yeah, it was.
So we'll see.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Jason. He's in Tampa. What's up, Jason? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
All right.
Doing well.
Good. Hey, Goo, I think I disagree with your premise about what the Warriors should be looking for in the next candidates. I don't necessarily think they should be younger and bigger or young and big. I think they need to be smarter and hungrier, because I think one thing that I've seen in a lot of the games, it just seemed like the team wasn't hungry enough and didn't really seem that they played with as much passion, as somebody who is chasing after a ring. And hopefully with the advent of Chris Paul, who, a lot of people, everybody, believes he's in his later years, this might be his opportunity to go get a ring. And you better believe if this is the best opportunity he's going to have, he's going to give it everything he has, and he's going to demand everybody else on the team who steps on the court to give the same amount of energy that he's given, because, hey, there's only so many, swings that you get.
Yeah, and he had one Game 7 against Dallas at home. You saw how that went. I won't put that at his doorstep, but he was part of an implosion. And then last year, you got Durant there with Devin Booker and CP3, and he couldn't stay healthy for the Denver series. So we'll see.
He did take that Phoenix team all the way to the finals. So you got to give him that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give CP3's career. I can't even argue with that. And as you know, they had what was it? They had Milwaukee down 0-2. 2-0.
Was it 2-0?
Well,
and then they four straight by
Your boy.
By Milwaukee?
Who Brooke Lopez. No, people thought he could come to the Warriors. Your boy got him a little Skrilla.
You threw a lot of names out there.
I threw a lot of. You want to name two?
Brooke Lopez. You thought he would look good in the Warrior uniform.
You said that. I said he's not going a damn place. I said Middleton's not going to play. Hey, I know what you're doing, and I did a good job last week, and I told Evan, why would a grown man get off on me getting mad? Like, I don't like that.
I was in a bad place.
But Gene Wilder to Richard Pryor to Toy. But that's what I'm not. But no, I didn't say that. I said he was never leaving, and he was too expensive. And who's not right now for the Golden State Warriors?
Steiny, you always sound disappointed when Guru starts to speak.
Dude, it's just good. We know what it is.
Well, I only do that when he brings up certain names.
You only do it all the time.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I asked you an hour ago about my videos. You said shut up, basically, and then asked me about my golf game.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are scars.
No.
Yeah, for me. Webs. How many people can work with you? Seriously.
I'm the easiest guy to work with in this building.
Steiny, if that glass would break, I would run through it to my death. Steiny, my book's coming out. It may be a podcast. I'm telling you. Dude, you're special.
I know.
But it's difficult, boy. You don't even know. It's
not difficult.
This is my truth. Yeah.
No, it's not. Now you're just trying to get under my skin.
This is my book.
And I never do that to you.
I would never under your skin. I missed you.
So go ahead, tell me about Quinones.
Maybe he might be one of the two-way players.
I think so.
That dude, Steiny. And this is the only problem I knew. I told Lil D and Spadoni. You're gonna say, "Oh, it's about the highlights." He looked like Jordan Poole, man.
Spadoni back there.
He's got some game to himself. So I don't know what the Warriors are doing in Santa Cruz, but Steiny, I mean, your boy. And again, I know it wasn't top tier talent, but he stood out, and they got a game tonight.
Who does? The Warriors?
Warriors.
You got one?
Nah.
What are you doing after the show?
What's up?
Hey.
I'm down 19. Ask me about soda.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
But it ain't in my face. I want it in my face. And I know that's asking, man, I need some, what's the stuff where they suck the fat out of you?
Liposuction.
But you got to. Now, who's laughing at that? But Steiny, I might be a candidate.
19 pounds. Wow.
Monte's at 35.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You guys are slowing down a little, I know.
I didn't cheat. I swear I didn't have a rib or any barbecue at all. Any barbecue at all.
What about the hot peanuts?
No,
hot peanuts?
Man, I crave Planters. They have hot peanuts. No, at the liquor store. I call it a combo too. Starburst, Red Bull, and some hot peanuts, Steiny.
Have you been off the Red Bull?
Yeah, dude. I'm tweaking. I'm like Flavor Flav.
Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
I'm having I look at it as a positive thing this off season myself, because I think a lot of people are discounting a few things. One, they're going to have a month extra rest. Two, they just signed Draymond back. They're much better with CP3 for at least next year for sure. And you're discounting Wiggins missed 42 games. GP2 played 7 games with the Warriors last year.
Right.
So they're going to be way better defensively, I think. And they're going to be with less turnovers. And I think the other leap that people are going to be happy about is going to be, I know Kuminga is going to get better as well. And it's really not Draymond that's going to be blocking his minutes. It's more, I see him more as in Wiggins territory.
Fair.
But I also think Moses Moody is going to he's going to be getting some quality minutes with this club too. So I'm on balance. There's no question they're going to be a better team in the West next year. Denver got worse.
Yeah,
and I don't think I think the Lakers are. They may make some decent moves, but they're not. They're going to be another year older. There's going to be more injuries with AD and LeBron. And
do you worry about?
I see the team competing for the West title next year. No question about it.
Do you
Wow.
Are you worried at all about the Warriors' possible injuries?
Sure, of course. Yeah,
That's-
I mean, obviously, there's been a history with Chris Paul, but I think on balance,
You know what, Scotty? Thanks for the call. But you know what? I mean, that's a valid point of view, and it's one Guru has. And if things fall into place, I think the Warriors could be, a top 4 team in the West.
Man.
But that's to me, Curry's got to be Curry. Okay, Clay's got to be better than last year.
Go ahead.
Draymond's got to be the same, if not. Draymond's got to be the same. Wiggins has to be much better
and available.
So
CP3 can't get hurt either, Stoney. That's a whole.
Yeah.
I'm with you, but the Moody thing, I think we are. I'm not underselling Moody, Stoney. I think there's a couple levels he could get to. This could shock us, but I will say this about what I'm hearing about Lakers. I'm not too excited about what the Lakers did, and everybody's acting like, just give them the championship. But they beat you already before any move was made. So, Warrior Dub Nation, be careful before you start throwing stones, because the Lakers, they ended your season as they were. And now Jackson Hayes, I like some of the stuff they've done. Vincent, I don't know, Steiny, but we'll see. But you are right. CP3, Moody, Wiggins availability, all those are key. And maybe when this thing we're at the All-Star break next year, we might sit back and laugh at Guru. Warriors know what to do. They know what they're doing. But I know Bob Myers has never navigated a car that had a oil leak, because the Warriors have the oil leaks, Donnie, and it's a money leak because they are handcuffed at what they can do.
Yep. There's really nothing they can do.
You're right. Oh, my goodness.
The only thing of significance to me that's a reality that could possibly happen is
a trade.
Moving Kuminga. But you're not going to trade Steph. You're not going to trade Clay. You're not going to trade Draymond Green. You're probably not trading Wiggins, who's got a nice contract. Chris Paul, you're not going to trade, not until January. So it's weird. The free agent period just got started, but it's pretty much over for the Warriors. And that's the other thing. There's nobody out there who they could sign right now who's going to be a starter.
You heard Slater.
No starters coming in here. And I'm starting to want, and here's Bol. Okay, Bol.
Yeah, look at you.
Let me ask you a question. Why would Bol want to come here? Why would he want to come here?
To improve and play with some of the smartest players to ever do
He
it.
won't play.
Oh, okay. Wow.
How does Bol play, but Wiseman doesn't play, and Kuminga doesn't play, and Moody doesn't play a lot? But you're going to bring Bol in here. Come on.
On the other side, I know we're up against it.
Oh.
Draymond, Steiny, I could listen to him talk for days. I'm serious, man. The dude, I don't agree with everything, but I am a bit shocked that he gave some insight about his relationship with the younger players. And I don't want to say it bothered me, but it concerns me. And we'll get to it when we play the sound on the other side, because I want your thoughts about something I thought was already happening, but it's not, I guess.
Austin and San Jose. Steiny, why do you comment every year saying there's nothing the Dubs can? No, this is different. This year, this
is financial.
They've acknowledged that they got to make some moves to get flexibility for down the road. 888-957-9570. We'll jump into some of your calls on the other side. I also want to play some of this Draymond Green sound from the podcast with Paul George. It's all sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's...
Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm having a hell of a year. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Another one right on the money. What was that kid's name? I had to do it to him.
Mateo. Yeah.
Who the F cares?
We got to check in with him in a few years. Like Andre McCutcheon. I don't know if you saw the video. They were in L.A. last night, a couple nights ago, Steiny. And 8 years ago, he gave some young kids, Pirate fans in L.A., his batting gloves. So they had a reunion, and it was dope. The boy grew, and he was on the field with McCutcheon. So that almost dropped a little tear. That was pretty cool.
A thug tear.
Look at my boy.
Right. That's it. 510, why can't they just give Sarge an extra year? That's interesting because Anthony Slater of The Athletic had a story about, the Warriors did not want Corey Joseph initially. They wanted Eric Gordon.
Yeah.
And they made a run at Eric Gordon, but they didn't want to give him a player option for the second year because if you give him a player option for that second year, it means the league doesn't pick up $2 million. It's kind of convoluted, but that means the team wouldn't pick up. The league would pick up $2 million of the actual salary. So, long story short, if the Warriors would have offered Eric Gordon a second-year player option, which the Phoenix, Phoenix. He went to Phoenix. The Phoenix Suns did.
Yes, they did.
It would have cost the Warriors an extra $7 million. And so they didn't give him. They just said, here, we'll give you 1 year at the vet minimum.
Man.
And he went to Phoenix because he had a player option for the second year. So, again, to me, it's not a matter of you can look at it whatever way you want. If you want to say the Warriors are being cheaper, that's probably fair, but they're also doing these things so they can maintain some kind of flexibility with their roster down the road.
And that's what I was kind of asking you, like, when does this stop? When does this kind of end? And you're like, Guru, not soon. Like, this is going to be the norm.
Well,
you could buy something for $5, but it's going to end up costing you $500 with penalty and taxes.
Yeah. Chucky's in Oakland. Hey, Chucky, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How you guys doing? You enjoy your time off?
Yes, sir.
Man,
what up,
it
Chuck?
was really tough to come back in
That's
today.
good, man.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, this is the first season. This upcoming season, man, it's going to be the first time that I ever been skeptical about my Warriors, man. I'm a Warriors fan. I'll be going to some games, man. And this season, man, the moves we made and how we ended last season, it's promising, man. And like you guys that spoke on Looney, it's a possibility of him coming off the bench. That's really not cool at all, man. And so I just kind of dread, man, just how these guys going to look, when the season starts, bringing Chris Paul over and everything. And I also want to say, son, you're not the nicest guy to work with, man. Come on,
Chucky.
man. Cut Guru some slack.
Yeah, he knows it. Yeah, talk to him.
Hey, I think you get off like that too, Steiny, man. And one thing, man, I didn't know that. I never met you. I never seen you before, man. I know you guys do this live telecast, man, as we speak. I'm always on the road when you guys be out on the show. But you remind me of this, of Ron Steiger's character, man, from All in the Family, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Because he was a pessimist type of dude, man. And I also I didn't know you was a hater, Steiny, because last week you guys were talking about hot takes.
Right.
And you said you don't do hot takes, and you a hater, man, because when you said that Kevin Garnett is overrated, that's a hot take, man.
Talk to him, Chucky.
That's a hot take, man. I like you, Steiny, man, but you hating on that, man. Kevin Garnett overrated.
Yeah.
I love you guys a lot, man.
Thanks, Chucky.
Yeah, Chucky with receipts.
Yeah,
we didn't even bring that one up.
He is overrated, Kevin Garnett. Who do we have? Pau Gasol. Pau Gasol better than Garnett. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's both winners, man.
Yeah, well, Powell even more so.
Both in the Hall of Fame.
What was I going to say? Rick Bucher coming up at noon. He is an FS1 television analyst. He's also a host of On the Ball. That's the Rick Bucher podcast.
Yeah. Used to be a teammate of ours, Donnie.
That's right.
Yeah, he worked with us.
Well, I did for you. Nice job. I forgot about that. Here's Draymond Green talking about leadership and his relationship with Jonathan Kuminga. This is from the P podcast.
It's something that I've actually tried to be more aware of, and what I've tried to understand. AV, who's one of our assistant coaches, helped me understand last year is like I felt like I was struggling with Kuminga a bit, more so struggling like what am I doing wrong? Not necessarily what he's doing wrong, but what am I doing wrong? And AV, who has a great relationship with him, told me, he said, "Do you know him?"
That's a deep question.
And I was like, huh.
And do you know him?
Like, that's interesting. Because now that you say that, I start thinking about what it means to know someone. I don't know him, yet I'm trying to lead him. And that's something that Coach Izzo taught me as a freshman. Draymond, how can you lead somebody if you don't know them? You don't spend any time with them off the court. You don't know what makes them tick or this. How are you going to lead them? And I was like, I got to get to know this kid.
Yeah.
All right. There's Dray. Go ahead.
I love this version of Draymond Green where he's opening up, but I love Paul George. That's a deep question. Listen, you failed on two accounts. One, Izzo told you when you were in college what it takes, and you obviously forgot that. But Steiny, I look at Draymond Green like a bully, a big badass that is about brotherhood, and I'll protect mine. And he's from Saginaw. It's a tough place. So how in the hell leadership 101 is I got to get to know my teammate before I can ask him to follow my lead. And when we hear about this warrior culture, and we've heard about it, I believed and invested in it. How the hell can Draymond go a season and not know I'm the dude and say, hey, let's go grab a bite to eat, come to the house, I had a Mrs. Cook, whatever. How, like, that bothers me that he just now getting that. No wonder they couldn't fix the Jordan Poole. Now, I know he gave him a knuckle sandwich, but like that's interesting to me about how I had you magna cum laude in regard to leaders, and you telling me that? That was odd, that's all. That was very odd. How do you not know that?
I mean, to me, what Draymond just said is, again, just an affirmation of what we all knew, and that is there was a disconnect on the Warriors. I mean, he basically so what he basically said is he punched Jordan Poole, and then this other guy, Kuminga, who's 20 years old, he doesn't even know who he is.
That's wow.
So,
wow.
But you know what?
But that's on everybody, Steiny.
But in fairness,
let's do something, build team camaraderie.
In fairness, I'm going with my family here on the YouTube text line.
Love my family.
Something about, now I lost it. It's, basically, Kuminga's only 20, and Draymond Green's 30 plus with kids. So they're not going to be best friends off the court because they're doing.
But they work together.
Stuff different.
They're on the airplane in hotels every other day. That's just, hey, Stein, if you, I know we know each other on our good and bad day, and I got some bad news or I need to have a conversation with you. I know exactly what button to hit.
Yeah, but we're about the same age.
Evan is not the same age, and I got the same relationship. You two are different people, but I got the same fundamentals that I don't change my fundamentals based on the personality I'm dealing with. And I think that's why I ain't perfect, but that's why I've been consistent. When you mess with me, you know what you're getting. How can Dre not know that? Steiny, and I ain't for my family, I ain't buying that. You're on the road without your kids. That's when you bond. But to just not treat Kuminga like, hey, what you got going this weekend? What's up? Let's play some bones.
Remember when you and me and Bonte.
I want to say but
went to Vegas.
I'll never forget it. Bonte brought his significant other, Anna.
How much time did we spend together after our show was over?
That I totally get you.
0.
Right. Well.
So it happens.
Oh, right. But what if that happened 41 times?
Sounds like it might have.
And that's what's bothering me about maybe, they were winning because winning is the best cologne. But Draymond, I tell him right now, is that not shocking to you that he didn't know?
No, it's not shocking.
So let's add that to the list.
Shocking to me that he
Evan Spadoni, does that shock you guys?
Are you speaking differently?
No, that he kind of just had no relationship with the younger guys.
Not necessarily.
That's your job as a leader, I thought.
Well, I don't think he takes it as his job to take the kid to lunch or go out and sit in his home like that kind of stuff. I don't think a lot of players necessarily prioritize, but it sounds like he's going to try to now because he's forced into it.
And I wonder, and Evan, I get you because I kind of said you got to go out and do something out of the complex. But Steiner, you're at the complex. We did the show. We saw Clay come in. Remember you said you saw him there about 7:30. Like that's their job. They're at the facility a lot. I mean, you can work on that bondage at the facility. That's all. That's just me.
Right, but what I heard Draymond say is I wasn't interested in doing this last year.
And now I wonder if Kuminga's looking at Dre, if he tries to do it side-eyed, not trying to make any drama. You got my boy and Wiggins too, and Looney. You got my boy up out of here. You chose you over Poole.
I mean, it's to me, it's as obvious as the day is long that Draymond, what he's saying there is also, myself and Clay, these guys are too young. They're 20 years old. Like, they're too young.
But they're
not going to have a relationship with a 20-year-old kid. 20-year-old kid can't even go out to a bar, to a restaurant with these guys. I mean, of course he can.
I hit you with the Evan and Spadoni, like our relationship, and I'm older than Evan, but we still, Stoney, that's not good enough, the age gap. And it ain't like we're talking 61. Dude.
No, but these guys, like, Steph's got 4 kids, right? Or 3 kids. I don't know how many. But, Steph's 35 and has 4 kids, and Kuminga and Wiseman are 20 with no kids. They're
okay,
very,
so I'm going to say what
different.
I've been holding off on, Stoney, and the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Listen, it's that time of year again, and Atco wants you to look out for the pest of the month, spiders and mosquitoes. For all your pest control needs, go to AtcoPestControl.com. We'll get back to pest. But listen, then what's the Warrior culture? When we heard that word.
Steph Curry. Remember, I've always said that.
But how, okay,
That's
if it's
the Warriors culture.
And I love the chef. If it's him.
Right. That's all it is.
There should be no void between Dre and whatever player.
Steph can't control others.
See that? Man, oh man.
Steph's also not a leader. He's not a talk leader. He's an action leader.
So the Warrior culture is predicated on nonverbal. You go your way, I go mine. But we got Steph.
A couple things real quick here. These are interesting. Eminem on the YouTube chat. God, I got to do this quickly. Eminem says, So what, Steiny? Age gap doesn't mean anything. You work with a young person all year long and you don't know the person?
Man.
Dante Wiley. Thank you, Steiny. It's common sense. Their priorities are completely different, meaning the guys on the Warriors with kids and the guys who are 19 or 20 years old. Wow. More Draymond.
Now I understand, okay, I need to continue to do that. Like, you can't get so lost in life to where you stop doing those things that I know create success, especially in leading, mentoring, and, being that vet for someone. Those are the things you have to do. So it really opened my eyes, and I've been trying to do a much better job with that, checking in on him, hoping to get, together with him this summer. But I can say, like, that caused some of our issues, trying to lead guys and not knowing them.
Mm-hmm.
I lost some of that and had to get it back.
Wow. I mean, the truth is the truth, but
the bottom line is here's what I'm hearing.
Tell me, man.
That Draymond Green was being kind of vintage Draymond Green to the young players, which is harsh on them. But he also never showed them the other side of it.
No, man.
That's clearly,
that's
I
well
shouldn't say clearly, but
no, I feel you.
It feels to me like that's what happened. Is Draymond Green was saying these guys can't do it. You know, he's being really hard on Kuminga, really hard on Wiseman, probably really hard on Poole and Moody, really hard on him, but yet he never developed a personal type relationship with them where they could see where he was coming from might be a good place.
You preaching, man. You preaching. And then now can I hit I'm going TiVo on you. Can I rewind?
Sure.
When you laughed and scoffed at me, I'm taking this lap, y'all, about young James Wiseman on the phone with Kevin Durant because he couldn't get that from any of the vets here.
Hey.
And I told y'all that didn't sit well with me. Like, I get their friends, but Wiseman's got 4 champs around him. So now I'm starting to see what's going on. Smell the roses, Donnie. That was my smell. But
you said see when you meant I'm starting to smell.
No, I went.
Right.
I'm smelling.
I'm smelling something going on. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna give you a 1. It might have been a 4.
It wasn't a 1. It wasn't.
But this is interesting, man.
It's all.
I've had many jobs, and I've been believe it or not, the young guy and the OGs, men or women. They've, some have reached out, but Dre, wow.
Yeah. Leroy in Oakland.
Lee.
What's up, Leroy? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, welcome back. Steiny, I think you hit it right on. I think Draymond knew that he was supposed to be doing that with Kuminga, but he wasn't interested. And right. I think he wasn't interested because they were giving young guys their money before Draymond, and Draymond was going, no, I'm the big dog in town. So, Steiny, you hit that one right on the head. Hey, Goo, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead, baby.
Because I wanted Kobe Brown out of Missouri for the Warriors. I wanted them to draft, and there was a couple of others. Bryce Sensabaugh and Cam Whitmore was there. And guess what, Go? They all in the Western Conference. So we're going to have to deal with all 3 of those as Warrior fans. So I'm interested to see how that's going to pan out. But what I want to say real quick, y'all had a guy on who was saying the rotation, excuse me, guys, the rotation of the Warriors is basically set 8 through 9. So who is going to be those other guys that are going to help Chris Paul?
Wow.
And that's what I think we got to be looking at. Who are those other guys now? Steve Kerr said how well Kuminga and Lamb play together. I heard a sound bite months and months ago. Kerr was like, "Man, I'm really impressed how those two play together when they're both on the floor and how well they play together." Well, I want to see that more. And what do you guys? Last question. What do you guys think about P.J. Washington out of Charlotte, or either Christian Wood for the Warriors out of Dallas?
Wow.
Wood's what is Wood's situation? He's not a
my boy Ron T was in the 4th
of
remember Ron T, my guy I went to school with. I know, random. He was at a barbecue yesterday, and there was a picture with his grandson and Christian Wood. And I said, what is his situation? And right now, I think he's available. But, Steiny, I prefer P.J. Washington more so than Wood.
510, Draymond is admitting to mishandling the young guys. Give him a chance to fix it, Guru.
You know what? That hit me.
I don't know if he can fix it. I wouldn't be open to him fixing it.
And what about what you said? This may be another one you could add if you think you're having a good year, which is nonsense. But you said, Goo, that stench from, everything with the pool, it ain't all the way out.
Yep. Nope.
So it could be with Looney. I just thought, we'll see, but we'll never know. I looked at one with
I'm smelling things before the odor actually arrives. I'm having a big year.
Oh, he stinks.
The concept of that is hilarious.
No, it's not.
Hey, to answer Leroy's question, I got Jonathan Kuminga with Paul, GP2, Moody, and you'll probably have Clay or Dre in there.
Or Saric. I'm just saying 6 through 10.
Will you be disappointed if somehow they don't get Dario?
Not really. I don't think he's that great.
This Dario guy
Look at Dario Saric's numbers. He just hasn't been as good in the last 3 or 4 years as he was in his first 3 or 4 years.
But I want to say this about the Warriors culture.
Get him into the Warriors culture. Do they have the culture or don't they? Did they have the culture for Nick Young? That would be a no.
Nobody has a culture for Nick Young. That's an anomaly.
There you go.
His culture was on the way out the league.
You know what? My guy, Pete in San Ramon, big fan of his, wants to know a little bit about Guy Santos, Evan. I know he's one of your guys. What's his situation?
He was at the California Classic.
And had a great dunk.
Look,
oh, he had a
dunk? Woo!
Dude, but listen,
I'll tell you what.
Miami had
I think he may start for the Warriors.
No.
If you're telling me he can dunk.
No, Steiny, stop it, dude. Dude's a player. He's got a high motor, but everybody should have. I'll tell you who didn't have a high motor.
Brandon Miller.
Oh, Steiny. If Mark Spears, I surrendered to Spears, but.
Boy, you were in your element.
Steiny.
What?
I'll never say this to you and mean it.
Yeah.
But I kind of mean it.
Okay.
I'm concerned.
Are you ready to write off his career?
He ended up,
now?
He has some threes at the end, and everybody
He's
won everybody.
done. Say it, Goo. Stinks. I was watching it too. He looked bad.
he looked just.
You know who didn't look bad though? Jaime Jaquez. Man, he looks legit.
He was there for the Warriors, wasn't he?
No, he got picked right before. The Heat took him right before.
I hate to see it.
And I'm looking at the Heat guys differently now that they got a lot of people been in the know. Shout out Fresno about. What goes into their picks, but Steiny, I mean, man, we'll see. Miami had some bigs, too. They could put it on the floor and score. San Antonio. I'm excited tonight.
What are the Blazers going to do with Damian Lillard?
I hope they don't play hardball.
Oh, my God.
Because there were reports over the weekend
just give him up. You are unbelievable. Do you know anything about
this would be
Joe
like
Cronin?
the Herschel Walker trade. No, they deserve something for Dame. But don't say we're not sending you to where you want to go. Now, if that was erroneous or not true, okay, cool. But they got a good relationship. So
but
if they got something,
if the Heat package, if their package stinks,
yeah,
or if their package is too small, then you like that Spadone. I was waiting for somebody to perk up.
Kind of hit home.
Why should they have to trade Damian Lillard to Miami if Miami's not willing to give up Adebayo or Tyler Hero?
But they should know if you really are in on Dame, hey, Bam or both. You know what I mean? To me, in Boston, what about Jaylen Brown? I mean, oh my gosh, if you could get Dame in Boston uniform and lose Jaylen Brown and some other people, oh my goodness.
888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green looks like he's going to be in a Warrior uniform for the next 4 years, approximately $25 million a year. How you feeling about that? I got to tell you, I
what
know.
What are you going to do?
It's just okay.
He earned it, Steiny.
I'm just trying to put myself in the place of a Warrior fan, and am I really excited? Okay, we got Draymond back.
That's a great question.
For 4 years.
Throw it out to the people.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Rick Bucher coming up at noon. We'll ask him all about it. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from
radio guy.
Andre McCutcheon.
AJ Anunoby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why wouldn't you correct me?
You know why?
Or to be honest, did you know?
I did know
Andre McCutcheon.
But I didn't know what you were.
And we had a big win last night.
So it's Lance McCutcheon.
I hope you're playing. Andrew. Andre
no,
McCutcheon.
No, I'm thinking of the reason I didn't say it because
why wouldn't Evan or
I'm thinking of
get
Lawrence McCutcheon used to be the running back for the Rams, right?
Oh, you going old school? I don't remember him.
You don't remember Lawrence McCutcheon?
No.
Am I butchering somebody's name out of the past?
Spadoni, Evan, get my ear on. I know it's far and in between on mistakes like that. Andre McCutcheon.
Well, a lot of times we do a double take back here. Did he mean to say it, or did it just kind of slip out that way?
We can't stop the show all the time. That happens. You know,
I'm gonna give you a 3.
I think Lawrence McCutcheon, right? Was a running back?
Lawrence Phillips.
No,
remember him? He got in trouble. Yeah.
Come on, I'm waiting.
Lance
McCullers? No, he's the pitcher.
Yeah, the Astros.
Oh, you said he played for who?
The Rams.
I thought Lawrence McCutcheon was a running back for the Rams.
No.
Yeah, it says here was a 5-time Pro Bowler.
Thank you. What a year.
What era?
I'm having a great year. It continues. Probably the late 70s, mid 80s.
Wow. Well, I don't recall
Lawrence McCutcheon?
Early 70s.
Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't here yet. Yeah, but that's good you knew.
Just building.
How's your fantasy team doing?
The streak continues.
I'm trying to stick it to
We're
you.
hanging in there.
What place you in?
Like 5th or something?
Oh, good God. I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah, vintage you, though. All excited and not even halfway through the year. It's a long season.
6 days left.
Fred's in Oakland. What's up, Freddie? Freddie.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, man.
Hey, a few things, man. I wanted to comment on. I'm kind of actually excited about the Warriors this year. The reset that they're going to have. Keep in mind when they won the championship, they had the parade. They went to China, played, and did all that. So they missed a lot of time during the summer that they could have used that they're going to take advantage of now and reset. I like Draymond, man. I tell you, I think he's glad that Chris Paul's on board now. So you got 2 dogs in there barking at the players when they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, including Kuminga. I think Kuminga's going to have a better year. I think he looked down the bench at Jordan Poole and saw all the whining and stuff he was doing, and he kind of jumped on board with that by, whining himself towards the end of the season. So I think he's going to straighten up. And as far as the veteran players, the player development isn't that what the coaches are supposed to do? I mean, that's part of their role too. Is acclimate these rookies to how it is, in the NBA life, and they got to man up and humble themselves. And even Kerr said Kuminga needs to rebound more. And I think when he starts with rebounding, he can go from there. And somebody said something just a second ago about Jaime Jaquez Jr.
Yeah.
I think the Warriors were ready to snatch him and draft him, and the Heat came in and snatched him right before he was getting ready because he had a workout with the Warriors before the draft, and they were super impressed with him. And I think, man, I was so disappointed when they snatched him right before the Warriors were on the next pick.
Right.
So they went with the kid from Santa Clara. But I tell you, Chris Paul, you got to give the X factor is Rick Celebrini, the Warriors doctor, man. He's going to keep him healthy. He did that with Otto Porter Jr. And DiVincenzo. He kept them upright so that they have a good year. I think he's going to do the same with Chris Paul, and Chris Paul's going to fit right in.
All right.
That's my take.
All right, Fred. I hear what you're saying. By the way, I threw this out. I remember talking about this a few weeks back. And I think the answer is going to be, I think I know what the answer is. It Steve Kerr's job to develop players? Or is it Steve Kerr's job to win as many games as possible when he coaches the Golden State Warriors? See, I think Steve Kerr might tell you, yeah, I don't develop players. That's for my staff to do. That's what Jama did. That's what my assistant coaches do.
You know what? That's not
so if
I don't know how to answer that.
They have to develop. Kerr's probably thinking they have to develop under our assistant coaches. And if our assistant coaches develop them and they get better, then I can start playing them more. But I'm not
Don't
sure.
Don't ever come at me saying I didn't develop blah, blah, blah.
Well, no, I don't think Steve Kerr really develops guys. Yeah. He's, I think he probably tells the assistant coaches what they need more of out of their young players, and then it's up to the assistant coaches to try to
feel
get
handy.
Them to play more that way, and then Steve Kerr will play them more.
It's funny you say that, Stoney, because the last 5 or 6 years, when you talk about a player's improvement, even LeBron with his handle, feel handy. Guys like that get the credit. It's not the head coach. And the more I'm thinking of it, maybe 5 years ago I would have been like, hell yes, but this ain't high school. Stoney, it is on the G League and the assistant coaches like Phil Handy to have them work. Now, as far as getting in the game, that's a different story, and that's where we saw J.K. pout, and it just go all bad for him. Stoney, he wasn't even a thought during the Lakers series, and that's why nobody could call this show and say Kuminga had a good year. Now, was that his fault? Was it Kerr's? I'm giving 50-50. I'm giving 60-40. It was Kuminga's fault because obviously you were complaining when you shouldn't have been, but Moody could have complained more, and he handled it the right way to where he ended up being a big part of the Lakers Warriors rotation against the Lakers.
Yeah, 707 bringing something up that I did hear, and I just kind of let it go, but whatever. It's another one. When you were saying you're talking about Kuminga and Draymond bonding, you said they needed that kind of bondage. Somebody on the text line.
Yeah, I would have to hear the tape.
It was
because if you didn't, it don't count if you didn't say it. If you didn't stop me.
Okay, good. Yeah. But he wanted to bring.
Could
that
be a
up.
she.
That's true.
My fault.
No, it's not because we don't know if it was said.
It doesn't matter.
No, it really doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Quit being a dweeb.
Who, me?
Yeah, when you do that, yeah.
Wait a minute.
When we're having good days, you can do that. But when we're having
we're
good
not
days,
having a good day now?
I'm having a we're on fire.
Andre
you don't even know.
McCutcheon. Well, then
why would he play
JMC?
Andre McCutcheon, and y'all just let it go. Damn.
Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. He's got a feeling about Steve Kerr. Whether he should be developing guys. What's up, Rob? How you doing? Rick Bucher, FS1 TV analyst, coming up at noon. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Talk to us.
All right, man. I disagree, man. I think your job as a head coach is to develop talent to play in your system. Every player that comes in the NBA is not going to fit what the Warriors do because that's not how they come up playing basketball nowadays. So if you're going to play that style of play, you need to make sure you have some type of development to where you can develop these guys and play that style of play. And I think Kerr's flaw is he can't reach the young guys. He can't reach them 20-year-olds. It's not in his personality. I think that's what's wrong with his coaching. He can't reach those young guys. It's easier to reach the Draymonds, the Clay, and the Steph because you're playing to their strengths. And they're gonna eat it all up. But at the end of the day, to really compete for more titles in the future in the next couple of years, they need to do something different and develop those guys. I think we're giving Curry an excuse. You're a coach. What else you do? You just sit there and call plays? I can do that. You know what I'm saying? Coaches develop talent. Develop your talent. That's all I got to say.
But Rob, I'll say this to Rob. He's gone. But what about when players like Jordan Poole and Moody, they go to the G League? Kerr's not giving them that toolage.
Did Kerr develop Jordan Poole?
I'm going to say no, and that's not taking anything away from Steve Kerr.
And I'm not
Jordan Poole developed Jordan Poole, and along with the staff who gets kudos in Santa Cruz. That's my answer. How would you answer that? How could he didn't work one-on-one with him, Stoney? Fundamentals?
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm putting it out there. 510 says, I wholeheartedly disagree, Steiny. Good leaders, which I believe Kerr to be, are responsible for everything underneath them. Kerr would probably be the first to say that his staff does the majority of heavy lifting when it comes to player development. He'd probably be the first to give them due credit as well, but we can't say it's not his responsibility as the head coach. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm just
like it's not a demerit.
I'm not saying that Steve Kerr doesn't develop players, young players, nor should he, because that's not a coach's job. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is when you get to the professional level and you got 9 assistant coaches, I don't think that the head coach is involved in player development, particularly individual player development, like the assistant coaches are at the pro level or like the head coaches are at the college level.
No doubt.
So,
and that's why I keep bringing you.
I do think, Goo, that some coaches would say, it's not the way
that ain't what, there's a Phil, I keep going here, there's a Phil Handy supposedly on every staff, right? Player development. And sometimes there's more than just one.
Exactly.
So hell no, that ain't Kerr's job. Now, I will say this for the people in the back saying, like Rob, that he can't connect with Moody. What about that conversation he shared with Willard and Dibbs? I'm talking Steve Kerr when he said Moody said he would rather sit on the bench in the NBA than to play in college. Like, to me, that's a connection. That's Steve saying he sat the young man down. They chopped it up. But I guess I would like to hear a Kuminga example from Steve Kerr, because right now, Stoney, I don't think that the car is pointed in the right direction on him maximizing and becoming the best he can be with what's in front of him and just the history that has been his tenure here as a Warrior. We'll see.
Let's hear a little more from Draymond Green from the podcast with Paul, Podcast P. Oh, gosh.
In 2019, obviously, we lost in the finals, and then KD left, and Clay got hurt, and then Steph got hurt 2 games. Sean got traded away. Sean retired. Andre got traded away. All our vets left. So all of a sudden, I went from like the young guy on the team to like year 8 of thrown into the fire of like being this mentor. And like I've always been a mentor. That's what it is. But being a vet is a totally different thing than being a mentor.
Right.
And so then I just start trying to learn how to be a vet on the fly. And to have someone there that I can continue to watch and learn from, I'm actually looking forward to, because I know that that's something that I need to continue to, an area.
I want to see it. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I guess I do kind of feel him on the Stoney, can you explain to me your wordsmith, the difference between mentor and lead?
Not really.
Man,
I think
they're cousins. Like, come on, man. The stuff you give people credit for, and then you find out, I wasn't doing a lot of that, Goo.
What do you think of his tone during this whole thing?
He's on a podcast.
Yes, and but
Podcast P is asking them to tell the world about yourself.
But just the way he talks, you can tell he.
Tell me, where are you going?
I mean, he thinks everything he says is super duper important.
Man,
he's a big fan of what he's saying.
Yeah,
that's all. Like Joshua Ram says, he's kind of. What did he say? He's kind of. He had a good. What was it? He's like kind of full of himself. Draymond.
Terrell Owens said it. T.O. loves him some T.O. Dre loves him some Dre. Nothing wrong with it. I tell my kids, don't let anybody control how you feel. Love yourself, and Dre loves himself.
You know how you were worried about where they're going to make up Jordan Poole's missing scoring?
I was going to ask Rick, too.
Yeah, well, here's how Draymond Green thinks it's going to be dealt with.
I actually look forward to learning this from him. I think Chris Paul will completely unlock Jonathan Kuminga and his growth.
Mm-hmm.
CP is great with young guys.
Mm-hmm.
DeAndre Ayton looked like a bust before CP came to Phoenix.
Facts.
No disrespect to Ayton, but more so a nod to CP.
Yeah.
Like,
over a threat,
people didn't know what they were like, what DeAndre Ayton was going to turn out to be, and then CP went there, and all of a sudden DeAndre Ayton became an all-star level player.
Right.
And so I think what he will do for Jonathan Kuminga and unlocking Kuminga is huge.
Amazing.
Absolutely huge. And I look forward to learning that from him. He's always been incredible at mentoring young guys. And that is an area that I've wanted to grow in, because it's one that I kind of got thrusted into.
I love Dre. I got to be careful here. So now you just tell us that you didn't do it the right way or how you thought with Kuminga. And now, on the other hand, you're telling us that he's not going to be your project. It's CP3's going to do it. And when you say unlock, I mean, are we talking on and off the court, or are we just talking about on the court and passing them the ball? I'm just like, Dre, I thought you were going to you said you learned from what you thought you did wrong. So I thought you were going to take Kuminga under your wing. And maybe I'm just pulling my hair out, Steiny, but it's just I'm listening to him. And I'm disappointed because, again, I can't wait to talk to Willard and Dibbs about, Draymond saying that this age gap that you guys kind of are signing off on. Well, Evan didn't, but you kind of did about, bonding with a teammate if your one's older and younger. Like, dude, you're on the road 41 times with no kids, no significant others. Dude, learn your teammates. I don't care how big you are. Learn these youngsters. Or you could be right.
Right.
They didn't want the youngsters, so they were kind of secluded.
Why would Draymond
I would lose confidence if I were Weissman. They ain't even asked me to come to the room or anything to chop it up. Watch Jefferson reruns. Anything. Come up to the room. Let's chop it up. That's the easiest thing to do in the world.
It's not.
Wow.
They weren't fans of these guys, I don't think.
Yeah.
Draymond is a piece of work. I mean, he's just a piece of work. Everything he says is interesting, but it can be taken two different ways. I could start a 2-hour show right now by asking one question. Hey, is Draymond Green a leader? Is he a leader? Because I'll tell you right now, half the people would say yes and half the people would say no.
Mm.
And the people who would say yes are adamant that he's a great leader, and the 4 titles are proof of that. And the people who don't think he's a leader say, well, he cost us a couple titles at least. And what do you call what he did to Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
So...
And the 16 finals where he said he should have been NBA Finals MVP, but we didn't talk about the fact that he almost cost him that. And he did allude to that you know what, we wouldn't even been in the Game 7 where I was fantastic had it been not for what he did.
I got to listen to this one again because this one I didn't get. Take a listen.
It's like the greatest teaser of my life. I had 32, 15 boards, and 9 assists. And if we win that game, I'm the Finals MVP. But did I really deserve it? Because we never should have been in Game 7. And if we never get that far, do I then win a Finals MVP if we finish it in 5? So I look back on that and I'm like, okay, what changes if that does happen? Does my mindset change? Like now that I'm a Finals MVP, does it not allow me to be what I've been to this team? Does it not allow me to be as humble as I've been in my situation? Me being what I've been to this team is the reason I'll make the Hall of Fame. It's like the greatest what if in my life, yet it's one of the biggest teachers in my life. And I don't regret it one bit. If I have one regret, is that those guys who never got another chance that didn't get to win,
right?
That burns me.
Dre, you're not going to win NBA Finals MVP because you didn't play all the games. That's one. Everybody played 7, you played 6. I'm sorry, you wasn't balling like that to where you make up for that. That's just me. I wouldn't vote for him. Steiny, he says he was about to get the trophy.
I don't know what he was talking about. Did he want it? Did he not want it? Did he say would it changed him?
It might have went to his head, he said. Or I took it as because he averaged in that final, Steiny, 16, 10, and 6. Curry was 22, 4, and 3.
Ooh. That's it?
Yeah, 22, 4, and 3.
In the finals?
Yes.
This is the one they lost?
Yeah.
Curry only averaged 22 a game in that finals?
22.6 points. What was he from 3? 40% from 3, 40% from the field.
Ooh.
Clay. Steiny, they went the last 5 minutes of Game 7 without a bucket. Yeah.
22 a game. That's not a lot for Curry.
Well, that's what people were talking about, Draymond being the Finals MVP, because the first 2 games of the Finals in which they won handedly, Steph had 11 points in Game 1 and then 18 points in Game 2. I think Livingston was the top scorer in Game 1.
Was it a blowout? I can't remember.
Yeah, they won by 15 in game 1 and then by like 30 points in game 2.
It had them down 3-1, man. Had them bickering.
Till what?
The kick in the crotch.
I didn't tell you. I think I saw the worst movie I've seen probably in honestly 15 years over the weekend.
And when did you say before the movie concluded that it ranks? It could be up there.
It was about 20 minutes in. I was like, "You've got to be kidding me! This is the worst movie I've ever seen."
Give us the title.
It was the Indiana Jones movie.
Oh, boy.
And the Circle of Death.
Yeah.
Or the
Temple of Doom.
No, it was the timepiece of Archimedes or something.
Dial of Destiny.
Yes, it was absolutely atrocious.
There's been a lot of that being said about Harrison Ford in that one.
14 gunfights, 72 boat races.
Well, it's like John Wick.
13 car chases.
Did you like the original Indiana Jones?
It was a classic.
So wait, Steiny, did you like, this is important, did you like Last Crusade? Did you like Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom?
Which is the first one?
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Is that the one with Kathleen Turner?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
See, I like her.
Well, did you like the movies? Because if you didn't like any of the Indiana Jones, then you might just not like it.
They had the it's the quintessential movie where 78 times you say, "Well, that could never happen." You know, where a woman,
it's sci-fi.
A woman is hanging on to a plane wheel.
Well, yeah, the guy
while it's in
in
flight.
the Temple of Doom, the guy sucks out the heart through the chest. You can't really do that either.
Exactly.
Come on.
But if you're gonna nitpick like that, Stoney, all the classics did.
Car chases where they're like, where they're stretching over and getting into the other car at 90 miles an hour.
You'd never liked the James Bond movie. Come on, you know what it is, Hollywood.
It's a little different.
I can see why you stick to documentaries.
Why?
Because they're real.
Why you get mad?
That doesn't mean that movies that are fictionalized are bad, though.
No, but it just doesn't. It was not.
Wasn't for you.
It wasn't a good movie.
I'll show you John Wick.
888-957-9570 is the number. If
Well, objectively, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, Last Crusade, Temple of Doom, those were good movies.
I loved them all.
Crystal Skull, you can miss me with that. But those first 3 Indiana Jones movies, those were legit. This last one, maybe you just were a hater.
I won't even dial it up, Steiny, because I know it'll be a failure.
Don't.
We got to go.
And here's the other. Rick Bucher on the other side, but here's the other. It was a very, very long movie, too. Like 2.5 hours. That segment was sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Coming up next, Fox Sports 1's Rick Bucher. Talking hoops on 95.7.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Let's get right to it. Introduce Rick Bucher, FS1 TV analyst. He's also the host of On the Ball with Rick Bucher podcast. What's up, Rick? How are you, man?
Rick.
I'm doing well. I had no idea that Guru had blown up the way that he has. It's one thing for someone to simply be known by a nickname or one name like Guru, but now Joe, who just called me to dial me up, referred to him as Goo. When you are down to one syllable, you have clearly made it. There's very few people I know that get there.
Rick, the great Dan Dibley taught me in this business. There's a thing called material, and I think a lot of our listeners think you might be running it right now. Well, we love you, baby.
Hey, Rick, let me ask you to start out with some Warrior stuff, obviously. Where did you kind of have them at the end of the season looking to next year, kind of where they fit? And then since they've made the Chris Paul move in the draft, where do you think they are in terms of the West's pecking order?
That's it's a great question. I have them in the mix. Look, Denver to me is at the top, and I look at the Warriors as being in that collective of old guards with proven veterans, sort of in that Lakers, Clippers, and the Warriors in that pool. And the question is, who's coming out of that pool versus the young guns, who I would look at as the Memphis Grizzlies and the Sacramento Kings? And where you put the Phoenix Suns, they're kind of on their own out there, just as a incredibly top-heavy team with talent that, for the most part, is still in its prime with Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. But I don't, as much talent as they have, I don't probably have more confidence in the Warriors being able to find a way to be competitive. And depending on injury and everything else, I see it overall as a race to see who is going to play the Denver Nuggets in the conference finals. And I would say that I give the Warriors as much a chance of doing that as any other team, and I think those odds have improved with getting Chris Paul for Jordan Poole. I'm of the belief that he's going to make them more efficient. He's not the defender he once was, but he's still a better defender than Jordan. And I think he's going to be able to, with his IQ, be able to get more out of Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and whatever young pieces they have, just because that's what he does. He creates shots for other guys, and he makes the game easy.
You know what, Rick? Steiny was talking to the fans and myself, because I'm one of them. We've been spoiled. And the 4th of July, I'll never forget when it was announced Katie was coming to town, as opposed to this year, where financially they're finally just strapped. But it takes me to Bob Myers. When that whole thing was going on about was he coming or going, did you have a feel? And are you shocked that he's not here now? And would there be anything differently done if he were at the helm?
No, I've been hearing for a year that Bob was going to step away, and there was some talk about the Clippers were going to come after him. Obviously, I'm sure you guys talked about it, but I've heard more than anything else that he was worn out. And knowing as a father of two kids, I've been through that. 2 young kids, and the time and energy required to keep the Warriors where they've been, it all made a ton of sense. So I was not the least surprised by the announcement or by his decision. I really don't know that they would be in a particularly different position, and I think it's why they promoted from within with Dunleavy Jr. I also expected that because of the deep relationships within the Warriors organization. I didn't see any way in which you would go outside of the organization and hire someone to remake the team. It was let's run this thing to the end of the road for as long as we can, and having someone who familiar with the Warriors organization, who's been around, made all the sense in the world. So none of that surprised me. And as you pointed out, like, fans don't want to hear this. They think you can constantly, reinvent yourself. Not unless you're willing to do some really dramatic things, like move a Klay Thompson or move a Draymond Green. Then you're capable of reinventing yourself. But if you're going to say, we believe more in our institutional knowledge and our chemistry, then particularly with this new collective bargaining agreement and as much money as the Warriors have spent, you're not going to have any dramatic changes. Chris Paul for Jordan Poole is probably about as dramatic as you can get. So they did as much as I would think that they could do.
Rick Bucher joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an FS1 TV analyst, and he's also got his own pod, On the Ball with Rick Bucher. What do the Portland Trailblazers owe Damian Lillard, if anything, as they try to move him?
That's always a tricky question. There's a part of me that would say, well, they owe him the money that they've already given him. I think that they owe it to themselves, to be honest with you, to play this right. And not only to play it right, but to embrace it. Not to look at it and say, make it contentious and say, well, everybody knows Damian wants to go to Miami, but we're going to do what's best for the organization. You don't have to create that situation, because the reality is stars get to go where they want to go, by and large. Donovan Mitchell is the one exception to that, and I look at Joe Cronin as the GM in Portland, and I don't know that he's Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge will do stuff like that.
Right.
But I don't know that Cronin would or should with a guy like Damian. If I were him, I would be approaching it as, we want to do right by Damian. He gave us 11 great years and is the face of the franchise, and we want to send him to where he wants to go. But obviously, he has been the face of the franchise. He has been, the cornerstone of this franchise. So we can't just give him away. But if we can make something work, if Miami can find a way to get the assets that would make this palatable for us, then we'd be fine with moving Damian to Miami. And that way, the onus, it doesn't become contentious. The onus now is on Damian and Aaron Goodwin, his agent, and Pat Riley and everybody else, because everybody would understand that. Okay, so they want Damian to get what he wants, but they need to get something in return. Nobody's going to argue with that, and it takes it away from being this thing like, Portland feels like it's getting screwed over, or they have to screw over Damian. It doesn't have to be that way, and it's just, to me, it's like PR 101. Just put the onus on everybody else to make this thing work, because at the end of the day, players end up getting what they want anyway. And in Portland, like, why? You got guys like Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe. You don't think they're looking at how the team handles this with Damian and all that Damian has done as an exemplary face of the franchise and involved in the community, and for 11 years, never said a word about going someplace else, always said, I'm here, which is not what every star does. He pledged allegiance to the Blazers. So, yeah, I guess, having talked my way through it, they do owe him. They owe him to do this the right way.
Rick, I got to be honest with you, man. I'm kind of despondent about the departure of Jordan Poole. If you could walk us through the first morning you woke up and you saw that video of Dre hitting him, Dre getting rewarded with 4 years. We've been hearing about the Warrior culture left and right. I thought I knew what it was, but Rick, they couldn't rectify and remedy what was that whole situation. So it doesn't sound like you're a Poole fan, but Rick, he was the best insurance policy, and I just hate that he's gone.
Yeah, I do too, but I put that on Jordan Poole. I know, like you and probably plenty of Warriors fans or Jordan Poole fans are going to go, oh, what? It's his fault that he got cold cocked by Draymond Green. And I guess because I knew and had heard, like, it didn't start there. Like, Jordan was on a lot of players' nerves way before that, including Clay's and Steph's. And Draymond was finally the one who tipped the scales and went overboard. And I'm not defending at all what he did. But after he did it, Draymond tried everything possible to remedy that situation. And Jordan would have none of it. And I'm just looking at it as, Jordan, you have an opportunity to learn and exceed Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, and a team that has put its eye on the prize of winning championships every chance they can. And you can't get over this situation with Draymond when Draymond's going to be gone at some point, and this is going to be yours. You couldn't see the big picture, and instead remained difficult, made sure that elephant was still in the room. Look, the young guy, there's a part of me that understands. Maybe he just wasn't mature enough to get around that. But I look at it as, who did it cost the most? It cost Jordan Poole the most, as I look at it, because I would far rather be with the Golden State Warriors than the Washington Wizards. I don't care how many shots he's going to get there. And I think it was a blown opportunity by him because everybody tried to make it right, and he wouldn't allow that to happen over the course of this season. And I can't take away that part of it. You can't unwind the punch. Certainly regrettable. But once it had happened, it's like, okay, so how do we fix this? Everybody was willing to do that except Jordan. At least that's how it appeared to me.
Wow.
Rick Bucher joining us on 95.7 The Game, FS1 TV analyst. Hey, do you think the Warriors are going to let Steve Kerr just coach the final year of his deal like Bob Myers did in the general manager position, or does he have to get extended this offseason?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they pushed it out. And what I don't know is how eager Steve is to sign an extension. You guys might know that better than me. I haven't heard any conversation about that, and I certainly haven't had a conversation with him about that. But based on what I've been hearing over the last year, I would not have been surprised if Steve and Bob were bowing out together. Because I think that the grind of what they've had over the last 5, 6, 7 years has been, I don't think people appreciate like what that's been like. And so my only hesitation is I thought Greg Popovich was going to step up when Tim Duncan retired, and he's continued to coach. I do think Steve's in a different place with his family and everything else, but I know this is probably going to blow up the internet. Like, I would not be surprised if this was Steve Kerr's last year with the Warriors, as much by his choice as the Warriors.
Well, interesting. Rick, let me lay this on you. 2 years ago when the Warriors beat Boston in the finals, Klay Thompson returned that January, played the most minutes of any Warrior. This year against the Lakers, he was awful shooting in the Lakers series. He wasn't the only one. But, Rick, I know he can't guard ones and two. Where are you at with Klay Thompson? Because out here, when things go wrong, and I know he's made the most threes, he's taken the most, but I'm not out on Klay like a lot of Dub Nation are. Where are you at with Klay Thompson right now in his game?
I just need to see what kind of condition he comes back in. Because from what I understand, like, whether it was because of the injuries or the grind of getting back, like, that he didn't do a whole lot last summer. And I think that affected him in a major way. And so Klay Thompson, in coming back from those two devastating injuries, is a major success story. I mean, it's miraculous what he has done. So I'm going to be the last one to be critical of Klay whenever and however he plays. He is who he is. That said, like, I don't know if he can get back to any semblance of the old Klay. And it's not just a matter of defending like ones and twos. Like, his ability as a two-way player is truly what made him special. And he was not good defensively by any stretch. And so can he get back to some semblance of that? Would he be more effective now that you have another playmaker like Chris Paul? Is he going to get him better shots when they're on the floor together? That's what I don't know. So I'm not out on him, but if he's not what he once was, I don't think anybody should be surprised. Now, if he's thinking he's going to get a max extension, then we need to have a hard talk because he ain't that guy anymore, right?
No.
Would I still want him? Would I still want him here? Yeah, there's the sentimental part of me, and if I'm not mistaken, Steiny was a big and probably still is a Celtics fan, but was of the Bird. That whole group, you saw that group grow old together, and they paid a price for it after the fact. I think you're going to see the same thing with the Warriors. Like, it's just too hard to break up that crew, so they're going to allow them to get old together, but you're going to have to suffer the fact that the team's not going to be as good as a result.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, who, like, just off the top of your head, if this were Kerr's last year, and we know Draymond's still under contract, and so, like, who would coach the Warriors? Throw a name out there.
I'll be honest. I haven't given that a thought until the first time I really considered it was hear us talking about it and kind of knowing, where things are with Steve. It's a great question. I'd have to give that. I don't know if you're thinking like Draymond Green would step into that role. I think it's a little early for that.
No. I'm thinking, is it somebody on the staff or somebody from outside, something like that. But
yeah, and I'd have to like kind of think about the history of who's been there and who's left and who could come back. And I wish I had a name for you off the top of my head, but I don't.
All right, buddy.
Hey, thanks
Good
a lot,
talking
Rick.
to you, and have a great rest of the summer, my man.
Thanks. You guys do the same.
All right, that's Rick Bucher, FS1 TV analyst, host of On the Ball with Rick Bucher, and that's a podcast that he hosts. Good stuff. Oh, boy.
Man.
Now, interestingly, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump on anything Rick said. A couple things hit me. The one is that it's saying, knowing Rick, he sounds more bullish. That's the positive one, right? Bullish is the positive and bearish is the negative. Yeah. He sounds more bullish on the Warriors than I remember him being. He thinks they got better with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
In place of Jordan Poole, and he puts the Denver Nuggets atop the West. I think we all pretty much acknowledge that, or at least put them there for what they've done in the past. But outside the Denver Nuggets, he thinks the Warriors are up there with any other team other than the Nuggets. So
yeah, I mean,
there you go.
Yeah, and what about when he said the Kerr thing, Steiny? I just thought of Willard and Dibbs. The last time they had him on, one of the last times, he told them, and again, it's politics, coaches speak, that he was going to be here. He wanted to do it. He still has zest. So I just couldn't see him leaving the big three. Like, I think if that were on the table,
it might not be his choice.
Okay. But hey, you got me there, so we'll follow that. But what's really got me in the YouTubes are like, Guru, how did you like that?
Oh.
Jordan Poole. If he really couldn't get over it, Steiny, I mean, what do you, like Rick said, you can't fault him. I told you and anybody that would listen, I couldn't get past the punch if it happened to me. So maybe Draymond did everything under the sun. The Warriors did everything under the sun. but Jordan was he wasn't having this down. He wasn't no coming back.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the issue, not issue, but I am curious about Steve Kerr. Does the fact that, okay, now we know that Steph Curry's going to be here 3 more years. Draymond Green's going to be here 4 more years. I got to believe that Klay Thompson is going to be here for 3 more years because that's the sign that re-signing Draymond has given. So if the big 3 is going to be here, then why wouldn't you just extend Steve Kerr right now?
I'm with you. And maybe we're days away from that happening, but I totally get it. I think of guys like, Phil Jackson-Steiny with the 2 3-peats with the Bulls. He was their guy. There was not another coach that did it. So I consider Steve Kerr, I know he doesn't play, but it's the closest thing to playing. He's part of the team. I just couldn't see another guy roving the sidelines while Curry, Klay, and Dre were in Warrior uniform.
888-957-9570 is the number. That was Rick Bucher, FS1 TV analyst.
That was a hot take, right?
What?
He thinks Kerr might not be. That qualifies.
That's a good question.
Because 510 is saying, is that a hot take, Steinmetz?
Isn't a hot take saying, oh, this will be his last year?
I got it. Dude, that could burn up the internet. I'm going to say yes. That's all.
But it could.
But I don't think he said, a hot take is natural.
Well, I think it's also interesting what he prefaced it with, which was it would be as much his choice as the Warriors based off of what happened to Bob Myers last offseason into this past season. So I think that's kind of the precedent that he's basing that off of.
Yeah.
I think I hear you.
And you asked him about Kerr coming back on one and done. Would they do that with Klay? Is there a contract for Klay imminent?
Sense. No, I shouldn't. Doesn't feel like it. Now I don't know, but Draymond Green's been re-signed, so now that leaves Klay,
whose
contract is up after next year, and Steve Kerr, who's only got 1 more year. I mean, it's a good question. I mean, do you let both those guys go into their last years?
Man,
I mean, to me, they're 2 different situations, obviously, because one's a player and one's a coach. But as for the player, I mean,
I would with where Klay is at, Steiny, we got the rat on the table. Brought to you by Adco Pest Control. I don't want Klay to be shooting, or I don't want to judge Klay thinking, is there more on his mind than
because you think he's mentally weak?
No, that could affect him.
Of course it could.
And I don't know if you saw that video yesterday where he was pushing. He was working. God. Did you see it?
Stop it!
No, Stein. He was working his lower legs.
Okay, great.
With this machine going up a hill with a guy on it.
I saw it.
Yeah,
dude, and I am not impressed with that kind of crap.
It's not about impressed. My point is, he's working. He's trying to get stronger.
That might have been the first thing he did all off season. Because he did tape it.
No, you could tell it took something out of him. Is what I'm saying. He was like, "Whoa." Like, I let go work, Klay. Get them legs right.
Stop it. Stop it.
Stephen A. Stop what?
Stop.
You don't even know what is
Stop
what.
being impressed with that crap in the summer.
I didn't say impressed. I said I saw it. We got a break. I saw it. Drop 40, I'm impressed.
I didn't say moron. I didn't use that term. You said I don't say that word. Not to Goo, anyway.
I
wouldn't say
we got to go.
888-957-9570. Call us if you put any stock in those stupid summer videos that players put out. Oh, Kuminga's in the lab. Okay. Hey, next week we bring you the All-Star Week blowout. Check this out. It's your chance to win incredible prizes. Listen to some of the stuff we're giving away next week. Steph and Klay autographed jerseys, Warriors tickets, gift cards, a round of golf with the hosts at 95.7 The Game, at the Berkeley Country Club, and much more. It all starts Monday. That's next Monday. Goes through the entire week, every show, every day. You have a chance at great prizes as we bring you what we're calling the All-Star Week blowout. Mm-hmm.
Your lower extremities were compromised.
Don't miss the Alameda.
Steiny, I'm yours, bud.
Now, you know you lie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What?
I don't even use the word bud. What was in me that day?
You know, we've been talking here and there about how I'm having a hell of a year.
It's a new day.
You on the other hand, I meant to bring this up. The Giants, do they still have a system? They still have a formula?
Yeah,
they're still locked in for going to the World Series.
You would be a spoiled brat if you think they're done. You got to be going into the break, and I know you got a game tonight. I'm just saying, I'm not jumping off the wagon of what I gave them credit for. And
they lost 4 in a row.
Okay.
That's a lot for you.
Guess what? It happens. They might lose 6 in a row. It ain't
lost
over.
8 of 12.
Look at the standings. That's how I live my life.
If the season ended today, I believe they would not make the postseason.
No, they would be the last walk. You know what? Because I let you down
on the tiebreaker.
You didn't. I got to do this. You didn't ask me about Kathleen Turner in Raiders of the Lost Ark. You said it, but we found out it wasn't her.
No,
so
I was
that
wrong.
don't go on my ledger.
No, I was wrong.
All right.
Kathleen Turner was in Romancing the Stone.
Yeah,
according
with
to
the great Michael Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
but there was. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. No, I'm just patting myself on the back since you've been doing it for 3 hours.
For what?
This year, speeches I've given. A lot of people liking them. So I'll give myself
speeches on what?
The Warriors speeches.
They had their worst year in the last
It's
decade.
not about what happened. Yeah, it's about the speech. So that's what you do.
They won one big game this year, and it was when
King fans were booing. You know, they went to the fan cam at the Classic, and people in Warrior gear, kids, Steiny, getting booed. They didn't like that 50 Steph put on them. Little rivalry brewing. They gave Sabonis all the money in the world.
Who did?
Sack.
By the way, look, I like Tyrese Halliburton too.
What's
$260 million.
But don't hate him and Van Vliet.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
And Anthony Edwards has something like that with the 260.
And LaMelo
What's
Ball.
the NBA doing?
It's crazy.
That's the NBA. Those are the bylaws. Now, you don't hate the player, hate the game.
Lonnie Walker to the Nets, noted Warriors killer. Why would
the Lakers say night or?
Because they got about 17 guys on their roster right now. Because Lonnie Walker was brought in to do a job, he did it, and now he's out the door.
He did that, man. I like Jackson Hayes for the Lakers.
Yeah.
We could use one of those.
Dylan Brooks, 4 for 80.
Dude, remember we were vet minimum 4 for 8. I'm telling you, he ain't Draymond.
Who?
Dylan Brooks, but people laugh.
Yeah,
he plays. And you know what Memphis did? We got a guy toting guns, thinking he's a wankster, but we'll say is you're the root of the problem. And he got paid. I'm happy for him.
I'm glad you're happy for him. He's not worth that, I don't think.
And we talked about who's worth what. Van Vliet, he's not worth that. And what's Houston
What if Houston
doing?
makes the playoffs next year?
And I like Fred.
Who got the job in Houston?
Udoka.
Oh, he may.
Stop.
He
What are
may
you
do
saying?
well in Houston.
Well, yeah.
Can I have a number on that, please?
Sorry, what you said?
He may do well in Houston.
Oh. Come on. I'll give you a 3.
Thank you.
Evan in a good mood.
3-day work week. Well, 4 for some of us.
Steiny obviously has bad taste in movies. What do you mean? Probably thinks Goodfellas was a comedy. It's not. That's a 0. Of course, that's.
I do.
The Indiana Jones movie, though.
I want to know how it's
2 thumbs down.
Did Susan say let's go?
Yeah.
Did your girls and you just let's go?
You know, as long as you're asking.
And what theater, if you don't mind?
Grand Lake.
Wow, I've been there in a minute.
Grand Lake Theater. We were, it was on Saturday. It was a nice day. She said, you say walk down the street and get a drink or two.
Oh, so you're that close?
Yeah, we can walk down the
That
street
is
to the
dope.
theater.
Because you wanted to do something that Saturday.
And there's, exactly. So,
you pay or she pay?
I had some mimosas.
Oh,
and,
then maybe that's why you didn't like
Then
it.
a beer. And then we walked down to the theater and watched.
Are you at the matinee
Dreadful.
stage in your life?
Oh yeah, it was a 3:45.
Right.
A 3:45 start.
A lot of people in there, or just you guys? 'Cause that's some big terrain in there too.
2/3, a third filled.
They had the premiere of the Steph Curry doc that we're going to get to see here shortly. A couple weeks ago at the Grand Lake, if I'm correct.
So I was either going to see Indiana Jones or Asteroid City.
What's that?
Susan doesn't like the director who did Asteroid City. I guess the same director did a movie called The Royal Tenenbaums.
Yes.
And that was
Wes Anderson.
Yeah, that was
he said awful.
Yeah,
Susan went awful.
Well, I saw that movie too, and I didn't get it. You ever see The Royal Tenenbaums?
Yeah, it's one of his kind of weirder comedies. But
I didn't get it. I didn't get a thing about it.
I hadn't even heard about it.
Yeah, I didn't understand one thing about that movie.
I mean, I like Wes Anderson, but it's pretty hit or miss just because of the way all of his movies are kind of shot and directed. They're very quirky.
Yeah. Well, Asteroid City looked kind of strange. Suge is in Fremont. Hey, Suge.
Hi, how are you?
Hey,
Dynamite.
I like Suge.
I haven't called you guys in so long, but I've been really I don't know what the topic is I'm supposed to be calling you on, but I've been really angry with the Warriors lately. I mean, I'm angry over the fact that, Draymond wasn't punished at all for his behavior. I'm not saying I'm a great fan of Poole's turnovers, but it's like the whole thing leaves such a bad taste in my mouth. And it's like, he's being rewarded with this big contract and everyone expects all these people to go out and win another title. Well, it's not going to happen if they don't have size and they don't have money to pay people, who would be able to do the job for us. And I just feel like Draymond, all he does is he just wants attention like a teenager all the time on the podcast talking. And I feel like he's just a disgrace. And
we lose?
Yeah, she was
What
letting
happened?
it out.
Call drop.
And I'm going to say this because Rick told us, Suge, if you're listening, I was the last to the party. If the Warriors bent over backwards, and I believe they did, to do anything under the sun to accommodate or try to rectify the situation with Jordan Poole, and he had been talking like everybody called our show, all the shows saying he was doing with no proof, then that's why nobody came to his aid. And there was, I won't even call out names, but, players and coaches like, Jordan got it. Like, almost like he was deserved to get hit, Steiny. I hate that.
Let's take a listen to what Rick Bucher just said about this.
I do too, but I put that on Jordan Poole. Like, Jordan was on a lot of players' nerves way before that, including Clay's and Steph's. And Draymond was finally the one who tipped the scales and went overboard. And I'm not defending at all what he did. But after he did it, Draymond tried everything possible to remedy that situation. And Jordan would have none of it. And I'm just looking at it as, Jordan, you have an opportunity to learn and exceed Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, and a team that has put its eye on the prize of winning championships every chance they can. And you can't get over this situation with Draymond when Draymond's going to be gone at some point, and this is going to be yours. You couldn't see the big picture, and instead remain difficult, made sure that elephant was still in the room. Look, the young guy, there's a part of me that understands. Maybe he just wasn't mature enough to get around that. But I look at it as, who did it cost the most? It cost Jordan Poole the most, as I look at it.
Interesting.
Man. And it did cost him.
In a crazy way. Like, I understand what Rick's saying. I understand where he's coming from. But my first response is, well, you punch a guy in the face, you may lose him forever. Right. You may. Right.
And I'll say this, if I may add. You didn't suspend Dre on ring night. Not that Jordan was lobbying for that. So you didn't do – I'm just saying early, you didn't do everything under the sun. Because if I had been running the show, forget the names, player A hits player B and it goes viral and we got some type of ceremony, the person that committed the infraction, you're out. You ain't coming to that.
No, I'm with you, 530. Poole gets sucker punched and he's the immature one. I agree.
And it was on display for the world.
Steiny, you're supposed to be a man of nuance. Wes Anderson
I saw this.
Is a brilliant director. And I got a text from our buddy R.C. Davis, too. And he says Wes Anderson is an American treasure.
Wow. I just wrote R.C.
Okay, the Grand Budapest Hotel. I remember that's another quirky movie.
All of them are. Isle of Dogs
Quirky's
also
not
good.
Bad. What was that one?
Isle of Dogs.
Nobody's seen that.
I loved. Give me a little more on the title.
Isle of Dogs.
Oh, Isle. I thought he said I love
French
dogs.
Dispatch.
I didn't like that one as much as the others, but it's pretty good.
Where am I at?
Moonrise Kingdom.
Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Now somebody said Con Air. I seen that one. That ain't him.
Yeah, Moonrise Kingdom. It's like a coming of age story.
Royal Tenenbaums.
This feels like the awards when
Isle of Dogs. Rushmore. I want to say I had Bill Murray back in the day.
So one of the common things of Wes Anderson is he uses the same actors in the majority of his films. So Bill Murray is in a lot of them. Owen Wilson, Jason Schwartzman's been in a bunch. Adrian Brody, Tilda Swinton, Edward Norton. Like a lot of big name actors and actresses are in all of his movies.
Gotcha. The Life Aquatic with Steve
Zissou. Also a good movie.
Where are you? What remote do you have, Evan? Where are you getting these titles from?
Well, if I have to be honest, Wes Anderson's very popular among a lot of the women that I've been with in my life, and so I'm very familiar with him.
But why do women take to his
He's so
films?
artistic, Steiny.
I'm in. I'm going to check one of those out.
I don't think you're going to understand.
Can I give you a nugget
you
for
won't
Bill
understand
Murray
the movies
that you don't know? Because this is up my alley. Can I give you a nugget that blew me away?
Sure.
Bill Murray, I feel like he's 80. I don't know how old he is, but he's older than Khalees, the R&B singer that is the baby mama of the rapper Nas. If you Google her, she's an artist, but she's beautiful. Bill Murray and her dating. Money is a boy. Like, I want to just text Bill, you're the man.
It's about personality. He is a...
You know what? You sound like my boy Reg Basie.
He has a great personality. He's funny. Got a dry sense of humor.
I've met him.
He can be a little sarcastic.
You met Bill?
Yeah, he gave me a ballpark tour with my dad in St. Paul, which is where he's also a co-owner of one of their independent teams.
Wow. I just got into a big argument about St. Paul yesterday with my neighbor across the street.
Wow. Did you like it?
Her and Byron, her husband, lived in Minneapolis, and I said, well, I would much rather live in Milwaukee than Minneapolis.
There you go.
And they said there's no comparison between the two cities. They'll take Minneapolis every day of the week.
Well, you said over Milwaukee, not St. Paul.
St. Paul is...
Be careful.
It's a poor man's Oakland.
I'm going to give you a 3.
Put it that way.
Murray, 72. Khalees is 43. Who? Khalees, the female singer, the R&B artist. She's... my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Remember? She's beautiful. And he's 72 and her dating. That's what I'm talking about.
707. Wes Anderson is one of the most overrated directors in this generation.
All right. We see.
Yeah, he's very hit or
But you
miss.
hated his work, his last work.
I just didn't like the Royal Tenenbaums. I didn't get it. I didn't find it funny. And now I can't remember. The only thing I remember about it is it was about tennis, right? They were all in tennis gear with those nice tennis sweaters. Thanks, Evan. The only guy who sees it, and he's not even listening.
I'm talking to the boss.
Oh.
About what?
Oh,
Oh, boy.
I don't like that at all.
Active Wiggins.
Were they in tennis gear, Evan?
The
Tenenbaums.
TBD.
That's on me.
Yeah, that was
I
terrible.
wonder what the boss was
You can
talking
always tell when Spadoni leaves.
Now, why would you do that?
Because you can tell when Spadoni leaves. Things get a little bit chaotic in here. Draymond was asked, he was on Paul George's podcast. Hey, Draymond, what are you laughing at?
You.
I'm setting sound up, Goo.
And I can't
Just
wait.
another one of the things that I have to do that you never have to worry about.
My dad once told me, son, never mistake activity for achievement.
John Wooden said that. That's not Norm.
You're going to create.
That's not Norm, and
Come
I love
on.
you, Norm, but that's John
The
Wooden.
activity for achievement is not. Maybe, hey, it's Norm to me, but he told me that. Go ahead, Stan.
Listen,
because I was snickering at the sound we're about to hear.
No, you haven't heard this part of it yet. I don't think.
After the Lakers series, Steph said in his press conference, which was, we ran out of variety. And what I mean by variety is like in a team, you need to have a variety. Like if they're taking this away, then you can go to this. If they're taking that away, then you can move to this. Our team last year didn't have a variety of ways that we could score. And I think CP adds another thing to the menu to address the topic of a variety of things, of ways to score. Because CP plays totally different than Steph.
Right. Yeah.
Totally different than Clay.
Right.
Totally different than myself. And even Jordan Poole for that matter.
Right.
And so I think what he brings is, number one, the variety in which we can play, I think is huge.
Make you feel better?
No, because you're part of the reason they don't have a lot of variety, Looney, but we love you nonetheless. But damn, Draymond selling CP3 like he's 2000, and a lot of people are 2009 CP3. Sonny, I know he's bringing something to the table, and I got to get over it. But I'm telling you, I got my popcorn ready because I want to see. Because there's going to be a point in the game, in games, to where it's just not about ball distribution. It's about CP3. Chris, we need you to put the ball in the bucket. And as you get older, and if you go back and watch last year's CP3 and the CP3 before that, when you get older and you're close to 40 on the hardwood, you labor. Things that used to be easy are hard. So the stuff you take for granted, that midi, and just getting to the bucket and buy a dude, you can't do as fluid as you once did. So I'm watching because I'm being told, because he's in a Warrior uniform, that part of the game is going to go away. So we'll see, because I'm rooting for the Dubs.
Well, we know that. We know that. The Dubs and the Lakers.
That's a where did this lame boy? You on one today?
Oh, let's see. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's good to be back.
Is it?
Not really.
I'm doing you. Is it?
Not really.
How was your night last night? It was like my first day
we
of
had
school.
a party last night.
Thanks for the invite, but
yeah.
yeah, with the neighbors.
Yeah. I just had some people over for like a barbecue.
So fireworks didn't get done. You didn't ask. I was waiting for you. About 1 a.m. in the Johnson neighborhood. What was going on in the town?
Oh, gosh.
Beirut. Dude,
it was popping off.
Okay.
Is that what, and here's the other thing. My dog is just miserable.
Now, you brought him in, though.
What?
You brought the dog in the house.
Yeah, but
that ain't.
They're all, they get scared and stuff.
I bet.
They get really, really scared. So she's a little beside herself. And by the way, how much do I have to get to? How much time do I have to get you the RSVP to your daughter's birthday party on the 29th?
For you, man, if I can get one person to show up, everybody's got an invite. So I know there's just like, oh my gosh. But take your time. But let me ask you this about what Rick said.
All right.
Because Steve
Rick
Kerr,
Bucher.
I love you, Rick Bucher. Where would they go? Where would they start the search for a new coach?
Well, I think they'd look at Kenny Atkinson and they'd rule him out.
You gonna laugh if I bring? No, why laugh? Luke Walton?
Oh my God!
No, why would you went? Oh my God! Then laugh.
I think he's no. Well,
but he has a relationship here with Lacob. The guys that he's been around, Draymond, Steph.
I don't see it with Luke Walton.
All right. That was the name that came up.
I just don't see it.
Hand down, man down.
How did he
ain't coming back.
How did he do in his 2 other spots?
Well, Sack got off to, there was some allegations to a rocky start. But as far as after that, because he kept his gig, not too well.
Luke Walton, Kenny
Where would man? Just I'm not ready for that. Just like I wasn't ready for Draymond not to be a Warrior after Poole left.
Well, the question becomes: is there any coach who's left here that they would want back? Like, could they? If Mike Brown gets fired next year,
oh, then hell yeah.
They bring Mike Brown back?
No doubt. But that ain't happening. Mike's
what about Michael Malone?
Those guys are dons right now, as you call Pat Riley.
Mike Brown.
He's got it going right now, Steiny.
No, he's got it going the way the Hawks had it going.
Elaborate. What's that mean?
Can somebody tell me?
Trae Young and De'Aaron Fox are 2 different players.
Can somebody tell me why the Kings are going to be better next year? That's
all
I'm asking.
Experience, and they're young. They're your youth. They run the way that they play. Now we know what it's like to be in a playoff, in the playoffs, and a 7-game series. I gotta believe.
I take the under on 48 wins. I don't think they win 48 next year.
See, you're so nuanced that doesn't mean their performance is going to be better or worse in the playoffs, because that's what it's about. So I'm just forget that
they might
number.
not even get to the playoffs.
Oh, Stein, then Mike would be. Come on, that would be. Then you're saying last year was a fluke, and you don't believe in De'Aaron Fox.
No, I think De'Aaron Fox is a good player. I don't.
Harrison Barnes is brought back.
Right, and that makes you worse. He stinks.
Sabonis got something to prove.
And you know what?
Because he got that money.
Yeah, I think he may have reached his limit.
And you very well may be right.
I mean, I don't know why I'm saying that, but Harrison Barnes?
Hey. Some are probably saying that about Draymond Green. Let's keep it real, Steiny.
I don't like to hate on Barnes because I think he's a class act, but he's just been the same player for 10 years.
And that damn shot he had to beat the Warriors right here at Chase, I forget what game. And he misses it. That's what he is now.
Didn't they get a free agent signing? Who'd they get?
The MVP from the Euro.
Right.
And I asked people down there, was he any good? And they said that.
Down where?
At the California Classic that I was at. Me, Spadoni, Benny, and Lil D. Yeah. Took a bad selfie.
Oh, my gosh. Huh? I mean, but yet you don't spend time on social media. Which is all.
Getting the rate limit succeeded about Twitter when we get back, or before we get out of here. We gotta
go. You know what? It's 1:00. It's 1:00, and I don't have a read here, so we'll be back. And what do you want to talk about?
Twitter.
Okay.
And the outage.
Oh, Twitter and the outage on the other side. Nah, for the game.
I feel like I'm better than you. F do you got to lose?
I don't care.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What were you saying before the break? You wanted to talk about something? I wasn't listening.
I got it. Well, before I get to that, I'll get to this. Spadoni just chimed in. Royal Tenenbaums is hilarious. Maybe Gene Hackman's last great performance. I'm a Gene fan. I'm going to check that out.
What else did you like Gene Hackman in?
Hoosiers.
What else?
Superman. Thank you, Evan.
Okay,
Mississippi Burning. Should have got an Oscar. Probably didn't watch that with William Dafoe.
I didn't see that.
Okay.
No, I saw that.
Don't come down my road with movies. I'm Siskel. Shout out, rest in peace to both of them.
Your taste
not the director we were talking about.
Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
But no, I meant critique. Siskel and Ebert.
Actually, I think your taste in movies is awful. What? I do.
Okay, give me one that I've recommended that you said was a failure.
Well, you like action movies.
No, I love all movies. I told you Pretty Woman's in my top 3.
That movie stinks.
See, that's because you don't have a heart.
That movie plays into every negative stereotype.
What? It's the Jeffersons from the outhouse to the penthouse. Dude, I love stories, man. I'm not going to change it. Anyway, what was I? Twitter went out. They got this new thing. Rate limit exceeded. And it happened to your boy Saturday night. I learned my wife again. I learned her all over. Steiny, it won't let you refresh. So maybe you're not on it enough.
Oh.
Because you ain't hit it.
I have no idea what you are talking about.
People were losing their minds. You couldn't refresh your feed. You could send out a tweet because I guess he was doing something, Elon Musk. He's doing a lot of nothings. But he wanted to put a rate limit on it to where you're off the grid. You're in timeout. You cannot refresh your feed.
Huh.
So,
and that happened to you?
Saturday, and I panicked. I was like, nobody knew I was trying to play it off. I was like, what do I do?
So you have a problem, a social media problem.
I'm the first one to say I'm an addict. So is everybody that works with us.
Not.
Our boss is an addict.
I'm not.
It's okay. We're all addicts. You are an addict.
I don't even know what you're talking about. How do I not know? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you were having
but apparently
vacation.
Twitter has implemented something,
Yeah, right.
But because I'm not on it all the time, I have no idea.
And I'm going to leave you with this. Evan, help me out because he's the young one. So I didn't know why Elon Musk wanted to smoke with Zuckerman. But apparently Zuckerman's got this new app that's about to drop. It's like Twitter, so it's Burger King to McDonald's. I'm all in because that rate limit exceed, Steiny, it lasted 12 hours. I just kept going to it. Then I talked to my wife. Go figure. Actually went bowling.
Oh.
I wouldn't have went bowling had the feed kept refreshing. I'd have just stayed in my little lab, but we went out.
Well, also, I guess the big thing then is you couldn't post a video of you bowling on Twitter. That really...
No, you could post in tweets, Donnie. You just can't see what everybody else is doing.
Twitter wants to become a subscription-based model. I don't understand any of this, to tell you the truth.
Well, when it happens to you,
it's
we'll
not going to
know.
happen to me.
Rate limit
because I don't live on the internet. Because I have other things that are very...
You do, but I'm going to give you a pass because it was a holiday. So you were going to the movies. I want to say that's why you went to the movie. You hit that rate limit exceed, and you ain't telling us.
No, it's not true.
All right, I'm wrong.
And I went to... I'm trying to think. There's one other thing I wanted to tell
I killed you with the Gene Hackman movies.
French Connection.
Dude, my boy
He doesn't know that movie.
Evan, I gotta quit reacting like this. Okay, I don't. I'm gonna start doing that to you.
What?
Okay, I don't. You're right.
888-957-9570 is the number. Hard to believe that last time we were together, last Friday, we didn't know what was going on with Draymond Green, but he got the bag right off the bat.
And he got that 4th-year option. So he won. And now you got.
Yep.
I'm feeling some type of way. Like, go ahead and do Clay. It's easy for me to say, don't have him come in here with the one and done, Stoney. Don't have that on his mind somehow. Well, it's like Rick said.
See,
what does Clay want to pay? Because right now he's making what, 43?
Yeah.
Good gosh. Has he given you 43?
No.
But a smart person will step back and say the dude was injured. 2 catastrophic injuries. He's bounced back from that. He led the – if I can say this about Clay, only a hater will respond he took the most. He led the league in 3-point makes.
Rick Bucher was talking about Klay Thompson. I don't know if you've heard it. You tend to gloss over some things. But he said defensively – Clay was not good by any stretch defensively last year. By any stretch of the imagination.
Here I
know
go.
it doesn't. It's
Was
just
CP3
defense. It doesn't
good
matter.
defensively? Like we can do that to every damn player almost.
Right. That means they're declining. That means they're getting worse.
Well, okay, but Draymond got 4 years getting worse. What's Clay's going to look like, Stoney? And what's he asking for? That's what I'm curious to see. Clay's going to have some inner perspective, Stoney. His dad's going to talk to him. Son, it ain't...
Oh, my gosh. Here he goes again. This guy lives in fantasy world. Dude, Klay Thompson's old man is not going to tell him, hey, Clay. It's like, Clay's going to do what Clay wants. Come on, Goo.
No, what I'm asking you is, I get that, and I'm not saying Michael's going to tell him his daddy take pennies on a dollar, but Clay's going to benefit like Dre did about, we're going to pay you a majority of what you did, what you meant to us, and what you're going to mean to us going forward. But I don't think it's about if you can guard ones and twos, because if that's what it was predicated on, then you ain't going to like this contract, Clay.
So you're going to pay him even though his defense is not...
What if I told you I think he's worth 30? 2 for 60? Would he take that?
I don't know. I really don't know. On the surface, I would say, yeah, he should probably take that. But he might be like, hell no.
And if he leaves, who's shooting the ball for you outside of Steph?
Well, Wiggins is their second best player. Oh, Draymond's going to work on his shot.
Well, I ain't
summer.
seen him shoot a ball. You've been working on his podcast. I'm Draymond, boy.
What?
You got to love him.
No, you don't. See, that's a throwaway line that has no credence.
He's
you don't
a guy.
Have to love Draymond.
He's a guy you never have to guess what he's thinking because he's going to tell you via podcast, his own PG, whatever they call it, the P podcast. That's all.
415 says Clay can earn his contract this time. Wow.
But what if that goes bad?
What do you mean?
What if he shot 30, they come lame duck year and he shoots 32% from deep? You think Lake Up and Company are going to be like, how much you want?
Of course not.
So my thing is on Clay. Look, I want some security before the season starts. I would like.
This is where I wish you were a little more forceful because you know that Clay's not the player he was. But you act as though it doesn't matter. It's weird.
Oh, no. Okay.
Like
I appreciate it. It does matter.
Clay had a great year. Clay made 3. Saying, okay, I don't think he's as good as he was a few years back.
What about Draymond then? I get you. Because we did this with Dre. You said, Goo, he ain't Defensive Player of the Year anymore.
Right.
But he made all NBA defense.
Right. So he slipped.
Right.
Right. So you're not as good.
But he got paid.
That's
and the same people
that
are making decisions are going to be making decisions about Clay. Now, Dre didn't have the injury and drop off. Dre didn't have the injuries that Clay had to deal with. People on here saying Guru Clay got paid for 2 years of no service.
Yeah, but I don't.
But is he going to say, okay, I'm not going to ask what I normally would ask for?
Why would he do that? Like, why would Clay not want as much money as possible?
I don't know why I feel like that's how it's going.
What do you mean?
Like that, that would be the part of, not all of it, but
here's the thing.
Like I gotta pay him back.
Here's the thing.
For not playing for 2 years and getting paid.
Who's got to pay who?
Not obviously not the real way, but like there's some feeling of like I owe the organization a bit. Klay Thompson, for the 2 years he was off and the checks kept
cashing. He
wasn't
off. He rehabbed for 2 years. Like, that's the one thing I've been thinking of. It's like, well, Clay didn't play for 2 years. Well, it's not like he was on a beach for 2 years. He got hurt. He had 2 catastrophic injuries. Like, he doesn't owe the Warriors a damn thing because of that. Because he rehabbed his ass off to get back on the court as fast as he could. He wasn't half bad last year when he came back. Like, I guess here's where I just wish you'd be more forceful. You're afraid to say what you really mean about Klay Thompson.
Oh, no.
Okay. You're afraid to
That
say
hurts.
You're afraid to say why you want Klay Thompson to get a contract before the season. Because
that's hurting me, Stoney.
We all know
he's not what he used to be.
No. We all know that when we talk about the mental game, if we're Warrior fans and we're being honest, we have to acknowledge that we're worried about the mental game with Klay. He'll be on the last year of his contract. In other words, he'll be on a contract year. What the fact of the matter is, we're worried about Klay's headspace going into this year. Just acknowledge it, please.
No, I can't.
Just acknowledge it.
But I appreciate the premise, and I'm always honest with you. Steiny, I don't care if if Klay's name was Steve Jones. If what I do best is shooting the basketball, I've already told you and the masses, there's a lot that could go on inside your dome when you're rising up for that jump shot. And if Klay, for some reason or another, knows, okay, this is a contract season for me, a contract year, I don't like that if his name was Steven, just because of the ramification. Now, some could say, Guru, he's a machine. He doesn't think like that. You might be right, but to me, this is probably Klay's last payday. If I'm the Warriors and I know we want him, why wouldn't I try to take the bull by the horns and have my team not even have to go through anything like that? So we'll put the rat on the table, brought to you by EchoPestControl.com, and talk and work something out before, because it's basically the inevitable. If you're going to do it a year later, why not help your team get past that hurdle?
I'll tell you why. Is because if you pay him now.
Oh, now go ahead.
You don't know what he's going to be in 2 years.
But that's the same with Dre. We don't know what he's going to be.
So why are they not going to extend Klay? Or do you think they will?
No, I think it's coming.
I don't.
Snotty, I really believe. I know you're like,
you know what?
That match with them three there, I know you could be like, that's just foolish, and I'm okay if you say it. But Stoney, that was to me the Three Musketeers. Two are all good. The third's going to get paid, and that was Klay Thompson. They're going out together.
Who are
the big three?
Well, then why'd they give Draymond an extra year?
Well, when I say that's different, that's way at the end to me.
If you pay, who are you more worried about moving forward health wise, Klay or Draymond? We're about the same. I'm about the same.
You're gonna laugh. I'm gonna say Dre, and the reason I'm gonna say Dre is he's Joe Frazier. He's already going up against bigger, badder, sometimes faster guys. What if he were to get hurt, and then you come back from that? You still are at a disadvantage physically. Klay, Stoney, the jumper, I know it was 3 months, 2 months. That's there. And what I've seen, thought I was giving him a medal for working out. No, it was about him trying to work on those lower extremities, man. That's all that video was about. So I answered your question with Draymond Green. But it doesn't matter. It's neither here nor there. Dre got his money.
Right. And what I'm saying is that Warrior fans acknowledge they're not scared, but Warrior fans, why are Warrior fans worried about Klay Thompson coming back on just with a 1-year deal? The reason we're worried is because of all the players we've seen on the Warriors over the last 10 years, Klay has been the most susceptible to mental issues affecting his play. So basically, you're going to pay Clay because you're worried that he won't be able to handle the last year of his contract.
No, I wouldn't. No, Snotty. I see where you're going now. Hell no.
Oh, really?
I'm saying.
Oh, you're not worried about Clay at all in the last year of his deal. I would be.
But I just gave you my premise. I laid out the reasons why. Like, Draymond did it, and it worked out for him. Klay Thompson, to me, is differently, is different. And I just feel like.
When do you pay Clay? When do you pay Klay Thompson? Beard says you pay Clay, period. When?
I'll tell you, I would be.
When?
I don't know how the proceedings go, but I would make a phone call. If I know that he's going to be here, I'd make a phone call to him now.
No, that's not what you do. And you know why you don't do it? Because if you extend Klay Thompson right now,
tell me,
right now, then you're in a way locking yourself in to that second apron. You're locking yourself in. They need. How do I want to put this?
Less on the books.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
All right.
But the other thing is,
we ain't talked about Clay's shot. Like, those numbers have not plummeted. Like,
yes, they have.
The physical, defense. The defense is one thing.
He's not shooting
but
as
let's
well
give
as
him
he shot in the past.
Kobe, Steiny, it's minuscule. It's minute.
Keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that Clay
bring it up.
is every bit the offensive player he's always been. Go ahead, keep telling.
That's too drastic. I'm just saying, when he rises up to shoot, I think the ball's going in.
That's great. You think so. But it hasn't been going in like it's been going in. And guy was terrible in the playoffs.
Oh, no, hey.
And you know what? Here's the other thing. And why don't we make a big deal out of this? The minute the regular season was over and Steve Kerr got interviewed, he went out of his way to basically say, Clay's got to come in shape. Clay didn't do anything Steve Kerr offered that information without Clay.
But they signed off on that. Who? I'm sure the team knew we wasn't going to do anything. And if I'm mentally...
No. You think? Steve Kerr didn't sound like the organization knew he wasn't doing anything last summer. Steve Kerr's talking like, at the end of this year, he talked like, we were like, dude, what did you do all summer? Nothing. I was a little worried about my knee.
And okay. Understand? Yeah.
Well,
what do you say to that?
And then you get the year you get out of him. So there you go.
Bastani, that year had him. He made the most threes, and he took the most threes.
Right. So
and
that's
physically,
great in
he
your
was
mind.
able to play 31. No, I'm just from a physical standpoint. He held up without working out in the summer.
He's worse.
He'll never be the same Klay Thompson.
Exactly.
And he knows that.
No, he doesn't. I don't think he does know that. I think Clay thinks he's got light, and he might.
So when I sit here, or any Warrior fan, and I'm being so real with this, Steiny, when I sit here and say, I think that's a badge of honor to say that I made the most threes in 29 other teams in the league. I made the most threes. That's nothing to you? That I'm asking what that means to you.
It's no different than when he's in the top 3 every year and made threes, like he always is. So the fact that he led the league in threes and threes taken, okay, that's.
And to me, I'm killing two birds with one stone.
That's one part of his game.
Yeah, but it's actually two, because from a physical and stamina standpoint, he's able to hoist up those shots, even the ones he missed.
And how did he look at the end of the year?
I got you. Like the legs were gone. No doubt.
He was gone.
Yeah.
He was gone.
But now, with an offseason of him putting in work,
he might be more tired at the end of this year.
You might be right, or it could go the other way.
He's a volume guy now. Volume shooter. What is that?
Oh, a shirt I got from Lucas's office, Steiny. People thought it was the sale shirt, but it says Bing Bing Bay, and then the beautiful 957 the game patch.
Let me see it again.
Is it?
It actually says Bing Bong Bay. That's all right.
All right. Well, you said it.
So
he has swag in there for free.
I know,
if you knew your teammates and you weren't Draymond Green and you walked in his office to say hello and how you doing and how was the weekend, you might see the shirt was there.
Nice job, Goo.
You know what I'm saying, Evan? Look, know your teammates. Get out of your little bubble. And You weren't at the party in Lucas's office last week because you're too good for us. You don't work the room and go out. Hey,
not with you guys.
Guess what, guys? We work together. What you guys doing in here? What you talking about?
Not with those guys.
Well, you don't get swag like this, then, Jack. Because you want to sit here and say I begged for it. I didn't.
Unless the teammates stop by the old ship. There's not a whole lot of bonding going on.
I got to tell you, all those gifts you were getting while I was out, I'm kind of bothered. I'm a little jealous.
It's, you know what? I'm still bothered by, what was his name? Chucky? Our new guy, Chucky. He said, Steiny, you, what do you call him?
Hater. He got you a hater.
Oh, no. He said, I'm not easy to work with. How the hell would he know? How would he know?
The people listen. And that's
right.
just one part of it.
You know what's funny, Goo?
That's one part of it.
You realize I do get texts. I do get texts with people saying, how do you deal with Guru every day? So don't put that
I get calls of how do I deal with you.
Please.
I'm not telling you I'm perfect.
You're not.
But I'm different perfect than you. Steiny.
You're not everybody's cup of tea either.
Lay off. And I understand that.
I don't think you do. You think you're more well liked than me.
Oh no, I would never.
You think you're a nicer guy than me?
Well, I am.
No, you're not.
You talk about the homeless guy over there every morning, and I'm talking about how poor. Like I want to give him Steiny. I don't see now. I'm becoming Draymond.
He's got 2 phones.
I don't care how many phones he's got. He ain't got
homeless.
nowhere to sleep.
Yes, he does.
Where? See,
he's got the cardboard condo.
You gotta lose points if anybody that's driving like that's a cold SOB that's telling you the homeless guy is doing good. No, he's not.
You know what?
I don't care how many phones he has.
By the way, one thing about our guy, he is never a cold SOB because he's got really nice jackets and really nice flannels, and he's got a good pair of shoes.
But what do you want from him? You want to hear the ambulance come pick him up, and then you'll be like,
I want him to get a job.
Well, why don't you help him? And how do you know he's not trying?
I'm barely holding on here.
You got people that, listen, let me just tell you something, PSA from the Goo.
Oh, gosh.
Quit watching sports, take a break, and look around. There are homeless people that have 9 to 5s. It's hard out here living in RV. It's hard, Stoney. That's all.
That I
so
know.
don't be so judgmental. You and Shasky
I'm
about
not
my
judgmental.
guy. And you know what I'm going to do when I get off?
I
Because
know
it's payday
about
Friday. I'm going to go give him a little
You
something.
give him any money.
Watch.
If you give him,
I don't want a
Goo.
video. I'm going to have Evan on IG Live.
So you know what you are? When you do stuff like that, you're a pusher. You're a drug pusher because that's what he's going to use the money for.
Maybe I'll buy him some food.
The guy, every single day before work, the guy's rolling some kind of cigarette.
Okay. It's hard for him.
Is that you're just jealous, Steiny,
Dude,
because you can sit outside
Evan,
and smoke
help me.
cigarettes all day?
Right. What? You want to switch places? I'm sure he would.
He's there right now.
Yeah, I see him.
You know what? Maybe I'll take a video of him out the window.
I wouldn't do the video. I'll never forget, and the boss might go, we got to go. I'll tell you on the other side.
Now what?
The time I saw the boss with no cameras looking, I hit the corner, and it wasn't that guy. It might have been him. Boss was
His name's Joe.
Joe.
He's homeless Joe.
Hooking him with a little something.
And everybody knows about homeless Joe.
And that's what I said,
You know what
man,
I can't stand?
I like
when I go
vegan.
next door and I'm like, dude, what's the deal with that guy, homeless Joe?
Dude, they're looking
And they're
like,
always
what
like,
jerk is
oh,
this?
dude, he's a nice guy. Oh, God.
I'll try to get him on.
Oh, Evan, that was...
All right, more talk about homeless Joe.
Just tell us you're playing.
No. I'd like to see him get more committed to a cause. That's all. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. The guy's got a master's degree, too.
I said what I said.
They say consistency is the key.
I need a drink. Boy, oh no, I will have something tonight.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Next week, big week. It's our All-Star Week blowout. It's your chance to win incredible prizes all next week. Here's some of the stuff we've got. Steph and Clay autographed jerseys, Warriors tickets, gift cards, and a round of golf with our hosts. That's right. We're all going to be playing golf at the Berkeley Country Club on late July, and a couple winners are going to be able to play.
We unite.
Yeah, a couple of you are going to be able to play with us. Starts Monday. Every show, every day, you got a chance to win great prizes. It's the All-Star Week blowout. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
We have a donation. I'm going to read, Steiny. Doc B, $4.99. He paid to have this read. Steiny doesn't think Clay's jumper is there, but what does the league think? And I'm going to stick up for you. I don't think you're saying his jumper ain't there.
Yeah, his jumper's fine.
Yeah.
The
lack of defense.
No, it's got nothing to do with Clay's game. It's the how do I get it even out?
Yeah.
Warrior fans, I think there's a lot of Warrior fans that are a little worried about Clay coming back on the last year of his deal. But there's also not a consensus to extend him right now either. That's all. Feeling any type of way that Kerr hasn't been extended. Yeah,
that is interesting.
I don't know. I don't know. By the way, my buddy, remember Khaled was on earlier?
Our guy,
and he invited us, me, to play golf with him at Oakhurst. Remember he said Oakhurst course. My buddy Derek texted me, Khaled, and said, that's rattlesnake country.
Oh, I'm out.
At the Oakhurst golf course. He said, you cannot lose your ball and start looking around in the stuff for your ball because there's snakes at Oakhurst.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
And that got me thinking about, did you see it was Florida, the lady was walking her dog and got eaten by an alligator.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that was yesterday. True story, man. I'm knowing the people I ain't being okay. She was walking her dog. No, I don't know about video. It was a report. It was on the news. An alligator came and got her. Man. So that's all. I'm like, man, I'm cool, Steiny. Yeah. Hey, real quick, someone want to give you credit for a hot take saying the Kings might not make the playoffs.
Yeah, I saw that.
Congrats. That's a hot take. That's what we do.
I said, it's not a hot take for me to say they might not make the playoffs next year. That's a hot take.
That means they're about to plummet, and last year basically was just a fluke.
It was a fluke. I
when it was all said and done, they lost in the first round.
My initial take was I don't think the Kings are not going to be
better
a top 3 seed next year.
Now that's not a hot take.
Well, I don't do hot takes.
You did because you said the original one qualified. So welcome.
They might not. They might not. Guru Science, on any part.
Read the good stuff. Joey, we're getting a lot of good stuff.
Well, go ahead. You read them then.
You guys are my favorite show. I made that up. Nobody said it here.
Well,
but you feel good.
Look at the other 2 shows.
Oh, boy. Dude, I'm getting jealous of Bonte in the golf. He's talking wardrobe now. And the visor, they're sitting them stuff.
Okay.
He says he looks good in khakis. I'm getting a little nervous. Steiner might have to spin.
Get this. You're not going to believe this. So Sunday, I got nothing to do.
Right.
I got no friends.
You could have called
Get
me.
in my car, start driving around. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go check out the Golf Spot.
This is
our sponsor.
Yes.
And I'm also going to check out a Dick's Sporting Goods and a Golf Mart, because I'm taking a golf trip next week and I want to get excited. Maybe get a new shirt. I don't know. Anyway, so I go to the Golf Spot. You're not going to believe this.
Because Bonte's the man there.
I go to the Golf Spot. I park in the front, but I didn't go in. I sat there for 10 minutes and was like, you know what? This isn't.
Why?
This isn't my gig. It's Bonte's gig. And I wasn't going in there to take. I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to go in. It's Bonte's place. Like it's his
But
place.
the merchandise, you were thinking about your trip.
Right, but they're not like us. It's where you go practice.
Oh, okay,
and
gotcha.
stuff.
All right, I hear you. Right.
So I was
going
to go in.
I get that. But dude, I heard him talking.
I felt like it would be. He'd feel some kind of way.
Yeah, I would too. Because I didn't have. So that's like a facility. You're going to work out, Stoney.
Yeah, you hit balls into a screen.
Now, and I'm being honest, how much does a good pair of golf shoes cost? What do those run?
This is a
please tell me under 100.
You can get them for under 100, but it's like anything else. You get what you pay for. I bought 2 pair of new golf shoes a few years back, and they were somewhat expensive. And they'll last a longer time if they're expensive.
But my game is $10 worth, so I can get the cheapest shoe and be okay.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna have a fit, Steiny.
No, you can. You can find a reasonable pair of golf shoes.
Now, I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah.
I'm almost ready to tuck my shirts in like I used to when I was a salesman and had a belt buckle showing.
Okay.
Like Evan.
Austin dumb take. Austin and San Jose dumb take. Kings are making the playoffs. Come on, man.
I didn't want to say that, you guys, it was a hot take.
You guys are a bunch of.
De'Aaron Fox is a star, Steiny. We saw
you
that.
You guys are jerks. That's what it really comes down to.
And you're
really. You're talking about the Sacramento Kings, and all I say is, I don't. You know what? I don't know if the Kings are going to be as good or going to win 48 games like last year. Because everybody just thinks teams win 6 more games each and nobody gets worse.
But you know the dirty little secret in the NBA, you're a basketball connoisseur. Teams that take the regular season seriously.
You think they're going to take it seriously next year?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yes, there is doubt. Why would you say that?
Keegan Murray's going to be a year older, wiser. He's playing summer league. They feel like they got something. Like they're cool.
That's great. I'm glad they feel that way.
And I could see them not making it is just off my bingo card.
Okay.
That was all.
That's fine. That's fine.
Because that would be like, oh my gosh, Mike, what are you doing? And they got the guy from the MVP from the Euro League. I don't know.
Yeah, no, you've seen him. Oh, you went back and watched his tape,
I
thought.
That I hadn't.
Oh, really?
I hadn't done that.
That's weird. You usually watch tape of that guy. I'm not going to be a jerk there. The Kings, I don't think Sac makes the top 6. They had remarkable health. Finished with 48 wins. That's Uncle Looney, who usually disagrees with me.
All right.
I'm just saying right now. What's the Kings over-under for wins next year? What's that number say?
I got to guess. I don't know. I'm saying 48. It's got to be that.
I'm taking under. I am. You know, they also had a regular season.
They only won 4 more than the Warriors.
And they had a lot go right.
Right.
They won a ton of close games.
That they did.
That's all I'm saying.
It ended up winning 4 more than the Warriors.
Get Air Max golf shoes, Goo. You don't need those.
Too soon.
You know what you want? Exactly. Like you're the kind of like it used to.
You're the kind of what?
Well, you're the kind of guy who, like, when you go to the play pickup basketball, you'll have the most expensive pair of shoes, but you're like the 9th best player out of 10 guys.
That's phenomenal. I'm not the and one, dude. I like to lick shark though.
You're one of you.
I'm not that guy.
You've got that innocent mentality, that childlike mentality of, if I wear really good sneakers, I'll be a better player. You do feel that way, don't you?
For the Warriors World Tournament, the last one I was in, on the way, there was a stop in Foot Locker, and I got the new Durants. But I got to say this to you. What did you do to our boy Sheed at Warriors World?
Nothing.
I hate to go here, but I said I wasn't, but I owe it to you because I'm your Batman. You're my Robin. He said you're banned from the tournament, but he said partner. I go, what did Steiny do?
Wait a minute.
She did.
So I'm banned from going to see a tournament that I was never going to see in the first place?
It's at the Warriors facility.
I don't care where it is. Yeah, at the old facility.
Yeah.
Like Warriors World could actually have the tournament at Chase Center. That's funny.
Sheed, I love you.
Guys get locked out of Chase Center.
You should play, man.
Nah, I shouldn't. I'm not a high school Harry.
But I'm just mad. Fetz is now. They're playing. It's for scrubs like us. It ain't for you guys.
That's why I don't play.
Zaza.
He's not playing.
He played last year and they won. Barbosa, Steiny, I worked out yesterday on 4th of July in the morning.
I know. I saw your video.
Well, you said you didn't earlier.
I lied.
I knew you did. I'll take him for you.
By the way, before we go to break, I want to let you know Festus Ezeli and Darrell Wright will be playing this year.
This is just what are they doing?
They're locking you up. See, that's what it's really about.
I'm 50 years old.
Oh, now you're 50. Now you're 50. When the pros come out, you're 50. When Scribini's come out, oh, you ha-ha. All right. Actually, I was going to give the phone number out, but never mind.
Got the boys. We got to go, Stoney. We got the crossover.
Yes, I did. Did I do this read? Yes, I've done the read. And Dibley and Willard back in the house. Willard stuck it in me.
Have you been in a car accident?
I'll tell you what. If we get out, Steiny, I want to dance.
What do you mean by that? Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mahalo.
That's a 4.
Yeah, that's a 5. I didn't see it coming.
From the land of Ohana. Aloha.
There you go.
Well, let's be
Welcome
honest.
back, gents.
We ruined this vacation day one, Dibs. You don't know this. I'm not throwing you under the bus because I love you.
Beep, beep.
We were laughing at Willard because it was hot. And we were like, oh, Tahoe is just packed. And I text him like, hey, man, how are you holding up? He goes, Guru, I'm in Hawaii.
Yeah.
So I threw you under the
It
bus.
was me, 4 other people, and a bunch of chickens
It looks
and
like
pigs.
you had fun,
Oh,
man.
my gosh. It's the
What
best
island?
place on earth. Kauai.
Wow.
It's the best place
The
on
Garden Island? Is that the Garden?
Yes.
I think,
And,
yeah.
on the way out of town, it was Kauai, but now that he's been there, it's Kauai.
Kauai.
This guy- this
That's
guy's
right.
unbelievable.
It's just like when I moved to Boise, and then I lived there for a while, and it's Boise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Come on.
Just
the
like-
pronunciation sensation, dude.
That's
There's
a
another
buck.
one in
Yeah.
Idaho. It's Moscow. Moscow.
Not Moscow.
Moscow.
Correct. Correct.
Did you have some pig?
We did not have any
Okay.
poi.
Yeah.
We did go to a luau, but
Look,
I just ate some teriyaki chicken
There you go.
and a coconut dessert that was horrible. But anyway, the
Okay.
show was fantastic. Yeah, man. I appreciate you guys.
How
all
were
holding
you
it down.
winding down? Because that's what I want to see a documentary on, is when you're on vacation, kind of like mine yesterday. I didn't go anywhere, but the thought process of we need to pack the luggage. We're going to get on the, that's kind of
mean on the way out or the way
on
back?
the way out. I saw your picture. The sun was setting to where you were like, we got to get ready to head back, Callie.
That's the easy part. The hard part is landing, and it's just almost like your to-do list lands with you when the plane hits the ground. And you're like, oh, gosh, I forgot that I have a life back here.
Yeah.
Responsibilities,
Yeah.
bills,
Divers is waiting on you.
right?
Yeah.
Like, just like, oh, damn it.
Diver's waiting to take the day off.
Seriously.
4 hours of listening after all that talking I've been doing.
Yeah.
My God.
Right?
And you know, when you always have a good vacation, you always have that thought. I think I'm going to move here. I'm quitting my job. and
well,
I'm going to move.
I'll tell
here.
you what, I hadn't been there in almost like 15, 20 years.
To where?
To Kauai. And
Kauai?
Kauai.
Thank you.
And the last time I was there, I remember leaving there as a 20-something-year-old person going, someday I would like to own property here and like not retire here, but like maybe spend a few months of the
Amen.
year here someday. Nothing has changed with that goal. Other than that, I'm no closer to it than I was 20-some-odd years ago.
Nice, man.
And I know that the prices have only gone up during that time, but man, I have of all the places I've traveled, and there's still many left, I have not found a place that I like better than there.
That is incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. There's no doubt about it.
Oh my gosh.
No doubt about it.
It is so good.
What I was thinking. You think about, I did do it once, and it's the greatest feeling of all time. When I was 23, working at the Reading Times newspaper in
Nice.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I came out. to
Making
visit.
about $9.50 an hour.
I was making,
This is great.
I want to say 28? 28K?
28K. No,
like
these
that.
are my
Say
favorite
28
stories.
an hour.
No,
I was
no,
like,
no.
boy,
No.
came out hot.
28K is about $12 an hour. So I always love his stories because they always relate to what he was making. And it's usually laughably small,
Yeah.
but,
Well.
this was 1984.
And when I moved out here, I took a pay cut.
Yeah, exactly.
I worked at a legal publisher, Matthew Bender and Company.
Lowballed ya.
$18,800.
Oh my God.
That was the starting salary. And I had to pass a drug test.
Oh,
Did you?
Gutsy.
I did.
Okay.
They had to go to the cards, and it was a split decision,
Yeah,
but he got the
exactly.
win.
Hippie lettuce was illegal then. Yeah.
Oh, my
Wasn't
God.
those dispensaries then?
No, I visited a friend in California when I was 3 years out of college working in Reading. I came out here, and I'm like, I'm gone. I'm moving out here.
Gone.
So I went back, and my boss said, when are you moving out there now? And I said, pretty soon, Mike.
And he
then I
did.
gave my 2 weeks notice about a week later.
And where did you visit when you came out? Like, what cities and what did you do? Like, what was the big hook? Because you've been here now for 30...
The big hook
30-something, right?
getting out of Reading, Pennsylvania.
No, but when you came out here and you were somewhere and you were like, wow, this is the sauce.
I was in San Francisco. I had some buddies here, Dave, and those guys I still knew a
Okay,
little bit.
yeah.
So I came out over Christmas one time and a New Year. Had a great time and was just like, I'm out. I'm out.
I'm out.
I just didn't want to live the rest of my life in the same place that I grew up. There you go.
Yeah.
Back to Wiggins.
Well, I'll say this.
What's up?
You left, Draymond was talking. He got paid. They gave him his money. He earned that.
Yeah, Friday with JD live at 3:01. JD broke it.
Yeah, but it's incredible to me about, I don't know if you guys heard the sound bites we've been playing from his appearance on the PG-13 podcast.
We're going to get to some.
Okay,
Podcast P.
so I don't fantasize because that's too strong of a word, but what I do try to do in my life when I look at pro athletes is put myself in their shoes. And so many times I give in Draymond the gold jacket and other players of leadership and leaders. So follow me if you can, like Twitter, which I'm about to leave. We'll get into that.
Oh, good Lord.
He said he didn't know Kuminga or didn't take the time to learn him, so how could he lead him? And to me, that's leadership 101. I don't care what job you're in.
Yeah.
You got to learn who you're with. Steiny and other people today were like, the age difference. Well, guess what? I'm older than Evan. I feel like we're good because I use my principles with Steiny, who's my age, and they don't change. So we talk about this warrior culture, and I don't want to come down Dre's road so hard, but I'm like, that's a myth. If you didn't know, you're okay. Dre, you got kids. Kuminga doesn't. We're on the road 41 times, guy. We're in the airport 41 times without the spouse and the kids. Hey, come over. Let's listen. Let's do this. Let's talk. But I guess I'm just having a problem with that. Not how you didn't know that, and you're Draymond Green, and you're one of the leaders.
Draymond has these moments. This is why he's so frustrating. He has these moments where he appears to be the most effective leader in the entire NBA, partially because they have 4 rings. He is the one who, I mean, he'll tell you that he helped build this defense, and whenever they win a title, the defense is always good. There's nobody else in that locker room who's had a huge voice for years. Like the Splash Brothers are quiet, so there's these moments where he's just like this epic leader. And then in the very next breath, he's the worst leader you've ever seen in your entire life. And he does the stuff that you absolutely
make sense, Mark.
unequivocally can't do. And then what I find to be maybe the most frustrating thing about him of all is he's this guy who, when things quiet down, has no problem getting totally vulnerable. And he will admit everything. He'll apologize for everything, take the blame for everything, and it takes the teeth out of everybody who's mad at him. Because and in a way, it's this passive-aggressive kind of negative where you're like, you can't punch Jordan Poole and then spend all year being like, yep, my fault. And yep, we'd still be winning. We'd still be playing if it weren't for me. But okay, let's get $100 million and do it again next year.
Wow.
You're powerless. You're like, what? And he is that guy to the organization. They're kind of powerless.
Yeah.
Need him, can't live with him, can't live without him.
He is a puzzlement. What do you think about Clay coming back on the last year? Clay and Kerr have one more year. Is that the way it's going to stay, you think, this offseason?
Yes. I think Clay is in a prove-it year where, because Clay wants to get, X, and the organization wants to give him Y, and the difference between X and Y is far greater than what it was for Draymond Green. So if you're the organization, you're saying, all right, Clay, we would love to give you $40 million a year. Go out there and earn $40 million a year. Go out there and lead us deep in the playoffs. Do what you did last year in January and February all year. Show up in shape, for one, Clay, because you showed up last year and you were out of shape and you were awful for the first 2 months. And then you played great. And then you got in the playoffs and you played bad again. So, Clay, what are you going to be? Go ahead and be the Clay that we all know that you can be, and then we'll give you what you want. Steve Kerr, to me, is the interesting one because
Bucher was on earlier.
I heard him.
Man, I'm just saying he wasn't breaking news.
Good Lord, the gushing, Steiny. Did you give him flowers before or after the interview?
Gushing about
Rick Bucher. You were.
I like Rick. I go way back.
Oh, the effusive praise was unbelievable.
Wow. Ears are incredible.
Yeah,
I didn't get that from
I've
him.
known Rick for almost as long as you've known Rick, so I just was a little taken aback at the maybe because he was giving you. Oh, what a great question, Steiny! And just the mutual love fest. It was all right.
I actually really
had a decent interview.
I really like Rick Bucher.
But I sided you too when you had Kerr on and asked him.
Yeah.
And I know it's like don't ask a politician and they'll never tell you the truth. But he said he wanted to do this for a while. I don't see him walking away from this, Kerr.
Oh, neither do I. But I agree with Tibbs that I don't think that these things are going to be addressed now.
Wow.
The Warriors have done a few things, some of them small. I heard you guys earlier talking about why they didn't match what Phoenix did with Eric Gordon, something small like that.
That incentive, that option.
The Warriors, outside of matching Draymond to Steph, in theory, have done nothing to handcuff them after this year. They obviously right now are craving more flexibility than they've had in a while. So, I think they're going to see how Clay plays and maybe how Steve feels. I think if you ask both of them right now, they want to keep doing it. And I agree also with what Anthony Slater said this morning, which is that is likely that Clay, Steph, and Dre are they're going to finish with the Warriors. No, but I don't think they'll lock it up now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Yeah, I think the other thing is I think they're gonna re-sign Clay next year, probably. But I do think they want to go into next off season with zero. I mean, they're gonna have to have a cap hold on it. But my point is like if you extend Clay right now for 30 the next 2 years, then you're gonna have to make another move other than the Chris Paul move to get to where they need to be. So I think they want to play another year because I think they know if he plays another year, it might be easier to pay him if he's not quite the same player.
Or it'll be easier to pay him if he is the same player. They're going to have clarity either way.
Yeah.
And I also think that the Draymond Green contract is really team friendly in terms of what Clay can get next year because Draymond's getting 22 and change this year instead of 27. So that's a $5 million savings plus all of the luxury tax this year. It's about a $40 million savings for Joe Lacob just this year. So that makes it so if Chris Paul is gone next year, maybe Clay gets that $30 million slot, or maybe you get Chris Paul and you trade Chris Paul and you bring in another player for $30 million and you pair him with Clay and Steph and Draymond, and maybe Wiggins is a guy who goes or not, but you have more flexibility if you wait on Clay.
And that's the one problem I'm having difficulty dealing with is, let's just say Chris Paul, they say bye after next season. They don't get to just take that money and then go get a big boy.
Right.
But behind closed doors and the tax-wise, it works and you're lesser. But I'm just like, it's like a game of Monopoly. I perfected the rules and built this conglomerate, and then all of a sudden you guys changed the rules, right? And now it's just weird. Like the Warriors are doing nothing wrong, but it's like we can't go get you. Like Brook Lopez, I heard you Monday. You and Alan did a good job.
Oh my God!
But the Brook Lopez, there was for a second, Willard, I thought, get the Warriors? Hell no!
No, he's too good.
He's too good.
I spent the whole week while you were putting on Lays and eating apples out of pigs' mouths. Every Warrior fan, let's go get Brook Lopez. He's not even in the.
That's
normal. He's not even going to be in the mid-level. And he ended up getting $22 million a year. Come on, Warrior fans.
He was always way too good. But I'll agree with you from this standpoint. Sorry, Stan. From this standpoint, I wish there was sort of a set aside.
Set aside.
You can't just let the Warriors, Lakers, Knicks, Bulls, and Heat get all the players. But when you draft them and they're yours, and you develop them, that should not count the same way against the cap and the luxury tax.
I hadn't heard that.
That to me, the fact that the Warriors are being penalized for keeping Steph, Clay, and Dre in their own uniform, to me, is ridiculous. Positively ridiculous.
And I think the nice thing for Joe Lacob is if you really understand what has to happen, he has to cut money so as to maintain actual flexibility.
Totally.
Like, if they don't get under that second apron, they will not have a mid-level. They need their mid-level next year. They absolutely need their mid-level. So, in a way, they are saving money, but they have to because they need exceptions. It's because they're so far over the cap.
It's one of those rare situations when fans look at teams saving money, they don't like it. I think this is a rare situation. They are saving the money in order to win.
Right.
Not saving money for the sake of saving money.
Like I don't know what they're going to do, but they're going to do something next year that allows them to have their mid-level exception. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
And that's where the Draymond Green contract becomes, if you really look at it, it becomes so much more team-friendly. Because if Draymond would have opted in and then gotten 2 more years at about 28 or 29 apiece, that would have crushed them for next year. But the fact that he took 22 and change this year, and it's 24 and change next year, then it's 26, then it's 28, the way that is going to escalate, it's an escalation sensation, Mark, is what it is. That's going to help them next year be able to get underneath that apron and get a mid-level player.
Yeah. And it looks like the mid-level is
12?
I think that's for the non-taxpayer exception. I think it's 7.7 for the Warriors would get a 7.7.
Gotcha.
I think I should,
That's a good
I
player.
should be better on
Yeah.
that.
It's a good
Definitely.
player. It's a good player.
Especially,
I mean,
you know what? Especially
JD.
Especially if you have a good year next year. Maybe you get back to the Western Conference Finals. It looks like, we still got action. Then that 7 can get you, maybe an important player for your rotation.
Maybe you guys can help us with something else that we want to talk about here off the top. Why am I hearing the word sell? Why is that even coming up with the San Francisco Giants?
Oh, I thought you meant the A's and the sell shirts.
That I get.
You have to be spoiled rotten to sit here on this day and say,
I don't
sell.
get it.
Oh, come on.
I don't even understand. And I mean that genuinely. I'm not trying to.
I'm with you.
What happened? And this is, I know not most fans, but some of the fans. First of all,
they're slumping.
What happened to your competitive spirit? What are we watching here? You just leave because it was a bad week?
And you've just a week ago, it was throw the parade, get it ready.
The second part of this is when someone says sell, they usually do it in the name of development. Isn't it smarter to develop? And I'm thinking, why the hell did you just attach those two things? What does selling have to do with development? The young guys are here.
And they gave you their jolt.
And they're playing. Yeah. And they're not getting sent down.
Right.
And actually, part of their development might be to go through, for instance, a pennant race.
Hello.
Selling means that you are telling your clubhouse, we don't believe in you, and we're going to go get a few more 19-year-olds that we need to develop 3 years from now.
Oh, no.
I don't have any idea, and let me assure all of you out there, neither do the Giants. Like, they would laugh in your face if you brought up the idea of selling right now. But I don't even understand, like, who cares if their roster is the best roster? First of all, go out this month and try to make it better.
Right.
But secondly, why would you at 46 and 40 be like, I didn't like last week, that's enough of this year?
You ain't gonna hear that from me. And I was a week ago before you left telling Steiny and you their formula. That stuff is still there. They're slumping. It's 162. Yep. He told me that last
week. And they're super hurt.
But
super injured.
But that's front running if you're gonna sit here and not act like you didn't jump on board 3 weeks ago or a month ago when the Giants just could do no wrong. They're hurt. They needed arms even when it was going good.
Totally.
But I mean, you just don't know what tomorrow's not promised. You got to go in if you got a winning record and think you can win.
Or just ask, what are we doing here? What's the point of the season?
Right.
To win.
What are we doing here?
It's to build for next year when you can win more than you can win now.
But you don't know.
There's nothing happening now. There's nothing happening now that has anything to do with next year or the year after that's preventative if you still try to win this year. There's nothing that happens, oh gosh, you could have won next year if you had sold at the deadline. No, you're going to get people that might play 3 years from now. It's just there's a weird quirk with some people where we've decided like we play fan poker and we got to decide, you got to declare, are you going high or are you going low by July 15th every year? And sell means I don't think we can win. It doesn't mean that.
Especially now in fan poker, because if you look right now at Major League Baseball, there are probably 24 teams that are in it in terms of maybe being a wild card team at the very least.
Cubs.
Shout out the
Give
A's.
us throw.
Whatever, the A's are one of the few teams that are actually not in it, but everyone else you can play like in that game that Mark's talking about high-low. Everybody should be going high because you never know. You get in the playoffs and you never know.
But Mark, where are you hearing that at? Because I was telling Steiny earlier in the green room, like, I'm not hearing that loud roar of sale.
It's not loud. I know that both members of our morning show tweeted about it last night.
Well, my Twitter, I hit my rate limit, so
can someone explain this to me? I'm like trying to hit it.
His yet.
I'm trying to hit it because so I can see what happens.
Well, you can't once you. I'm addicted to social media. It's real.
We all are.
Okay,
This is part of our
but it's
job.
my television. It's my TV
Yes,
show.
it's my newspaper.
And I try to refresh. Saturday, I like to faint because I couldn't do it. I could tweet, but I couldn't see what the world was doing, and I'm nosy by nature.
What's the limit? Like, what?
I don't know what it is, but I hit
think
it.
it's 600
Yeah,
tweets. No, of course
Is it
not.
600?
I thought you hit it. I thought I heard you say Monday.
Does it reboot every day?
I don't know.
600 per day?
I'm hoping it's
Yes.
going away, Mark.
Yes.
I didn't know if this was a new trial. So I
Okay.
Googled, and there it was. I wasn't the only one in distress.
I'm so-
People were like, what's going on?
I'm so excited that I haven't hit it yet. It makes me feel like I'm not
Now
as addicted as I
telling on
thought I
myself,
was.
so I'm the only one
You're
that
not.
hit it. Huh? Oh, my goodness.
Nah, your
But me and the
problem's
wife
with
went
Instagram.
bowling.
You're addicted to IG.
Yeah.
That's
The wife and I went bowling. When I figured, they didn't know why, but when I figured out I'm done, we went bowling. Get out the house. Put the phone down. They didn't know. But I'm like,
You're
yeah,
like, it's
no
like
strike.
social media
No
pandemic.
doubt.
It's just like, let's go for a walk.
But I guess
What'd you
now,
bowl? About 157?
140.
Yeah. No, because I mean, he's like he's like Camilo Doval 2 years ago.
All arm.
All fastball, no control. He's like the Doval of bowlers. Because I got into this actually with Alan Stiles, and we need to have a legitimate bowl off here at 95.7 The Game, because Stiles was saying on Monday, he's like, I'll walk in.
300.
He's like, I'm already the best bowler in the station. And I said, slow your roll.
I don't
He's
want
6
that
months
award.
away from being able to bowl, though, right? He's going to need to wheel himself
Yeah,
up there.
he's a little damaged.
Yeah.
Lay off of
You
him.
should have seen him.
But nah, he
Your
does
boy
that.
had to crutch out to go to the bathroom during the break,
yeah.
and we had to extend it a little bit.
Did
We
he
had to
make it
stretch
back? He
it
didn't
out.
make it back in time.
Turns out he's the second best bowler in his own family. Mrs. Stiles apparently
Oh,
is
wow.
like lights
All
out.
right.
So we need to have a legitimate bowl off here, because
Well,
I've seen you bowl and
Well, we got a basketball
Yeah.
tournament coming up, so.
yeah.
But who was the when we went to that bowling thing at Plank? Was it who? Somebody was it Freisinger? Who was like
It
really
was
good?
Danny Fry. Good
Like, he had
call.
all.
I crushed Danny Fry.
No, but somebody
Do you have
had
your-
the form.
do you have your own bag?
I have my own ball.
If you have your own ball, that's always
You got
the
your own
tell.
ball?
I have my own little powder thing and my own gloves.
Does it say
Look
dibs
at
on
this
it?
guy.
No, I actually got the ball at a garage sale, so it actually says Ethel on it.
Ask Steiny who
Perfect.
throws the hardest bowling ball he's ever seen in his life.
Hey, Steiny, who throws the hardest bowling ball that you've ever seen in your whole life?
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
And what does that do for him?
Just-
140?
It hurts the
he
pins.
throws it. He also like throws it down at the ground. Like he goes.
Well, yeah,
it's
he's
just-
not going to get down there. He's a big man. You're a big man.
But I can.
No, but the greats
Man.
kind
yeah,
of.
you get your arm down
they
there.
loft it a little.
Yeah.
But Guru like.
Do you
throws
spin it
there.
or do you just?
No, it's just a
spins
fastball.
You just a
It's just
fastball.
straight.
Yeah, just bang.
You do the spin, the pretty stuff where it
A
goes
little
up
bit.
the
I will
curveball.
feather you. I'll get you about
Yeah.
4 boards out. Your boy will feather it. We need
my
to have
gosh.
a bowl off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, pre-pandemic, we used to have station parties.
Yeah, bowling is
But-
probably the #1 non-pandemic sport. Like, we're indoors and everybody's hands are all over. It's little things spitting things out at us.
Just pick back
Air
up
is
now.
just flying out. Yeah,
That's a great point.
Golf is the pandemic sport. Bowling's the opposite.
That's a good call.
Anyway.
No,
All right,
not a
well,
lot
you
of
guys
outdoor
just
bowling.
nail it today, and
We'll be
we'll
listening,
see you
gents.
tomorrow. It's
Yep.
great to have you back. And
Thank you, boys.
Yeah.
Go Warriors.
Yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So aloha does mean goodbye, but it also means hello. So aloha, Dibs, and aloha to our entire listening audience.
Aloha, Mr. Hand.
Yeah, I miss y'all. I appreciate you and Larry and JD and everybody for holding it down. And I always love this feeling when you get a week off from doing what we do.
Yeah,
it's very I love coming back. I know what I said when the plane hits the ground, your to-do list shows up in your head, and that's kind of stressful. But I've been waiting for this moment. I'm so excited to get back, chop it up with everything that we missed, and get back on track, man. So
yeah.
Yo.
No, so glad to have you back, and I also look forward to this because doing all the talking can be exhausting.
Yeah, see?
And I know you're used
welcome.
to it. Yeah. I mean, because you tote the rock and you're ball dominant, and you're Iverson, and I'm Eric Snow. And, when Iverson's out, Eric Snow, and shout out the 76ers, he actually gets to shoot. And after a while, it's like, man, I'm kind of tired of shooting my shot. It's all I've got. I'm looking forward to just sitting here and maybe getting a snack and listening to Mark go on and on and on. And
I love it.
And I'll
Let's
get
do
about
it.
9 words in and then back to Mark. And
I've got my counter over here.
Dude, I've been seriously.
Don't you want to talk about a rate limit?
I mean, you want to talk
you've been
about
on one for a while.
Exhausted, but I had a couple of days of Larry, which was awesome, and then JD came in for the tail end of the free agency, and it all started Friday. And at 3:01. It all happened, Mark, just as I so wanted it, because you do a whole week leading up to free agency, and you were in Hawaii, and you were loving it, and you were on your phone. I know you were watching it.
Bit, yep.
Whatever you were doing, you were monitoring it. But come Friday, it's like, I could really use some news because we had kicked it around so much. And then 3:01, boom, 4-year, $100 million.
Yeah,
let's go, Warrior fans.
Except for 24 hours later, because that was, I think if you had really, and I know you have, and everybody here has, if you're really following, reading the tea leaves and understanding what the Warriors were saying, there was never any doubt that Draymond Green was going to resign, especially because, they end up at that golf tournament with Steph and Clay, and Patty Mahomes and Kelsey, and Draymond, if anybody had any questions about where Draymond was going to sign, all you had to do was watch that for a second. I'm like, oh my gosh, these three are brothers. They're out here shotgunning beers together. This guy's not going anywhere. So you knew that was going to happen, but then you got 24 hours or so, maybe 36. Dame Lillard requests a trade. Everything stopped. That's it. And I can't wait. Ramona Shelburne's going to join us in 2.5 hours. She'll be on in the 5 o'clock hour, and I can't wait to hear her perspective about where free agency sits, not just for the Warriors, but across the board, because once a star requests a trade, everything stops, because every team out there, they don't know if either A, they're going to be involved as a third team, or what players may suddenly become available who weren't available. And so then even the players themselves are like, I don't know, wait a minute, am I going to be involved in this somehow? Is it going to trickle down to me? So that's my perception as to why, for instance, Dario Saric is not a Warrior, not yet, or anything else for that matter. The whole thing has just hit the pause button, all because of Dame Lillard.
Right, and Dame's not coming to Golden State.
No,
unless there is a really dramatic 11th hour Klay Thompson for Dame Lillard, if it's Klay and if it's Kuminga and Klay for Dame, or who knows what that blockbuster would look like. I don't think that he's coming here, but to your point, the league does kind of stop in terms of all moves, and we've had a lot of big free agent moves already, but now we're getting down to where the vet min guys that the Warriors might want are going to be the ones who are available, and if you're a veteran minimum guy, you might want to just sit and wait and see what happens with Dame Lillard before you decide.
No doubt. That's the way they're going to play it, and so we'll see. But the Warriors have also made a very, very firm stance, I think, all across the board, which is to say that they're all in on the big three. And more on that coming up, because Anthony Slater had some things to say on our morning show with Bonta and Joe that are beyond the obvious, which is that the Warriors are still all in on the big three now, but how long will they be all in on the big three? So more on that coming up around the bend. Hello, Twitch and YouTube. Glad you're with us. Thank you for being here. We see all your comments. Same on the Comcast Business text line, and you're always welcome to hit us up on the phones at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs, 2 to 6. Ramona Shelburne is going to be on with us a little bit later. I do want to keep chopping up that situation with the Giants, and I'm not saying it's a majority opinion because I don't think that it is. I think most fans are bebopping along in a normal July haze. We had a holiday week, and everybody's doing their traveling or being with their families or getting a barbecue on if the sun would ever come out or whatever the heck everybody's doing. And you see that the Giants have a bad week and a lot of injuries. And sure, coming home and losing 2 games to the Mariners is incredibly disappointing because the Mariners aren't even really that good this year. But for that to sort of, I think, change the outlook on the rest of the season, to me, is crazy. And I've now had this conversation with at least 4 or 5 people who I would have considered Giants fans.
Right.
And this idea of, now that we're in the month of July, that somehow we've tied buy or sell to belief or disbelief. And if you don't believe that the Giants roster is good enough to win, which I don't even let my mind go there because who cares? That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to root for the team that I root for.
Right.
And I want them to do well because they've won World Series before when they didn't have the best roster. But if you don't believe that they can win it all, you suddenly mean, well, then we have to sell. Those are 2 totally different things. Somebody convince me. Somebody with half of a baseball brain out there. Try to convince either one of us one good reason why you would sell at 46-40 in a wild card spot, a few games out of the lead of the division, and a week removed from running through the division hot knife through butter. I don't get it.
You just wouldn't. And to me, it's 2 different questions, because if you look at baseball and you look all around both leagues, you realize that there are 4 teams that are bad. And there are probably 4 teams that are really good, and then the other 22 are all basically the same. You're either a 5-game win streak or a 5-game losing streak away from being in it or being out of it. For the most part, baseball has become largely mediocre, and it's the nature of 162 games. It's hard to really be good for the entire year. You've got the Rays, who are great. You mentioned the Braves in our show meeting. The Braves are the class of the National League.
By far, sure.
And other than that, if you want to look around and look at the D-backs, I'm not buying the D-backs. The Dodgers are good, but they haven't shown it. The Padres should be better than they are, but they're not. And I look at the Giants in terms of the buy or sell conversation. What are you going to sell? If you're going to be a seller, what do you have on your Major League roster that you would want to sell that another team would really want to buy?
Yeah.
And I don't think you have anything that you could sell and get any real prospects for. So then if you want to buy, what do you really need? You need a starter. You might need 2. You might need 3. You probably only need 1. And do you want to sell one of your prospects for a guy who's going to come up and start 8 or 9 times?
I mean, I
don't see it.
No, I agree. I look at the Giants roster, and if somebody were to call the Giants, who would they want?
Probably Jock Peterson.
Yeah, Jock Peterson, Wilmer Flores, Alex Cobb, veteran players who are not on long-term deals who could help. There's nobody that's going to land you anybody's top prospect, not by any stretch. Relievers are always really helpful. You know, would somebody want Taylor Rogers? Sure. You know who really wants Taylor Rogers? Giants want Taylor Rogers.
Right.
He's got 2 more years on his deal after this one, and since he threw his glove in the trash, I think he's given up 1 run. Honestly, I think he's given up 1 run since he threw his glove in the trash. He's been fantastic. So, sure, somebody would want those people. Would somebody want a Manaea, a Junis, a Stripling, if they were convinced that they were healthy? But what are you going to get for those guys? You're not going to get anything. The flip side, I think this is where people get worried. They go, you got to sell because you can't buy. You don't want to gut your farm system for this team. Well, I agree with that. Well, nobody's giving up. I wouldn't give up a top 5 prospect in your system.
Right.
But would I give up prospect 14 for a starting pitcher? Yeah, of course. It's like you just said. The Braves are great. Outside of that, I don't see anybody who is markedly better than the San Francisco Giants in the National League. Where's the competitive spirit? Why are you looking at a roster going, yeah, I just don't see it? Because you know what? All the experts looked at their roster in 2010, 12, and 14 and also went, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. I remember, was it Marvez? It was one of the baseball reporters who got ready for the Giants-Rangers series in 2010 and said Cliff Lee's never lost a playoff game, so the Giants are already down 2-0 in this series. We're still waiting for them to lose the second game in that series.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I don't know. It's just an odd concept to me that you would look at a team that's sitting in a playoff spot right now and start waving a white flag before we even get to the All-Star break.
That's always interesting to me because you don't do it in football. And if you take this record and you put it on a football team, right now the Niners are 5-4. And they're 5-4, and the leaders of the NFC West are 6-3. So you're a game out in the NFC West, and nobody would be thinking, go ahead and pack it up. Let's get ready for next year. You're done. Or the Warriors would be probably 26-23, 49 games into it, and you're in 5th in the West, and you're thinking, go ahead and fold up the tent. Let's do next year. But in baseball, we look at certain things, and we want to always look for the next year. And what will this team be like next year? Here's an idea. Get in the playoffs now and see if you might be able to get lightning in a bottle again.
This is a classic, and I hate the phrase, as you know, the have your cake and eat it too.
Hate it.
But you get to do it.
You hate it, but you always use it.
I know, because it's just so usable. It's so understandable, even though it makes no sense whatsoever. But this is one of those classic situations. Nobody needs to worry about next year or the year after. Nobody's giving up on the future for the now, especially if you're a fan. You get to do both. Schmidt's here. Matos is here. Bailey looks like he might be a stud. Okay? Keaton Wynn is going to get his reps. Okay? Everybody is up. And so development is happening and contributions are being made. They're going to keep getting their time. They're going to keep getting their reps. That has nothing to do with giving away veteran players in 2 weeks. Nothing at all. And by the way, I also think there's a little bit of a fraternity within sports. And so everybody's got to work together. Sure, executives and players are not always going to see eye to eye. That's normal, bosses and employees. But do you know how offensive it would be to a team that's in a playoff spot at 46-40? Do you know how offensive it would be in the locker room? If Cap walked, okay, everybody sit down. We have traded Alex Cobb. For who? 2 kids named Billy. One of them's 18, the other one's 17. We think they might be great someday.
In 2028.
Do you know how offensive that would be to a team?
That's how you lose the locker room.
Totally. Yeah. They're grinding. They're winning games. They've achieved a lot to even get to this point after the way they started. So, A, it's not happening, but B, it's just I don't know. It's just a concept I don't even understand. I don't even understand it one bit.
But it's people always looking for the future. And, you look at what's happened to Casey Schmidt, 8 for his last 66. And he clearly was a flash in the pan. And you might as well trade him and, trade Matos and trade Doval while you're at it because he got lit up the other night. He's getting stolen on every single time.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. I look at it this way. And I mentioned this to you. I wish everybody could put a sticker on their cheek. You believe or not believe? You get a sticker. Okay? Everybody gets a sticker because if they come out of the break and go win 7 out of 10, and you've got a not believe or a sell sticker on your cheek, you don't get to have any fun. You do not get to join in the party because you want this whole thing to stop and break up right now. It's all sponsored by Hint Water. Let's take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hint Water. Hint infuses pure water with fruit essences to create surprisingly accurate fruit.
It's wild, right? Every parent I know, and you know this too. You got 3, although the third one's personality, I would imagine, is still coming into focus.
Dude, she is on fire.
What does that mean? What's going on?
This baby, like, if you look at her, she will smile at you like strangers in the grocery store.
Okay.
She's 10 months old, and we're already worried about stranger danger.
It's a flirtation sensation.
It's a buck.
I love it.
Dude, she's everywhere and at all times. If you look at her, she'll give you the look, and she'll go, hey. She'll give you the one tooth. She's going to show you the one tooth.
I love it.
It's like, girl, you don't know
one-tooth
him.
Pony?
You don't know what. You don't know
You
him.
don't know Jordan Poole. I love it. But yeah, you can raise kids, the same people, in the same
household, yeah.
And my gosh, they come out as completely different human beings. Couldn't be more different. And I love that because it's like, it makes you feel like it's not all your fault.
Totally. It's nature versus
It's just
nurture.
like, what? I mean, how did we produce this and then this? But yeah, that's who they are.
I actually asked Joey Chestnut about this very thing.
Oh, that's right.
I had
You talked to Joey.
We had Joey on pre-hot dog, and Joey brings home title number 16. And I asked him about nature versus nurture. Were you born just as a naturally good eater, or did you have to work at it? And he walked us through like all the different muscles he's had to develop and his training regimen and all the rest of it.
How do you even, did you get the backstory or have you before? Like, how did we even get to a point where, I've wondered this about a lot of different sports, such as curling. How, like, at what age you're like, this one could be a great curler?
Right.
Like, I get it, right? When Bull was born.
Thank you.
I'm thinking hoops, right? Like, you're 8 feet tall. But how does someone find out that they have this unbelievable ability to inhale large amounts of wet hot dogs,
right? Soak the
in
bun
a short period of time? How does someone even find that out?
Well, I asked him that, and he said, well, as a kid, I just like to eat. And so it's like,
so did I.
It makes sense.
What?
And then he realized that he had this unbelievable jaw strength and this jaw power and the ability to eat. And the thing that I found most fascinating was I asked him about his training beforehand. I said, do you eat a lot? Do you not eat? He said, I drink 1.5 gallons of water in about 1.5 minutes just to train.
Right before.
No, like the day before.
Okay.
And I said, is that to expand your stomach? And he said, yes, but I'm also practicing my gulping. So he's practicing like to be able to gulp large amounts of food or water.
Right.
So he's working on the gulp muscle as well, the swallow. So it's the jaw, it's the esophagus, it's the stomach. He's got all the tools, Mark. He's a 5-tool eater.
I have to admit something because I know you're not supposed to do this as a man.
Yeah.
The whole thing kind of grosses me out. It's really nasty. I don't mind talking about it. I'll never watch that thing.
You didn't watch it?
Oh, I will never watch that.
Shame on you.
It's disgusting. And it's
you don't like to watch greatness personified?
Bro, it's like going to turn into that
Coach.
scene from Stand By Me.
It never does.
But it just
But it doesn't.
But it's
not a total Barfarama. This guy's the best to ever do it.
It's kind of like Chris Paul, okay? Like, is he good at it? Yeah. Do you enjoy watching it? No, I don't.
I'll give you a 3
I don't like
just because
it.
it's your way of transitioning. It's topical. It's a good transition.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't enjoy watching people swallow wet hot dogs. Just not my jam.
Well, the bun is wet. The dog is dry. And he had to
but
suffer
the dog-
through
but the
a
dog is
lightning
in the
delay.
bun.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I know he
not.
did.
The dogs are separate. And he takes 2 dogs at once, and then he and he crams the dogs in. Dog. Then he takes the bun, plunges the buns in, and he turns them into a small like golf ball, and then he pops the soaking wet bun in, and then he repeats
It's
it.
totally
It's
disgusting.
greatness personified.
It's absolutely disgusting.
Actually, it's funny you say that. We'll get off of hot dogs, but yesterday I had 62 fewer hot dogs than Joey did.
Me too.
I had 2 hot dogs. And
he had 64?
I think he had 64.
I thought he had 62. Anyway, whatever.
Point being, I had 2 hot dogs yesterday, and I woke up with a tummy ache.
Exactly.
Dude.
Did you ask the question that everybody also asks, and it's not just the preparations? What happens afterward?
Oh, of course.
What goes on? What's happening with Joey right now?
Like right now.
Has he had a meal since?
No.
No.
Well, he actually will have high fiber foods to try to help when I move, you move.
Just like that.
He wants to help it move along, so he will eat like some high fiber foods, and then other than that,
Gosh, the whole thing
it is a There was a Tim Roy pun in there somewhere, but I'm going to spare Tim this time. Needless to say,
gross.
During the pandemic, when there was a run on toilet paper, he definitely would have gotten to the store early and often.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. What does he make? Like, is this worth it? Is he going to die earlier?
I think the prize for that is $10,000, but he makes about $500,000 a year.
There's a study that came out, and Abe even referenced this when we saw the news, which is just shocking that Joey had won again. That's the other reason I'm not into this. I'm like, it's the most anticlimactic sporting event I've ever seen in my life. You already know who's going to win before they start.
It's called the Warriors Invitational. That's what Draymond would call it.
Exactly. But anyway, they should call it the Joey Chestnut Invitational. But anyway, what's going on with Kobayashi? Is he still alive? What happened with that guy?
It's funny you asked that because in the interview, and you can find it on the Odyssey app, always available in the free Odyssey app.
I subscribe.
Joey is hoping for one last good quality eat against Kobayashi because Kobayashi beat him, I think, 4 straight times, and then once Joey beat him, Kobayashi went into hiding.
He walked off.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because of that. He got into an argument with the league, the competitive eating league.
The IFOCE, as you well know.
Good Lord.
International Federation of Competitive Eating.
You're a sicko. You know that, right?
I'm an OG is what I am.
There's so many things that you will like come off as like high and mighty about. Like somebody walks their dog into a grocery store.
Ridiculous.
You are triggered out of your mind.
It's stupid.
But if somebody goes to Coney Island and inhales 62 wet hot dog buns
and dogs
in
10 minutes,
you're like fascinated and impressed.
Yes, that's called greatness, Mark. When you bring your Labradoodle or your Shih Tzu into my Safeway,
take it easy,
and your dog is sniffing me as I'm trying to pick up some organic bone-in, skin-on thighs. That's ridiculous. When Joey Chestnut crams 62 dogs and buns in his face in 10 minutes, that's greatness.
I find it so much more offensive, but do whatever you do.
Whatever,
so, like,
to each his own.
Yeah. Anyway, Abe brought up what were we talking about with what happens afterward? Oh, there was a study a few years ago that made its rounds on the internet that every hot dog knocks like 18 minutes off your life. And he was like doing the math. It's like, if that study's true, this bro's not going to make it much longer. Like, well, it's possible.
I like his chances.
I can't think that this is going to go well for him in the long run.
I question the veracity of that study, depending. It's based on which kind of hot dog you're getting.
And are they eating the organic ones at Coney Island?
Absolutely. Nathan's hot dog. I don't know if they're completely organic. But they're high-quality hot dogs. Minimal nitrates.
I don't know if that exists. Anyhow, I'm glad you enjoyed talking to him.
Champion. Yeah. American hero.
I tell you what, he's something. Speaking of an American hero, I give you Farhan Zaidi.
Oh, God.
When he came on this show, Willard and Dibs, on 95.7 The Game, and was asked about this cockamamie sell in July idea. Now, this was 2 weeks ago, maybe even more. Yeah, June 16th. Okay, I want everyone to hear exactly what the man said.
I hear some of the rumblings about selling, and both as an executive and as a fan of sports, I don't understand that at all. I mean, when your team has a chance to get in the playoffs, and we know anything can happen in the playoffs, you'd like your team to fight for that, and that's sort of my mindset. That's our collective mindset. We think we have a good team to play with. Anybody, this is going to be a big test for us, not just this weekend, but next week when we're back at home playing the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Got a lot of competition in our division. And, this time of year, the trade deadline is a month and a half away. And a lot of times the team and the team's performance dictates your strategy. But I hope we're in it, and I hope we're in a position where, look, the perfect scenario is you've got a really well-balanced team. You don't have any weaknesses. You don't have to go out there and plug holes and, compromise the great farm system development that we've had. But if we're in a position where there are pieces we need to fill or guys we think can help us, we want to be in a position where we're pursuing those guys.
Okay, so that happened literally as they were about to start a 3-game series against the Dodgers. He mentions the Padres and D-backs as well. If anybody needs a helpful reminder, the Giants went 8-2 in that 10-game stretch.
Feels like a long time ago.
Swept the Dodgers in L.A.
Boy.
Yeah, the funny thing is it wasn't that long ago. and everybody was partying in the streets about this team. But yeah, what he said right off the top, this isn't one of those I mean, this is not a debate. This is not even sort of like, right, someone's got an opinion, you've got another opinion, okay, let's have a discussion. I don't understand. I don't even understand, especially from fans who are usually in the win now sort of a mindset.
Right.
A fan usually doesn't want to hear, let's wait for later. Fans don't like that. Okay? The 49ers gave up a massive haul for Christian McCaffrey. And the discussion for a short period of time was, wow, they gave up a lot for a guy who was hurt all the time. Then he showed up, and when he started to start games, the 49ers never lost again until they arrived in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And their quarterback's arms all fell off. So then suddenly no one was thinking anymore about, oh, gosh, you gave up the future. We love the now to the point where some people, if Shohei Ohtani was available in 2 weeks, would love you to give up the farm for a guy that you may lose 3 months later. That's how into the now we are. Now, the now also includes the Giants with a winning record and in a playoff spot, yet some of those same fans are like, they just don't have it, and so let's make a move that will solidify 2026. I'm just having a real hard time understanding.
Well, it makes almost no sense based on what you have right now on this team. And you go back to that day that you guys had Farhan on. I was off. It was you and Larry, and it was Friday, July 16th. I'll take your word for it. They would beat the Dodgers that night. They would sweep the Dodgers. Since that day, and Farhan came on before that game that night, they've gone 10-8. So they basically have been the exact same team since then that they were before then. Before that game, they were 36-32, and now they're 46-40. So you're basically the exact same team now as you were then. And he told you then that you're not going to be sellers because you're very much in the mix. And right now, 2.5 weeks later, you're still in the same spot. You're now a couple games more above 500. You're coming off a 4-game losing streak, and things look bad right now. But as good as things looked then, and you had swept St. Louis before that Dodger series, and you ended up winning 10 in a row, were you that good to win 10 in a row? Or are you this bad to lose 8 of 10? Or are you really both of those teams at once?
Well, I mean, the normal answer to your question is somewhere in the middle.
Or you're both.
Which I think is actually kind of obvious. Nobody's 10 in a row good. You don't just go do that. Maybe the Braves. I think they've won 24 or 27 or something like that. I mean, they're fantastic, obviously. But, like, nobody is just snap your fingers, win 9 or 10 out of every 10 games. And then this losing streak is partially, I think, explainable. Yeah, they've had, like many teams do, they've had some serious injury issues. And then there are also flaws in the team that I think we saw even when they were winning 10 in a row. They do not have a starting rotation. They're going to need one at some point if they'd like to do something that matters toward the end of the year. So I agree with you. Everything that was true then is true now, but I actually think it's furthered a little bit for 2 reasons. One, just a matter of time. Those 18 games you mentioned are another 3 weeks of life where the Giants have stayed right in it.
Yep.
And because they played the 3 supposed other good teams in the division, went head-to-head, took on all comers, ripped through them, went 8-2, I think that gives you a little bit of confidence that maybe you didn't have prior to that winning streak. No?
It should, yeah, in terms of the head-to-head and the teams in your division. But then you look at it and you're still now 3rd in the division, and you're kind of the team that everyone expected that you might be, which is you're right about 500. So you won 10 in a row, which was obviously amazing. Now you've lost 8 of 10, which is dreadful. Are you either amazing or dreadful? No, you're probably the team that lies in between. And you could look at what they've gone through since they went to Toronto. You played 3 games in Toronto. You had to travel across the border, which is not easy, post-COVID, post-9/11. Then you go to New York and you have a Sunday night game, and you got to fly all the way back home, and you play that very day that you land. And so you're kind of leaking oil heading to the All-Star break. But I think about the notion of buy or sell, and I think about it in terms of the sell part, and you really don't have much that you want to sell in terms of major league assets. And if you are going to sell anything, it's an asset that you already need, and it's an asset that you're already using. It's not like you're going to sell Brandon Crawford because you've got Casey Schmidt tearing it up. Crawford's been amazing, and Schmidt also has been great, and you just don't have room for both of them. So you're going to sell the veteran guy, knowing that the rookie is ready to take his place. Or, to your point about Cobb, you're going to sell Cobb because Mania really worked out, and Wood's been amazing, and Stripling has been great, and darn it, we have too many starters and not enough spots. We got to sell one of them. Whatever you have to sell, you don't have extra of.
I would get it if this was the scenario. Let's say the Giants are exactly who they are. They're 46-40, but they had a star player who was in the final year of his deal and had indicated that it's going to be pretty hard to re-sign me. That's who you sell.
Right.
That's who you sell, because you could get somebody else's high-level prospect. I think the other part of your point, which is an accurate one, is the fact that who are you dreaming that the Giants would go get with anybody who they would give up? You mentioned Jock or Wilmer Flores.
Yeah.
What are you going to go get? Somebody's 18th prospect? And that's what you think? Why? It's just a terrible, terrible bet. It's a terrible bet. The development that you want is already happening. By the way, if you're a fan of development, then you're a fan of the fact that, unfortunately, Thairo Estrada got hurt. Because Casey Schmidt right now, there would be a debate. This is where I could actually see a debate. Should the Giants really put all of their current resources into winning this year, or do you ride with the bumps and bruises of a young player in the name of development? If Thairo Estrada were hurt, I could see us being 2 weeks away from going, should they send Casey Schmidt back down? Because he's really struggling.
Really struggling.
Should they send him back down, or do you want to keep developing him? Well, the beautiful thing is Thairo got hurt, so you really don't have a choice. You really don't have a choice. Casey's going to stay up. Casey, please, go pick up all the ground balls over at second base. Keep working on your on your managing of the zone. You'd love this. We're driving back yesterday, and because I had to go down and get the kids. They were hanging out in Southern California with the family.
Yeah,
we're driving back.
So you flew back from Hawaii and then flew to LA. Did you immediately fly to LA, or was there?
Got back at 10 o'clock from Hawaii on Monday night and flew out to LA Tuesday morning at 8.
So you drove back up home and then back
got in
to the airport.
And then drove, then drove back here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then went and saw fireworks in San Rafael last night. It was awesome.
So you made it.
It was fantastic.
Big.
Great show. 12 minutes. Best 12 minutes of the night.
12 minutes?
12 minutes. Yeah, Christy said that.
Mailing it up there.
Well, I mean, Christy said that like about 9 minutes in. She goes, yeah, like we're getting there. Because you know how sometimes they do the fake, like this is the
finale.
This is the finale. and one of the kids goes, was that the finale? And Christy goes, no, they're 12 minutes. I go, only 12? I go, they got to be 15 or 20 minutes. And then, boom, finale. And I looked at the watch. There it is.
12.
9:42.
Done.
It went 12 minutes.
Gone.
She's like, I've been here a minute.
Nice.
I've lived here for a second. Stand down. Go get in the car. I'm like, oh, okay.
Go get in the car. It's perfect.
Anyway, it's fantastic.
So you're driving back.
So we're driving back,
Okay.
and we got the phone up on the little thing on the dashboard with the Giants game on. And Casey goes, strike one, strike two, strike three on a ball that was way low and outside. Jude, 9 years old, goes, you know what they ought to call him? They ought to call him Chasey Schmidt.
That's a 5.
I was like, Dibs would have liked that one.
It's a damn
It
5,
hurt me a
young
little
man.
bit. I go, I like Casey. I don't want to start making fun of the guy already, but that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. But yeah, like
He's a chip off the old block.
he's gonna
That
be
kid.
he's gonna be up developing because the Giants don't have any other choice right now. So best of both worlds. You want development? Great. Casey's staying. You want to win? Okay. You keep rooting for that too. So it's gonna be like that's what they're going to do.
And you've got time with Casey Schmidt, and when Thairo comes back, and you're able to, then make a determination on Casey Schmidt if he can go back down and come back up in September or whatever the standings will call for. But I don't think about like, should you develop this team or should you try to win? Well, you've done both, and you're doing both. You are winning with young players. It doesn't mean you have to do one or the other.
Ramona Shelburne is less than a couple hours away. 888-957-9570. We've got all this Draymond sound from Paul George and the podcast. This stuff is worthy of our conversation for sure. I know you and Styles got into some of it on Monday as well, but there's a lot more to get into. So we'll do that coming up next. We'll keep taking your phone calls. Got the chat, YouTube, Twitch, hello, Comcast Business Text Line, presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And then our first chance today to remind you that next week we've got the All-Star Week blowout. And you're going to want to be listening because you got a great chance to win something really cool because we have just got a stack of cool things to give away. Incredible prizes, including autographed jerseys by both Steph and Clay, Warriors tickets, gift cards, round of golf with all of the hosts at Berkeley Country Club, and much, much more. It all starts Monday. We'll go the entire week, every show, every day. You're going to have your chance at great prizes throughout the All-Star Week blowout. More of your phone calls next on Willard and Dibs.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter
Odyssey FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Dibs, Kauai.
Oh, boy. Not Leonard. Not Kawhi Leonard.
No.
Not Kauai Leonard.
No.
It's so funny because I'm like, hey, last week, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to Kauai.
Yeah.
I'm going to Kauai.
I'm going to Kauai.
Whatever. You had no idea.
I decided
and
that.
now you're
I just decided that's it. Look, being over there in the scenario I was in, I came back feeling about as white as a man can feel. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm running around with people who don't even need sunscreen, for God's sakes. And I'm putting it on about 8 times a day, and I'm still coming out.
SPF 80?
Like, please, could you do my back again? And she's just like, oh my gosh, right? And I'm like, I gotta find. She bought everybody a surf lesson. I tapped out halfway through.
You did?
Oh gosh, I'm like, this is really beautiful. And then I'm like, now I'm seasick. I think I should go in. I think I'm gonna puke. Like, it's just so I had to find ways to just try.
Not waves.
No, not waves. Just try to find a few ways to not sound like a tourist with white tube socks on. So I figured one of the few things I could do was put the I back in Kauai. It's Kauai.
I like it.
Okay?
No.
So I know it's a little nauseating, but I'm going with it, okay?
Tiffany cap, and I'm fascinated by your surf lesson.
Oh, God.
Because, the lovely Christy, and I saw the pictures.
She just hops right up.
And
I've never been on a board in my life, so that was the first time.
And she's got legitimate island roots and her family, and it's like you clearly were. And that's the best way to travel, though, because you're a tourist, but you're with locals. And so you got a ton of local flavor, which I was envious of.
Oh, I ended up in like residential neighborhoods. My parents, I get back, they're asking me, did you do the Waimea Canyon? And I'm like, I don't even know where you're talking about. No, we went to Safeway. Like, we
went to Jim's house.
It's just like we're living there for 6 days. We're not doing all that stuff. Not hiking on the Nepali coast and all this stuff. No, that's for another day. So anyway, yeah, it was all that good stuff. So anyway, now I don't even remember why I brought it up. I know what it was. So being in Kauai.
Oh, God. This guy
was a perfect place.
I missed you, and I also didn't miss you, if that's possible.
I would like to punch you in the face right now. I'll find a middle ground. I'll go somewhere between. It's like Kauai is a 10-game win streak, and Kauai is losing 2. Is losing 8 out of 10. I'll find a middle ground. So anyway, I'm out there on the islands.
Thank you.
And it was a perfect place to sort of like sit with the Chris Paul signing. It was because, as you know, I left here going, man, this
you were seasick.
It's just going to be hard to do, and I'm sort of finding myself annoyed by the way all the Warrior world is talking about it, because, and I get their perspective is different. Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson are not Warrior fans; they're Warriors. They see this as being on the inside of a fraternity, and Chris Paul is a very high-level member of said NBA fraternity. So there's this respect there, and you think about, why the way he passes and thinks his way, like this is going to be good for us. And us fans, admittedly irrationally, are like, gross. I don't want him anywhere near our jerseys. So it's difficult to listen I'm finding it's difficult to listen to some of the players talk about just acquiring Chris Paul. They're like, yeah, we got this great player. And so they see it very, very differently. And the islands were kind of a good place to just tap out and go, okay, what makes sense and what doesn't? And there are certain things I find now sort of intriguing and certain things that I find terrifying about Chris Paul being on the Golden State
Warriors. Well, the terrifying
Warriors.
part's easy to diagnose. It's terrifying to think about, there goes the hammy, or there goes the groin. That, to me, is the most terrifying part of whatever is terrifying you.
Well, it's also terrifying to hear Draymond Green say things like, I can learn how to be a better leader by being around Chris Paul. Because I happen to think, having never been led by Chris Paul, but watching others who have, he might have his own things to learn about leadership. He is like a Bobby Knight style leader in some ways. He is
I love it.
He is a Kobe Bryant style leader. And a leader like that usually needs a good cop to go with his bad cop.
Draymond Green.
And the Warriors now have 2 bad cops.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they've got a good cop, and that's terrifying.
Well, Steve Kerr would be that figure, and you've got Steph and Clay, who have always been the good cop, to use your analogy, to Draymond Green's, quote, bad cop. I think they've always been sort of that counterpoint in terms of leadership, and they do things differently than Draymond Green, certainly. I can't imagine that Chris Paul is going to come in here and be as assertive as he's been in other spots. I can't imagine
I'm
that.
starting to wonder, what do you think about all the whispers of him actually starting and Looney going to the bench?
I don't like it. I
Neither do I.
I don't think it helps their team very much.
I also think there's an emotional aspect to that. Like if you're a Warrior fan and you've already got a problem with CP3 and he comes in and now suddenly an absolute fan darling gets kicked to the bench and the Warriors get shorter, I don't know.
But if it works, I don't think Warrior fans will care because Kevon Looney won't care. And it's not like Kevon Looney has always been a starter. I think a more dramatic move would be if Klay Thompson went to the bench. And we know that Klay Thompson's not coming off the bench. We're not doing the bench if you're Klay Thompson. So if Kevon comes off the bench, I really don't think the Warrior fans would be that affected by it because we've seen it so many different times before.
So Day, as many of you now know, a guest on Podcast P. That's with Paul George. And here is the comment to which I was referring a couple of minutes ago.
In 2019, obviously we lost in the finals, and then KD left, and Clay got hurt, and then Steph got hurt 2 games. Sean got traded away. Sean retired. Andre got traded away. All our vets left. So all of a sudden, I went from the young guy on the team to year 8 of throwing into the fire of being this mentor. And I've always been a mentor. That's what it is. But being a vet is a totally different thing than being a mentor.
Right.
And so then I just start trying to learn how to be a vet on the fly. And to have someone there that I can continue to watch and learn from, I'm actually looking forward to because I know that that's something that I need to continue to, an area
I want to see it. I can't wait. Very interesting.
Okay, so I'm intrigued and I'm terrified. Because here's what I mean by that. I'm intrigued because I was thinking about this, especially since what Draymond's talking about, 2018, 2019. Has there ever been, in the Steph, Clay, Dre era, has there ever been a player voice in the locker room that sort of carries that intimidating weight like a Draymond Green? Has there ever been anyone else that's in the locker room while Draymond was also here?
Maybe David West, but I would imagine that David was probably doing it in a different way in terms of the actual voice. David West,
that's a good name.
Well, as a figure, as a veteran, and the player that he was, and he's more of an OG than Draymond Green is in terms of the way he went about getting double-doubles back when Draymond was still in Saginaw. I think that he came in and commanded that same presence. Sean Livingston, to a different example, he was more on the side of the Steph and Clay, lead by example, quiet leadership. But to me, David West would be probably the closest thing to it.
So, I'm intrigued by that aspect of this, where Chris Paul might be the only or one of the few who sort of could check Draymond. Maybe that's a better way to ask the question. Has there ever been anyone in the last 6 or 7 years who could check Draymond when he gets out of line? Because he does. Has there ever been anyone? And I would argue, David West's a good name.
KD tried, but we saw how that worked out.
And now he's gone. Right. Yeah. Now, 3 teams later, here we go, And so I'm intrigued by that aspect of what Chris Paul can bring. The part, though, that's terrifying is related to the part that's intriguing, which is that it's now bad cop and worse cop, and both of them are old or older, and probably are going to want load management. I don't know how much tolerance they've got for the young players. Look what happened last year. Here's Draymond admitting that he barely knows what to do with Jonathan Kuminga, and obviously was at the center of a relationship completely gone wrong with Jordan Poole. I don't think Draymond's got something against young players, but obviously that's a difficult thing to navigate depending on how the young players react to it. And so now you've got Draymond 1 and Draymond 2. And it's hard enough to have Draymond 1 in the locker room. So that part, to me, that's going to be a little bit difficult for Steve Kerr to navigate sometimes.
But if Chris Paul teaches Draymond exactly how he can relate to younger players, because that's what Draymond talked about with Chris Paul in one of his cuts from Podcast P was what CP did for DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton was, heading toward being a bust. No disrespect to DeAndre Ayton is what Draymond Green said, but Chris Paul was able to get the most out of him. So can Draymond lead? Can Draymond learn from Chris Paul about how to lead young players? Because Draymond clearly didn't do that last year.
Gosh, Kuminga might end up being the key to the whole thing, huh? I mean, it is an interesting name because he is the one who we talked for weeks, like maybe he gets paired with Poole in a big deal. And I think the Warriors probably had that option. Like, we know how many calls they made about Jordan Poole, and I don't think they got the answers that they were looking for. And I bet some of those teams said, you know who you're asking about? Like, well, what about Kuminga? What about that? Then maybe we can have a conversation about an Anunoby or a Siakam or whoever they were calling Boston about and all that. Jaylen Brown. What about Kuminga? The Warriors said no. The Warriors would rather take a 38-year-old on a one-year deal than somebody better because they wanted to keep Kuminga. And we're all sitting here going, okay, who's the youthful leader? Who can give 18 points off the bench on nights, especially when Steph, Clay, Dre are out or not shooting well or whatever? Man, he's got to be that guy. That's who else can play that role this year?
He's the key. Moses Moody also making that third-year leap. And you look at what Jordan Poole did in his third year. You look at Jonathan Kuminga. If he can take a third-year leap like Jordan Poole did, I'm not saying he's going to get you 20 a night, but if he can take that big step forward, all of a sudden you may have action in April.
Yeah, that's an interesting name. I do like him. We're sponsored by STEM from SC Johnson. 888-957-9570 is the number. You heard what Dibbs just said with regard to what Draymond said about leading Kuminga. We'll let you hear the full comment coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can. For 60 years, Raid scientists...
get it done. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/9D57 The Game. Watch us live. See what Dibs is wearing. If anybody swears, you get to hear it like no one else, like your little backstage pass, if you will. And then, of course, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app. Wherever you find your podcast, you can go in there now and hear what Joey Chestnut said before he was a 6-time champion, 8-time champion. How many times has he won that thing?
Joey?
Yeah.
16.
16. Okay, whatever. Yeah.
No,
Next
not
year,
whatever.
Yeah, next year will be 17.
And he looks at Brady and he laughs and he says to Michael Jordan, hey, Mike, you may want to get back on the floor, Mike. Even the late, great Bill Russell looks up at Joey Chestnut in terms of titles.
Yeah, no, he does not.
In terms of titles, facts, yes.
No, I would not. That's making the titles sound like they're the same, and they're not. And I know you agree with that. So,
I mean, Bill Russell had a lot more help than Joey has.
That's a good point. It is a solo sport.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. You had referenced this earlier, and we'd love to hear from some of you on Draymond, and we'll explain in what way here in a sec. 888-957-9570. But the comment about Kuminga, and specifically leading him on the podcast P with Paul George, Draymond certainly insinuates that he needs a little help figuring out that whole process.
I actually look forward to learning this from him. I think Chris Paul will completely unlock Jonathan Kuminga and his growth. CP is great with young guys. DeAndre Ayton looked like a bust before CP came to Phoenix. No disrespect to Ayton, but more so a nod to CP.
Yeah.
Like,
more of a threat.
People didn't know what they were like, what DeAndre Ayton was going to turn out to be, and then CP went there, and all of a sudden DeAndre Ayton became an all-star level player.
Right.
And so I think what he will do for Jonathan Kuminga and unlocking Kuminga is huge.
Amazing.
Absolutely huge. And I look forward to learning that from him. He's always been incredible at mentoring young guys. And that is an area that I've wanted to grow in because it's one that I kind of got thrusted into.
Wow. I find that to be a fascinating bit of commentary right there from Draymond Green.
It's a nice, honest reveal in terms of areas where he thinks that he needs to improve, mentoring young people.
Chris Paul, you and I both agreed that day when the news broke, when we were on our way to Chase Center, I remember the conversation we had about today's a great day for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
We sat there and we didn't really know yet, was Kuminga going to be traded next? So I think we tiptoed into it a little bit, but I certainly understood the idea of if a guy is running the second unit and he's a pass-first player and he's a veteran, he's a smart player, and he's not looking to break everybody down and get to the rim and do all of that, that's great for Jonathan Kuminga. So it sounds like Draymond agrees with us on that front. But the other side to it, admitting that there are maybe some mentoring tips that Draymond can get. I will say this, just based on what we've heard, as far as Jordan Poole's like locker room friends, Andrew Wiggins was one of them.
Yeah.
But we've talked a lot about Kuminga and Moody and whatnot, like looking at what Draymond did and going, gosh, there's probably some distrust there. So somewhere embedded in what he just said, I think he's sort of saying that as much as maybe he's had trouble unlocking Kuminga, I wonder if Kuminga even goes to him. If I'm a 20-year-old player and I see what he did to Jordan, I'm not going to Draymond. I'm not going there for help. Why would I go there?
Right. Especially when Draymond is a tough love kind of leader. And if you're Kuminga and you're making mistakes and Draymond's letting you hear about it, you're not going to be eager to go over there and try to buddy up to a guy who has been all over you for the mistakes you're making earlier in the year. And if you think about young players that Draymond's played with over the course of the last 5 years, there haven't really been that many that the Warriors have drafted who have stuck and really been players in the NBA. So it's not Draymond's fault that Jacob Evans was never an NBA player.
Right.
But to that point, Draymond hasn't had the opportunity to see a young player come up, get drafted, stick around, and be a part of the team other than Jordan Poole, and Draymond messed that up.
Yeah, well, and listen, I mean, we've talked about this so much. I know certainly that my stance is made clear that Draymond did nothing right that day in practice for sure. However, that was not ground zero. And for everybody who wants to take a side in what they perceive to be a Draymond versus Jordan Poole thing, I would say, why wouldn't you just look at the behavior of everybody who was on the team? Like, don't you ask yourself why seemingly did most of the team take Draymond's side? Like, somewhere in there, isn't there a hidden reason
For
or
sure.
two? You know what I mean?
Rick Bucher on with Steiny and Guru earlier had a great answer. I don't know if you have it on your board.
Got it right here.
Okay, I don't want to overplay it because he's a fellow redhead. He's an alumnus here of 95.7 The Game.
Yep.
He was on the original lineup here with.
I love Rick. Yeah.
Actually, no, he was not in the original lineup. He came after after Brandon Tierney went back east. That's when Rick Bucher, when BT went to back to the Big East.
Yep.
But Rick Bucher, I thought, had a very interesting comment on that very thing.
This is via Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game.
I do too, but I put that on Jordan Poole. Like, Jordan was on a lot of players' nerves way before that, including Clay's and Steph's. And Draymond was finally the one who tipped the scales and went overboard. And I'm not defending at all what he did. But after he did it, Draymond tried everything possible to remedy that situation. And Jordan would have none of it. And I'm just looking at it as, Jordan, you have an opportunity to learn and exceed Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, and a team that has put its eye on the prize of winning championships every chance they can. And you can't get over this situation with Draymond when Draymond's going to be gone at some point, and this is going to be yours. You couldn't see the big picture, and instead remained difficult, made sure that elephant was still in the room. Look, as a young guy, there's a part of me that understands. Maybe he just wasn't mature enough to get around that. But I look at it as, who did it cost the most? It cost Jordan Poole the most, as I look at it.
Yeah, he's exactly right. I mean, that's the way that I've seen this thing from the beginning, which is there's nothing anybody can say to make Draymond punching Jordan a good thing. But here's another way to ask it. Like, everyone go, oh, boy, he's going to average 27 a game next year. So what? Do you know who Jordan is now? He's exactly who you said he was going to be if he was still on the Warriors when Steph, Clay, and Dre retire. He is going to be the centerpiece of a 20-win team.
John Wall.
I mean, that's who he is.
Bradley Beal.
Jordan didn't win. Jordan's a wizard now. His best teammate is some guy named Kyle. Come on. He did not win.
Shout out Kyle's everywhere.
Yeah, I know a bunch of them. He didn't win. And he manifested this. I know that Draymond punched him, but there was a lot of time. There was a lot of time for this to go a number of different ways. And if this is what he wanted, then he got it. But I don't think that the grass is going to be greener. I'm starting to look at this and see some comps to Kevin Durant. He didn't get punched. He's a way better player and a bigger deal. And there were championships. But what have we all said about Kevin when he left? Like, I don't criticize the guy. You want something else, go do it. But what's he gotten since he left Golden State? It's a big old pile of nothing out there.
A lot of change of address forms.
Yeah, exactly. And Jordan probably will too, to be honest with you.
And we'll see. I mean, maybe Jordan goes and he averages 28 or 29 a game, and he goes out and he becomes a max player, and he goes and gets money that he wouldn't have gotten if he stayed with the Golden State Warriors, because over the next 3 years, he would not have been able to do enough as a Warrior to be a max player So maybe he goes out and he is able to score enough and he goes out and gets the bag that he really wants, and maybe he's happier now. We don't know that. The other part of the Rick Bucher answer that I wonder about, Rick says Draymond Green did everything in his power to make it right. I wonder what that is, because we have heard nothing in terms of what Draymond actually did to make it right, and I wonder if Jordan will ever speak to it. Draymond certainly won't, because Draymond's come out on the winning end of the breakup, but I wonder what Draymond actually did do to try to make it right, because that's a lot you have to do to try to make that right, and maybe Jordan wasn't receptive to any of it.
Yeah, we've wondered about it a lot. I remember, the conversation about, has he gone to his home? Has he gone to his parents? Has he,
Well,
whatever?
Draymond referenced his parents, and Draymond said, I know how my parents would feel. Sure. They'd be embarrassed. And so, for me, that would be part of this make good campaign if, maybe Jordan's parents didn't want to hear from Draymond Green.
And maybe it was. We don't know. That's the thing. I didn't ever think that we were going to get a play-by-play of what they were trying to do, but if we know anything about this organization and the way Draymond was talking, it's not like he spent the rest of the year going, and bleep you, Jordan.
Totally.
It was obvious that he was like, look, that was out of line, and we're going to try to work our way through it. And I think all of us wondered throughout the season, based on little things that we were seeing, we were wondering if there was any receptiveness to whatever they were trying to do. And there were moments where it was like, it doesn't look like it. You know what I mean? It is that famous, the end scene of Usual Suspects.
Yeah.
Like, we're now at the point where Kaiser Soze's leg is now not limping anymore. And you suddenly go, when Draymond walked off the court, and when Steph threw the mouthpiece, and when Jordan wouldn't talk to Draymond, and their road record, it all makes sense now. No, they never got over it. They never got over it. Not even close.
And Rick Bucher says that Draymond did everything in his power to make it good, and Jordan wasn't receptive to it. And, I take Rick at his word because he is an NBA insider, and he's been around this team and the association for 35 or so years. And so I don't think Rick would just report on that out of the ether because he's friends with Draymond or Draymond's camp. So I wonder what that looked like after the punch in terms of how Draymond was able to try to make it right and how resistant Jordan Poole was to that.
What do you think about everything we're listening to? And we'll take some calls on this. Those of you on hold, we're coming to here in just a sec. 888-957-9570. Everything we're listening to, because we have for years now just bought into Draymond's the leader of the Warriors. Draymond's the voice. Steph is the player. Clay's the second player. But Draymond's the voice, the heartbeat, the center, the core, the defense, all of that. Steiny asked this question earlier, and I think it's a really interesting one. We listened to all this, even his admission that he's not good in certain points of leadership, and it makes you think what? Like, Draymond the leader, good, bad, somewhere in between? What do you think?
Well, we have a poll on Twitter right now, and use one of your 600 views today and go ahead and vote on that poll before you get blocked out.
Okay.
Is Draymond Green a good leader? There's no in-between, Mark. We're a yes and no show here on Willard and Dibs. We want you to have to make a decision, either yes or no, and you know what? I voted no. I voted no because I think about the totality of what leadership is, and when you punch a teammate in the face and it never gets made better, that to me is not leadership. And when you get kicked out of a game and it costs you an NBA championship, that's not leadership. When you stomp on an opponent on his chest and you get suspended for a game, that's not leadership. Now, Draymond Green's a lot of things.
Success?
No, it's great.
Right.
Like, his success is success. It doesn't mean that that's leadership.
Well, but I mean, we've credited so much of that to his leadership. And there has been so much success, and if he is often pointed out as somebody who, we look to this guy to either help our heartbeat or, the stories about like, man, it was the first quarter and I could tell like we mentally weren't where we needed to be, so I went out and got a technical or whatever, and it woke us up. That kind of stuff. And the players have said for years that that's helped us. And they've been so successful with it.
Right.
So there's got to be something in there that works.
Oh, there is, which is why the poll, and I'm looking at the results right now as they're coming in. And, we set this for 24 hours, so you've got all day to vote because that's what we do on our Twitter polls. 56% yes, 44% no.
Yeah.
So it is very split. I'm not alone in camp no.
It just went up because I just voted yes.
You did vote yes.
Yeah.
Of course you voted yes.
Well, because
you're down to just punch a guy if that's what it's going to take to lead.
Don't pin me
I
into that.
I did that.
No,
Welcome back from Hawaii.
Because it does not
this is what
say.
we do.
It does not say is Draymond a perfect leader. It says is he a good leader.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's a good leader. He's not a perfect one. He makes more mistakes.
Well, nobody's a perfect leader. Nobody is a perfect leader.
I don't know. I mean, some people might have someone in their life who they feel has been perfect at it. But yeah, I don't think anybody's perfect at anything.
Correct.
Except for Kauai. It's perfect. But anyway, he's a good leader. He makes more mistakes. Like, I don't know if he's a great leader.
There you go.
He's a good one.
Parson words.
He makes more mistakes than I would like to see him make.
He's a good basketball player.
Yeah.
I would not say he's a good leader.
Interesting.
And I wonder if you did this poll for the under 23 crowd on the Golden State Warriors last year, how they would vote in terms of Moody, Kuminga, Rollins, PBJ, and Jordan Poole.
How do you think the guys who have been with him for a decade feel?
Right. And that's, to me, the interesting part about him as a good leader because, sure, you're good with the veterans and Steph and Clay, they know you, but if you're a young player, are you feeling the same way about Draymond Green as the vets? Because Draymond said in the podcast P clip that you played, he looks forward to learning from Chris Paul about how to mentor Jonathan Kuminga and some of the younger players.
You know what, though? Jordan Poole pointed to Draymond Green as big brother who took me under his wing when he was trying to get from the G League to a spot, and he became a $130 million player. So...
Because of Draymond's leadership?
No, but it had
because he was in the lab.
It had to be a piece. Like, I don't think all of the young players, I think you're making it sound like all the young players would say Draymond's a crappy leader.
No.
I don't think that at all.
I'm just saying that the veteran vote and the rookie vote would probably be pretty disparate.
What do you think Kevon Looney's vote would be? Because, by the way, as we all know, whatever that is, that's what we're going with.
Whatever Kevon thinks
Whatever
is exactly.
Kevon says is the right answer.
I think 57% of Kevon would say yes, and 43% of Kevon would say no.
Steve Kerr, right? I ride with Loon.
Totally.
That dude's the moral compass. That's my guy when it comes to an answer like this. What do you think he would vote?
If he had to click yes or no, he would probably click yes, I would guess.
Yeah,
just based on the fact that, playing with Draymond Green and being on Draymond's side is... it's worth millions. It's worth championships. Yeah. Draymond is one of the all-time greatest competitors in pro sports history. Yet his dark side can not only drive a teammate across the country, but he can cost you games. He can cost you championships.
See, now this is an interesting comment right here based on what you're saying. What's up, Dublin Marge on YouTube? Willard, a good leader makes those. Thank you. A good leader makes mistakes and then follows up with the right steps. I agree, but sometimes those steps are not available, right? Like a piece of this, and I'm not telling Jordan what he has to do. There are unforgivable crimes in life. Absolutely. And so it was always going to be up to Jordan as to whether or not this was forgivable or unforgivable. But if he chose unforgivable, and it sounds like it was, then there are no steps available. There are no steps available to go make this right. Right? So sometimes, like, part of being a good leader to someone is the willingness of those who are led. You got it, right? Like,
feels a little bit like a cop-out to me in this case.
Maybe, but you're a parent, and like, you can't just lead. There has to be a willingness. You got to get out of bed. You got to put the video game controller down.
It's different because I can snatch that kid out of bed I need to snatch up a kid.
But that can lead and has within families to, you know what, I'm out of here.
Sure.
And those relationships can be strained forever.
I had a sister with whom I grew up who ran away from home about 11 different times.
Okay.
Got funnier every time. She's usually back by dinner.
Exactly. Oh, wait, I forgot food.
She would run away from home, and by like the 7th time, I was like, Gail, I already packed a bag. Let me get the door for you. Sorry, Gail. Love you, sis.
Let's go to Vince in the city. Hey, Vince, you're on with Willard and Debs. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just driving home from work. But
to speak to the last point you were making with Draymond on whether he's a good leader or not, I think he is a good leader. I think he does what needs to be done, whether it's a popular decision or not, whether it's a nice way of doing something or if it's kind of a rough and it is what it is kind of thing. Like he's the guy that on the team to be there as the enforcer, whether it's against opposing teams or making sure the young guys are in line. And I don't know, maybe the whole punch thing last year was just a whole big distraction because none of the guys really looked that engaged. And then as far as the podcast thing, I think Draymond's never really been in a position to have to be a mentor really to the younger guys because he's always had somebody else there to do it, like David West or Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala forever. So I think it's just his first time where he really has to step in and really start trying to help coach up these young guys from a player perspective rather than just a coach's perspective.
I wonder about that, Vince, though, because he even says right there on the podcast, like he had to take that role over in like 2019. So I think for at least 4 or 5 years, he has had to take on that role. And that also means he had that role when they won it all. He had this role last year. So obviously he did something right. And the other part of Rick Bucher's comments that I really think we should highlight, I mean, he said it. I've been saying this for at least a few weeks. We got to remember that punch was not the start of this. Rick says that people were already fed up with Jordan Poole. Draymond took it way too far. But somebody was going to need to do something at some point. In other words, let's go back in time, pretend it never happened. Where was this going to go? Was it just going to keep bubbling? Was the season going to go better? I don't know.
Well, that's where real leadership would have taken hold, and you would have actually, as a good leader, you would have found a way to rein this young player in. If he really was this much of a problem, if Klay was already chafed and Steph was frustrated and whoever else was irked, here's an idea. If you're a good leader, lead. Take this player aside, have a veterans-only meeting, and pull the player aside and say, look, Jordan, these are the 7 things that you've already done that are making us frustrated. I don't want to have to knock you out, Jordan. My fist is already balled up.
I think that's quite an assumption to think that nothing like that happened, number one.
Well, I think it's an assumption to think that couldn't have been done short of knocking a guy out as a good leader.
Obviously, knocking him out was a mistake, but I think that's completely absolving Jordan Poole of any responsibility.
It's not. It's not at all.
I'm not saying, like, in order to be a leader, you've got to set this meeting. Where do we get to the point of Jordan needed to be willing to be led? Like, imagine walking into a room with this kind of dignitaries are looking at you, and you barely can buy beer, and you've got the attitude?
Right.
Yo, I'm triggered by that. I'll be straight honest with you. That is a lack of gratitude that is stunning.
But that's where a good leader takes measures before having to lose your cool in October,
No doubt, but we don't know what measures were taken before that. That's what we don't know.
We know what measure was taken.
And it was a mistake, and no one says otherwise.
Which is why he's not a good leader.
All right, more calls on this. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, couple things, y'all. First of all, next week, the All-Star Week blowout.
I cannot wait.
Yeah, you can.
No, I really cannot wait, Mark. I'm excited to see how you guys roll out these prizes and how many different people are going to win with a grand prize that is enviable for anybody.
Like a radio version of basically raffle tickets. And you just reach your hand in there. But, we're not giving away like an alarm clock. We're giving away something that's really, really good. Steph and Clay autographed jerseys, Warriors tickets, gift cards to some of the hottest places in the Bay. A round of golf with the hosts at Berkeley Country Club. So this does affect you because you'll be back when we're playing some golf.
Hope we get a good winner.
Yeah, seriously.
Last time we did this, we had a great winner.
They were great. Yeah, that father and son tandem. So, yeah, if you're going to win that, the play golf with Willard and Dibs, be awesome. Just be awesome.
No pressure.
I don't care if you can play golf or not, but just be cool, be fun, be ready to have a good time out there.
Be thirsty, my friends.
And stay thirsty, my friends. Thank you. Exactly. And make sure you like morning cocktails because we work in the afternoon, okay?
Yeah, we do.
Right? Whatever you want. Like a screwdriver. I'm not a Bloody Mary guy. Whatever, okay?
I was day drinking.
Thank you. It all starts Monday and goes through the entire week. Every show, every day, you will have a chance to win great prizes as we bring you the All-Star Week blowout. That starts on Monday. Do not miss it, okay? Willard and Dibs. Here's why I'm comfortable giving Draymond the label of good leader. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, there's all kinds of mistakes. But I do think that some of them are a little bit more thought out than we give him credit for. Like, here's another aspect of being a good leader. Sometimes you do have to be the jerk. Again, my frame of reference for leadership usually goes to parenting. That's where I have to do it the most. And I make mistakes every day, every single day. It is the hardest thing, like so many of you parents know. But I also know this, like, you can't just say yes to everything. You can't just say and do exactly what everyone wants you to do, or else you are building spoiled children. And so I'm certainly not attaching that to the punch, but some of the things we rip Draymond for on the court, I do think are premeditated and have a reason behind them. Not always. I think his emotions get the better of him, obviously.
Yeah.
But there are times where being thrown out of the game is the best thing for the Warriors. Why do you think managers and coaches do it in all sports? Getting kicked out sometimes is exactly what your team needs.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals, for example. Great call, Draymond.
Well, yeah. I'm not, again, he's made mistakes.
He sure has.
It doesn't always work. And by the way, he should not have been suspended for that.
Well,
he got LeBron'd. He maybe did it to the wrong guy. Like, that was a chess move, and he made the wrong move.
Right.
I'm not here saying he's perfect.
It was an accumulation of flagrant foul points. And
they knew that, and they made a big deal out of
Right.
it when it wasn't really that big of a deal.
It's funny
it really
because
wasn't that big of a
nowadays, and we look 5 years later or 7 years later from that, he would probably get a 2-game suspension now.
You think?
Based on what we see now in terms of what's a flagrant and what's not, that automatically would have been a flag. That probably would have been a flagrant 2.
I mean, the Embiid
as I said
thing,
at the time, it was a flagrant 3.
The Embiid thing didn't even lead to a suspension. It's pretty similar. It's pretty similar, right? A leg up the you-know-whats.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Again, there have been plenty of missteps.
Sure.
But in the heat of battle, in the heat of moments, decision-making on the fly, you're going to miss some. I think he gets more right than he gets wrong, and I think this is what I've always thought about Draymond. There are eye rolls, there are negatives, there are challenges. I think they're outweighed by the positive. I really do.
I think in terms of his on-court play, yes. But in terms of his leadership, which is what we're talking about, Draymond Green as a leader, I don't think that the positive is outweighing the negative. And I look at a situation now where you basically had to trade your young prize player because he and Draymond couldn't get along. I don't think that you traded Jordan Poole solely based on the way he was playing basketball. I think you traded Jordan Poole because of the way their relationship devolved, and it was clear that those two would not have been able to coexist this year. And you thought, you know what? With Steph and Klay here, we have a better chance to win with Draymond now than we do with Jordan Poole. Why couldn't they both be on this team? It's because Draymond's leadership.
I disagree. I think that Jordan Poole's gone because just about everybody who matters in that locker room wanted him gone.
Well, I think that it might have been a fixable situation had it not gone the way that it went.
But do you even want it fixed? Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. If you like a guy who can get you 20 a night,
but
if you could fix a young player,
so
if you could
simple,
change,
though.
you know what's also simple is losing your temper and knocking a guy out. That's
I understand
also
that,
simple.
but I think sometimes with Jordan Poole, based on what our opinions are, we focus on one thing. I'm guilty of it too. You can focus on 20 a game, or you can focus on falling down half the time that you drive.
I focus on all of it. I focus on the fact that he's not a very good defensive player.
Are you happy he's gone, or do you wish he was still here?
Oh, I'm happy he's gone.
Okay.
Because I'm not a huge fan of the way he plays basketball.
Well, then there's no issue here.
Well, the issue is the topic, which is Draymond Green as a leader. And I think that if Draymond Green was a better leader, if he was a good leader, you could have reached this conclusion in a different fashion.
Maybe.
Without having Jordan Poole be in a situation where he absolutely had to go. If you were really a good leader, you would have found a way before you knocked him out in October. Now, maybe you get to February and then you knock him out.
Well,
but you get to October, they'd been together 3 days. You already are at your wit's end.
Well, no, they weren't together 3 days.
Because they were in their trip to Japan.
No, but they'd been together for a few years.
But you come off a long summer. You win a championship. Everything should be at its absolute best.
But that's
you go
not
to Japan.
Life. I mean,
well, it's life if you're a good leader.
No, but who knows where that relationship was, and who knows? Again, Rick Bucher literally saying a couple hours ago on this station that everybody was fed up. They were all fed up before it even got to that point. So how did everybody get fed up? We're going to blame someone else for that?
We're not blaming anybody for them being fed up.
I'm blaming Jordan.
Well, if you're blaming Jordan,
I'm doing it.
By blaming Jordan, you're saying it was okay he got punched.
No, I'm not. I am saying that the point that all of the Warriors were seemingly and reportedly fed up, if all of these successful, championship-laden, great Warrior players and coaches were fed up with Jordan Poole before he got punched, that's Jordan's fault.
How many
I blame
of those
Jordan.
people who were fed up punched Jordan Poole?
No, don't go there.
I have to go there because the question is Draymond Green.
No, because
the question is he a good leader? Now, Klay was Klay less fed up than Draymond was?
I have no idea.
Or Steph, or Steve Kerr, or Ron Adams.
But nobody is saying the punch was smart. Nobody's saying that's an obvious mistake.
Right.
But the point is...
But the question is about his leadership.
Yeah, but I feel like to focus solely on that does two things. One, that's one moment out of many. And two, it is absolving Jordan Poole of some obvious responsibility. I don't care how young he is.
Yeah.
He's not that young. He's not too young to be respectful of greatness, seeing the opportunity, being good to the people around you, not being a jerk, which is what it sounds like. From all the reports and the comments and all the things, some of them are probably embellished a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's way too much evidence. This is what I've been saying all year.
Right.
There's too much evidence for this to not be on Jordan.
What's not on
Why
Jordan?
Why was everybody mad at him?
It's getting punched in the face is not on Jordan.
It's not about the punch. But I'm going back before that.
No, you can go back before and you can go to the time after that. You can go wherever you want. I'm simply looking at Draymond Green as a leader. And if you're a leader, if you're a true leader, when Steph felt like it was time for him to lead, he gave a speech.
Yep.
And he said, don't get on the bus if you're not with me. That's leadership. That, to me, is being a good leader. Now, you tell me Steph wasn't fed up in October. Klay was admittedly fed up when he gave those famous quotes coming back from Japan.
Who'd Steph text with before he decided to go give a speech?
He texted with Draymond.
Why?
Because Draymond is a leader.
Thank you.
But he's not a good leader.
Well, I mean,
He texted Draymond and he said, hey, Draymond, should I give a speech or should I knock him out?
Literally, Steph Curry couldn't even give a speech until he had gotten approval of who? the team leader.
It's because that's what Draymond does.
Well,
he gives speeches.
Because
and how did that work out for Jordan Poole all year after he got punched in the face?
I don't know. How did 4 rings work out? It usually again.
Again, we can look at one thing. We can look at a punch. We can look at championships. We can look at the totality.
You're never going to get me to think that the punch was smart.
I don't need to get you to think that.
He made a massive mistake.
Right.
I don't think it takes his entire label and reputation away from him. And my goodness, my opinion, if you can't see by now the buildup of evidence that this relationship got to its starting point because of Jordan, I don't know. The whole team feels that way.
No, I'm with you in terms of the nature of the relationship, but I don't think that you're understanding what I'm trying to say in terms of what leadership would look like when addressing a problem, because Jordan Poole's truculence, his arrogance, whatever he was exhibiting that was frustrating Clay and Steph and Draymond and whoever else in the organization, whatever that was, could be dealt with any number of ways.
Of course, I agree with you
and
completely.
in terms of leadership, when you're going to deal with a problem, that's where you and I have a difference of opinion.
I agree with you completely on that. The point is, though, is that how this got, like, you have to be willing to be led. That is now that is 1,000% my opinion. This guy was not willing to be led.
See, I think that's a leap.
How can you?
I don't think that we know that.
Wow.
That he was unwilling to be led.
Listen,
he was willing to be led in June when they won the championship.
Right, and then what happened? He screamed into a camera, "We're going to get a bag. We're going to get a bag. We're going to get a bag." And from that moment forward, and from that moment forward, ticked off everybody who matters in the Warriors.
So because of somehow, that, he's unable to be led because he's a young player who knows he's about to get $128 million.
You think they didn't try?
Well, we don't know.
We're talking about 2 of the most soft-spoken, great players in the entire NBA, and they were, according to all indications and reports, they were totally fed up with Jordan, and somehow that's not on Jordan? I don't even see how we get there. If Steph and Clay, forget Draymond for a second, if Steph and Clay, and I've got it on pretty decent authority that even up to 3 weeks ago, they, quote, wanted him gone. If that's how those 2 feel, forget Draymond, how's that not on Poole, especially with what he went through, which was obviously a mistake?
Well, I think that with what he went through makes it less on Poole because he went through what he went through, and the organization basically said, see you at ring night, Draymond. You get no punishment.
And why, Draymond, why do you think they did that?
You get a 3-day break from practice because you go ahead and pick your own punishment. So if you're Jordan Poole, how are you going to react?
But why do you think the organization did that?
Because they thought that Jordan had it coming to him.
Oh.
Maybe not at that level.
Yeah, that sounds a little firm, but I get
that's basically what you're saying.
Not he had it coming to him, but he certainly had something coming to him.
Correct.
Not that, but he had something coming to him.
But he got that, and even if that was beyond the pale, if that never got leaked by TMZ, what do you think the reaction from the team would have been?
Even less.
Even less. And you're Jordan Poole, and you see all this, and yet, all right, Jordan, I'm Draymond. Now I'm ready to lead you. Hit the pike, Draymond.
But I have a very hard time believing that act was the first thing they tried. Like, I can't. There's no way. They've been too successful. Right. They're too smart. They're too good of an organization to have that be the first thing that they tried with Jordan's attitude.
I just can't imagine that his attitude had gotten so bad between he's a championship player in June and now in October he's getting knocked out. You're telling me in 4 months he's gone that far off the reservation?
How do we know that things were so perfect in June?
We don't.
And by the way, I can remember many a playoff game last year where we came in here livid with what we had seen the night before from Jordan Poole in the playoffs.
But it was not an attitude. For me, it was not attitude-based.
But we didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't know.
And we still don't know.
No.
Exactly.
So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Like, I love that you brought up David West earlier. That's a perfect example. They won the championship and barely lost a game, and David West was the one to come out and be like, you guys have no idea what we dealt with this year. Probably the same thing. I'm not walking out of here now with the perception that when they won the ring a year ago, everybody went home for the offseason and went, God, we love Jordan Poole, what a nice kid. It just, boy, everything's like that's now. Knowing what we know now, I doubt it. I doubt it. This guy's screaming money time throughout the year.
Right.
I'm going to get the bag. And then it builds. It builds. And how, like you said, they'd only been together for 2 weeks before this happened.
Yeah.
And, quote, already everybody's fed up. So I don't know, man. The guy doing something wrong.
I wonder how many times that same group, and you talk about the David West group, how many times they got together and thought, Draymond is exhausting. I'm about sick of Draymond
Probably
Green and all his antics.
Probably
so
a lot, but
it's any of these professional organizations. There's always going to be bumps in the road. It's just how you deal with it that defines leadership.
No doubt, no doubt. But how often do we all get sick of the leaders in our life?
Very often.
Right.
But then how do you deal with it?
That's
as
right.
a leader, how do
Absolutely.
you deal with it?
There's no, again.
And it
there's
defines you as a leader in terms of what you do.
I am of the belief that he has often done the right thing in those situations. That one in training camp last year was not one of them. Big Dave in San Leandro with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Big Dave, what are you doing?
Hey, yeah, just talking to you guys real quick while my kids are running around inside screaming.
Are you being a leader, Big Dave? Are you leading them right now?
I heard some of the comments that you made, and it's true. You can't give them everything they want. No doubt about it.
That's
and
right.
You can't let them pout either, right? Like, I'm the pout because I saw something on TV. No. So, yeah, it's the balancing act right now, but I definitely wanted to chime in. First of all, Draymond Green is a hell of a leader. Are you serious right now? Like, that wasn't even what I wanted to kick this off, but, man, the Warriors, when everyone chips about, we all agree to that. But just his intensity, the fire, he pumps these guys up. He's a leader. And also he's a leader because guess what? The younger generation is not the same. Every generation is different. We know that, right? We have to – I used to call him the Gary Radnich and propose trades when I was in 8th grade. You know what I mean? When he was on TV. Listen to myself and all that. That was the old media. There is new media. And we have to respect some of that because Cameron and Mace came out with that. They'll plug into the streets. They're not going to just run their mouths and say stuff that doesn't make any sense. Young generation's different. Right during the Lakers playoff series, they came out and they were clowning on Jordan Poole about all that business about spending, I don't even know what her name was, something Spice, and like spending $1 million in a date. That's when he's slumped. They're all listening to that. They're hearing that. What did they come out with next? Just recently. They gave you details in terms of what he said to Draymond Green when he got knocked out. So, yeah, Draymond Green's a hell of a leader because guess what? This is sports. This isn't everyday life. You know what I mean? And if you're going to be disrespected by a 22-year-old like that when you're an NBA champion, like a Hall of Famer, and he's going to say the outlandish things that he said, I'm glad he knocked him out because guess what? If he hadn't done none of nothing, what would Community say and all that?
Dave, unconfirmed what he allegedly said at the time when he got knocked out, and I hate to fact-check your entire call, but it was $500,000 by Jordan Poole on that date. It was not a cool million. I appreciate you riding with me since the days of Gary Radnich back when we were on TV during the radio show. Now we're live on YouTube and Twitch.
Exactly. Who's got a TV anymore? What the hell is that?
Right.
I mean, they got a TV, but who's got cable? By the way, I do. But anyway, let's sort of put it this way. Let me ask you this. If Draymond has been the number one on-court leader for this team for the last handful of years, if he's not a good leader, then how have they won so much?
They have the best player in the league doing best player in the league things.
I mean, that's not.
Do you think without
that much better?
Without
than the next...
Draymond Green's leadership, is Steph unable to? I can't hit a three without Draymond's leadership. I mean, I think we're overplaying Draymond Green's leadership in terms of winning championships.
That's respectfully, that is a simplistic way of describing why the Warriors won championships. Because Steph can hit a three. There's tons of people who can hit a three. There's other great players, Giannis, LeBron, through this run, who are at minimum right there.
If
and actually,
Draymond doesn't play with Steph, how many titles do they have in Golden State? The answer is 0.
None. Right.
And
so
you could argue that Steph could win without Draymond more than Draymond could win without Steph.
I think, you can absolutely argue that. I just think, again, the results matter. If he's the leader and they're winning, there's got to be something good in there. Again, I'm not preaching perfection.
Right.
He's not.
Right.
He's not. He is someone who is prone to let his emotion take things too far. And it has happened often, repeatedly. but not always. But if he's not doing anything right, if he's not at least good, at leadership, then how has this thing gone so well?
Well, he's both good and bad. And I think that's the epitome of Draymond Green. He's a positive and he's a negative at the same time. And just depends on what moment where you catch him. When he's going to Boston and, the Boston Celtics fans are blank you Draymond and blank you Draymonding him out of the gym, well, in that moment, his leadership was non-existent because he got taken out of the game by a crowd that he all but incited through his own brand of, wanting to ramp everybody up.
But then he reacted well, and in Game 6 was very, very good.
Yeah,
and they won a ring on the road. I don't look for perfection. I don't think there's any shortage of mistakes. But even those mistakes, I think often, most of the time, he reacts pretty well. We'll keep going with your phone calls, but Lucas, what do you got?
I got a couple pieces of NBA news.
Okay.
One national, one local. Rookie Trace Jackson-Davis has agreed to a 4-year deal with the Warriors, including 2 guaranteed seasons, coming according to ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski. And this one from Shams, they're breaking news at the exact same time. How about this? You determine which is bigger news. From Shams, the Dallas Mavericks, San Antonio Spurs, and Boston Celtics are finalizing a 3-team trade. The Mavericks get Grant Williams, the Spurs get Reggie Bullock, and an unprotected Dallas pick swap in 2030. Celtics get a couple second-rounders back. Grant Williams to the Mavs. Reggie Bullock to the Spurs.
Reggie Bullock and an unprotected Dallas pick swap when all of us are 80 years old, 2030. And then the Celtics get multiple second-round picks. I mean, that's fun because it's like 3 teams and it's some big-name teams.
Right.
But that's kind of a...
So the Celtics get multiple seconds and they give up Grant Williams.
Yeah.
Is basically the way it goes from Boston's standpoint.
And Reggie Bullock probably just left the playoffs for a couple of years.
Right.
He's going to the Spurs.
And multiple seconds is basically, we want to get rid of Grant Williams' salary, and we are not really interested in getting much back for it.
Yeah, well, I think we knew he was available. And he, is a player who contributes. He contributed, but certainly not a key centerpiece of anything with the Celtics. But that's
I thought Lucas was going to break the other piece from Woj, which is the in-season tournament Final Four is set. It's officially been set December 7th and 9th in Las Vegas. The in-season tournament Final Four in Vegas. Statistics will count for the league's regular season, except for the championship game of the event. So I'm not sure how you get to the Final Four.
You have to be in the top 4
of the Final Four for the in-season tournament.
Is that it? Are you just the top 4 seeds? Is that the deal?
I don't think so. Like, if you're,
I got to figure out how I'm supposed to care about this. Like, why is a fan supposed to care about it?
The in-season tournament.
Yeah,
exactly.
What are they? What's the whole thing? The players are like getting some money or something like that. Because boy,
I think every member of the winning team gets $1 million.
There is something I am not going to lose any sleep over whatsoever.
Would you care more if it was a 3-on-3 tournament? That's my question.
I don't know if I'd care more. I might be more intrigued. I might like be more entertained.
More likely to watch?
Yeah. Like, without knowing anything about how this all works yet, the immediate thought is I don't want my team anywhere near this. Because what happened, the first time somebody snaps an ACL at this tournament, we're going to go nuts. I don't want the Warriors anywhere near this. So once I figure out how they get there, I'll root against it.
Well, so the way it works, the league will be divided into 6 pools of 5 teams apiece. You play in pool play, you advance out of pool play, a couple of wild cards also advance, and then it's just a tournament from that point on.
Okay, so it's like a World Cup deal.
Similar to that, yeah.
So let's lose in the first round. That's what I'm going to root for. I don't want to go rest. You kidding? Right? I don't want the Warriors anywhere near that.
Well, it's interesting because Mark was mentioning 6 pools of 5 teams apiece where these games are going to have to be played. I wonder if those are regular season games that will also be designated as, all right, this game between Golden State and Orlando, this is also a play-in pool game. So if you beat Orlando, that actually counts toward the play-in tournament.
Oh, okay. Well, that's how they figured that out. So you don't want to tank out of that thing because it matters for your other record too.
For the regular season. That's the way I'm reading it based on, because I don't think that they're going to add, that would be adding an additional 5 games plus these play-in tournament games. I don't think that the Players Association would allow it.
Okay, that's quirky. All right, we'll keep going with your phone calls on this, 888-957-9570, plus what Anthony Slater said this morning about the Big Three, because it matters. Sponsored by Hint Water, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Hint Water, delicious fruit-infused water with no sugar or diet sweeteners. More than 25 amazing flavors.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So we keep going on the Draymond leadership thing for sure. There's also something that we haven't discussed yet. Anthony Slater coming on with the boys this morning, Bonte and Joe, and talking about the big three. And I think we've had a conversation about this for a while. It was quite obvious. Steve Kerr on this show, when he compared this to The Last Dance and said, I was on The Last Dance team, and it was obvious that that thing was cooked, and that was over. This is not that. And he made the statement that he thinks that Steph and Clay and Draymond have years left, lots left in the tank to keep going after it. And so we've all watched the organization, quote unquote, back the big three and believe that the future is still the present, if you will. But that has largely felt like what they're doing next year. What about after that? What if Steph, Clay, and Dre become a thing that turns more into a retirement tour or a thank you concert rather than vying for championships? And how would you feel about that?
I would be okay with it because of what they've already done. And I know Joe Lacob would probably be okay with it too because it would still put butts in the seats. Now, I guess it comes down to how much of a retirement tour would it be? Are you 30 and 52 with no chance of the play-in, and these three are all broken down, and you're not even a playoff team anymore? Or are you still a team that could threaten to be in the play-in? You can threaten being in the playoffs, and then maybe you get to April and you can catch lightning in a bottle and you can dream a little bit about them still going on a run. So to me, there's two different levels of just how broken down is this big three at the end.
So $100 million for Draymond, 4 years, 3 years plus a player option. And then here's what Slates had to say about what that sets up for the future.
I think it was smartly structured on both sides. I mean, Draymond obviously gets the win when he's 37 years old. He's going to be making $27 million on a player option for a season that the Warriors weren't trying to give him. They were trying to give him a 3-year deal. That's a huge win on the back end. But I think it's smart from the Warriors side to mortgage that down the line when Steph Curry will be aged out of his prime for the front side, which is like they slash the tax bill. And I know fans don't necessarily care about that, but that's very important within the front office and how they maneuver and their flexibility. They really slash the tax bill back to like a more appetizing level and add that into the Chris Paul for Jordan Poole, I guess, switch they made this summer. I think this all makes it very likely that everyone's saying Last Dance. I think it's very likely Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry now are here for the next 3 years. Yeah. So I think we're talking about kind of an extended farewell tour that's going to last beyond the season.
Whew, okay, so there's a couple things here. I love this, but when you call it an extended farewell tour, that's not going to land well. And I know those are Anthony's words, not the Warriors' words. But extended farewell tour makes it sound like everybody's going to get rocking chairs and just wave to everybody after games, and they'll go 30 and 52, and everyone will just give them a standing ovation after every loss to the Orlando Magic. I don't think anybody's up for that. This season will tell such a story about how much these guys still have left in the tank. We've even debated on this show the quote-unquote decline. I don't think it's nearly as steep as we're making it out to be, but I do wonder about them being the full centerpiece of the team for another 3, potentially even 4 years after this one. You've got Wiggins. Sure, Chris Paul's number comes off of the books, and if Clay takes a little bit less, would you have some room to go get more pieces around them? Yeah, maybe. I am all in on more of the big three. 4 more years of it? That feels a little bit dicey, and I know they're not bound to that yet, but that feels a little bit dicey.
It's super dicey, and you're looking at really 3 more years of it as we sit with Steph for 3 more. Draymond's got the player option for the 4th year. We don't know what that would be, and Clay would have to be a guy who would sign for 2 more, and then maybe he does a 4th-year player option so that maybe you go 3 or 4 more years in a long, kind of slow farewell tour. That's basically what you're looking at. And you knew that that's what it was going to be when you gave Steph that contract, because Steph Curry, he's earned the contract. He's the greatest Warrior of all time, and he's a 4-time champion, and you don't want to see him ever play anywhere else ever again. And when they won the chip last season, that gave you the idea that maybe this thing would get elongated a little bit more. So if that's the price of 4 championships, then you got to pay it.
Yeah. I mean, I love the idea personally. I would love to see where this story goes. I think next year you're going to see them be motivated by the idea of declining. They're going to be motivated by the idea of being told that they're old. They're also going to be motivated by the idea of we're a smart team now. Like, you can tell that that's sort of the deal, right? In fact, Slater even talked about that, about going out in free agency and getting Steve Kerr type players.
One thing Mike Dunleavy Jr. has signaled this summer is they are adding Steve Kerr players, right? Every single player, the draft picks, the Corey Joseph signing, the Saric, chase that they're on right now. That's all like plug and play in Steve Kerr's system. It's all, ability to read, react, move with the ball, quick decision making, 0.5. Every time I talk to anyone behind the scenes, they mention 0.5, like this like organizational mantra. Bull is intriguing. Bull is, huge and sometimes can hit threes and make dribble moves that, look like, even one Banyana for, a brief second. He's not a Steve Kerr player.
Okay. Bull is out there. That's been another name that's getting thrown around. Obviously, the Warriors need somebody tall.
7'2".
They need some size. I'm not sure that that's the guy. I'm not overly excited by it, but the larger
and
point. And
Anthony said he's not a Steve Kerr player.
Yeah, that's so. Okay. I don't think that they'll get him. I'm not terribly excited about it either. Saric, I do like. I think that makes all kinds of sense. I don't know if they can get him, but that's the larger point that he's making there. And I think that the Warriors will use that as not just an internal mantra, but a rallying cry. Like, I think the Warriors are going to come out next year and want to show everybody that they can bring their turnovers down and their chemistry up. And if they do, we're going to be talking about Jordan Poole still 8 months from now.
Yeah.
If we can see all of the opposite of Jordan Poole type things happening.
And I think that they've already done that. They've already brought their turnovers down and their chemistry up just based on the one move. And forget Corey Joseph for a moment. We don't know what he'll be like chemistry-wise or what role he'll play as the only veteran minimum player signed so far. But Chris Paul turns the ball over a lot less than Jordan Poole historically, and this past season was the lowest of Chris Paul's career. He averaged fewer than 2 turnovers a game, and chemistry is going to be up based on what Draymond said about CP and learning from a veteran, learning how to lead from a veteran like Chris Paul. And we know that the Jordan Poole presence last year was a big part of the chemistry being broken. So those two things, I think, already are improved. Now, what else can you do in and around the margins to make this team better between now and October?
Ramona Shelburne joins us in about 25 minutes to answer that exact question. What is going on with this massive free agency pause? Although we did just get the 3-team trade. No big names involved, but Celtics, Mavericks, and Spurs getting together on a 3-team trade. Maybe that helps move things along a little bit, but the Dame Lillard question is out there, and until it's answered, things I think are going to be a little bit slow. But we'll get to all of that with Ramona coming up here in just about 20 minutes. Let's go back to the phones. Is Draymond Green a good leader? It's a yes or no question, but a whole lot of conversation follows. Darrell in Antioch next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Darrell, thanks for calling. What are you doing? Darrell, you there? I can hear your gnat sound, Darrell. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I knew you were there. I could feel it. What's up, Darrell?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to keep laboring on the Draymond thing, but I just wanted to, and Draymond and the Poole thing, but I just wanted to give it from a different angle since Dibs is just kind of like really just going in on Draymond. But there's a cause and effect for everything that happens. And I agree with you, Willard, that, I mean, it's like this is probably something that's been going on for a long time. And it's just like just coming from it takes a lot for everybody to have the same kind of like outlook to be like, man, it's time for you to go. And it's like, I just wanted to bring it to a point. It's like, let's say for the dynamic was changed a little bit, and Steph was the one that punched and knocked Jordan out. Would you have the same kind of like outlook as far as how Jordan received it and not wanting to like get it, just kind of like not wanting to accept his part of the deal of what was going on. I just wanted to get, and I can just take your
yeah, Darrell, thanks. It's funny. I mean, I laugh when he asks the questions because it's such it's a hard scenario to even imagine as possible. Steph Curry hauling off and punching somebody in the middle of practice.
Crazy to think about.
Middle of practice.
Yeah.
I don't know. What would that change your thought on?
Absolutely,
it would.
It would change everyone's thought. It would make it a lot more of a sense that Jordan Poole must have done something.
Right.
Jordan Poole must have done something really bad to have Steph Curry punch him. But when Draymond does it, and you see the way that Draymond basically stalked him, he walked over slowly and got in his face, and you see it. If Steph would have done the exact same thing, you would have thought Jordan must have said something about his mama or about Aisha's cooking or, something had to have happened to where, because Steph wouldn't have just done that unless Jordan really deserved it.
I went to International Smoke and they cooked medium rare with no pink. Oh.
Pow. Exactly.
Look,
it would have been it would have made us all feel differently about Jordan Poole.
It's such a weird conversation to have because everything ends up in the same bucket of water, which is you're sitting there talking about the punch and you're sitting there talking about Draymond losing his emotions and how much blame goes to Jordan Poole. But I'm continually struck by something. For everybody who remembers the video, how did you think about it at the time versus even how you think about it now? In that after that happened, nobody ran over. Again, after the fact, I sit here now and go, oh, there's so many things that make different sense now. Now that you know that the Warriors essentially as a group largely wanted Jordan Poole out of the building and that other players were very frustrated with Jordan's behavior prior to that incident even happening. That's another one of those pieces where I go, oh, that's why no one ran over there when Jordan Poole got knocked out. Everyone just looked at it. It was almost like it felt like they were expecting it.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
Ron Adams walks alongside Draymond Green for the majority of the trip, and he was the only one who was even near there. And then Powell, he gets hit, and nobody jumped on Draymond. Nobody tried to withstand or hold Draymond back. There was almost no reaction other than oh, that just happened.
Yeah, so it's like you're expecting something to happen. You probably didn't think that, but the collective look in the room was kind of like, yep.
Well,
had a feeling something was coming.
Yeah.
That was the collective feeling. And that's what it looked like, at least. We can't hear anything, but it just all adds up. And so I don't know. To kind of circle it back to the two things that we're playing with, the organization, whether you want to call it, I think this is a simplification, if you will, but to say the organization, quote unquote, chose Draymond, and maybe even repeatedly. They chose him in that moment by not suspending him.
Yeah.
They chose him in the moment that they traded Jordan Poole. They chose him in the moment that they signed him again for 4 more years. All of those things point to Draymond. I don't know. Maybe there's some compassion for what happened within the building more than there is outside of it. Let's put it that way.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's more understanding, I think, in terms of it happening. Yeah. And I do think that if the video never got leaked, then none of this is even ever much of a factor in terms of, I think we might be more surprised that Jordan Poole played the way he played. If we didn't know that this happened, we might be less understanding of Jordan Poole's kind of off year.
Oh, totally.
Because Jordan didn't have a good year. Yes, he averaged 20 a night, but he shot a ton. He turned it over a bunch. He was one of the least productive players in terms of real shooting and all the metrics offensively this season in the NBA. So, and I think a lot of us, myself included, give him a little bit of a pass for it because we saw the video.
Well, I also wonder about this. Like, here's another clue that we haven't talked about yet. Like, how do you read the fact that they ended up trading Jordan Poole and had to add more in order to get 1 year of a 38-year-old, potentially broken down point guard? I mean, they know things we don't. We all accept that. And I don't just mean the Warriors. I mean the entire NBA.
Yeah.
The whole league didn't want him. Then don't you think?
Well, his value definitely went down from last June to this June.
And partially that is the way he looked in the playoffs. But outside of that, like, don't you think if you were another team and you didn't know anything about the backstory of what's taken place, wouldn't you think to yourself, boy, we got a chance to get some value here because they have to get rid of him. So their relationships are all broken. So we could get like a 23-point per game scorer maybe on a really good deal. And the whole league went, nah. Jeez. What happened? Because we think we know, but no, see, I think it's more than basketball. I think it's way more than basketball.
Well, and these guys all talk.
Yeah.
Players talk, agents talk, GMs and coaches, everybody talks. And so there is a prevailing notion out there about Jordan Poole.
That he's a pain in the rear.
But now the notion is now different than what it was last June or even the June before, based on the word being out.
Yeah.
And, you know, you've said what you've said about Chris Paul, and there are different beliefs and different teams he's played with, different teammates and different camps and different situations. But you have a good idea. Chris Paul, after 18 years in the league, you pretty much know the guy he is and the player he is based on all of the evidence. You can do a complete 360 in all the different players and the coaches that he's played with, and you'll get different opinions, but you'll get a consensus. Jordan Poole's different because he's such a young player.
Yeah. So, and then as far as the comments Slater makes about Draymond's extension, setting up the big three to be on an extended farewell tour, I think this upcoming year is the one that will determine whether that's something that Warrior fans are excited about or not. Then again, it also determines whether or not the Warriors will re-sign Klay Thompson. Will they want to? Will they be able to? Will he command $40 million? Will he only command $20 million? All of that is determined by the way he plays this year. But if they go out and play well, I think everybody's going to be all thumbs up on an extended farewell tour. But if there is some obvious decline, and there is certainly the danger this year that the Warriors will come out and just flat out look old. I mean, especially adding Chris Paul into this. If they do that, then the Warriors need to be really, really careful. Because I watched this with the San Francisco Giants. You know, when I got here and I started doing stuff around those games, it was at a time when everybody was like, I don't care that their names are Buster, Brandon, and they brought San Francisco their first championships ever. I'm sick of it. I'm tired. I'm worn out. And they were ready to move on. And then all of a sudden a new regime came in, pandemic, whatever, it clicked. 2021, all three of them are playing great. And then all of a sudden that like repaired the relationship. But even the most important relationships can go south. So I love this because that's what I think this year is so important for all three of them to determine how the fan base feels about
and how the
rest of
farewell
their
tour
career.
goes. You're right, Mark, because if this year, and I was talking to JD about this last week while you were eating pig and putting your toes in the sand in Kauai, as we now know it's pronounced. Yep. But this year goes one of two ways to me. Either they all stay healthy and they make a legitimate run as deep as they can make, and then Klay comes back and this extended farewell tour goes well, or you got a couple of these older guys get hurt, somebody has a bad year, you barely scrap into the play-in game, and now you look at next year and you go, well, we can't, I mean, this extended farewell tour, we can't even bring back Klay. Maybe Klay's gone, CP3 is going to be gone, we're almost sure no matter what. So this year determines a lot about the next three.
Tell you what,
or four.
Health is going to be such a big deal.
Rick Celebrini, baby.
I really believe they've got a lot left, and I believe they're going to be revitalized by enjoying playing with one another again, which they didn't do. They obviously did not enjoy playing with Jordan Poole, and if they're enjoying themselves again, If they stay healthy, I think that they're going to put up really good numbers and have a successful year. But what a massive if that is. That is just a Herculean if to think that they can do that. Let's go to John in Oakland here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, John, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm just tuning in, listening to you guys, and I'm listening to I'm tired of people keep talking about the punch. Now that the season is over, man, let's call it what it is, man. It ain't about the punch, man. It's about the play. Steve Kerr can tell you anything about altercations, man. He got punched. The problem was his play didn't decline. He continued to ball. Jordan Poole's play declined, man. He has the attitude of an all-NBA player, but the game of a runner-up six man. You can't have that type of attitude, and your play does not coincide with that. So that's his problem. That's why they moved on from him. I mean, they will, in sports, we know this. You will put up with anything as long as you're balling. Jordan Poole should have learned from Draymond Green. Why do they put up with what he's doing? Because he wins. If the Warriors were the regular Warriors, Draymond would have been moved a long time ago. But when you ball, you can get away with that crap.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole didn't learn that, man. Shut your mouth and ball. You know what I mean?
Well, John, he got punched twice, John. He got punched, and then he got punched again when the video got leaked and the team did nothing about it. So I give him a pass for maybe not wanting to play and play as hard as they wanted him to play because he got clowned by the organization, in my opinion.
I think that's
Thanks,
all.
John.
That's afterward. Like I'll agree with you.
Right.
I'll agree with you. That's hard. I have no idea what it's like trying to get over something like that at
I
work.
don't either.
And I'm sure it's difficult, and I think we all acknowledge that at the time. What I firmly feel is whatever brought us to that point, and I mean all of the relationships, all of the frustration that was clearly in the room at that point. To me, I'm pointing at Poole. I'm pointing at Poole. There's just way too much evidence. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We got plenty of time for your phone calls throughout the 5 o'clock hour. We will also explain to you again exactly what's going to happen next week, where as long as you're listening, you got a chance to win some unbelievable prizes here in our All-Star Week blowout. And then also, it's time for some Momo. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, free agency, where the Warriors are going next, what's going to happen with Lillard. That is all on the table with one of the best NBA reporters out there in Ramona Shelburne. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3.
Raid can. For 60 years, Raid scientists have worked to protect people around the world, including the ones you love most. Raid, protection for all.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the Golden State Warriors have snapped their losing streak. They have just pounded the Charlotte Hornets, the California Classic, Sacktown, and the Bay Area and Backtown, and it's on.
It's the Warriors
It's on.
Invitational.
Yeah.
Summer Dubs, 1-1.
Your boy Santos doing the darn thing again.
You better recognize Guy Santos.
I'll always recognize
I'm not
Guy.
trying to steal from Momo here, but Guy Santos is one to watch.
We shall see. Let's actually find out what we should be watching in NBA free agency, because the whole darn thing hit the big pause button, and that means we reach out to our girl, Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with the latest that's going on. Hey, Momo, how we doing?
What's up, Mark?
What's good? Everything all right out there?
Yeah, it's good. You know, kind of like it's like 105 a week, so we kind of all our June gloom is over. How about you guys up there?
Nope, still gloomy.
I know you were in the islands and it was 108 while you were gone.
But now it's back.
Yes.
Now we're back to
You brought it with
63
you.
degrees. But all good. But I tell you what, waiting on summer is like waiting on free agency. Dame Lillard has sort of stopped the whole thing, right? Like, how's this all going to end and when?
You know, I think it's. I think summer league is when everybody is in the same place at the same time. People, they meet up for coffee at the Wynn, they're in the gym, and UNLV. People start talking. So I think you'll see a flurry of talking and activity and conversations, and whether that leads to anything, I don't know. But I mean, here's how this shakes out for Dame. He's given them one team, and that one team is not incentivized to bid against itself. Like, why is Miami going to twist itself into a pretzel when there's it just seems like there's no other teams that Dame would think about going to, and therefore Portland doesn't have a lot of leverage. So I think it's just I do think he eventually ends up in Miami, but they're going to have to put more in there. They're going to have to get a little creative and figure out how to get more to Portland. And it's not that easy, because they have to get other teams to give Portland stuff. Like, they can't just do Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson or Kyle Lowry, like those kind of names. Like, you have to help Portland get off other contracts, probably Yusuf Nurkic, right? You'd have to get some draft picks. You have to and they can't just be bad draft picks. They have to be good draft picks and a young player. And so it's just hard for Miami to do it. But if there's one front office I think can figure it out, it's Miami. Like, they have the best GM in the league, and Andy Ellsberg, and then Pat Riley's like, if there's a will, there's a way. So I think Summer League is probably the catalyst for a lot of this.
Yeah, I like the imagery of Pat Riley in one of his flowered shirts, just hanging out and having a mocha at the Wynn, just trying to make this happen. What do you think of the notion that the Blazers, quote, owe it to Dame to send him to Miami because he's been so loyal there?
I mean, it's an interesting notion, right? I mean, I was on the show the other day with Malika Andrews, and she was like, "Wait, sorry, are you saying he would stay home if he doesn't get traded to where he wants to go?" And I go, "I don't think we're there yet, but that's certainly things could get very uncomfortable if it's to a team he really doesn't want to go to, and then you have to decide you want to call his bluff. Like, it's not just about the Blazers and do they owe him that? It's whether or not Dame would sit out. Like, would he? I don't know. He's the only one who could ever answer that. Okay. I think in the strongest words possible, that's being conveyed to teams who call and ask about his interest level or how he would feel about this or that. Remember, this is still just, I don't know. I have no idea what day it is, right? Like, it all just blended together. I think free agency started on Friday, and then his request was on Saturday. So it's like, what day is it today? Wednesday? Not that long of a time period that we're talking about here, but he has 4 years and $56 million a year coming to him. So I don't know. I think he loves basketball. I think he loves, to play. I can't see him sitting out, but from a PR perspective, like, you really want to give up a lot of assets to trade for a guy who doesn't want to play for your team? Like, what would he say bad things about your team? Would he make it uncomfortable? Would it be yucky? Like, it's a hard thing to do. But just name some teams. Like, if you're the Pistons, why not? Right? If you're Oklahoma City and you know, I don't know if he fits their timeline or not or whatever, but let's say you're Orlando, or just name a team with some good young players and draft picks. You know, would you take a swing? You know, would you do that? I mean, we ran into this with Kawhi Leonard a couple of years ago. Toronto took a swing, and they traded for him, and he went there and won a championship. Now, little different scenario in that Kawhi had 1 year left on his deal and sort of had to play because he was going to be a free agent. Dame has 4 years. He wouldn't get, you know, if you pull a Ben Simmons, you don't get paid. You know, you could always have some back problems. You could have some. He's already had a rib injury, or what was that? What was the abdominal muscle injury he had? You know, I mean, I'm sure that could buy them some time, but it's a really interesting thing to watch shake out over the next couple of weeks and see if it happens quickly or not. Because the first deadline that comes up, guys, is the end of the moratorium, where there's 4-team construction with Detroit, Brooklyn, the Miami Heat, and Portland. That goes away once the Joe Harris trade officially goes through, when the moratorium ends tomorrow.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So here's the other thing, as the Warriors wait on maybe some minimum contract guys after this whole thing shakes out. Ramona, I know you've covered Chris Paul for a long time, not just in NBA circles, but all the way back to local days when he was with Lob City. And so I wonder what you know about Chris, the leader, because we've been talking today about Draymond Green's comments to Paul George about leadership and learning from Chris Paul. I'm both intrigued by the fact that the Warriors now have somebody who could stand up to Draymond, but I'm also terrified that they've got 2 Draymonds. Like, what do you think about these 2 guys in the locker room together?
I am very intrigued by this as well. And Mark, you and I are in the content business, so we cannot complain. Okay, because this is content for days right here. I think it's. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. I really am not. Like, I think Chris Paul has always been the leader in the locker room. He's grown up. People respect him and how he carries himself and who he is. But he's also joining a group of guys who have won 4 championships together, and he has not. They beat his teams on the way to get there, and so there's a learning opportunity here for Chris Paul. Like, clearly the Warriors have the secret sauce that he's been looking for his whole life, and so career. So I think there's a sort of. I wonder how he approaches it. I mean, we've seen him play the veteran mentor at Oklahoma City and do it in a very professional way, where everybody was really happy with that arrangement. We've seen him go to Houston and do that, and we've seen him, we've seen him play in Phoenix and be the veteran, but never seen him join a team that has beat his team, that has players that are his age and his cohort. And, like, does he have it in him to just, like, kind of, I don't want to say kiss the ring, because that's not what it is. It's can I learn from you? You know, like, can I learn from you? And he has to see this as probably the best opportunity he has left to win a ring. He's 38, and so I have seen him in business do that. I mean, he's the one, Bob Iger, who has told the story in his book and publicly about how Chris approached him and called him and said, "I want you to mentor me." And Bob Iger's like, "Yes, thank you, Chris. That's nice. There's a lot of people in the business world who would like me to mentor them as well." Bob Iger's had a pretty good career, and Chris just kind of kept at it, and he impressed Bob Iger and got him to mentor him. So I don't know. He showed that ability in other realms, so I think it could work. I'll say this: when I talk to Warriors folks, they seem really excited about it because he's a grown-up. He's a hell of a player. One of the things that you can't even walk in the door if you don't have basketball IQ. Like, if you're about, to play for the Warriors, and that Chris Paul's got basketball IQ, right? I mean, he's obviously one of the greatest point guards of all time, and thinks the game at a really high level, very tough-minded. I think he can, he's not seen as a great defender, but he is. Like, I used to love watching him guard Kobe when the Lakers and Clippers would go at it, right? Like, Chris would just get low Then he guard Kobe. Hey, he's sort of not afraid of anybody. So I'm interested to see how this shakes out because there's a part of me that's like, Chris, you say he can call out Draymond or stand up to Draymond. I don't know. I don't know that you try that with Dre. Like, Dre's won 4 titles. Maybe you might say something, but I don't know if that's his place.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd recommend that, Ramona, day one, to going to stand right up to Draymond, 4 titles in his team. Ramona Shelburne here, 95.7 The Game. What about the on-court style of Chris Paul? A little bit of a slower player, especially now at 38, versus the up-tempo, fastest pace in the association Warriors. Do you think that the styles can really gel?
That is a bigger question for me because Chris Paul's a great pick and roll player. So who's he gonna play pick and roll with? Like, it's not really a natural fit there. Like, where's the Clint Capella? Where's the DeAndre Ayton? Like who's the classic 5-man who's gonna play a pick and roll with him? Looney is more pick and pop. Draymond, I guess he can play pick and roll with Draymond, but like kind of lose some of what makes the Draymond Steph thing so special, which is how great a shooter he is and the dribbling. I guess he can play pick and roll with Draymond, but Draymond's not really rolling; he's popping, right? So I don't know. It's an interesting fit. Chris is a really good shooter, though. Like, people don't give him enough credit as a 3-point shooter. He's really good there. He's gonna make the ball move. The tiki taka, right? Like that's the way they want to play. Are you guys Ted Lasso fans?
Absolutely. And any soccer reference it goes in the Dibley column here on this show, Ramona, so thank you.
All right, so that Ted Lasso played total football. That's the Barcelona tiki-taka. Okay, that's the way Steve Kerr wants to play basketball, right? Basketball finds, what did Jamie Tart say? Don't play to me, play through me, right? Like that's how the Warriors like playing, right? And so it's I can't believe we just mixed metaphors with in a real way with the Warriors and Jamie Tart, but that's what we're doing here.
And it counts.
Like Chris Paul can do that. Like Chris Paul can play like that. I mean, he's a really smart basketball. The basketball finds energy when it moves. Like he'll fit in that way, but that classic pick and roll stuff, I don't know. They'll have to work at that. It's a better way to put it. They'll have to work at that.
Well, I do have a name for you on that. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. What if I gave you the name Jonathan Kuminga, Ramona?
Yes.
And right? Because Draymond even stated this move is big for Jonathan. And obviously, if someone's going to step forward and replace whatever Poole gave them, that's the guy that needs to take a step. So what do you think about that? And what are you hearing that the Warriors feel is the future for Jonathan?
I mean, it's a big year for him. I'll tell you this. The one young kid I really think is going to play next year is Moody, okay? He earned some postseason minutes. I think the coaching staff's really starting to trust him. But, if you would ask me that, earlier in the season, we might have said Kuminga, right? He's shown flashes of that. So this is a big year for JK because I think there's of all the young kids around on the team that have value around the league, that's the one that you hear his name get brought up a lot. Like, if you have a team that's in a rebuilding situation that has time to do some player development, that's going to, toss out a young player and give him some run and give him some time to work through things. Like, Kuminga is a fascinating prospect. He has a lot of value around the league. And so this feels like the Warriors just decided to go all in with this current core, which is what we were talking about last year. Like, do they just stick with the big three and ride till the end? That's kind of what it seems like they're doing. And it's now the question is who rides with them, right? Does Moody ride with them? I think Looney's kind of part of that now, isn't he? Like, he's not quite the big three, but he's at least Sean Livingston, right? At least in that level.
Right.
Can Moody join that? Can JK join that? That's a big question. So it's interesting. The Warriors had a couple of decisions to make this year, and the timing plays a part in this. Chris Paul's $30 million is, they're going to play him this year, but he's unguaranteed for next year, so it gives them optionality. It's a word we talk about a lot in baseball. Like all that. That's a word that all the baseball GMs like to use. Have that optionality, right? They have that now with Klay Thompson's contract. We'll see if they do an extension and what it looks like. They have that with Chris Paul. They had another choice. I mean, they could have waited for Dame. Dame Dame is from the Bay Area. I know he was interested. You know, if he got to the point where he was going to ask for a trade and like the list was given, the Warriors initially would have been on that list. But I think now it's not possible, right? Because of the moves they've made. You know, they sort of locked in. They could have waited. I think they did the smart thing by trading for Chris Paul when they did, because they, you know, preserved the optionality. Plus, they get a really good player. But Kuminga's a real question mark for me, because I think he's incredibly talented. You know, but if you're doubling down on older players, how much run does he really get?
Yeah, you're running low on bodies, though, in terms of what you've done so far. So he may have to be out there and play. And one body they won't have, Jordan Poole. What do you make of the haul that they were getting? I mean, they got 38-year-old Hall of Famer Chris Paul, but they had to send other players in order to just get a 38-year-old on a contract with that optionality. What's the opinion of Jordan Poole around the league?
You know, I think people see that as a good trade for both sides, because this year what you've seen is everybody is trying to get under that second apron. So any long-term money, unless it's just people who are really good about that long-term money, people are trying to get off of, or, you know, you're having to incentivize, you know, people to take players who are under contract for a few years. Like, that's why the return for Bradley Beal was so low. It's because of the no trade clause, but also because of how long the time commitment and the money commitment was to him. And so I think with Jordan Poole, like, he had a bad year last year. Like, it just wasn't a good year, right? And yeah, I think he, you know, his defensive limitations showed up. He didn't shoot the ball nearly as well as he did the year before. He's seen as a guy who can go out and get you 30. But in terms of being just like the all-around game, the fitting in, like, I don't think that's fair to Jordan. He had one bad year, but it was also after he got punched in the face by Draymond Green and then had to sit next to him all year in the locker room. I mean, I don't know how talk about a difficult workplace environment. I think he has a lot. I mean, he has a lot to prove still in this league, but he should really get a little leeway to do so, just because of what happened to him last year.
Ramona, can we go back to your statement about Dame Lillard and if the Warriors had waited? So, he would have had interest in coming home, and how would the Warriors have constructed that, both with players and finances, to even make something like that work?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that, right? Okay, if you put Steph and Dame in a backcourt that's like a pretty small backcourt, you know, does Clay come off the bench? Is he part of the trade? Like, it's a interesting thought experiment that we don't need to. It's not going to be reality now, because, you know, Jordan Poole would have had to be in that trade probably. Probably how that would have, you know. But the Warriors do have young players. People like Jordan Poole is a good young player. Jonathan Kuminga is a good young player. Like, if they wanted to go that way, but I really think financially that is the biggest prohibitive thing there. You know, I mean, like, Dame is from Oakland. There has always been an interest level in playing back in the Bay, back at home, right? There's always been that idea of, like, what if. But I don't think they're not going to get that trade done with the Chris Paul contract, right? And I'll tell you this, I don't think they're trading Klay Thompson at all. Like, I think he is seen as, it's Steph and Klay. Like, there's not a desire to move off Klay. Like, there's a real commitment to Klay Thompson and that duo in the backcourt. I don't know where the resilience came from. Did Steph just basically put his foot down? I don't know where that came from, but, like, I don't think they're trading Klay at all. So the idea of Dame is an interesting one. It can't happen now because of all the moves that they have made, and I don't know how they would have got there financially. But, yeah, at least on Dame's side, there is interest.
That is interesting. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Hey, real quick, any names you're hearing that could end up on the Warriors? We've heard Dario Saric. Any other buzz?
This would just be me, like, tossing out some names that I think are interesting, okay? You know, like Kelly Oubre hasn't been signed. Now, that didn't go that well the first time, but he's really good. I mean, he scored 20 points, you know? Young, he's unrestricted. Christian Woods is still out there. Like, there's some interesting guys that are still out there. Thibault looks like he's going to Dallas, but that hasn't been done yet. So I think there's some interesting unrestricted free agents that are still out there, Warriors wise. That it's just going to take a while for those guys to decide. Okay, we really don't have anything else. We have to do the minimum, right? Is Golden State good? Am I going to play? I think they'll need to replace DiVincenzo a little bit in his youth, but I think that does not feel like a Moody situation there.
Yeah,
does not feel like those minutes come from that. Go to Moody.
This fan base would love for Moses Moody to have a bigger role. I think coming out of the finals last year, people thought that was going to happen right away.
Yeah, Saric makes sense for them just because he's a big with some IQ and some he makes. I thought Robin Lopez would have been interesting for them, but he's going back to Milwaukee. So we're now at the 14th, 15th man stage, right?
Yeah.
You just gotta wait for those things to shake out and people decide they're going to sign on with a contender and take the minimum.
You gave me a little PTSD with the Oubre call out.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all.
20 points a game for Charlie last year.
Yeah, but you just mentioned.
I think he goes to the Knicks, though. I think that's the Knicks.
I hope he goes to the Knicks. Not a very high IQ player in my memories of Kelly Oubre out here. Yeah, boy.
Ramona, great stuff. Great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thanks, boys.
Okay, Ramona Shelburne, ESPN.
Just the best.
Kelly Oubre.
I mean, first name
she's
out.
not the first one to bring it up.
She's not wrong. And, 888-957-9570, Kelly Oubre.
Come on.
He looks like he would be an incredible player, and you see him at times and you go, this guy's incredible. And then you watch the totality of his play. He just doesn't fit with the Warriors. Mark, if I had $1 for every time he would just either drift to the corner or cut to the very spot where Steph's working off 3 picks on the weak side, and he's on his bicycle, and he's running around the baseline, and he looks up, and Kelly Oubre Jr. is just standing right where he's going.
Well, I mean, let's remember, the Kelly Oubre experience was defined by a player who thought more of himself than the organization did, which is the exact opposite of what they're trying to go out there and do right now.
That's true. That's a good point, yeah.
Kelly Oubre was, I'm a starter. I'm a starter. Well, my God, unless Kelly has changed in some major way, how on earth would that fit in to everything that the Warriors have done? Come on out here on a minimum contract and watch a lot of games and we'll use you sometimes? That does not sound like something Kelly would want to do. Now, she's right. These players are available because they don't have a lot of options. So maybe it would work. I just know that if you were to do something like that, the problem with it is this, because I agree with you. I was excited about it the first time. It makes all kinds of sense on paper.
Right.
But if you did it again,
oh God,
and it didn't work again, that's embarrassing.
Well, it can't work again.
It's embarrassing.
It shan't work again.
Why not?
Because he's not the right player. And look at what he did in Charlotte last year. Yeah, 20 a game. And that's a phrase that triggers you.
Yeah, because so Jordan Poole.
50 players in the association averaged 20 a night. Oubre Jr., he averaged 20 a night, Mark. He played 48 games, 48 of 82.
Okay.
He played 32 minutes when healthy, shot 43% from the floor, not from 3.
Yeah, what did he shoot from 3?
32% from 3.
No.
Which his numbers were almost identical to his year in Golden State, except he shot the ball 4 times more a game. Turnovers? No, he doesn't turn it over a lot because he doesn't pass.
He doesn't dribble a ball or pass. Yeah. Yeah.
Assists per year, 0.2, 0.6, 1.2, 1.2, 0.7, 1.4, 1.3, 1.4.
The more you talk, the more I hate this idea.
No, and that's why
I hate this idea.
I
with
wish
every
Ramona was in the
piece of me.
room because when she mentioned it, I made a face, and you saw me make a face.
I mean, I've seen this batted around a little bit on Twitter the last couple of days, and I sort of have taken it with a grain of salt, as if people were saying it tongue in cheek. I'm like, well, Kelly Oubre.
Sure.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Okay. Okay. And then here comes Ramona, Kelly Oubre. And I'm like, wait, hold on a second. Wait, really? So then I gave it 3 minutes, And now I hate it even more.
Right.
Yeah. What's up, Grandy?
You guys remember how the 2020-2021 regular season ended, which was when Oubre was a Warrior. They're fighting for a play-in spot. Oubre eventually gets hurt, misses the final 10 games of the regular season. Warriors immediately go 8-2 and sneak into the play-in.
That's right.
Correct.
That's right.
Didn't Kelly shoot like 38 threes before one went in when he joined the Warriors? Do you remember that thing?
Yeah.
Well, I'm exaggerating, but only a little bit. Wasn't it like, will you look that up,
I'll find the
Randy?
stat. Yeah.
How many threes did he shoot before one went in when he joined the Warriors?
The correct answer, he was 1 for his first 21. He went 0 for 6 in a loss to Brooklyn. They lose to Brooklyn by 26. He's 0 for 6. They lose to Milwaukee by 39. He's 1 for 10 from the floor, 0 of 5 from 3.
Jeez.
They beat Chicago by 1 in a gritty effort.
Oh, that's good.
And he was 0 for 6 from 3. Then he goes 1 for 4.
Wait a minute, he's 0 for 17 at that point, right? All right.
And he goes 1 for 4 in a gutsy win at Detroit.
Okay.
Then 0 for 4 in the homecoming. In his home opener against Portland, they lose by 25. So through 5 games, he was 1 for 25.
Good God.
And he got hot.
That's one of those like Aaron Rodgers in the draft room moments. Like you're just watching TV going, this whole thing makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't like this anymore. Like I wanted the shot to go in just for him. Like I don't even care about the score of the game. I'm like, brother, you're embarrassing yourself and we're uncomfortable. This is awful. Like we're going to pay you $85 million. You're shooting 1 for 25?
There were 15 games that year in which he attempted a 3 and didn't make one. Only one of those games he was 0 for 1. Dude. 15 times he shot 3s and didn't make a 3.
Where did he go from 1 for 25? What happened next? You have it in front of you?
Yeah, he actually got hot. He went 4 for 6.
Hey!
Backed it up with an 0 for 6.
Cash me out one time!
Backed it up with an 0 for 6 and an 0 for 3. He was 5 for 40 at that point.
5 for 40.
Thank
Good
you.
God.
Gucci.
What is that, 12%?
5 for 40, 12 and a half. Yeah, you round up to 13.
Damn.
He followed it up with a 1 for 6, 3 for 7, 3 for 8, 2 for 8.
And then he followed that up with an attitude. That's what I hated about the whole thing. He's like, I'm 5 for 40 and I should be starting, and I don't even want to talk about not starting.
He wants to talk about the night at Dallas where he was 7 of 10. He put up is it a 40 burger, do we decide? Or it's a 50 piece and a 40 burger? Or did I get that
50
backwards?
burger, 40 piece.
He had a 40 piece at Dallas.
30 is just something. This is 30 something.
30 is the amount of shots he took.
Yeah, exactly.
Kelly Oubre.
Gosh.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think I've decided.
Back to Bobo.
I've decided no on Kelly. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Some of the other names were interesting. I feel like Wood is going to get more money than a minimum.
Yeah.
But boy, that would be fantastic. That's a great name. Yeah, I think the Warriors will come up with some interesting names. But yeah, they got to go I like where this silence means that you have guys who are going to get the minimum who haven't realized yet that they're going to get the minimum. And that's good because that means you might be getting value guys. Right? Like, I don't know, Dario Saric, Wood, whoever. Like, these are better than minimum contract players in terms of productivity. But if you're out of options and everybody's trying to get below the second apron, I think there's a good chance for the Warriors. I know right now there's the perception of like, who cares who they get? This is going to be player 9 and player 11 on the bench. Maybe not. Especially with all the load management and injuries that everybody's all getting ready for.
Right.
This could end up being a very important player or two.
Well, they're going to need to play everybody, and this year I think you're going to look to play everybody. Last year you had a roster where Steve Kerr had a small handful of guys he didn't feel like he could play. Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin Jr., when healthy, you didn't play them much. James Wiseman played a bunch early, then you basically shipwrecked him on your bench, and then you traded him. And as you got through the season, your bench got smaller and smaller, and you ran out of guys who you could actually have confidence in playing. So if you go in the vet min market, the thinking is, like Corey Joseph, you know what he's going to be in terms of how good he's going to be. Yeah. If he's your 6th man, you're a lottery team. If he's your 10th man, you're probably a playoff team.
Yeah.
He might be able to play 50 games and play 12 minutes a night, he might be a guy who gets you 600 minutes. And I've done this before, Mark. The NBA season is comprised of about 20,000 total minutes. You've got 48 minutes times 82 games, and there's 5 on the floor at any one moment. So that's basically the math of it. Jordan Poole last year led your team in minutes played. He played about 9% of your total minutes. So that to me is what you're looking to replace. It's not his points. His points are going to come. Kuminga, Chris Paul, if Moody plays more, and I like what Ramona said,
they'll be able to score.
You're going to find his points.
Yeah.
Can you find his minutes? Because Steph missed a third of the games, and Clay was really healthy, knock on wood. Draymond needs ice every time he comes off the floor. Looney played all 82, and you hope he can keep that up.
You need 75 games from Andrew Wiggins.
You do.
That's
great
a
point.
goal. That's a goal because that's obviously, you think about down the stretch, there were 2 months there. The Warriors were missing his 18 points a game. And so inject that back in. You're right. I'm not worried about replacing the 20 minutes per game at all.
20 points a game.
20 points. Yeah. I'm not worried about replacing the 20 points a game for Jordan Poole. It's just about a recalibration sensation.
Cha-ching!
In terms of how that all sort of it filters out. But from Chris Paul to Kuminga to Moody to whoever else is still going to join this thing, to a full year of GP2, who's going to knock down a couple of threes here and there, give you some dunks, whatnot. I'm not worried about the points at all. I think right now with the roster that you're looking at, one of the only things that you can worry about is health. But that's a massive thing. It's a massive thing, and it's hard to think about how the Warriors are going to navigate this without some major holes. Some major health holes.
And this is why you mentioned 75 games for Wiggins. I need 75 from Kuminga and probably 75 from Moody too. Those guys, I need them to be healthy and playable, though. You can't have, like Moses Moody last year, he played 63 games. He played a total of 817 minutes. That's about 13, 14 minutes a game. You need that number to be up in the low 20s. You need Kuminga to be able to play low 20s. He played 67 games. You need his minutes to go up. Yeah. You need these guys to contribute so that when you get into games, especially in like February and March, and maybe you're not completely load managing Steph and Chris Paul, but you don't want these guys playing max minutes down the stretch.
888-957-9570 is the number. Would love to take your calls. The question that's been out there on Twitter, is Draymond Green a good leader? Started with Steiny and Goo earlier today, getting a lot of responses. It's been tracking between 55 and 60% for the most part of people saying yes, which, I'm on the yes side. You are on the no side. I get it. I get the way that Draymond Green makes you sort of split the difference. He makes you put one leg on each side of the fence. I don't think there's anybody out there who would say Draymond Green is a perfect leader who does not make mistakes. I also bottom line it this way. The success level of the team has been too high for him to not be considered a really good leader, number one. And number two, while I completely acknowledge the awful mistake he made in training camp, I have seen what I find to be more than enough evidence that pretty much the entire team was exasperated with Jordan Poole at one time or another, probably even before training camp. And so you look at the way this whole thing has played out. I don't love Chris Paul either. I think that they had to take pennies on the dollar to a certain degree. But by the same token, this sets up to classically be an addition by subtraction move. And I hate that, but it's just the truth. The truth is, if the Warriors are all playing more as a team, they're turning the ball over less, and they're all happier with their surroundings, just by virtue of that alone, they're a better basketball team next year.
Yeah, the turnovers immediately go down. Basketball IQ goes up. You're adding one of the smartest, best point guards in history. Ramona Shelburne, joining us earlier in the hour, made that point very clear in terms of Chris Paul as a point guard and as a smart player, and he's going to elevate the second unit. Jordan Poole, as a basketball player, wasn't really the type of player to make those around him better often. He's a guy who's a bucket getter. He's an unbelievable offensive force, and hopefully he can get back to that player and play with that same freedom and that joy that he had before he got knocked out by his teammate, because this year he didn't seem to play with that same freedom. Now he's going to be playing in Washington, where it's going to be Poole and Kuzma and not a lot else in Washington, and there's not a lot of pressure on you when you're playing for the Washington Wizards. The expectation level is, hey, make the playoffs, and then that's a win.
If that. I mean, they're starting over. They're rebooting the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
You get Beal and Porzingis out of there. It's the whole thing to me is going to feel like under construction, no matter what happens next year. The other thing I think about with this whole situation surrounding kind of Draymond and his leadership of young guys, Chris Paul coming in and the Warriors signing quote unquote Steve Kerr type players. This is the other reason I think that, Ramona brings up Moody. We've been having conversations about Kuminga. Draymond singled out Kuminga as somebody he thinks is going to be really helped by Chris Paul. This is another reason why I think it is such a big year for those two players, and that is narrative busting. This organization needs a narrative busted, and it is the narrative that states that Steve Kerr and the organization do not like and do not support young players. I think it is something that has taken off this year in an unfair way due to the fact that they soured and moved on from James Wiseman. They did not like what they saw, at least on one end of the court. And then Jordan Poole's relationships totally crumbled. Like, for me, my final thought on Jordan Poole is this is one of those people that got changed by money. That is honestly how I believe. He was a hard-ass worker who worked his way from the G League all the way up to being a very important player in the NBA, and then he got a bag and something clicked and switched.
Yeah, I think that's too simplistic.
Maybe.
And, it's your opinion, and neither one of us really knows. You don't know Jordan Poole. I don't know Jordan Poole. I think that there is a little bit of that in terms of, how was he acting going into the season? He was a champion, and it was clear. I think he was getting the bag whether Draymond punched him or not. There are some people who believe that, they only signed him to that contract because he got punched. I believe
they don't come
that was already. They're not going to give a guy $128 million because he got knocked in the face.
It does not come together overnight.
It does not.
In training camp.
So I think that there is a little bit of what you're talking about, but we'll never know how his year would have gone had the incident not happened. And now Jordan Poole has a chance to prove people like you wrong by going out and getting back in the lab and becoming a better player than he's been.
But I'm focused on the ones who are still here because they're the ones who have the opportunity to get Warrior fans back on the side of this organization. Doesn't they're not youngists. They don't hate young people. They drafted them. They want them to be good. If certain guys they feel are not a fit or are not making the right decisions, and that's why Kuminga in particular looks like he's at a crossroads. Because he's been teetering in the playoffs on the edge of not going the right way and the team not liking what he's feeling and saying publicly and going to the Chronicle and all of that. Moody, it felt like, halfway through the year, it clicked. He said the right things. He started doing the right things. He got rewarded. I believe Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors are absolutely capable of supporting and developing young players. The thought is out there right now that they don't, they won't, and they don't like it. And Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody have an opportunity to set that narrative straight.
Well, the narrative it's a false narrative when you want to look at it, I think, in totality, because Kevon Looney is or was a young player. People don't realize he was 1 year at UCLA, and he came here with a broken body. He got healthy, and you can't tell me that he hasn't developed. The guy was getting 20 rebounds a night in a playoff series against Sacramento. Kevon Looney has developed. Now, you might want Kevon Looney to be a certain kind of player that he'll never be, but you can't look at Kevon as a young player and not think, here's a guy who developed, and now he's gotten a second contract and a third contract.
They all have.
Well, Jordan Poole.
I mean, they were all young players at one point.
You can't look at Jordan Poole and say that he hasn't developed. And I know Steph and Clay and Draymond, they were young players, though, before Steve was here. So we're talking about in the Steve Kerr era, young players developed.
But after as well, Draymond certainly in particular developed under Steve Kerr. He barely really got going out there until Steve Kerr came in.
I just think, though, in terms of like the young player narrative about Steve Kerr, you can look at Wiseman and you can be critical, but I don't know if you can necessarily put that on Steve Kerr. We'll find out if James Wiseman, if he goes to Detroit and he's 22-13 and he turns into a monster and an all-star, well, then that's on Steve Kerr and his entire coaching staff for not developing him and giving up on him too early.
To a degree. There's no question about that. However, I'll also say this. I do find this interesting, and this is because we do love young players. We get excited.
I love the young people.
This is like, right? This is like opening up gifts over the holidays. We like new things, the unknown. It's exciting. You're watching this with the 49ers right now. With everybody out there on Twitter and everywhere else who's decided that despite the lack of evidence, despite the fact that a team that would be helped by Trey Lance being great, despite all of that, they've decided on Twitter that Trey Lance is great and that the 49ers and a bunch of people on social media and the race card, all of these things have tilted it in Brock Purdy's direction. It's really kind of ridiculous, but I get it because we like new, exciting things.
Yeah, they're untainted.
Right. So because of that, we look at these players and we decide they're good, and who do we give the credit when they are? When Jordan Poole works
to the player.
Thank you.
He's in the lab.
And then whose fault is it when they go south?
Shanahan. It's that damn coach. Steve Kerr can't develop young players.
That's all I've been asking for all year long when we look at Jordan Poole. Like, nothing is 100% anybody's fault ever.
No, it's true, especially when it comes to this topic about development.
Right, but where is the accountability? Where has all year long the accountability for Jordan Poole's lot in life within this organization? How on earth could a very healthy portion of it not be on him? And I haven't heard that all year.
And that is something that we may never get a full and clear answer on because none of us is in the locker room day in and day out. We're not on the team planes. All we know is what we see. And the evidence is Steph Curry threw his mouthpiece in frustration over Jordan Poole, something we'd never seen. Klay Thompson voiced his displeasure coming off the trip to Japan, and he also showed you non-verbally he was frustrated. Draymond Green, for the first time in my knowledge, maybe he's done this before, but he punched a teammate in the face. He came out of his own shoes to try to knock a guy out. So
and no one moved to pick him up.
There is part of that I think you can look at and say, well, Jordan must have been doing things that has frustrated his teammates. That I think you can look at, and it's not necessarily fact, but there's enough evidence that would point to that to where you could say, all right, Jordan, he must have had some issue in terms of not getting along with his teammates because of the way he was carrying on.
And the rest of the league largely didn't want him, and he doesn't get traded immediately as the league year opens if all of the top players on the team didn't want him gone.
For sure.
This is all evidence.
For sure.
It's
and I also don't,
evidence.
At the same time, I don't think you can look at his year last year and just say, well, that's the player that Jordan is. He got his bag and he didn't care anymore. I think what happened with Draymond Green absolutely changed the course of his year, and now he has a chance. And I would bet you he wanted to be traded as well. As much as the vets wanted him gone, he wanted to be gone.
I'm sure he did, but my prediction would be he'll be reevaluating that thought in 3 years.
I will see.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the bag, and now he goes to a place where
already had the bag.
But now he's in line to get the super bag,
right? But
he would not have had the opportunity here to be a max player.
You're right.
Can we agree to that?
Absolutely. Well, certainly.
In the next 3 or 4 years.
No, that deal has 4 years on it. When it's up, if the big three are retiring, could Jordan Poole be a max guy? Maybe.
Be tougher here than it would be somewhere where you can shoot it 29 times a quarter.
I guess, but then again, this is the way I look at it. When you're early in a career, you're going to go for the top dollar, and you should. Absolutely, you should. And if averaging 25 a night for the Wizards means you get top dollar, then good on you. But would you rather score 25 a night for a 25-win team? Would you rather score 19 a night for a 50-win team? When careers continue on, you take the bag early, and then what do you do late?
You ring chase. All
of a sudden, your priorities change. So Dame Lillard being the most recent example, what's Dame want to do? He has been given $233 million by the Portland Trailblazers.
Bag alert, major bag alert.
And that's only what's already been cashed. There's a bunch more already committed. And he has loved it there, and he has backed it there, he has supported it there, and he is finally at age 32, 33, whatever he is, he has reached the point where he's like, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. I can be 27 a night here. I can be a big name. I can be the man. But you know what? It's unfulfilling. And I think that Poole is now on that track. It doesn't mean it's going to go that way. I have no idea what's going to happen next. But, like, even if everything went perfectly for the Wizards, how many years until realistically the Wizards could compete to actually be a top 3 seed?
Probably 3 to 5.
At least.
But,
Yes,
I
agreed.
mean, you never know. They land a free agent, whatever, and things can turn in a hurry. But is Jordan Poole going to be good enough to single-handedly carry them like Dame carried Portland?
Of course not.
Dame got Portland to a Western Conference Finals virtually single-handedly. But then again, you're looking at players like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Ja Morant. If you're Jordan Poole, guys of your same age range, and you're like, I could go to a team and be that dude and then go out and get that bag, which, Morant and Gilgeous-Alexander both got paid more in their first deals than Jordan Poole.
They're better players.
Right.
I believe. They're
but
better
Jordan
players.
would believe that he can be that kind of player in the right situation.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's go, Joe. Joe San Jose here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, can you see me okay?
Yep.
Hey, Joe.
Okay. All right. Thank you for taking my call. So I was chatting over lunch with a colleague about Chris Paul and Klay Thompson. So he mentioned that Chris Paul should be traded by the deadline because he's old, he doesn't fit into the system, he plays too much pick and roll, etc., etc. So I had the opposite opinion. I thought Klay should be moved because Klay built this, reputation on being a great 3-and-D guy. He was ideal for the Kerr small ball system. But unfortunately, we don't have the players to play effective small ball anymore. We don't have these young athletic wings who can run up and down the court, play defense, handle the ball, shoot threes, and so on. So we need to play a different style now, and Chris Paul is proven to be successful in multiple systems.
Joe, I got a question for you because I think Dibbs and I both agree with you that the Warriors could benefit from slowing their offense down a little bit. We both agree with you on that. Can I ask why you're making deadline deals when it's July and this year's roster is not only not even set? What if they're good? Is that even possible in your mind? What if we get to the trade deadline and the Warriors are the 2 seed?
So here's the thing. If Klay is no good, then he's useless to us. If he becomes a better player than he is today, then he's going to be worth $42 million, which we cannot afford. So either way, holding on to him is a losing proposition.
Well, they can't afford
Joe's
him.
playing chess. You're playing checkers. Thank you, Joe. Checkmate on Willard right there.
Incorrect. Chris Paul's $30 million absolutely comes off the books, and the Warriors can afford whatever the hell they want to afford. Now,
got to stay below that second apron mark, as I said all last week.
They would like to. It's not a requirement. They have been well above the tax at every point of their lives.
But I know you've poured through the CBA as your toes were in the sand in Kauai, but it's more the punishment for being in that second apron is more than just not being able to sign a mid-level player. You, in fact, start to lose draft capital in the future.
I understand.
Your pick goes... I know you understand, but for all the people out there to understand why they have to get below that second level apron, your draft pick automatically shuttles to the bottom of the round in 2030 if you're above the apron too often.
But let's play this out. Let's
do it.
Let's say Klay Thompson averages 23 a night next year and is like, February Klay. for much of the year.
And the team is good.
And the Warriors are a conference final appearance type team, maybe even more. Okay? He does the best he can do in a contract year. How do you think the Warriors handle that?
They give him a bunch of money.
Yeah, damn right they do.
But they do it knowing that they're only going to give him so much to stay below that second level apron, I believe. Yeah. Chris Paul, $30 million, whatever. Adios. The interesting thing, though, for me is ideally Klay would have a mediocre year, mediocre to the point where you could re-sign him at a lower number, and then you could take Chris Paul's $30 million deal and trade it and get another player back, thereby shoring up your team for the next year.
Yeah, you could. I think that they're going to try to turn that money into nothing is what they would most likely try to do in that situation. That Chris Paul $30 million, you just like.
But if Klay's not that good, you need it to turn into something.
Correct.
That's my point of the other way this goes.
I don't think they're rooting for him to be mediocre. I think they would like Klay to be as good as Klay can be. I think they'd like to win this year, and they would love to then sign him for a new one. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if Klay's playing that well, why are you looking so hard to replace him? You don't just replace him with him. Just bring him back. And I
asked those guys last week when you were off, and looking at Klay's year last year, what do you think that is worth? Like, Klay's year.
Okay.
What would you pay for that this year if you had to sign Klay? Coming off of last year, Klay's year, he averaged about 22 a night, led the league in 3-point attempts and makes.
About a $30 million player.
Okay, yeah, it's about where Larry and JD were, too.
Yeah, that's about a $30 million player.
And Klay's making 43.
Right.
And Klay would like to make 43.
I'm sure he would, but I'm sure Klay would also like to finish with Steph, Klay, and Dre.
Correct.
And I think that after this coming year, a contract of 2+1 that is worth $65 million plus a player option is not offensive to him. I don't think that's going to be offensive to him.
That's an interesting number. I think,
I don't think it's going to be backbreaking for the Warriors.
Well, if you get rid of Chris's 30 and you give that 30 to Klay, and Klay gets 30 and then 33 and then a player opt for 35.
Which in theory is 13 less than what you're paying him now.
Yeah.
So you just saved, $43 million.
I love it.
I mean, yeah. I think that's option A for Golden State.
Yeah, and again, option A is win the chip, and then who cares?
Sure. Well, yeah.
Then you pay everybody, right?
That's true. All right. Sponsored by Cars.com. And also coming up next, we'll tell you about next week's All-Star Week blowout. If you don't know what that is, you're going to want to know, because this could put some unbelievable stuff in your pocket. So that's coming up next. We'll keep going with your phone calls as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
The envelopes are sealed and sitting in the studio. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. By the way, real quick, we got some more Warrior calls to get to. I just want to say this out loud.
Yep.
I'm going to put my name on it.
Do it. You can keep it real?
I am.
About time.
Got to loosen up for this one. Hang on. I'm
Okay.
going to stretch a little bit. Okay. For everybody who has decided that a bad week means time to jump ship, Gabe Kapler's annoying again, Farhan doesn't know what he's doing,
morons,
Giants should sell, this was all a big goose chase.
He's so stubborn.
Can't believe that you guys all fell for it. Cute little 10-game win streak. So stupid, Giants still stink. I know it's a small wing, but there's a wing of defeatist Giants fans, and I am very, very put off by them. I want you to listen. They are going to win at least 3 of the 4 before the All-Star break, okay? Starting tonight, the Rockies in town this weekend, they will win at least 3 of the remaining 4 games.
Thank you.
Lock
Thank you, Grandy.
that sucker in.
Just mark the tape and let's play this back.
And then, if you don't, by this weekend, your Sunday deadline, if you do not declare as non-defeatist, then when winning streaks happen in the second half, you're not allowed to participate.
Okay.
You have to go to a different city.
All right.
Different county, different area code. Not allowed to say good things about the Giants.
Okay.
I don't want to hear, Farhan actually knows what he's... I want to hear it. Don't be defeatist. Either follow what's going on or just continue to say everything always stinks. Because quite frankly, to me, that's kind of what it sounds like when...
Are there 2 individuals that you are aiming this at right now? Because this feels like directed commentary.
No, like truly no.
Okay.
And I know what you're getting at.
You don't know what I'm getting at.
I do.
What am I getting at,
You're
Mark?
getting at the fact that Bonte and Joe last night both tweeted that it's time to sell, which is like...
Is that what I'm getting at?
Stupidest question ever. It's absurd. But that's fine. You're all allowed to have your own opinion.
On behalf of all flip-floppers out there, you don't get to decide whether or not...
Oh, yes, I do.
I'm all in. I'm all out. I'm in. I'm out. It was light. It was
Man.
dark. It was light. It was dark.
Gosh.
It's how fans fan.
No, that's fine, but that's not... You can be frustrated. You can hate, but then to take that and talk about what they're going to do 3 weeks from now and what it means for the next 3 years? Come on, man. That's irrational. It's wildly irrational.
Passion oftentimes is irrational. So
I'm not mistaken. In this particular case, I do not believe that this is the result of passion.
Oh, it's absolutely passion. And it's frustration, too, because, yes, when they win 10 straight, it's euphoric. And then when they play like they've played of late, making careless mistakes, Camilo Doval can't hold a runner on, can't score a run, can't do it. All of a sudden, the frustration comes out. It's just passion.
Yeah, but it's also irrational, and I can call that out. I saw on our feed, the station's Instagram feed, the Doval night where the Mariners scored 4 in the 9th. Guy's an all-star. He's been next damn thing to perfect all year long. And someone immediately, this Kapler idiot put his closer in a tie game.
Yeah.
At home. Like, literally, there's not one person in the organization that had one thought about putting any other pitcher in that moment. You'd have been an idiot to not put Camilo Doval in the top of the 9th of that game.
Turns out you're an idiot to put him in the top of the 9th.
No, it didn't go well. Sometimes you give up runs. He gave it up. Who are you going to put in there?
Inexcusable.
You're going to save Camilo for extra innings?
You need him in the extras with the automatic runner on second. Waste him in the 9th in a tie game.
I love it when you get disingenuous at the end of the show.
It's the
very
way it
becoming.
goes.
It's very becoming.
Anything to kind of push your buttons. You had a free pass all week.
I know.
In Hawaii.
So relaxing.
With your lovely, lovely girlfriend. You guys are canoodling and getting along.
I know.
It's welcome back time.
Disgusting.
Welcome back.
It's nauseating. It's like me on a surfboard in the middle of the ocean. Just whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, gosh. I feel nauseous.
I love you more. No, I love you more.
We didn't do that.
Let's call it a tie.
We do take some selfies sometimes.
Adorbs.
It happens, yeah. All right. Hey, Gene in Oakland. Hi,
My
Gene.
guy.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm out in the dog park witnessing what you might call an elimination sensation.
Oh, wow.
That's a buck.
This is already my favorite call of the day. 551 Dog Park. You're crushing it, Gene.
Where do I send my dollars? Anyways, I want to say something about Steve Kerr and developing young players. I mean, when this subject first came up, I should say, during the season, my first reaction was, he's not very good at it. But I'm thinking it through a bit. I think it comes down to the type of player we're talking about. Now, if it's a player like James Wiseman, that was a bad pick to begin with, then, there's really nothing that Kerr could have done in that situation. If it's someone like Jordan Poole, who kind of went off the rails, got too big for his britches, as my mother would have said, once again, there's not much he could do. But for players that are, committed to playing, have the skills, fit the team, I think he's done a damn good job.
Well, by the way, my comments, Gene, thanks. My comments are not to say that, like, development has nothing to do with the coach and the team, because if that was the case, then why are you even there? Why don't you just open up a gym for the players and let them go practice and they can all figure it out for themselves? I'm not saying that they don't have a hand in this. I just feel like we've tipped the scales with this Warrior team in particular. We've tipped the scales a little bit too much in the, if you develop, you're amazing and you deserve a pat on the back. And if you don't develop, it's coach's fault. Like that, it's always shared. It's always shared.
Right.
And when it comes to Wiseman and Poole, based on my observations, I'm going to put more than 50% of the blame burger is going to the player.
Well, it just depends on the player and the situation and what we're talking about when it comes to development. Jordan Poole developed as a player for two reasons. One, he got a chance to play, and two, he put the work in the lab. James Wiseman didn't have the same opportunity to play because he's on a championship caliber team, and also he was hurt. So this year when they traded him, it was year 3, but it was really year 2, and honestly, it would have been his senior year in college had he been like Jackson Davis, who stayed 4 years at Indiana. He would still be in college. He would have been in this year's draft if he was a 4-year guy. But because he played 3 games in college, and then he came out, he never had the chance to develop. Now, Kuminga's interesting because the sense is he hasn't put in the work as much as he needed to earn the minutes. And Steve Kerr will tell you, minutes are earned. They're not given. Just because you're a lottery pick does not mean you get to play 25 minutes a night for anybody, let alone a championship team.
By the way, you bring up TJD, and those of you here who were not with us earlier when the news broke, 4-year deal for him, couple of guaranteed NBA years for TJD out of the second round for the Golden State Warriors, which I could look at one of two ways because the draft was just a couple of weeks ago, not even. So either something has happened in those 2 weeks that just impressed the pants off of the Warriors, or the Warriors are continuing to look for financial flexibility, and this is probably about as cheap as you can get an NBA rotational player.
Yeah, good call.
Probably a combination of both, but it's an interesting move, and it's a great move by TJD and his agent, above all else, who probably would have been picked very early in the second round at a minimum if he had been willing to do a 2-way contract, which he was not. He held out for a team that was going to give him a real deal, and so he was drafted late, but now he's a guaranteed Warrior for a couple of years.
And that's what they need. They need cheap labor in terms of minutes, guys who can come on and do the job, as the Golden State Warriors are dealing with older players. So he's 23. He's got a great opportunity to come in and flash. He's got a 2-year deal to really show that he's an NBA player.
All-Star Week blowout. We've mentioned it a few times in the show, and it is coming next week. Your chance to win incredible prizes, including autographed jerseys by Stephen Clay, Warrior tickets, gift cards around the Bay, around a golf with all of the hosts at Berkeley Country Club, and much more. Every show, every day next week, great prizes each time. So you're going to want to be listening throughout the week. It is our All-Star Week blowout. It starts Monday, all week, every day,